And obviously, at some point, the curve should start obstructing your vision, right?
Yes, at some point. If you can't see past a certain point, that's just basically irrefutable proof that the Earth is round. Otherwise, you'll be able to see hundreds of kilometers in the distance, and just hypothetically, the flat Earth model, the stars are, let's say, 60 kilometers up, according to the flat Earth model. Then you'll be able to see much further into the distance if that was the case, because we humans can basically pick up any light source that is quite far away, or just anything that reflects light.
Okay, give me a second. I'm just going to show you something. Just give me a quick second.
That's fine. Take your time.
Right, look at the side chat. Now, this is called the black swan, right? Basically, where's the horizon in that image? It's behind the Ulrichs, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, isn't there supposed to be obstruction between the observer, say 6 foot, right, and the horizon, which is clearly further than 10 miles away?
Well, it definitely would be if you're talking about the smaller scale Earth, but since the Earth is like thousands of kilometers in width, it's definitely likely that the curvature is so slight that you'll be able to see like 20 miles in distance. And not to mention, oil rigs are usually 100 meters from sea level, so that also helps with, because oil rigs are normally not so close to the ground. They're usually like a few hundred meters up from where all the operations happen. So there's already an elevation in where the thing being observed is visible.
Yeah, but the Earth's geometry tells us that we should only be able to see 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height. If that's 6 foot, that should be 3 miles, right? You're seeing 6 miles and 10 miles respectively, and even further behind that, you can see the horizon.
Yes,
that should like, regardless of how big the Earth is, because we're using Earth's geometry to figure this out, right? There should be some sort of curve horizon between you and that Ulrich.
Well, you can see the height difference in the one Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. You can basically observe the habitat being lower generally than Platform Hill House.
That's because of this. Platform Habitat is further away, so it looks smaller. You know how objects are further away, they look smaller?
Yes, but it wouldn't be such a mass difference, because if you look at the beamings below that, it's way shorter than Platform Hill House.
That's just because it's further away.
Yes, and the curvature accounts for that.
If you brought that further forward towards you, it would look the same. Like and that's not even withstanding the fact that either way, whether or not you think that's, we could split hairs over whether that's further away or whether it's deeper underwater. Maybe the water's deeper there because it's further into the ocean. Either way, you shouldn't be able to see either of those things. At that point, those two objects should be obscured by obstruction, and behind that, you see the horizon. So even then, the horizon's set behind. It's meant to be a geometric horizon. So the horizon is meant to indicate where the curve is. Even behind that, there's no curve.
Yes, but like the argument I mentioned beforehand, if the Earth was like a flat as a paper, you'd be able to see hundreds of miles in the distance. But basically, because you can't see objects further than a certain mileage, that's just proof that there is a slight curvature of the Earth.
Well, it's not because define horizon for me.
The horizon is basically the point where the curvature is supposed to set in, or basically when the sun goes down, you can't see below a certain point. The horizon is just the horizontal line where objects are visible.
It's just basically where the sky meets the earth, right? That's all it is.
Yeah.
Now, would you say that the horizon is geometric, or do you think it's a just an apparent thing, an optical thing?
What do you mean by geometric?
So the horizon, does it indicate where the curve of the earth is, or is it just a thing that we see? What is it?
I think it's both.
Well, how can it be both?
If it's geometrical, that just tells you it's a sphere we live on.
Oh, right. So you think that it is basically a geometric horizon. What we see is the geometric curve of the horizon, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, you're only supposed to see 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height, which is 6 foot, let's say 3 miles-ish, right? We'll give you 3 miles. That's 6 miles away, and the horizon is set behind it, and you can't, it's not going to be like a slight curve. At this point, the horizon should be in front of us, in front of both of those platforms, and in this image, it's not just the fact that the platforms look like quite far away and clearly visible. The horizon is set further behind it. When you say like it takes into account curvature and all that sort of stuff, it's not, because you would not be able to see those two platforms.
Still, like I said, the object being observed is elevated for its nature. If it was on ground level and it wasn't that tall, then
how tall would it have to be able to? When you see a boat go over a horizon, right? What do you claim that you see? You see the bottom go down first, right?
Yes.
So a boat you wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat. You wouldn't be able to see the legs of these platforms. You'd be able to see maybe the top at best, right?
Well, not if it's highly elevated.
Not if it's highly elevated.
Let me just.
I think, look, it's like, just think about it, right? There's a curve, there's a horizon. The horizon is meant to be, in your worldview, in line with the geometric curve, right? So where we expect to see the curve obstruct, given the Earth's geometry, is about 3 miles if you're 6 foot, right?
Let me just ask you a simple question. If the Earth was flat, how many kilometers in diameter would the Earth be?
I don't know. I don't see how it's relevant to this, though.
It is relevant when you consider the long distance objects. That's just the whole argument I started with. If the Earth was truly flat, you'll be able to observe objects from hundreds of miles away. But it getting further, and you're not being able to see the far distance objects. That just proves the slight curvature of the Earth.
It proves the slight curvature of the Earth. Is that what you just said? Talking about like a mild curvature, we're talking about the fact that you can see further than where the horizon's supposed to be, right? Not just like, we're talking the horizon here, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, what you can see behind it.
Yes, but that distance is not relevant when the objects are hundreds of feet in the air. That just furthers the distance.
Think about a boat, right? What disappears first on a boat? It is the bottom. Can you see the surface of the ocean?
Yes, I can see.
You can see the surface of the ocean, right?
Clearly, the bottom part.
So you can see the bottom where the habitats and the hill house are meeting the ocean, right? You can see the ground.
Yes.
Yes. So, think about...
If you were to scale the platform habitat upwards...
Work with me here, right?
Yeah? Well, you can see the object further away, even if you scale it upwards. has less or basically the bottom is starting to disappear.
Let's go back to the beginning, right? What's a horizon?
The object or the line
where the sky meets the earth.
The
right?
earth, yes.
Right? And look, where's the horizon in that image?
It's further than 9 miles.
Yeah. So the curve that you're talking about should be behind these two O-rings. But that implies that you live on a much bigger Earth than what the geometry allows for.
Well, wait. How far away is the horizon? Wait, let me just look it up.
I've been telling you that it's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Right? I've been telling you how far it's supposed to be.
Well, we're talking about the Earth, not a perfect sphere. That's the issue.
You could test this anywhere.
The object or Earth is basically not a perfect sphere. That's the whole point. Some parts are flat. Some parts are more elongated. It's not a perfect sphere.
I could show you many such instances. Is it just a coincidence? All of these instances are just a part of the sphere that apparently we shouldn't be able to see further. We should be able to see further behind. No, it isn't.
The Earth is flat, just like God's is about to be. But
yeah, agreed.
God.
And left.
So if the horizon's set behind here by a lot, right? We're talking 3 miles, but you're seeing over 10 miles. I could show you images of, being able to see Cyprus from Turkey, which is a good 20 kilometers, right? What happens to your ball then?
Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Honestly, I would have to look at the source of the image to see if it wasn't taken from a high-end perspective. Because using the equation to be able to determine how far the horizon goes or where you're able to see it, it must have been taken from a higher altitude.
It's clearly at sea level, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. Does the image signal to you that he's standing on a mountain?
Not really.
No. Does it look like he's standing on a hill? Does he look like he's level with water right now? Yes, he does. He looks like he's level with water. And what is water? Flat and horizontal. You'll think about it, So what do you think, C2?
I'm just looking at the debate being discussed here, where there was similar images being produced. But it has to do with the refraction of light.
Google Earth. You're finding all your answers on Google right now.
Well, because honestly, I'm not really into camera work, and
can you explain refraction for me?
Not really.
So why do you believe in the globe then?
Oh, it's when light gets bent.
It's when light gets bent. Now,
Yes.
what do you need for refraction to exist?
A body of water, in this case.
You need two mediums, and you need some sort of effect that's going to create your refraction for you, right? So, for instance, you might try very high temperatures. We're talking hundreds of degrees higher than what the surface of the Earth is going to allow for. So, how could you have such extreme conditions over this image, where temperature wouldn't be like 300 degrees, will it, centigrade?
Well, a body of water has the ability to reflect light.
Reflect? I thought we were talking about
refract.
Well, how does a body of water have the ability to refract light?
When it bends from one material to another.
And how would that mean that you could see further over the water?
Because what I'm assuming is...
Like, we all know you can put a pencil in a glass of water and watch it refract, but we're not talking about those two mediums. We're talking about seeing further over the water, not through the water. Do you understand?
I'm trying to.
If they're telling us these are the measurements of the globe Earth, and we're being able to see further than what we're being told that we should be able to see, that means that either your Earth is a lot bigger than what you're telling us, or the Earth is flat, right? As we all experience it, flat and stationary.
Then I'd say the Earth is bigger than told.
So you're just bringing your own ball. So how did they come up with those measurements then for the Earth?
No, I'm just saying that it is a more logical argument than the flat Earth one.
You think it's more logical? Well, has anyone ever measured the Earth?
Yes.
And who did that? When, where, and how?
The circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers.
The circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers. Who measured that? Do you know who measured it?
Poseidon, yes. Poseidon, yeah, I know it's pronounced name.
Who? Poseidon?
Earth is not flat, and I'll tell you why. It's so round. Let me tell you, it's so round. It's absolutely round. It's rounder than this. Look at this. It's so round.
Do a Trump Biden impression.
Excuse me? What are you talking about?
Basically, Trump trying to imitate Joe Biden.
Basically, Sleepy Joe. He's going like, oh, holy shit. I don't know where I am.
Starts walking to a wall. You make a great Trump voice over.
I would.
Jesus Christ.
I'm terrific, let me tell you. We're going to make politics 24/7 great again. We got to do it.
How are you going to do it?
We are going to put a PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to guide everybody through the entire system. We're going to make them pay. We're going to make them pay their fair share.
You think Biden will be able to follow?
No, he will fucking fall up the stairs again.
Eagle has missed his mark. Your friend is laughing so hard. Now you truly sound like Trump.
I'm going to go talk to the Jews.
I'm going to follow him. I'm actually a mod for the Jewish Hub.
Have fun.
was very funny.
He's a very good impression.
Awesome.
So, Mrs. Penelope, are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
Flat.
Flat. Ah.
I'm a flat earther. So there's no controversy here.
You thought that, but I'm actually a globe earther. Ha ha!
Oh, then there is controversy. All right. But I'm also a vegan, so I'm passive.
I'm also I'm vegetarian. I'm not vegan, but I'm not vegetarian for any particular health reason. I'm just that because I was raised that way.
You were. You had some enlightened parents, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Mine were less enlightened.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where people think meat tastes and looks better than it actually is, because I just find that I have no motivation to eat it. Like, there's just no appeal to me. It looks gross, it smells gross, it feels gross. So I don't really have much of an incentive to want to eat it.
You know, they say it's blood type, but I'm not sure if it is, you know? There are
Yeah.
some blood types that are very much, they're carnivores by chemically carnivores, you know?
Yeah.
I've never liked. No, go ahead.
What were you saying, sorry?
No, I was just saying that since I was very young, I've had I've never liked it too. I never liked the taste of it. And then once I found out how they actually got it on my plate, I just gave it up entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so I don't really talk about being a vegetarian because I feel like some people don't like vegetarians talking about the fact that they don't eat meat.
It triggers people.
So I just keep it to myself most of the time. It's just a thing I do.
Me too. I don't care to convert anybody. Whatever you want to eat is fine with me. My parents were both carnivores, and I love them terribly. So it's no difference to me.
Yeah. I think sometimes if it ever comes across in conversation that I'm a vegetarian, that people will do exactly what they don't like vegans doing, and they'll start telling me about how great meat tastes. And I'm like, okay. I'm alright, thanks. I don't like chocolate cake either. I don't like chocolate, I don't like meat, I don't like sweets or candy as you call it, but I'm not normal.
Jeffrey Dahmer didn't like sweets or meat or anything like that either.
Well, me and Jeffrey Dahmer have another thing in common, and that's they're both gay as well. Maybe I'll kill you one day, Doctor.
Maybe. I don't think so.
I'm making a video for Alpha Veritas.
More globe debunking.
Well, just meant to be a bit of a joke to make him smile, because I feel like Alpha's not been very happy recently. Speaking of globe debunking, Little G, are you a glober? Julius J, C4RR, I presume means car. OG Meatball,
Hell no.
I see.
Flat earther, bro.
They're all flat earthers.
Of course.
Right. I'm the only glober then. I guess I've got to take one for the team.
No, you're a flat earther also.
Yeah, I've definitely heard it before. You're a flat earther. Just don't
I'm a
admit
flat
it.
earther. But I don't admit it. That's a weird concept. The idea I'll be a flat earther, but I don't admit it. So I don't think that sounds like me.
Just in the first stage of denial. It's okay though.
I mean, I could be in denial. Who knows? But I think I'm pretty confident on the globe, as far as I can tell. For now, anyway.
I can't tell we're on a globe.
Well, neither can I. So that's one thing we have in common. Get Begets in here. You ready to get mogged? I'll mug you all day, Get Beget. You'll never win a debate against me. No.
You trying to mug me?
win debates.
Debates are not about winning. Right?
It's about truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That which you don't hold.
Well,
because you are not consistent with facts.
I know what you're talking about. All my arguments.
Yeah, I know. You wouldn't be able to make a definition of truth on your own.
Is that so?
Yeah, correct definition of truth, you are not capable to define it. Yeah.
It's an interesting take.
Yeah. But I can give you a correct definition of truth.
Right, define truth then for me. Go on, Big Shot.
Which you do
define
not
truth
find
then, Big Shot.
in any textbook.
Define truth then, Big Shot. Define truth.
Truth is that which is consistent with fact.
Okay. And how would that be? Well, first of all, how would that be incontrovertible with anything I believe in?
I just told you it's a definition.
Yeah, but how would it be incontrovertible with anything I believe in?
It's a definition of what truth is, and you don't find this definition in any textbook or dictionary that you search. And because
you're talking broken biscuits,
it is made because I'm the author, yeah, and you are not an author, but I am officially an author.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever you say, Big Shot.
Yeah. You still have a long way to go in life. I mean,
maybe, but you don't have that long left in life, so. Oh God, I'm so good at this.
The globe is a broken biscuit.
Yep, that's very true. One Deck. I'm a big One Deck fan. If you didn't know already.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Flat. Nice and northern.
Flat as a pancake.
Are you from the northeast?
From Manchester, mate.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't live that far away from each other. How exciting!
Oh, we could probably meet up for a latte.
Yeah, but I'm at half your age. It would look. It would be. We wouldn't have much to talk about. You'd be talking about the '60s, and I'll be talking about. You know what?
No, I'd be talking about, mate. I'd be talking about the Hacienda and house music and Happy Mondays and Oasis.
Exactly. Well, yeah, and also the Second World War, but.
But you could have a flat white. We could meet. You could have a flat white in Starbucks.
Yeah, I mean, I go up to Manchester regularly, so next time I go there, I'll holler at you.
I mean, there's no need to be. I mean, a lot of my friends are Globers, but I don't. It doesn't mean I'm not friends with them.
I imagine almost all of your friends are Globers One Deck.
Well, they almost are. Yeah, I think there's two who aren't. Yes, two, and I've got a couple of on the fences.
Do you speak to them about Flat Earth in real life, or like the Glober friends?
Yeah, two of my friends I do. The on the fences, I only when they sort of, but when I can see they've interested or they want to bring up the topic, then I will talk about it. I'd never force it on anybody.
I see.
There you go.
Just give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
No worries.
But you, Britnat, you have no flat earther friend. Flat earthers, they can have Glober friends.
Of course they can, yeah.
But Britnath, as a Glober, he does not have flat earther friends. There is a fine distinction between the two.
My daughters are like, got two daughters. They can totally understand. And I've had the conversation with them, and they can understand how this. They can totally see what I'm talking about, and that the Earth is not a spinning water ball. But they have mentioned, like everybody else does. Well, what? Why would they lie, Dad? How would they get away with this for so long? What's the point? And so I have that, but I don't force it with them. But they have started to look at things and question things.
What age are they? Your daughters?
They're in the 20s.
Ah, yeah. Then
Yeah.
They can tell them. Yeah.
They're adults. They can think, but they're quite open to other possibilities, and they like to think, question things. So, but they don't. They don't let themselves or allow themselves, or they're not interested in getting into the subject in such a way that I am. Probably, it doesn't amuse them, or it hasn't got their interest like it has me. Because I think some people, once you discover the flat Earth, it can either be like, all right, yeah, I know that now, and that's it, or you're constantly. To me, it's a constant thing, not obsessively.
I will say it's the best to equip them with the best mental state and mindset, because at 20 years old, it's the age where all your senses are very sharp, yeah, and energy levels very high, so everything is pretty much effortless to you. So they can invest a lot of research into this, and it will benefit them because they still do have time to go to universities and do a in-depth study, learning. Yeah.
Yeah. They go to a lot of. I mean, they love the music. They went to a festival. They go to the music festivals. They went to like I can't remember the name of it or where it was, but it was like a spiritual festival. It's like there's music on, there's DJs, there's tents with yoga and meditation, and you know, there's people there probably taking like magic mushrooms and stuff like that. And but they came home and they said, "Dad, we met some people who were flat earthers." And they were really, really excited about it. They said, "Oh, yeah," and they actually said, "We took." They actually said to the people, "Yeah, we're flat earthers." So they introduced themselves as flat earthers because these people were saying, like, you know, about the water level and they mentioned a few of the constellations. They told me some of the stories the guys at this festival were saying. But I was so happy when my daughter said, "Well, we told them we was flat earthers, and yeah, we."
You cut out. Mic check. Or that's me.
Sorry, I had a call coming through. It cut it whenever I had a call coming through and it cuts off. Sorry. But yeah.
Well, it's good that they identify themselves as flat earther. It means they actually perceive the information you gave them.
And none of it's been full. You know, I've not sat them down and given them a flat Earth lesson like I talk on here. You know, they've heard me mention things, and I drop plant a few little seeds, and they've picked up on these things, and they've obviously gone off and thought about it and thought, well, yeah, you know what, yeah, it doesn't. If we use our common sense, it doesn't look like we live on a globe. You know,
it's good to have this kind of information because it will be a lot harder for the government or governmental officials to actually deceive you and to actually live knowing that this world was made for you and it is yours. It's a very different kind of paradigm, you know, than the glober mindset where we are nothing. This world belongs to the government and NASA and all these institutions that pose as gods in front of us because they offer us the image and the inner workings of this world, how it functions, existence itself. So they tell us our birth actually is a random event, phenomena, which can happen anywhere, anytime. It's nothing special about it. It's significantless, you know.
I mean, there must be something like. I mean,
you have no value. Yeah.
I mean, the most, you know. I mean, I don't actually know myself, but you know, they'll say, yeah, they're taking away they do take away the creator within the paradigm of the heliocentric model. So, but is that the main issue, or is the other things going on? We don't know, do we? What else there is? I mean, these elite people might I mean, once you know the truth, maybe about the creation and the earth and the realm where we live, it might open up a door to other things that we just cannot comprehend at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
yeah,
once you-
yeah, but it's important to actually take the stand of a godly person, not a godly soldier, you know, because
Mm.
when you pose as the soldier, they will fight with you. But if you are just a godly person, then yeah, they know they are not allowed to touch you, you know, they know that. So,
I mean, you know, in what ways can we as flat earthers say in everyday life use this knowledge to our advantage in just everyday life?
yeah,
As in going to
yeah,
work,
yeah,
getting up, meeting people. So how
yes,
can we need to find a way to use this knowledge to our advantage just
exactly.
in
Yeah,
everyday life. Now
yeah.
I don't actually do that, you know, to tell you the truth. I mean, I write a few poems about flat earth. I come on here talking and having a
Oh,
few
nice.
arguments with
Yeah.
few arguments with people about things and about gas pressure and no containment and scientific method of gravity. So I go over all the points that we know about. But I mean, how can this be an advantage to me in my what? How can I need to use this now for my advantage, so people can see that when you've got this knowledge, it's advantageous to yourself.
Yes.
So things will change for you in a better way. So I've not done that
Yeah.
yet, and I think that's what I need to be doing next. So
Yeah,
you get up,
pretty
you go to
sure it
work.
won't be hard for you.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you? I mean, I'm just chatting here, mate. I'm just talking out loud, you know. So it would be nice.
Sometimes
It would be nice,
I
like
tell you
to.
something. I tell you something. In
Yeah,
10
go on, mate.
years from now, you will probably find yourself that, hey, I actually benefited in many ways of this knowledge about flat Earth, which I didn't realize. Things that you have done, you know.
I mean, what I think what I'm trying to say, and I'm sorry to, it would be nice once you discovered the truth of flat Earth that you could actually demonstrate to somebody that once you have this knowledge, things become a lot clearer and your life changes for the better. That's what we need to How do you demonstrate that?
Well, I would say lucidity, mind lucidity. But what I mean is not like not being drunk or, you know, it's actually a state of mind where you are aware of certain things. And
It's more of a. Do you not agree? It's more of a personal thing for yourself, really.
Yeah.
You know, rather than although we can share the knowledge, when you're walking around and you know that you know.
Well, I tell you honestly, in school, when we learned the scientific method, that was like 10 minutes in the class, yeah? And then we moved on to other things very, very quickly, and no teacher has actually put an accent on science and scientific method, you know? They just went on like in a Formula One car race or Indy cars, trying to teach me chemistry, physics, biology, everything, you know. So there was no debate, no questioning. It was the teacher giving the lesson and homework, and then you go home and you start doing your homework that your teacher gave you, And when you come next day, you present your homework. He was checking on you. And if you had it done, then you will not be given a bad grade. But they wouldn't give you a good grade for doing it, you know. That's very funny. They just wanted to be sure that you actually ingurgitated
It's
that
almost. I'm sorry to.
information.
It's almost as like humans are not following what humans should be doing.
Yeah.
In this realm.
Yeah.
I mean, because we're in a system, a controlled system. What would be the perfect state for a human being, I wonder? Would it be perfect stillness and mindfulness?
I would say that the best school concept would be to actually use art and music and poetry to use these artistic instruments to deliver science, knowledge, physics, chemistry, everything. And then every person that becomes a 20-year-old, an adult, already has a big luggage of scientific facts in his head. And this kind of people, you cannot actually fool them when you try to sell land, when you buy, they know how to measure, they know how physics of light, they know what horizontal means. If you don't lie to them that the horizon, we see it as a straight line being caused by a flat horizontal plane, if you don't lie to them that this is what we see, but it's actually curved, so our eyes are lying to us and nature, is lying to us to believe opposite of what we observe, their religion will not exist,
Must have been some shift, though, from shifting to all the ancient cosmology and knowledge about a flat stationary Earth, then to now have a system in place that's a water ball flying through the vacuum of space, and everybody just has not got a problem thinking of that. Even the people who, and I know these people who go to church, the Catholics, they'll go and pray every Sunday, they go to confession, they take communion, they've been baptized, so they read the Bible, they know God created this and that on the 6th day and fucking on the 2nd day and all this, but they'll tell you it was a Big Bang.
Big bang.
Yeah, it's a Big Bang, but they go to church, they read the Bible, but they don't understand the creation story. I mean, I'm not into flat Earth because of the create. I mean, to tell you the truth, I mean, I was brought up a Catholic, but I wasn't heavily into church or anything like that. I was forced to go to church more than anything by my parents. You must go to, and I had to go at school. I didn't take any notice. I was a bit of a rebel.
It's not a bad thing going to church because for you it was more of a people's gathering, and actually trying to share good knowledge, good teachings, and learn something good. But when you go into the in-depth of the Catholic Church, you find that it's a satanic religion. Orthodoxy also, all Christian religions, they are disguised. But so I'm not saying that people who are actually part of these religions, they are Satanists or ill-hearted people, you know.
No, I know, but
They're
what I'm saying
actually
is,
victims. They
and
are
it's not.
victims of the deceiver. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not. It's a story you've heard 10,000 times,
yeah,
and I'm probably going to repeat it because we've all heard it. But it does hold a place in my mind because I've got a friend of mine, same age, and he's got children like me. He's one of the family was a priest, you know, in the church. Now, when I mention the flat Earth situation to my friend, this particular friend, he laughs and like just cannot understand it. But he's a big churchgoer, a big Bible reader. So
yeah,
I mentioned about the create. You know, if you're going down that route of the Bible, yeah.
yeah,
If you are saying you trust the scriptures and what
yeah.
they're telling you, then how can you not listen to the
How
creation
can you
story?
laugh when you hear something that's written in the Bible? Yeah,
Yeah.
like
No,
you're laughing at the Bible.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I'm not a flat earther from a Bible perspective. That's not. Mine is from observation, common sense, and geometric. Although,
Yeah.
because what I was trying to say earlier was, I wasn't really into. Even though I was brought up as a Catholic, I wasn't really interested, to tell you the truth. It wasn't until I got into flat Earth that when someone mentioned about the creation story, that's something twigged. I thought, bloody hell, I never thought about that myself.
Yeah.
And put them to. But I don't sort of. When I'm in sort of debates or discussions with people on the flat Earth, I very rarely talk about the Bible and the creation story. But what I can't understand is there's so many people who are devout Catholics and churchgoers, supposedly, who believe in a Big Bang situation where the Bible tells them it was created. And this is a contradiction in terms. So that sort of gets me, and I stop every time I see a Jehovah's Witness with the stands up. I'll go and have this conversation with them. I do it all the time, not in a bad way, not in an argumentative way. I just have the discussion with them.
Yeah, I know. You just drop the pill, and see what they do with it. Yeah, it's interesting. Some people will have these reactions, like you bring heresy to them. You make outrageous claims, so they have this default reaction, which has actually been programmed into them to have this reaction.
Yeah. Well, I've spoke to a Muslim a few months ago, and I've spoke to a Jehovah's Witness a couple of months ago, and I asked them about the creation, and do they believe in a creator? So I said, well, if you believe in a creator, I mean, what do you believe you live on a globe? Well, yes, we do. They said. I said, well, that's not a creation story. That's that's a mistake story. Well, and then their answer is, because they don't know where to go with that, is that God created the Big Bang. But then I'll take them back to the scripture and say there's no word of that. It doesn't say God created a Big Bang and it just all happened within an explosion type of way. Nobody said that. That's not written down. So it's something you're just making up now.
Yeah, it does say that God's voice is loud, but not an explosion. It says that God's voice is like many thunders and many waters, rivers flowing violently, But that none of that description actually describe an explosion. Because an explosion is not an endless sound. It's very short-lived, the sound of an explosion. It's milliseconds,
But, I mean, I've always found it intriguing since the flat Earth sort of hit me in the head. I can't, it's just something I can't stop thinking about. can't stop talking about it.
The same with me. Yeah.
You know, I don't know why it's come my way, really, or for what reason. I'm just following. I just do what I'm doing. I'm here now talking about it. Like I say, I've been talking about it for a good few years. I haven't changed anything in myself. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I've probably come a little bit more frustrated with myself, and like I said to you, it would be nice to say once you've found this information out that you could think, well, fucking hell, I've found this information out. The creators give me the information, and it's so peaceful and quiet in here now.
Yeah,
I know the truth. Some people tell me they feel like that, and they can switch it on and off. Mine's always been a little bit of a rough road with it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
With friends, family,
to be honest, before I was a spiritual person and a flat earther, I was a person that feared death. I was a person that
I was
asking a lot, what's the meaning of life? What is life itself? I could not comprehend. I could not get the answer from people. They told me a lot of stories, answers and stuff, but I always felt it's not the truthful answer to that question, ultimate answer. And this seemed to me like a fog in the mind, which is always there and bothers you, and you cannot actually engage in serious life actions because, hey, what's the value, of these materialistic things? Yeah, I gather treasures and stuff, but are they worthy to be valued more than my life? Like, is it worth it to fight for some belonging, to put my life at risk for that? And yeah, becoming spiritual, I found that actually the treasures of this world, they are worthless, so. And I observed at myself that most of my lifetime I behaved very badly with money and belongings and stuff. I treated them like they have no significant values. Even legacy land from grandparents or I prefer to be disowned, so I gave up my right to own land or stuff like this, Yeah.
It's who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, there was an argument between my grandfather and my father. My whole lifetime, the grandparents, we have like 25 hectare of land, and they were showing me ever since I was a child which part of the land will be is mine. So, knowing that, and then my grandfather has an argument with my father.
Sorry, I'm not being rude. I'm enjoying the conversation. I've just got to go off for a minute. Something's just happened, and I need to just make a call. But thanks for talking to me.
Okay. Take your time. Yeah, be great. No problem. So yeah, I see many houses, land, treasure, things of this world, and they are like get to the knives, stabbing each other, setting them on fire. And I said, no, it's not worth it. I'm just gonna give up everything, and there's nothing in this world that I will actually fight for. I work out for my existence, and whenever I can help someone with something, or someone asking me something and I can help him, that's fine. I do it, and I don't see that. I don't expect anything in return. And on many occasions, I like to help them that I help them. So flat Earth. It's big, it's contained, stationary. It is also watched. Do not think that you have privacy, intimacy. Doesn't exist.
Welcome to the channel. Hello, TOS UK. TOS UK, do you have a microphone? Is anybody here right now?
What would happen if there was a boat floating on the surface of the liquid right when it turns supercritical? What happens to the boat? Does it just stay right where it was floating before? Or would it now float to the top since the whole tank is now filled? Or would it sink to the bottom because there's no layer of liquid to float on?
So we're gonna fill up regular water. And then we're gonna drop the egg in there. Let's see what happens. Then we're gonna fill up second with water, but put salt in there and mix it. As you can see, it floats. Put a lot of salt in there. Put water up in there. A little bit more than half full in the salt water. As you can see, it floats. Now we're gonna get fresh water and put on top of it. Let's see what happens. You see egg floating in the middle. Tell me why. Why does that happen? This one floating on top, this one drowned, and this one floating in the middle.
Here's a fun question for Riley. What's denser, an egg or water? If all that matters is relative density, then the egg should sink.
Funny you should ask that question. Today's video will be doing a little bit of science, and we will be observing how we can manipulate the medium by changing the density and create a force. Newton said, where there is an acceleration, a force must be present.
Between the density of the egg equal to the density of the medium it's in. But what Nora says is, he equates cause with that which one manipulates. Well, your independent variable is the variable that is manipulated by the researcher in an experiment. It is the presumed cause.
Stop. The reason he's talking about this again is because they hasn't mentioned it here, but I think in this experiment, this video, they actually poured the salt in. So I think he's claiming you can change the density of the medium, and therefore that is the cause, or his independent variable is how much salt you've poured in. He hasn't mentioned this, of course, but I think that's actually what he's trying to get at. I mean, I know it seems insane what he's saying here about you have the control over the density, but he actually means that that's because he's been pouring salt into it or not.
Yeah, exactly. You obviously do have the control over the density, but where's the connection from that to density is a force?
Yeah, I mean, just...
That was in the chat.
Hey, Dal, check here. Look, I'm going to quickly debunk you in 10 seconds. You know what that's called? Unbalanced force. No acceleration required. You're welcome. Literally, that's relative density disequilibrium and debunks your whole argument. You require an acceleration. I didn't have acceleration now. I had an unbalanced force. Thank you very much. Because what happens is the object is unbalanced with the air around it, the medium around it. That's why we have densities. Not because you have acceleration. It's because it's unbalanced force. Now, when you drop something like a water bottle with everything inside the water bottle, it's explained to you. It drops at the same rate. So it all has the same net force of same vector, same amount of force. It wouldn't separate. I can't help it. You're just too ignorant to understand this.
There's exactly no correlation there.
Exactly. It's just gone off wildly into this quantum eraser dogma land where they prefer to live about dependent variables, and say it's just trying to prove forces because there's an effect as a result of changing the independent variable, i.e. the thing that is the cause in his mind. Although, of course, he doesn't like the idea if anything cause has more than one factor, because, of course, you've got the density of the liquid, you've got the force of gravity. In other words, there are multiple factors, and he can't cope with that. Like Nathan doesn't understand that an effect is the result of more than one factor. And
yeah,
so
he doesn't understand that an equation can contain more than two factors.
Yeah. Yes, more than one factor. No,
more than one factor actually.
Yeah, exactly right.
So we've got his words. We'll come back to them in a minute. It's clear that we need a definition or two for the rumpus.
Let's not cherry pick one. Let's go with, say, 10. And let's see if there's a common theme for what is an independent variable. We're looking for what it is and the effect that it has on an experiment. Let's see whether his words were correct.
From Colorado Science and Engineering Fair, the independent variable is the variable which an experimenter deliberately manipulates in an experiment.
From Penn State University, there should be 3 types of variables in every experiment: the dependent, independent, and the controlled. The independent variable is what is varied during the experiment. It is what the investigator thinks will affect the dependent variable.
From Explorable.com, the independent variable. This is what you change in order to provide a result. The dependent variable. This is what you are measuring.
From award-winning awardco.com, an independent variable is the variable that is changed or controlled in a scientific experiment to test the effects on a dependent variable.
From the University of North Carolina. In an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, and the dependent variable is the presumed effect. In experiments, the independent variable is the variable that is controlled and manipulated by the experimenter, whereas the dependent variable is not manipulated. Instead, the dependent variable is observed or measured for variation as a presumed result of the variation in the independent variable.
According to the GCSE citation in experiments, variables are used to help determine the cause and the effect. An independent variable can be thought of as the cause of change. A dependent variable is what is affected by the independent variable. There can only be one independent variable and one dependent variable in an experiment. Everything else that can impact the experiment must be kept constant or controlled. These are known as controls. The independent variable is controlled by you. In other words, you can manipulate the independent variable during an experiment to discover what effect it has on the other variables. This is the cause.
From practicalphysics.org, that's the Institute of Physics. The independent variable is the variable that is deliberately changed by the experimenter. The dependent variable, an outcome variable that is measured each time the independent variable is changed.
From the University of Southern California, the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The independent variable is systematically manipulated by the investigator. It is the presumed cause.
From Indiana University, independent variables are felt to cause some change in the dependent variables. They are manipulated by the researcher. Dependent variables are felt to be affected by independent variables. They are measured by the experimenter and are normally responses of the subjects.
By Sciencing.com, the independent variable is the variable that the scientist changes during the experiment. Think of the experiment as a cause and effect exercise. The independent variable is the cause factor.
This is an egg. This is a parts per million counter. Inspired by Jaron's most recent video. If you haven't checked it out, go to his channel, and it's called something like How and Why I Drink Distilled Water. He used one of these and he measured the amount of particulates per million in his tap water. I decided that I could apply what he used, this little bit of technology, not science, this is technology. I could apply this technology and I could perform a practical scientific experiment where I could measure the density of a medium, in this case water, and I can make this egg move all by itself with just a little bit of salt. I can observe my phenomena to be that some objects appear to float, some objects appear to sink, some objects will suspend in different mediums. My hypothesis is if I change the medium's density, the egg will move. Newton said if an object moves, a force is present. My null hypothesis is that if I change the density of the medium, the egg will not move. I will activate one of the hypotheses. My independent variable, my presumed cause that I must manipulate in an experiment, is the density of the medium. My dependent variable is the movement of the egg. I will also try and keep everything else constant. The volumes of water, not will change, just the density of the medium. What I'm now going to try and prove is that if I change the density of the medium, I will cause the effect by adding salt. So if I can change it, because I'm the experimenter and I'm manipulating my presumed cause, my independent variable is the medium, that egg moves, I've caused it. We know the parts per million is about 300. All we need to do is pour some of this in. Hey, what do you know? The eggs immediately moved. Didn't have to wait for that, did we? So, what's the explanation? Scientific method states that the independent variable is the presumed cause, and I presumed that changing the density of the liquid with salt would cause a displacement. Newton's first law of motion states that every object will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force, and I've obviously created a force. The density of the medium has displaced the egg. The egg moved. That's an accelerating mass. So therefore, Newton states that there is a force. I caused it with this. So in scientific method, the cause of the displacement is this. I've caused it. I've manipulated it, I added the salt, it caused something.
Well, today I'm going to be testing this out by actually floating a small styrofoam boat in liquid CO2 and then heating it to its supercritical point. It is floating. Okay, now I'm heating it up, see if we can get to supercritical pressure here. The styrofoam is dipping deeper down in it now. The line's disappearing. Whoa, and it's kind of rising up above the surface of the styrofoam. Oh, the styrofoam sunk. It sunk down in the liquid. But now I can no longer see a meniscus on top. You can't really tell where the gas and the liquid separate from each other.
Great, what did we just observe? We observed relative density disequilibrium full on display. What happened when he had increased the temperature of the medium? It became critical, and therefore the density had changed enough for the styrofoam to sink. So the displacement had been the driving force for the movement. The unbalanced force had been attributed by the object through the medium. This proves without a doubt mass does not attract mass. Therefore, the mass does not give rise to a force, but it's an unbalanced force due to the object ratio of its density to the medium. That proves without a doubt relative density disequilibrium is the real deal, and gravity is just a farce. Till next time, God bless.
right?
Oh,
But
so
what
you
we do
haven't
have,
got it.
what we
Oh,
do
thank
have
you.
is what we do have
Three
is a set of
subspecies and bending the
equations.
of reifications.
Hold on. What we have is a set of equations, right?
Yeah.
That demonstrate how matter and energy
Just say you've got no evidence. One more time.
determine the curvature of space-time,
What?
in which
Okay.
influences the motion of objects.
Do you understand what non-concretism, otherwise known as a reification fallacy? Do you know what that is?
This is a theory. Okay, it's a theory
It's
describing
not
the
a
fundamental
scientific.
nature of
Hold
gravity.
on, my friend. It's not a scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, it would have gone through the scientific method, where first of all you would have had an experiment, and then you can build your theory on things that you've demonstrated physically to be true. You don't have one. Do you know what non-concretism is?
Okay, I'll go back to what I said earlier. You wanted a hypothesis. I gave you a hypothesis. The hypothesis is the orbit of Mercury. I'll read it out for you. The hypothesis for the orbit of Mercury. So, this is the hypothesis. The observed irregularities in the orbit of Mercury, specifically its perihelion precession, are not adequately explained by Newtonian gravity alone. There may be an undiscovered factor or modification to our understanding of gravity that can account for that unexplained behavior. And here comes in general relativity, or the theory of gravity. So there is your hypothesis. There you go. Go play with it.
Shame
What's
this
the
isn't
cause?
being live streamed.
That's a shame. What's the independent variable? You've only given me one half of the hypothesis.
Oh my god.
What's
Sure thing.
the
I'll give you
variable?
the independent and the dependent variables. No worries.
Thank you. That would be the fucking hypothesis, wouldn't it?
Oh my
Dependent,
god! You can
independent
literally
variable,
infer.
clearly
They are.
situated.
You can literally infer from the hypothesis I read out.
I can perform the hypothesis, so I can vary and manipulate the orbit of Mercury, can I?
Oh my god! I said infer. Are you listening? Okay, so the independent variable of the hypothesis for the orbit of Mercury, the independent variable is the gravitational forces acting on Mercury, including both the classical Newtonian gravity and any potential additional gravitational effects that are being hypothesized. That is the independent variable. Now, the dependent variable is the
I know, I knew what the
observed
depend-
orbit of
I know.
Mercury. That's the
I know.
dependent variable. The dependent variable is the observed orbit of Mercury.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you very much for finally getting there. So, do you remember that I asked you for a hypothesis that I could test?
Oh my god.
But that
Are
was
you
my first
serious?
question. But that was my
Vary
first
and
question.
manipulate.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, I just gave it to you.
No. You gave me the hypothesis. I asked you for a hypothesis. Thank you for giving the hypothesis that I could test. That would be the experiment bit where the research varies. And why are you jumping through me? I don't get it. The test bit's the experiment where, yeah, but the test bit, the experiment, is where you vary and manipulate your prediction of cause in an experiment. Am I varying and manipulating gravity? Can I do that in an experiment?
No. So yeah, you can. I demonstrated. I said the hypothesis for the orbit of Mercury demonstrates that the traditional Newtonian gravity does not adequately explain the perihelion precession that occurs within the orbit of Mercury. So your task or your test is to come up with a modified understanding of gravity that can account for this unexplained behavior. That's your test. That's your task.
Test.
What do you
We
want?
haven't done a test. No one's done an experiment. Do you know what an
Yeah,
experiment
we did.
is?
We literally did. We
Did
can now
you
explain it.
vary and manipulate gravity to see if it causes a phenomena? Did you?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my
my brain.
God.
My brain. I'm losing brain
Oh my
cells.
god. Oh my God, we're only on to step 3 of the scientific method. Dude, do you understand what the scientific method is? I'm starting to know that you don't.
This guy
There's 3
wants us to
steps.
play
I'll
around with
explain
gravity
it
as
to
if
you.
it's like
I'll
some like
explain
thing
it
you can
to
touch
you.
with your hand.
I'll explain
This guy's
it to you so
maniac.
you understand. I'll explain
So
it to you so you
you want an
understand.
experiment where you can touch gravity and feel it and play with it like Play-Doh. You're
Yeah.
mentally ill. You're mentally
No, I'm
ill.
not mentally. You're the one who's claiming science when you haven't got any. You're claiming science and you don't have any. There's 3
just
steps
gave
in this
you the
method.
fucking
Listen,
hypothesis.
dude, listen. There's 3 steps in the scientific method. 4th, but we'll get to that one in a minute.
Dude, this guy's
Listen,
so dishonest.
not dishonest. I've asked you for a hypothesis I
I
can
just
test.
did.
Listen. Stop getting excited. Step 1, observe phenomena. We got that. Thank you. Step 2, presupposition, prediction of cause. Brilliant. We got that one. Step 3,
Dependent
vary and
variable.
manipulate.
I said the dependent variable is the observed orbit of Mercury.
Yes,
The
I said.
dependent. The dependent.
I haven't got a cognitive function. I haven't got an issue with my cognitive function or my ability to hear you. I'm agreeing with you. You've given me step 1 and step 2 after 20 minutes. We're on to step 3. Do you know what step 3 is?
You said you want to test it. I just told you can test this.
Can I vary and manipulate the prediction of cause to see if it causes the phenomena? Can I?
Yes. That's why we have the set of
Awesome.
equations.
No, that's not a set of equations.
Oh my God.
Science. Do you know what natural science is? Do you even know what
Are
you're
you
talking
serious
about?
right now?
Yes,
Are you serious?
absolutely, 100%. 100% serious.
Okay, so we have the
100%
okay,
serious
hold on.
in demonstrating
have
that one. Gonna get shouty. Go on then.
no, hold on. We have the traditional Newtonian gravity, right?
No,
That we do, and that it doesn't adequately explain the perihelion precession occurring within the orbit of Mercury, and that's why Einstein has to come in and deliver a set of equations that perfectly express what is going on in that orbit, and that we use a set of equations on different controlled scientific experiments, and we've come to the conclusion that these set of equations are consistent, reliable, and transferable. So what more do you want?
An
What more
experiment
do
I
you
could
want,
test.
man?
An
Those set of
experiment I
equations, describe the
Dude,
fundamental nature of gravity. What
brilliant.
more do you want? They work. They consistently work.
Quick question: is maths natural science?
Okay, you know what? I'm out. I'm out.
Fine.
I've lost enough brain
Fine.
cells. I'm out.
Didn't have
Yeah,
many to
that's
start
fine.
with.
Yeah. See you later.
So fucking dumb.
Well, you don't know what the scientific method is. You kept giving me equations with natural science to it. Maths and science are different things. You failed to give me any science whatsoever that I can test.
You're too dumb to understand what I'm saying. That's why.
You managed after a lot
get
of
it.
prompting and prodding to give a hypothesis.
I get
and
it. You're
as
too
soon as
stupid.
I
I'm
asked
out.
you,
I'm out. You're too stupid. I'm out.
stupid, mate. You've just got an issue.
I'm too stupid. You're too stupid. I'm out.
You just don't want your space taken away. That's all.
You broke his brain.
That was fun. Where was the young lady who didn't want her space taken away? Where's she gone?
He bailed ages ago.
That's a shame. It's just upsetting that I'm going to start calling them children now because they always act like children and sound like children. How they're so entrenched in this. Yeah. Because they're so entrenched in this, they don't see how the wall has been pulled over their eyes. It's harder to tell them that they've been lied to, right? Kind of impossible.
Touché.
We all understand that maths isn't natural science. He's step 3, the experiment was equations. That's a huge problem because that's not natural science.
How are you doing, flat earthers?
Yeah, we're fine, man.
Oh,
How about
excellent.
yourself?
Nice. It's nice.
Got my personal proof today.
Oh, what did you do, man?
Got the video inside chat.
Let's have a look.
Let's see it. Is it called today's footage? Is that it?
Yep, that's the one.
Let's see.
That's just like one of 8 videos. I went to like 3 different beaches.
It's a good camera, though.
Yeah, I'm so pleased with
What
it.
is it?
The P1000.
I don't fucking know cameras, bro.
Nikon Coolpix P1000.
It's a Nikon? Oh, okay. So to what point do I see the proof? I'm like 1 minute in.
See what?
Is it when you zoom at the end?
How far are you looking, dude?
Well, that's 26 kilometers to the island.
Wow, man. That's really cool.
There was an airport
really,
over on
really
that
cool.
island. You can see the tower.
Yeah, that's really good, man.
I'm going to find a nice clear day and sit up there and see if I can get some planes landing or taking off.
Just have to nip off there for 5 minutes. Where's the laughing guy gone? Is he gone now, the gravity guy?
Yeah, he's losing brain cells talking to us.
Bloody hell, that was... You sound like a possessed clown.
Yeah, definitely was.
Oh my god.
Touché. That was some solid proof right there.
Yeah, about that. I was standing on the wharf, so I wasn't sure how high it was.
I liked when you zoomed into the ship, the red ship. That was like valid proof.
There was 2 of them.
Yeah.
The Earth is a cube.
Stunning.
Oh, here we go again.
Why would you say that?
Sorry, brother. I had your volume down probably.
No worries, man.
Seems we have to turn you
Jesus
up too.
was black. That's right. We was gangs.
Okay, all right, I hear you. I thought I had you turned down, but I didn't. I saw your mic light up. That's why I was like,
No. Just my mic. We was gangs, man. We was. We was gangs, brother. Was we not Kangs? You're telling me that we was not? That's racist. Hitler was black.
I'm the Batman.
You're the kid. So just curious, what?
So, what if the Earth is in isosceles heat? Wrong. No.
Mic check, mic check.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Notice a lot of these globers are going back up in the air quite a lot recently. Over the twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Seems to be happening quite a lot again.
Yeah, maybe. I just switched my microphone because the other one seemed stuck on open for some fucking reason, even when it was off. And this one's doing the same thing now. Isn't this fucking great?
Huh.
Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that works better. No, it's still taking a while to trail off. What the fuck, man? There's a lot of people in here and nobody's talking. That is fucking amazing for politics. Holy shit.
We're all
Is this like a
musing.
Yeah, is this like a meditation room or something? We're just kind of supposed to chill and just you know, like
I think sometimes, I mean, well, Jedi will probably. I mean, I know Jedi's in for extreme hours, and I come on now and again, and I get into conversations for half an hour or an hour with other people, and then the Globers leave, and sometimes then you just want to sit, and it takes a while for it to sink in what has just happened and what you've just been through, trying to explain logical, common sense things that we can prove and observe in reality, and the replies that you get back. So yeah, sometimes you have to meditate, mate, and bring yourself back down to ground level.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, I prefer to be at the ground level. It's feels a little safer here. I'm not up in the chemtrails. You know, it's fuck, I'm not getting hit by a harp. That's a plus. You know, it's a lot of energy being smashed into our atmosphere.
I
I'm
think the
sure it's
more
all
you
positive though. There's no negative effects to that.
the more you do this though, the more you talk to these globe believers, it's you know, you're going over the same thing quite a lot and trying to explain reality to them. I forgot what I was trying to say then. Trying to make a point.
I know. I mean, you know, it's hard to prove to them, but like, just using facts and logic that the world is an icosahedron. I mean, you know, how can they get it wrong? Like,
I got cut off, then I had my phone ring.
no, my favorite is that you know, when there's claims about what the center of the Earth is made out of, right? It's like, no, bro, you can't possibly know that. There's no fucking test for that. And yeah, I mean, it could be made out of fucking chocolatey nougat. You barely even scratched the surface of the planet. You claim to know what's in the middle?
My favourite bit is where you ask them to validate their claims. What they usually do is they just make the claim again, and then make the claim again, and then make the claim again without any verification of the claim. That's my favourite bit. And this is what happened with the last gentleman. He was just making an assertion with regards to gravity, making the claim over and over again. It's interesting. And when we asked for verification of the claim, he kind of said, well, there's obviously verification of the claim. I can't give you verification of the claim. And then started laughing that we wanted verification of the claim. Tried to give us mathematical equations when we're doing natural science and didn't understand why the mathematical equations weren't natural science and then blamed us for it. Always happens.
Yeah.
They just end up blaming.
You know what? Math is an awesome thing. It's I have coined it the liar's language. What I do, just to clarify, okay, my field of work is math intensive. Okay, systems engineer, right? So you know, I'm dealing with math all the fucking time. Okay, and I can tell you this, I can show you a proof of math about whatever the fuck I want. And I can prove it to you mathematically that it's correct. But it ain't correct because reality doesn't agree with that. Okay? What happens in reality doesn't necessarily agree with the mathematical proof of a thing, right? You know, or at least according to our current science. So they're constantly twisting things around and, you know, claiming that it's further discovery, but it's really just trying to prove something that they fucking wrote about before, that they had a theoretical concept about, to, you know, prove it mathematically that that's what it is, right? They have no fucking clue, you know. I don't know, man. It's God's creation. That's what it is. Okay, like you're not going to understand it.
I've often thought that, mate. I've often thought about it because, you know, maths can be so. It's an amazing thing, mathematics, but then, like you say, it can be so detrimental and, you know, have a flip side to it, which is what the heliocentric model has done.
Yeah. Also, did you see that the old lady that was, you know, early 1900s, that the model that they were American classroom, that actually wasn't model and really push it. That's why it was in Disney cartoons and whatnot. It's, you know, just
Yeah,
all
I've seen that.
subliminal shit. Yeah, it's fucked, dude.
I was trying to get some. I did actually phone Manchester Central Library and a few other places to see if they had any papers from that time. You know, which for the school curriculum, but I did start having a look, but I got waylaid. But I was trying to find something where we could say this is the test paper, or this is the. Am I echoing? Sorry.
You know what? That's actually a good idea. I'm, you know what? I'm ashamed of myself for not looking up, going on the several old. Could be their memory isn't fallible, right? It could be that
You can't.
somebody, yeah, it could be somebody
might-
swayed the conversation beforehand. So yeah, looking up to see if there's actual curriculum, that would actually be a good fucking place to start.
Sorry, guys. Am I echoing? Am I all right?
No, if you're echoing, it might actually, you might be getting picked up from this microphone here. I'm sorry. I turn it off between talking though, or try to.
All right. Yeah, so you can't really find anything online with the papers, but I thought a good place would be like a central, a big library, you know, or universities, places like that. I did make a few calls, but I didn't get anywhere with it. But I suppose I've not pushed too far. I might get back into it and try and find some. Would be good, that. It's probably been all removed offline.
Well, one thing that's interesting is that the last part that you said there, with regards to having the information online, I think that this has been like kind of a military fucking dream, because it allows them to rapidly modify massive amounts of information to propagandize the populace into believing something is true when it's not, and then blaming the people that are telling the truth as, you know, liars and conspiracy theorists, basically coining negative terms or making a positive term into a negative term to ostracize those people from the populace, right? You know, and it's like, well, why would you have to ostracize them if they're wrong? Because if they're wrong, that's kind of self-evident, and, you know, let them speak. You've got nothing to be afraid of. But if they're right, you want to. Nobody ever wants to silence somebody who's wrong. They want to silence you if you're right. You know?
Yeah,
and that's
and
the scary ones.
You know, we know they do it anyway. But you imagine with this AI technology and how advanced it is, probably that we don't even know about. They'll just run a program, say on flat Earth and what the discussions are going on, and what the flat Earth, the guys at where the argument's at the moment, and because I've actually done this, and I can't give you the topic. I know I searched for something once regarding the flat Earth, within the flat Earth debate argument. I can't remember the topic. It could have been celestial navigation. It could have been something else. And I searched it a while back, and it was a good point that I found against the globe. And then, I don't know, 6 months later, it came up again, and I thought I'll try and find that document I had, and I could not find this, or it was reworded. I'm 99. I don't like saying 99.999%, but I'm pretty sure it was reworded, and so they'd cottoned on to this. Was like, this could be used against the heliocentric or in a flat Earth argument, and it was reworded, and I could never find this again. I can't exactly remember what it was, but I think that is happening all the time. That's what happens with this online and the internet, you know.
Yep. Now, I will say this: a long time ago, I was under the belief of what was starting to come out as propagandizing, like propaganda information regarding content and the internet. That what goes online, it's online forever. Well, that's not true. Sort of. It's true to the extent that you have the archivists. They're actually copying and keeping copies of this shit, like, forever, okay, to profile you, okay? So like when you open up your Gmail and you start typing a message, Look at the JavaScript that's going on. Look at your internet connection. That information is being sent and stored on Google servers. So even if you delete that message and don't ever send it, that's part of your profile with Google. They have that information. And when you go to download your quote unquote personal data, that's not really considered personal data. It's considered garbage, right? Much the same way that when you throw garbage out in the like when you throw something out, it's public property, right? So anybody can come and grab it, and that's totally okay, right? So it's yeah, it's online forever for them to keep, but not for you. Okay, so you don't get to see the stuff that's been on forever. You get to see whatever information has been currently modified. You know, like the massive amounts of fucking edits to Wikipedia, for example.
Doesn't matter.
And I'm turning you up here. Your volume is really low. You're living up to your name, Whisper Jack. There we go. I turned it up. Go ahead. Whisper Jack, your microphone is highlighted, but I don't hear anything from you, and your volume is maxed. Okay then. All right. Let's continue our conversation. One deck, go ahead, man.
Yeah, hi mate. Yeah, no, I just echoing a bit. Sorry, it's just a little bit. I'm getting feedback for some reason.
Turn my mic off now. Hold on.
I think it's good within this arena, and it's good to hear all the nitty gritty about gas pressure and everything. But I'm just tending to get back down to the old R value all the time. Really, if I can, bring them back down to Earth curve measurement, because they can't give you the Earth curve measurement how it was done, and everything else comes from that. You need that globe to start with. That's where everything else extends out from there within their paradigm.
Well, have you ever heard of the Haversine formula?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's another proof, right? It doesn't work because that's not the shape.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
The chemtrails are fucking crazy out here today. There's like fucking 12 of them this morning.
They're protecting you, bro. They're keeping they're stopping them UV rays coming through, mate.
Well, it's cloudy and there's chemtrails, so that means it's gonna rain. It's usually how it works. It's not cold enough to snow, otherwise it would snow.
Definitely fucking about with this weather. I mean, I'm over in the UK. It's October. It's fucking. I'm just sat in my work van at the moment, having a break, and it's fucking 19 degrees, mate. 19 degrees in
Celsius,
fucking October.
or is that Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius, yeah. I think it's the warmest it's ever been on record for the time of year.
About 54 degrees.
But that's global warming, isn't it? Say that again, bro.
Global warming, man.
Yeah.
Global cooling. we're all gonna fucking die, and Al Gore didn't purchase lakefront property.
Pay our taxes, it'll come down.
Oceanfront property on the side he thought was going to be covered underwater.
Be a few more Globers in soon, I think. They come in ebbs and flows.
Well, I've got some globe proof. I'll put it in chat.
You guys,
Nice
you
one,
know,
mate.
Al Gore invented the internet.
What?
Al Gore invented the internet.
No. Why does that sound familiar, though? There was a claim that about that at some point or something?
Yeah. During his campaign, he made that claim.
I thought so. Yeah. No, the internet was a DoD project, and hackers got in and started fucking running lines from the university, breaking in and whatnot, and making it available for everybody. And thus, that part of the internet was born. Then later on, there was a guy who created something called Trumpet Windsock, which was the TCP/IP protocol, firsthand, available over dial-up, and that allowed for people to communicate. And we're still like at the level that we are now, and we're still using his code to this day in Windows and Linux. And that
Whose
guy
code?
did not. That guy did not get He didn't get paid. Now he did, but he didn't at the time because even the fucking internet providers were pirating his fucking software.
Wait, who was the coder?
Was that Vint Cerf?
Something like that. Yeah, look up Trumpet Windsock. Right. That you know what? That guy's like. You have him to thank. Okay, for TCP/IP. Okay, and he got the shaft, bro. He got it hard. This just shows you that just because you're smart and you can fucking make shit doesn't mean you're gonna fucking be rich. Okay, the only way you're gonna get rich in this world is if you're a corrupt, stinking fucking asshole. Okay.
Whoa.
That's how it fucking works, man.
What about Mr. Beast?
Or you inherit it. He's a corrupt, stinking asshole. So it's just how it is, man. You know what? I like his videos.
What about inherited
okay,
wealth?
but yeah, but you gotta look at where the money's coming from. Okay, you gotta follow the money.
Yeah. I follow the money. And that's why I get it, boy. You know what I mean?
So are you saying you're a corrupt, stinking asshole?
Nah, I just follow the money.
Upstream or downstream?
Downstream. I
Down
just
the
collect
toilet.
it. I got my little IKEA bag. I just collect it downstream.
Well, I only have one question for you then. Which ATM is the one you hit the most?
Dude, I'm gonna start a GoFundMe for Israel and then just send them $1 and keep the rest.
1 penny. It's more useful when they fight over it. We get copper wire.
Yeah, they'll pull it apart and turn it into copper wire.
A little bit slow, but I'm glad you got it. It is pretty funny. It's I don't care about that whole fucking side of things, man. Like seriously, Israel, fucking Palestine, fucking whatever. I don't give a shit. Okay, you know what I care
Yeah.
about? I care about the people of my fucking country. Okay, why aren't we fucking
Based.
helping them? Why are we constantly fucking sending money over these fucking assholes who can't get along? Okay, let them fight it out.
Based.
That's how it fucking goes, man. You fight it out. Somebody wins, somebody loses. They stop fighting or they get tired. One of the two. You know?
Based.
Fuck.
I like this guy.
Hey, I think elections should be done like that as well, man. Put them in a fucking
Yeah,
ring. You want
Coliseum.
a strong? Yeah, you want a strong leader? Well, how the fuck else you think you're gonna get a strong leader? You know?
Maybe it should be like
You don't do it-
weightlifting competitions too.
Oh fuck, Jesus Christ! You know who would win that one hands down right now?
Who?
Robert Kennedy. I
Oh, yeah?
guarantee you that guy could probably outlift all of them. Unless Arnie gets back in the fucking ring. Okay, then you know, okay, all right, we got a power lifter here, so you know, he'll be president. I'll be a governor. God, that was funny when he got elected as governor of California, man. That was like so many jokes.
I love the flip people have when people run for politics, right? Like everyone used to love Arnold, and then all of a sudden he runs for governor, and like, oh, you know, then everybody fucking hates him. Same thing for Trump, dude.
I don't think they're the same at all.
I don't know. For me, it was the opposite with Trump. I never liked the fucking guy, man. I think he's a pompous prick. Actually, you know what? I still think he's a pompous prick. But, you know, be it that, you know, I think he did a pretty fucking good job, all considering that he was constantly under attack and constantly distracted by bullshit. With everything, like everything, the left threw the fucking kitchen sink at the guy, man. Fuck, you know, and they're still going. They still going.
Right.
They can't give it up, man.
I saw a meme. I saw a meme that was like Trump indicted for not returning a cart at Walmart in 1988 or something like that. That was so fucking stupid. Oh my
Funny,
god.
man. You know it's what's really fucked though. I mean, okay, gotta look at the history of this guy. All right. All right. So there's some weird stuff going on with his dad and access to Nikola Tesla's boxes, and you know, apparently, you know, a couple probably still has a couple of them, sort of thing. Not a fucking clue how they're involved with that, but okay, whatever. Then you get to Trump, and you know, you have things like New York. For years they were fucking bouncing back and forth, getting more and more and more money from people about, you know, making an ice rink that never fucking flourished, and they just the money, the dollar sign every year that they wanted to build the ice rink kept going up, and they kept getting the new dollar amount but not doing anything about it. So fucking Trump comes in, he's like, you know what, fuck this, I'm gonna fucking build the ice rink, right? So he gets some guys from Canada who built the NHL rink up here, right? And he fucking gets them down there in New York to fucking build the damn ice rink. And he built it for like fucking, what was it, like $1 or $2 million? And then you know, and these guys are still fucking voting left. Like, do they not understand when you keep voting the same assholes in who are fucking your shit up, that you're going to continuously have your shit fucked up? Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? You know, and then they want to move to other states, you know, like red states, and fuck their shit up now. Fuck off, you know. I think you guys should like have a hard border, man. Basically, you know, let the fucking left on, I don't know, fucking let them have California and shit. Fuck them, you know, and then let the right side, you know, and moderates or whatever, and basically anybody with fucking half a brain on the other side, okay? And then fuck it. That's it, okay? And you have your own fucking leaders. I guarantee you there'll probably be like one day there'll be a nuke going from one side to the other, and it'll be from the armed continent to the unarmed continent, because the unarmed continent is, you know, allowing billions of people over that are starting to threaten the border. Just saying. I wonder which side that would be.
Yeah, well, actually, there's starting to be a little flip. Democrats are like being like, "Oh no, we have to secure the border now," because now DeSantis and what is this fucking other idiot at in Texas? I forget his name. It's like they're sending him over in planes over to northern states.
Well, yeah,
They're like,
yeah.
this is an issue.
They sent them to some of them to New York. There was only like 10,000 sent there, and they're like, "Oh my God, we can't handle it. There's too many. There's too many. You don't want to live here. It's expensive. Go away. Go away. Go somewhere else. You know, from a sanctuary state." Isn't that fucking
Right.
hilarious? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, bro, you wanted them, take them. What's your
Right.
problem?
It's amazing that sanctuary states don't fucking want them. What a fucking joke, dude. Oh my god.
It is. It is. It is pretty funny, man. It's like, and these cunts are still gonna vote those guys in. It's like,
Yeah.
like what sort of
People vote with their feelings, bro.
I can't even do the mental gymnastics to fathom the level of mental gymnastics required to do that. Like, it's just like, bro, you are like, fuck.
You know, there was a zeitgeist shift that people started voting for another person besides themselves. That's what happens. You get an artificial, like, what's good kind of criteria when you start voting for someone else's well-being as opposed to yours. Because then you shift the average or what should be done over to people who don't really necessarily deserve it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's yeah, the virtue signaling is absolutely. You know what? Here's the thing, okay? Like, this has got to be the devil's work, okay? Because, like, straight up, okay? Take something as innocuous as charity, okay, to help those that are in need, okay, and to expand it to the level that they have shit going, where, you know, you have to constantly virtue signal and tiptoe around everything. Is like, that's just like you got to the point where there's like, it's not even good for the people that you claim to be fucking helping. Okay, it's not good for anybody. And then they continue. Actually, on
Yeah.
that topic though, did you know that John Hopkins recently? Okay, first off, John Hopkins was the one of the first facilities to offer quote unquote gender affirming care. Okay, but as of 2022, so fairly recently, they decided that they're no longer going to do that. That instead they're going to start treating the mental disorder because they've seen that they've had much more success in dealing with their mental disorder than surgery.
Yeah, man, the
And that's
underlying
by-
thing
that's-
that's causing them to do that. Who would have thought?
That's right, exactly. And that's from their fucking words. It's on their site. So, you know, yeah. So there is a bit of a turn, but I think this is a lot of bread and circuses type shit. I don't think that there's really any genuine in it for the people type stuff going on here.
Yeah, there's that constant, you know, a doctor wants everybody sick kind of deal going on in that situation.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
same, and people always say, "Oh, that's a conspiracy." Blah blah. It's like, dude, have you been around since like 2011 when they were prescribing Ritalin to people? You know, to fucking like 6-year-olds.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
my kid is bouncing off the wall. Yeah, he's 6 years old. He's a 6-year-old boy, bro.
Right,
That's what they fucking
right.
do, you dweeb.
Yeah, it's like, my kid is hyperactive. Let's put him on speed.
Yeah. That's what happened to my buddy, dude. Like, he was just a regular fucking kid who wanted to play and run around and you know, and be a little crazy. Yeah, kids are crazy. And then, you know, his mom fucking put him on Ritalin. He blimped up because it makes you gain a shit ton of weight. and it makes you lazy, not wanting to do anything.
Well, in my era, they were also blaming it on sugar. And
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm like, well, you know what? There's sugar in bread. You gonna stop me from having that? How about steak? Steak has sugar. There's blood glucose. That's sugar. What you gonna? There's sugar in fucking potatoes and beets and carrots. You gonna stop me from having those two? Broccoli, cauliflower.
Yeah.
What? I'm gonna eat nothing? Yeah, okay. You can't stop me from having sugar. And actually, that was in more ways than one because they would start locking the fucking cupboards like deadbolt on it, and I would fucking
Damn.
unscrew the screw underneath underneath the latch and get at the bag of sugar and just sit there and eat the whole fucking bag. Fuck you guys. And
Yeah.
I'd screw it back on and they wonder where all the sugar went. It's like, I don't know, must have misplaced it.
So my dad always told me, whenever somebody tells you, something's bad or, it's like the worst thing for you, just pay attention. Are they offering a more expensive alternative that you have to buy? And if so, they're probably bullshitting you. Like, it's such an easy way. It's like exactly, yeah, like with the sugar, It's like, oh, yes, get this
true.
more expensive fake sugar.
If I
It's
may
healthy.
add to your dad, if I may add to the words of your wise dad,
Thanks.
that also if they're bribing you to do the thing that they want you to do,
Oh, yeah.
probably
Get
not
the
a good idea,
vaccine,
too.
free cookies, you see? Okay, I'll hold off on that. Maybe in 20 years when I see what people turn into.
You mean there's a burger element to this too?
Huh?
Remember that what was it, New York? Fucking guy had fries in front of him. He's like, "Yeah, get your vaccine now, and
Yeah.
you'll
Don't
get
you
these
want
fries."
this?
And,
How good is this?
there's a burger element to this too, and there's so much wrong with that. First off, it's a bribe. Second, it's food that they're claiming. It's food that has the result of contributing to obesity. Okay, which is one of the things that they're claiming is a comorbidity of COVID, and it's like, what? And it wasn't just that. You got the Krispy Kreme donuts. You got the. It's like then you go
Oh, fuck me, dude. I might get the vaccine for some donuts, dog.
So guys, Jedi visas.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just bringing it up because I was sort of got into this subject the other week, but I think it's like you got to be a bit careful with what we're saying.
Oh,
with the words of what we're talking about. I think it's picked up on.
Oh yeah, no,
Jedi
we're just reliving
Yeah, no,
some,
no,
of some of the events.
I'm not having a go.
Like
I'm not having a go.
in California, do you remember that they were offering $100 for each shot that you took? So you actually had fucking people going in there getting multiple shots because they're getting $100 for each one. So they were posing as somebody else just so they can get the money.
oh my God. They were getting quadruple vax and shit. Get
Oh my God.
$400.
Yeah, well, there was a few that died. Okay, and they were, but
Yeesh.
they yeah. I think the most that one person got was like 20 shots. That was like $2,000. That's like nothing. First off, especially in California, $2,000 is what? Coffee at your local Starbucks. I mean, fuck.
Well, we had
an asshole. It's definitely Thursday.
All right, my internal rock clock is completely fucked up.
Yeah, it's all jacked.
Thank you for helping me recalibrate.
Yeah, it's Thursday for sure. All right, my internal
But yeah, that whole
clock.
falling sky thing from that tribe in the U.S. I mean, if that's true, man, that's pretty fucking cool, and I would say that's pretty hard evidence.
Well, there was one time where the sky did fall on my head, and it didn't really hurt very much. It was like puff. That's what it did. It was like puff.
Yeah, it was like a really light and bluish material. It was weird.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
It's
what
like,
at least what they were showing, So
well, yeah. I mean, that's what I saw happen. Was it was just like there was some puffs, and then there wasn't puffs after that. So yeah, it was just like puffy.
Well, the strangest thing that I've ever seen, when I was a kid, we're driving by this field. It was like a marsh in a field, or
You died.
it looked like clouds were
I
resting.
already know how this story is gonna end. You died.
Yeah, I died. Yeah. No, it looked like clouds were resting. It was pretty weird. Like full on cumulus
Were
fucking
they
white fluffy clouds on the ground.
were they like kind of puffy?
Yeah, the fluffy clouds, like they looked
Yeah.
like the fluffy cloud in the sky, but on the ground it was just like, okay, I want to stop and go and check this out, man. It's
Yeah,
like,
and then it was like fluff.
well, I didn't get a chance to check it out, unfortunately. The person driving me wouldn't stop. So that could have been for the better. It could have been a poisonous gas from the fucking swamp. Who knows, man? But I don't know.
I mean, it definitely fluffed though.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
definitely fluffy.
Yeah, it fluffed.
White.
It was like fluff. Like for like a split second.
Oh no, it was fluffy like permanently. Like it was there for a while, like a long time. The whole time we were driving by it, it didn't go away.
Yeah, like it was like fluff.
I looked something up. There's something called a cloud rest, and that's an interesting rabbit hole to go down.
Does it use the word fluff?
Probably not. That's a
Well,
Phoenix
then it's
exclusive
wrong.
word, okay?
It's wrong then because we all know that it goes fluff. It's gonna fluff.
I think fluffers are probably for something else, dude. It's
Wait. No, they're not. They just be like fluff.
Okay, hey, we're
That's
gonna
all they
clean
do.
up.
It's like for
Listen,
one
listen.
split second, it's just like fluff.
Okay, enough of this shit. You think this is a room for it? Really? Really?
Could be like fluff.
God, he didn't know he was muted. This is glorious. Phoenix, dude, what's going on, man?
not too much. How about yourself?
Okay.
Fucking hell, man. Yeah, I was being serious about the cloud rest, though. That's an interesting phenomenon. It's I don't know what it means or how it forms, but it's pretty cool. The thing is, I've only ever seen that once in my life. That's pretty fucked up. Put it this way, I've seen the end of a fucking rainbow more times in my life than I've seen that.
You ever seen a rainbow like almost complete the whole circle?
Yeah. Well, the whole circle? No, the half circle. I've only seen it like from one part of land all the way over the bridge and onto another part of land. I see that.
Yeah.
But I don't see, like, if that's what you mean, yes. And it's weird though, because one side will fade faster than the other side will, and it gets bright, and it's pretty cool to watch, but doesn't last very long.
Whoa, I almost just said the N word. Whoa, just did it again.
Are we all reading side chat right now?
Going on the side chat.
Probably not. I mean, I am obviously.
It looks like a lot of big wall of text going on
There's
here.
definitely
A lot of,
some gay beef going on.
yeah, there's some drama there. It's. I was just wondering why everybody's quiet. It's like, okay, well, maybe.
I was quiet because I kept nearly saying the N word.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, you don't have to say the N word, dude.
No, I don't want to. I just
expose.
nearly said it a few times.
Yeah, don't expose
I feel like
yourself.
that happens to most people, right?
No, when you say that word, when you say that word, what you really said was, "I believe that people can be property." It's the only thing
I
you're
didn't
saying.
say it though. I just
Yeah,
almost.
but even though you almost said it, you almost just told everybody in the world that you have a belief system that people aren't people, that people can be property.
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah, that's what that word means.
What if I just said it as like an accident, like I almost did?
Yeah, then you accidentally expose yourself that you think humans are not human. That
What about people
humans.
with Tourette's?
Yeah, I got Tourette's too.
And do they? So when they have a Tourette's moment,
What about
is
when
that
black
them?
people
You know what
say
I
it?
do? I do push to talk, and then if I feel it coming on, I just shut my mic off.
Well, that's
Because
what
no
I
one
did.
really knows. No one even knows that I have Tourette's. Because
It
what I
seems really
do,
convenient.
I feel I'm old enough that I've lived with it for long enough that I know when I'm going to other, and I just take off the mic. Sometimes people say, "Oh, Crit went quiet." And yeah, I'll come back with some excuse.
But so,
There's
do you
no-
ever say the N word by accident then?
No, I say a couple other words. Kind of I'll yell no, just randomly. I'll do no, and sometimes I'll go I'll stutter the word dog. I'll go dog like that. And I got a few things too. Like sometimes when people hear me, like I will place it, and when you hear me talking on mic, I'll be doing this. I'll tap my hands on the table with like a drumming motion with my like a snare drum motion.
Mm-hmm.
And people think it's actually me adding to the conversation, like an audio component, but it's just yeah.
Okay. Well, but I don't think you're
make sure
racist
you're
for
on
doing
push
that.
to talk. Okay, make sure you're on push to talk, and
But I
only
don't have
talk.
Tourette's. I just almost said it anyway.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
dude,
sorry.
this got no excuse, man. There's no reason for you to say that word ever.
What if I'm reading it from a book?
Then you have to say like you're quoting, but then skip it over and just say N-word.
But like, is that like a life rule or like an in here
Okay,
rule?
man, dude, you're too brick for this conversation. You really don't get this.
Thank you.
Dude, he's just pulling your chain, bro. Just stop engaging with the guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like at some point the dude's too dumb.
No. He's purposely doing it. Obviously, just like stop responding, and he'll shut up.
Yeah.
I would say my epistemology, if somebody has that many questions and no answer you give them helps them get back to some sort of understanding, they just put on mute and you listen until you can get it. Then once you get it, then you'll be able to add some comment that will be a qualifying comment. And I'll add you back to the chat.
Yeah.
Hey, Phoenix, I think you're...
He did. Hold on, Uni. He did warn you several times, man. It was, I know he didn't go like, okay, I'm gonna warn you, okay, but he did. Like he was going on pretty patient with you, but I got it. I know you may have been joking, but it is what it is, man. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's some feedback coming through your speakers too.
Yeah, I know. I have to keep flipping the. I've got this new professional mic system, and I'm using a lavalier, and this one here I have to keep flipping on and off, which is fucking pain in the ass. It's getting hard on the finger, so I've been getting kind of lazy there, but I'll turn it off again between chats. Crit, Uni in chat on the side chat promises to behave.
Okay. All right, Uni. There you go. I don't really look at side chat that often, so you're lucky someone helped you because it would took me a while to get back to it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Phoenix.
I'm only
as well.
I'm only looking at it because Ty told me about because I was having a conversation with someone else in here that wasn't, I guess, flat Earth conversation. So the one of the moderators in here was messaging over there because they don't talk in chat, and I was like, I don't fucking watch the side chat. I don't know.
Can someone explain the
brought my
drama that's
attention
going
to
on
it.
in there?
Oh
Okay,
my
here,
God,
Uni,
is there
let me
ever?
continue the conversation with you. Okay, so the reason why you don't use words like that, okay, is because they've been applied to certain groups of people that
Can I be
will
honest
have.
though?
Uni,
Like-
listen, dude, listen. One
Okay,
one
sorry.
mouth, two ears. Okay.
Okay, sorry. That's
And we
Dalai
want
Lama
this
said that.
space. Yeah, we want this space to be as inclusive as possible for all people, all identities. And simply put, flat earthers are better globalists than globalists are. Globalists have this inclusive idea that some people are just disqualified from the conversation. Quite the opposite in the flat earth. Everyone is qualified. And we want to make sure that no one is chased away because somebody's using racial or harmful epithets towards their identities.
Yeah, I get that.
So that's the main reason why you don't say it, okay? You don't say it because it could harm someone. It could actually it could trigger them, for lack of a better word. And also the reason why you don't say it is it says more about you as a person and your value system. So there's more, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. You can go even deeper than that. And these go for all racial epithets. A C word, F words, all these slurs are bannable. Not just for this channel, the whole server.
I think that's probably a good thing, I'd say.
Yeah, because you are wanting to make sure, right, that every single person on God's green earth feels open and accepted. Now you challenge the idea that they're
God's
presenting.
green, God's green flat Earth.
Yeah.
right?
Can I
Yeah,
ask you
there you
something about
go.
flat Earth as well? Actually, I'm interested.
Yeah, sure. Ask
So,
me anything. Okay, don't be
so
derpy about it. Okay,
I'm not going to try to be derpy about it. I apologize for my previous behavior, and I
like where's the edge? Is Australia real? Could it be dinosaur shaped? Don't be.
could it be? Has anyone ever
Ask
asked you if
something.
it could be dinosaur shaped?
Yeah, there's like the really goofy memes out there. Like someone will see dinosaur shaped Earth where it's like the part that we live on's the tail or the back or something.
Oh wait, actually, can I ask why? Why would asking where the edge is? Why would that be like a stupid question?
Because it's a globe model that claims multiple edges. That leading edge of the geometric curve, that's their edge. They claim an edge. So asking the flat earther, where's the edge? Yeah, there's no edge, dude. There's no leading edge of a geometric shape. And then the double entendre is they tell you in the heliocentric model, there's no edge of the galaxy. It's just endless space expanding into more space. And it's
you
also
obviously
a closed container.
okay.
It's like, this is the weird. They're
What about
asking you.
planes and stuff? Do you ever like? I'm sure people constantly bring up like flight patterns and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, flight patterns. It's all based on the flat Earth.
According to NASA, their WMAP scans show that the universe is flat, with a 0.6% chance of being incorrect. So if they're claiming that the universe is flat, why can't you believe that the Earth is flat?
Wait, when
Yeah,
did,
the
what do you
concept.
mean they
Are,
claimed that the universe was
well, listen,
flat?
Uni. Okay, they're talking about all matter is on
Yeah.
this ecliptic.
Hold
plane.
on, let me put that link for you, Uni. Okay,
Yeah,
because
go
it is
Okay.
true. They do have that published. Hold on.
They're flat in the third dimension with a slight curve, creating a fourth dimensional universe. The universe is flat with a slight curve. And, when it circles around, it creates a fourth dimensional shape of the universe. That's the real shape of our universe. But we live in 3 dimensions, so we can't see it that way.
And are you a flat earther also?
Sorry? No.
Okay, interesting.
No, see, you don't have to be a flat earther to understand it. Matter of fact, you should understand flat Earth first before you start making arguments against it, telling people you disagree with it. It's like this weird thing where people come in here, they'll tell you, hey, flat Earth is X. And you're like, okay, well, flat Earth is X. How did you adjudicate that? Because you just went into a bunch of questions asking me what flat Earth is. So how did you know and not know flat Earth is X at the same time? That would be, that would be logically contradictory. That would be a P and not P. Knowledge and no knowledge.
I posted the link from NASA, and no, it's not saying that it's because it comes around in a fucking curve. It's literally saying that the shape of the universe is flat with, my bad, it wasn't 0.6%, it was 0.4% chance of error, according to their information.
My other question on that is, if you trust what NASA is saying about the universe, why don't you trust what NASA is saying about the Earth?
No, it's not about trust.
Well, it's not about trust. It's essentially showing you that what they believe, if they believe, and that's in your belief system, this thing, I know you trust that source. I don't trust that source.
Yeah, because a lot of times people will say, "Oh, Phoenix, go ahead." Yeah, I didn't mean to step on you.
So often the best sources to quote from a liar is their own lie, their own information, because they'll leak a little bit of truth here and there, okay, and blend it in with their lies and make the lies believable. Why isn't this something that's more published than the other stuff, right? Why is this so buried? Why do you have to dig for this, right? Why don't you know about this, right? You know about all the other things they're telling you about, how they're mapping, these other planets that are fucking hundreds of billions of light years away, and they know what the composite of the atmosphere is, but you can't see a satellite. And
Well, spectroscopy is a real science. I'll be clear.
Yeah, but not to that distance. Okay?
Not
It's
astro. Yeah, when you put the astro in front of stuff, it is no longer science. I mean, there's a real great quote from William
star.
Shatner. William Shatner, who talked about really this exact thing. It's science. NASA spokesman. He said all these astro things are just sci-fi. It's not actual observation. It's not actual science. It's NASA or scientists coming up with a story that seems to match the not observation, the idea.
You know what, Crit, you're actually perfectly right. So let's not talk about NASA, government. Let's just use our eyes, okay, and our logic. All right, let's have a conversation that simple. All right, let's forget about government. Let's forget about all the videos of Moon. Let's just forget all. Let's just talk about. Can you please give me a model of our Earth, please? Could you put something in the chat of the model of our planet, please? A map, a model, anything of our planet, if it's possible.
Well, we
Thank
don't
you.
know very much about the planet. That's the thing. We only have a certain area that we've explored. There are some older maps, like one that was found in a Buddha temple or whatever that they uncovered, and that shows other land masses outside.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're
I know,
kind
but
of,
but can you please any model? Just
Yeah,
the
see,
most
this is
recent.
the problem. Listen, you're down the logical air right now because you said what you asked and what you requested are two very different things. So inside your framework, you said let's only use our senses and no sources, no citations or anything, and just figure out what you perceive the Earth to be, and then said on the model, not in real life.
The model is just a base. The model is just
Yeah,
a base
no,
to
it'd be a
explain later on.
reification. It'd be a reification fallacy. No model is going to represent all aspects of what the Earth is.
What about the?
But our model it does though.
Show me your
That's the
model.
only difference.
How about show
But
me
that's
your
the-
model? Post your model that you're talking from, so at least I know what you're talking about. What's your model? What do you mean when you say model? Just drop it there right in
even know
chat.
how-
Just,
Yeah, I
just,
know.
just,
Yeah.
just screenshot it, citation. Show me what the fuck you're talking about when you say you want to see a model of Earth.
Mm-hmm. 1 second.
I mean, whenever anybody asks for like a model of something, they just want to know like how the world functions, right? And I feel like those are basic questions that we need to be able to answer as like curious human beings. How does the sun do what it does? How does the moon do what it does? How does the Earth do what it does? Why is the Earth flat?
Yeah, so drop
If
that
you
in
could
chat. So drop that in chat what you think
Okay,
your
so we
model
both do
is.
it, right? So we both send a picture.
Well, no,
Alright,
after
you send me a model of yours.
No,
no,
you
no, no. I
post what
asked you
you're
first,
talking.
though. No. Crit. I asked you first, though. Right? Did I not?
Okay, Zaki.
Okay,
Zaki.
yes, it disqualify. I'm not the one talking about models. You are. If you want to take the discussion to models, show me the model.
Hold on. I've got information about this for you. Okay. All right. So Uni and Zaki, in order for us to get a reasonable model, we need to have restrictions removed off of Antarctica so that we can actually continue exploration. Right now, we're kind of trapped within this little fucking model, and told that everything's been explored, and you're not allowed to Antarctica.
That's not true.
It is absolutely true. You can go to the little peninsula that's off the fucking coast of pointing towards Australia, okay? But you can't actually go to Antarctica.
You can email the State Department and ask them to set up, ask them for permission to set up a private expedition, because they have to notify member nations of the Antarctic Treaty that somebody is wanting to make an expedition. I've emailed the State Department. I've asked them what the conditions are to set up a private expedition. I've been doing the Flat Earth thing for a while, and this is something that comes up. And you can email the State Department, and they will respond with next steps. It's not like it's barred for entry. It's totally possible. There's just a few hoops.
So
to
how
do.
did you do it? How did you get a globe model and you've never done those steps?
I certainly don't need to personally go to Antarctica to know that it exists and people have been there and people have done research there.
What are the steps, homie?
I can get the email. I'll post the text, the email in the chat then.
Okay, isn't it something you have to specify exactly where you're going to go specifically, and you're barred from going further than a certain point? You're not allowed to essentially just continue on a long trek through Antarctica. You have to essentially go to designated zones that they allow to you, right?
It's more like you outline what the point of your expedition is. You outline why you're going there, where you're going to go, and then okay, well, you're going to go to this area that's home to this like flock of penguins. There's going to be some environmental protection, like waivers you're going to have to do. There's going to be some considerations you're going to have to make. You're going to have to make clear to us that you're not going to damage the environment when you're doing this expedition, right? That's like the main concern. But as far as like going to a specific place, I'm sure you're going to have to go to where you say you're going to go. But so long as you say you're going to go to the South Pole, then it's like, well, go ahead. Okay, plenty of people go to the South Pole. People ski to the South Pole.
Well,
that's part of like
well,
competitions, right?
the purpose of this endeavor would be for exploration. Okay,
Certainly.
so kind of like Admiral Byrd, right? You want to go there, you want to explore, and you want to continue on a long trek, which is going to be arduous. To see what happens at the other end, right? And that's not. And I'm telling you this right now, they're not going to let you just fucking do that. There's a point over there that you're not allowed to pass.
Yeah, bro. You're gonna need machines. You're gonna need machines, right? And fuel, right? And all the logistics for all your men and all of that shit.
Hey, what happened?
Right? Try getting that shit approved, right? And you can submit forms all day long. It's not about submitting forms. It's about getting approval.
So I mean, you're making it sound like no private citizen has ever ventured to Antarctica.
Dude, nobody's saying go there as a private citizen with like a backpack and 5 days worth of food and just chill out for a couple of days.
Right, you set up a private expedition.
We're talking about exploratory expeditions, dude, that involve a lot of logistics.
No, I fully understand.
You're not just bringing like 2 sled dogs and a couple MREs and a can of Sterno. You know
Right,
what I'm saying?
but you're making it sound like nobody's ever done that, though. Like people have set up explorations before.
No, the last person to do that was Admiral Byrd, and then after that was when there was the Treaty of Nations to not allow any further expeditions, and this is it. It's scientific, and we're protecting the environment, and we're not going to war here, and all those other things. It's kind of interesting that the one piece of property on the fucking planet that you have, how many nations agree they're not going to fight over it? You don't find that suspect in itself, do you?
What's interesting about that talking point is the 2 places that don't exist are magically the 2 places where governments can get along with each other. Space and Antarctica. Everywhere else in creation, all of creation, they can't even agree on basic fishing lanes. They'll roll out the warships over
Aren't those
which
more
way.
important though? Like fishing lanes, it wouldn't like a fishing lane or like the sea near your country. Isn't that a lot more relevant to any government than the moon?
No, the point is that there's nothing people will ever get along with. They're constantly battling over an ever small, dwindling pool of resources. Except, right, outer space, which they tell you is unlimited resources. Supposedly they're sending a probe to a completely iron planet like Cybertron, where it's worth more than the Earth itself. Like this planet would be worth more than everything.
Have you
But
guys?
then on top of
wasn't that a gold asteroid that they were talking about? And they're
I call it
sending something to go
Cybertron.
mine it. Yeah,
They call it
it's
Psych. Yeah, they call it Psych, but I call it Cybertron. So they
do
found
you guys
Cybertron.
know who Professor
Yeah,
Dave
dude,
is?
hold on. All right, take a breath. So then they can fight over all these little things. They can't find any way to agree on not one thing they ever agree on. They
That's
got the
not
UN
true.
general. Dude, why do you keep interrupting me?
Well, you just said like you stopped me from speaking to say the same thing you already said.
Yeah, because I haven't got through the whole thing yet. You keep interrupting.
I thought you finished before, and I asked you a
Okay.
question.
No, here, I'll just go quick, all right then? Since you don't seem to get it. The only place where governments get along are places that don't exist. Antarctica and low orbit.
But what about all the satellites that go around the Earth that create sat-nav and GPS and all that stuff?
Low orbit.
So your point is, but those are okay. I think I get what you mean. I guess my other question is,
Yeah, hold on a second, though, brother. You need another answer. So the GPS system and all of that, even though it was proprietary from the DoD, it's actually allowed to be used by everybody. You see, so it is shared.
well, I guess that's my point.
And it's
but-
also land based, not satellite based.
Well, my point is like these systems function through the necessity of satellites orbiting. Like even you use the word orbit, like they're going around the Earth.
Yeah, so if you orbit your house and you walk around your house, did you just prove your
Yeah,
house?
you'll see it.
But they're not going sideways
Yeah,
around.
yeah, brother,
They're going
brother.
end
You messed
over
up.
all of Earth.
Yeah, but you messed up, dude. All that they need to be at best is a high altitude so they get a good propagation angle over the terrain. That's it. They only need to be functionally at high altitude. That's it. They don't need to be flying around a ball. They just need to be up high above the surface so that the propagation angles of the signal are able to reach a wide area. That's it. That's the
But
only.
how would they be able to stay there if they're not
Velcro
orbiting?
against the fucking dome, buddy. Come on.
Dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a
Did you
very
say
simple
Velcro across the dome? That's actually really
There's a
funny.
very simple principle. I'll give it to you like this. If you put a boat that's watertight, okay, on the ocean,
Yeah.
will it stay on the ocean? The answer is yes. It will just stay there. It'll just float on the ocean forever.
That's because it's got water under it.
Correct. So
Yeah.
if you do the same principle, right, of buoyancy and density, and you take a helium balloon with mylar and compression, right, compression lines around the mylar, you could send an object to high altitude and it will just stay up there.
Okay.
So
but
it's not
satellites
impossible.
aren't
Just check it out.
helium
Hold on,
balloons,
friend.
though.
I'm just telling you. It's not impossible. Now, you mock the idea of helium balloons. I want to submit to you, friend, that there are, for a fact, NASA-funded high-altitude balloons. Okay? This is a fact. It's not even up for debate.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like that's a totally different conversation. I'm talking about
Yeah,
satellites.
so say you. Hey, listen, friend, I just told you that a lot of the stuff can be done with high-altitude objects, and I
But
told
they-
you a methodology that can be used to put things in high altitude.
Right? You didn't really, because what you're saying isn't.
Yes, I did.
It's not correct that these
Yeah,
satellites.
sure,
are-
sure. So says you, brother. But
Hey,
I'm telling
where's the
you
mod-
that
hey, Chris,
functionally,
Chris, where's the moderator? He keeps
functionally,
interrupting me. You got so mad at me.
yes,
for
I'm
doing
going.
it.
Look,
I
friend,
thought we
friend,
treated everyone
friend.
equally here. And now I
You
feel like being
started
attacked.
interrupting me, so now I'm just going to steamroll over you. That's how it works.
I didn't interrupt you.
Or option two is I just mute you. There you go. How about that? Okay, you're laughing and mocking the idea that high altitude objects, right, can't accomplish this task. But I'm telling you that functionally and logistically, these objects exist and they are capable of completing this task. All right, go ahead.
All right, Uni, here, number two things of moderation real quick, all right? You're not running the channel, so don't pretend like you are. And number two, remember we talked about this right from the very beginning. One mouth, two ears. One mouth, two. Talk once, listen twice. You're the ones with the questions here. If you have questions, you talk once, speak once, ask a question, listen twice. Okay? So
Okay.
don't let me down, man. Follow
No,
that. Okay.
I
You're
never
not
said I was
real quick.
running it, right?
Yeah, but you start telling people, "Oh, what do we do around here?"
Yeah,
You'll
I
learn.
was-
You'll learn
okay.
either the hard way or the easy way.
Okay, I get it. I get
Are
it.
you dumb or smart? The smart people learn the easy way. Dumb people learn the hard way.
Okay, I get it. I understand. So, AI Overlord 2.0. Firstly, I love your name. Secondly, I think the reason what you're saying is patently absurd is because we've seen all the time, there's so much documented footage of it, people can go in person and look at them. We can see satellites get launched, and we see that they're rockets with propellant in them that are shooting them into the atmosphere. We're not like, we can see them get launched. We can see that it's not a helium balloon.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me you have footage of an actual physical satellite?
I
That's
think
your
so.
claim? Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead and provide that. Go ahead and provide it, dude.
Okay, I will. I'll send you a video right now.
Even so, that doesn't debunk my point, because
Well, it-
I'm saying that the helium balloons are sufficient to the task. That's fine. If you're saying there's these other things, that's fine as well.
Well, no, doesn't it? No,
There's not,
that's
like, what
not
I'm trying to
for
tell you is there's nothing wrong with just an object at high altitude in a semi-buoyant environment, right? That's where it's able to be. That's just above the Earth. It doesn't have to be above, around a giant ball. It could just be above the Earth. That's it, and it could accomplish the same task.
Okay, but this is a huge issue for your ideology or for your
No, it
theory.
isn't. Not at
Because
all.
I'll explain why, right? Because if rockets are being used to launch satellites into the into space, right? And those satellites are only staying there because they're being like held in place and orbiting around the Earth because it's a globe and it's using the Earth's gravity to orbit.
Oh,
That totally
that's an
destroys your
assumption, dude.
entire.
No, it doesn't. See, you carried those assumptions over. See, here's the practicality of the thing. If you need a rocket to send a heavy object up to a certain zone, where once it passes a certain area, it then becomes buoyant in itself for whatever reason, whether it passes a certain energy barrier or energy state. I'm speaking, sir.
Okay, but
Whether
I'm
it passes a
confused. I
certain,
just want to ask you to
shut the fuck
clarify
up.
that.
Shut
Wait,
it. Shut it.
I don't know
Shut
what you
it.
mean though.
Shut it. Shut it. Shut it. Thank you. So, for example, when you take a ball filled with air and you take it down under your pool and you let go, it'll float to the top of the pool, right?
Yeah.
Right. See, you're laughing, dude. You're laughing because you're stupid as fuck. That's why. You understand me? You are so full of assumptions up your ass about the nature of the world that you can't even entertain an idea contrary-wise. Now, it is the mark of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain ideas that they don't agree with. So clearly you're not intelligent. So why am I wasting my time on you?
Yeah, the cackle was disqualified. He's not. I mean, I told dude, mouth once, ears twice. Okay, Zach, you right? I haven't seen you post a
Pay
model
attention,
yet.
pay
All right,
attention, dude.
perfect.
There's an
I did
assumption.
earlier.
No, hold on. I'm going to finish where my thought.
Oh, okay, sure.
Say you're not the only person listening, right? So there's this assumption that from the ground outwards from the Earth, it has a certain category of space to it. This space is full of air, this space is full of less dense air, this space is full of a different gas, whatever. Then eventually you get to a part that's different. So all as I'm positing the idea is that if you just take the assumptions away from the heliocentric paradigm and put different assumptions in, you could still end up with an environment that's high above the Earth or far away from the Earth to where things are able to float for whatever reason. Maybe it's a different density. Maybe it's a different energy state. Maybe you pass into a completely different zone. Whatever it is, once the object is in that zone, it's able to stay there. Now, that being true, does it require a globe underneath the object? It just requires a differential of energies and equilibrium of forces, whatever those forces are. So the idea of an object above the Earth, circling around the Earth, right, above, is really not impossible. So to claim that only a globe can account for these things is just a bias.
Perfect. Okay, again, as my point earlier before I got muted for no reason. Again, I don't want to talk about space or satellites, NASA, government, none of that. Let's just use very basic knowledge that we learned in elementary, all right, that you can apply logic to. Again, why ask for a model? Because I don't want to straw man. I don't want to give a fake model that you guys don't believe in, right? Like a floating disc. I'm just asking for a model that you guys could provide to me so I can do some explanation and some, you know.
Absolutely. I'll give you a model right now. I'll give you a model right now, brother. Here's the model.
Perfect. Thank you
Okay,
very
pay
much.
attention. Open your mind.
I will,
And
absolutely.
let this fact sink in.
Absolutely.
Water is flat.
No, of course, but yeah, could you put the model in, please?
That's
I have
the
some
model.
out.
Water is flat. So if you imagine the Earth in which your territory, which you have access to, has 70% of the surface territory being covered by water, then it cannot possibly be a globe.
Yeah, again,
You don't-
but could you please
that's
the
it.
model in the chat though? That's all I'm asking for.
Model of
That I
what,
could-
dude? A model of what? I just
of our
modeled
planet.
water for you.
No, sorry, a map. Sorry, a map of our Earth.
Can I give you a model?
Dude, I haven't. Listen, friend, I have not charted. I have not charted the entire Earth, so I couldn't give you a chart of the whole Earth, bro.
Okay, my model predicts that the Earth is infinite in expanse and flat, and that it's designed as the way the Bible describes it, that He separated the waters above from the waters below. Okay, creating the firmament. That's what we call Earth. Okay, there's no mention of a dome per se, but the waters above are pretty clear that He separated waters, and that's why we see interesting types of refraction when you look at a microscope, unadulterated by computer processors. Okay. Now, the other thing is, when it comes to satellites, I'm a bit skeptical of that. I've done some work in, and I have not seen anything that isn't carried from tower to tower. Like, it's generally line of sight shit. And I don't know, man. Here's the thing: you look up at the sky, all right. You're supposedly looking at a star that's billions of light years away. You can see that clear, okay, but you can't see the fucking satellites. There's supposed to be like
Sorry.
what 100,000 of them floating around us right now.
Again,
Right?
I don't want to talk about satellites.
You can't see.
Right?
Hold on. No.
I know-
I'm just saying, and you can't
It's
see fucking
because
one.
You're right. No,
stars-
you're right. No, Billy,
No,
don't even get into
no.
it. Stop, Billy, don't even get into it. Okay, I'm sorry.
But I have a.
Now
I know
Phoenix.
why.
I know, of course, because the stars are much brighter than, or the sun and the moon is much brighter than those. But anyways, doesn't matter. Again, Phoenix. Okay. Again, I'm asking you for a map or model, in the chat, not just you talking out. Please, may I have a model of our planet, a map, like in the chat, like not you explaining it to me. Can you please show me a map of our Earth, please?
Okay,
That's
I'll
what I'm
give you
asking
one model that I trust a lot more than the fucking current shit. Give me a second.
Perfect. Thank you.
Why do you want a model so bad?
Oh, just so that I can just show some things. That's all. Not.
Well,
Because
the reason people ask for a model so often is because a model can't be made for the flat Earth because it's impossible to explain basically any phenomenon on the flat Earth.
That's basically yes. That is correct. Yes, because again, I don't want to.
You can't make a model because the sun doesn't make sense. You can't make a model because the moon doesn't make sense. You can't make a model because the Earth itself doesn't make sense. That's the reason there's no model. It's not because people haven't gone out and done it. It's because logically, physically, you can't put it together.
Impossible. That's why I'm asking. Right. That's all. That's all. All right. Perfect. Okay.
Posted it. Okay, I
Right,
trust
yeah, I
that
see
one
it.
a lot more.
All right. Okay, so I can see. All right, it's very small. There's no.
Just to
any
be hold on,
information on it.
just to be clear, okay?
Mhm.
Those rings are something that were added after the fact. Okay. But the map itself is something that was there, like all of the blotches and whatnot. That was essentially what was explored at that time.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So again.
That is
I
his
don't-
model. That's nobody's model but his.
Yeah, exactly. So Fidget, do you have maybe a model?
That's a Buddha. That's from the Buddha, like the one that was found in the Buddha temple.
Okay, perfect. So you guys don't agree
This
on
map
this
is
model.
really
So
old.
Fidget, could you give me a model then, a more recent one with like science or like better science or better information on it, if possible, Fidget? Because
Yeah,
this one
open
there's
up
not
the Bible.
much information. There's no like I don't know. There's no scale.
There's no model, bro.
countries. Yeah, there's no model, correct?
Yeah, there's no model.
why is that?
Why do you want to hop from model to model? Like trying to debunk everything. Like just forget about the models.
We just talked about the model. There won't be a model because there can't be a
Wait.
model.
I'm sorry. So you're just saying forget about a map of the Earth? We don't need it. We don't want it. We don't. Right?
No, you're missing the point. You want it, not we. There's no we here. Okay.
Oh, so
There's
sorry.
something.
I'm sorry. We as a
You
human race. Sorry.
speaking
No,
for all
not we as in
humanity,
this
are
room.
you? Are you speaking for all humanity? Are you?
Right now, yeah, I am. Sorry, sadly, yeah.
Okay, I would call that a disqualifying statement.
Okay, you're right.
You objectively know that you are not speaking for all humanity. You know that's a fact. So if you're
Sorry, yeah, no.
inside where facts are no longer facts because you're that triggered that you don't have a map,
Triggered?
then yeah, because you haven't posted your map yet.
Yeah, again, I did post it earlier, but
The UTM, that's gonna be you're gonna go with that.
yeah, for now. I mean, it's something, right? It's not the best. Again, but
You think this
all
is
I'm
a
asking
map,
for-
a full map of Earth, and this makes sense to you? Flat. You present a flat map and tell me it's not flat. This is a curved. This is a globe map. This is a globe model and map.
Oh, okay, sorry. You want a globe? Perfect. All right, my bad.
I don't want anything from you. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about when you say you want a map and a model. What's the map and model you're currently using as your intellectual firepower to say this is the burden of proof? This is the standard of evidence. This is what you want to see, something along the same lines as this. Show me
brother.
this.
I want to see. I want to see a globe map. Listen, I want to see a
this.
globe.
Just your normal classroom globe. How about this? Your perfect
Yeah,
normal
great. So I
classroom
want to
globe.
see a globe. I want to see a globe where all the dimensions are correct according to claim, and that they match shipping lanes, flight routes, and the angles to the sun.
It's about
You got
correct.
one of those? Do you
Yeah,
have one
I'm
of
pretty
those?
sure
Yes or
that's-
no? No,
Yeah, I
you
have one
don't, because
in my room.
no, you don't. You don't, brother. You think you do, but you don't.
Okay, flip that. Flip that underneath. Read the sign that's on the bottom of that. Home decor.
Yeah.
What?
So I'll
What
tell
does
you,
it say?
our dear old departed friend Antonio Subarats, he charted shipping lane informations and logbooks and timescales and paths of the sun, and he found out that measured against globes, he bought all kinds of globes and he measured them, and they all were wrong. All of them.
You know what? Maybe they're wrong again, but you keep swaying away from the fact. May you please give me a model of our Earth?
Yeah, you haven't
Map.
done that yet.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Hold on, I will do it. I will do it. I will do it.
Perfect.
Give
Thank you,
me.
AI lover.
Hold on. Listen. Give me $100 billion, and I will buy a fleet of ships, and I will go chart this Earth, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right. So I guess
You don't understand what you're asking for.
All right. Sorry.
Okay, so now you know inside your worldview you have no model and you have no map.
All right. So
You thought you did.
I have to do this because you guys aren't. So I'm gonna have to go with this. I'm gonna have to go with this. I don't know if that's correct. I don't know if that's wrong. I'm gonna have to put this as your model for flat Earth. It's in chat.
Okay, this is a
That's-
disqualifying. That's a straw man, and straw man is a formal logical fallacy, which is a disqualification. Okay, when you
If you believe in
disqualify,
the globe, you believe that the core is molten. All right, and where's your proof for that?
yeah, here, Phoenix, real quick though. The best part here is he shows the AE projection of the globe, then tells me that's my flat Earth on his globe.
Yeah, I know.
See, this is
I
a
heard
this.
that. I caught
Yeah,
that.
this is the best part. Then he'll tell me this model or this map doesn't work, and I'm like, great, dude. So which one did you just debunk? Globe or math? Which one? Which one did you, Zach? That's what you have to put in the chat right now. You think you debunked which one? Which one are you debunking right now with this globe projection? Globe or math? Well, one of those two things have to go in your worldview now. Or you can say this is also not a working model or map of your globe. Your globe doesn't have a working model or map. This is what happens when you try to straw man an argument. You end up with egg on your face. That's why they say don't do that. It's a formal logical fallacy that leads you down the wrong pipeline and generally ends up with you destroying your own worldview because you added in your assumption to somebody else's idea. You sunk your own battleship. You couldn't even deliver the fleet to AI. The first battleship you rolled off the assembly line, you torpedoed it. Yeah, Zach, you have to type in math or globe. Which one's debunked in the model you just posted? Which one doesn't work? Math doesn't work or the globe doesn't work? That's your two choices there. If your claim is what you just posted, the AE projection at 39 minutes after the hour, one of them is a broke. One of them breaks the globe. Okay, which one? If this does, or does that work? Do you think that map works? So your choices are A. I'm out for you. So I'll.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Yay. Hey, so can we go back to
Lucky
satellite?
us.
I know Zaki's obsessed with the model, which I understand because it doesn't sound like any of the flat earthers here are even gonna propose a model. I don't think.
No, it's on you. If you want the model, show me what you're talking about.
Well, I think most people would agree that the globe model is
Which one? Cite it.
Well, I'm happy to just go with the thing that Zaki posted, the one like just a normal child globe, basically.
Okay, what's on the bottom of that? So what's the feedback you were given when you
You
flip
said
those
something about
over?
home decor. I didn't really know what you meant.
Okay, are those so you can go to any store and just buy a model of the Earth, and you think it's perfect? It all matches up. It all works just fine. All the distances and directions.
There's acknowledgements that the proportions aren't perfect because the Earth isn't a literal perfect globe, but instead to make something that can be distributed to make a little more sense for people, they do things like make some countries look a little smaller and some countries look a little bigger. Wait, so why is he allowed to laugh at me? I laughed at someone else and they got muted.
Okay, this is a disqualifying. You've been told already multiple times, okay? A little giggle here and there is quite a wide miles
That's my bad.
distance.
That's my bad. I couldn't help
miles
myself.
distance and your excessive cackling repeated cackling when the AI was trying to tell you something. What you're saying was fucking hilarious, okay? That's a difference. AI was answering your question and you should have been listening, okay? While you were just droning on, and it was fucking hilarious. I'm not. More people should have laughed, dude. You are just like hysterical right now. You tell me, "Oh, look at my map, it works," and then you go on to explain all the things why it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay, dude, your map doesn't work. So why would you ask for something? Say, show me a non-working map. Pick any of them. They're all non-working. Every single map. This is what people told you right from the beginning. A map is a reification fallacy. Every map has errors in it. None of them. You can do it yourself. Make your own map. Map out your room. Map out your house or your bedsit or wherever you live. Map out anything. Okay, you're gonna always find some error in it. There's no way to perfectly map out the terrain. It doesn't work that way. That's why it's a formal logical fallacy, a reification fallacy. To then say this map matches reality 100%. Nope, it doesn't. Which is why I'm waiting for Zach, dude. Which one? The model map you posted? You got some choices there. Is it not a working map? Is it not working because of math, or is it not working because it is working? So you got working or not working. And then if it's working, let's look at it. Let's evaluate it. If it's not working, let's look at why it's not working. You just got to type the letter A, B, or C, okay? You have to type out the whole dissertation. Just one letter, A, B, or C. That's it, dude. I don't mind sitting here. You guys make it seem like you guys need to speak, okay? No, you don't. You need to listen. You need to listen because I've only thing to get if you want to get unmuted, you'll type the letter A, B, or C. Which one? That's it. That's all you need to do is just follow. Show me your. Because I'll stay here in silence. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather have silence than some numbnut, talking a bunch of gibberish, sticking up the airways and putting a bunch of nonsense into the ether. Fuck that.
That's what you're doing. Oh, what? Oh,
That's a squawk, dude. You want to rethink that, or you put you on mute?
I'm sorry. I had my mic setting on the wrong way. I'm sorry.
No problem. Yeah, you could. So it's okay. Everyone's got opinions. They say opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one, and they all stink. The problem would be when you think your subjective opinion is suddenly objective and give no logical syllogism as to why. Nothing at all. You just squawk and just pretend like what you said is just truth. As long as you know that you're just subjectively speaking from your personal point of view, and if you can't subjectively also change that would be somewhat functioning inside this space, then this space is not for you. It's just not. And you know it too. Because inside your subjective worldview, your subjective paradigm, you are unable to find a voice here. So it's a self-disqualification.
Doesn't that apply to everybody though?
Anybody who says what? What would they have to do?
Everybody, not anybody who says whatever. Everybody.
Okay, how about this? Here's a good example. Yesterday we had a guy come in here who said that he doesn't want to talk to stupid people. Because people asked him, "Hey, what are you thinking about the Earth? Right? What's going on here?" He says, "No, I don't want to talk to stupid people." And you're like, "Okay, well, you don't want to talk to stupid people." And they said, "Well, are flat earthers stupid?" He's like, "Yeah, flat earthers are stupid people." So you join a Discord channel and you don't want to talk to the people in the channel. He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, I'll put you on mute. You can listen." Says you don't want to talk. You don't need a microphone. And then he triggered. Then he got all upset. "You're silencing me. This is aggressive. This is unfair muting." I go, "Dude, I'm holding you to your subjective worldview. Inside your subjective worldview, you told me you don't want to talk to stupid people. And you also said everybody in the room, everybody is either stupid because they're a flat earther or they're stupid for talking to stupid people. So if I turn your microphone off to help you follow your worldview, suddenly now you don't like it and you start squealing." It shows, it shows that your subjective worldview seems to only apply to other people. When it's applied back to you, suddenly you don't, not you, the guy I was talking about yesterday, suddenly you don't like it. And that should have been a wake-up call, but instead he just starts DMing people, posting gay porn, and it just completely spurgs out. Until eventually, we say, "Hey, this is what this guy's doing. Okay, get him out of here."
He was probably a troll anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And he ended up trolling himself, and once he realized that he talked himself into a corner, the only thing he had left was to try to trigger other people. But it's not going to work because he already made himself out to be a complete fool.
Yeah, I would never do that. I would never say flat earthers are stupid. I would say that I disagree with them. That's all I'd say. But I've seen enough, a good amount of flat earthers saying that I'm stupid for believing what I believe.
You'll never be called. I think you misheard. No one's ever going to tell you you're stupid for what you believe. Your beliefs are your beliefs, and you use them based on your subjective worldview. It's neither stupid nor incoherent. If someone says, "I just believe this" because you want to believe it, that's you. That's not anyone else. It's like when you say my belief is now truth, and then try to say other people have to take your belief as truth. That's when it becomes stupid.
Yeah,
Because not
definitely.
only I'm not talking about you. Okay, I'm gonna keep saying you. A
Yeah,
person with
the
a
only
belief.
thing that
I know what you
the only
mean.
thing I've ever done
Okay.
with regards to this, the only thing I've ever done with regards to this is just try to encourage people to keep an open mind and question things. It's not even so much about the shape of the fucking planet, but it's about you might want to question the sources, question the people that are like, what is the purpose of them to sit there and like from a very young age, basically just put all this subliminal shit in the room and never allow you to question it. Like you're not allowed to question it. Like you literally cannot question it. Why is that? Right? So more about thinking critical than it is anything else, and I encourage you to do it. I don't know. What do you think, Crit? Do you think that's
Just being able to talk about it. Like very simply, right? If they come to this channel, they know it's a flat Earth channel. They know people in here are flat Earthers, and suddenly they can't talk anymore. They lost all ability to articulate their point of view, and they've lost all ability to understand what someone else is saying. Like here, this guy in text chat was just droning on about saying I was saying I'm a server moderator. Did I say anything remotely similar to that? What exactly did I say that sent him down that pipeline?
No, I don't think you've never said you were a moderator in here.
Just for this channel.
Did he? Oh, maybe he clicked on your thing here.
Yeah.
He must have clicked on your thing and saw the tag. Because I know you didn't mention it, so.
Yeah, but I told a story about the guy who spurged out yesterday and started posting gay porn. So I blocked him from. All I did was shut his mic off.
Eh?
All I did was. This is the story, is the lore. I said I shut the guy's mic off because inside his worldview, he declared he does not want to talk to stupid people and said all people in this channel are stupid people, even if they're not flat earthers. They're stupid people. So he even deems himself to be a stupid person.
Are you
so
still on that? Are you
no,
like
Billy? Billy, listen. The lore came up again with another story. Okay, so just relax. Okay, take a breath. You will survive hearing a story
I love
again.
Billy.
Okay. So then, after that, he got completely upset at being muted after he said he didn't want to talk, and then spurred out and started posting gay porn in people's DMs. Then people had to say, "Hey, this is what this guy's doing," and then he got removed from the server. It wasn't me. At no point did I say I did that. All I said was, watch how hard this guy triggered over following his own worldview.
It's interesting. Certain people, you give them a taste of their own fucking medicine, they freak the fuck out. It's just like, well, you dish it out, you claim that you can take it, and you're tough. Well, here you go. No, I can't take it. But yeah, no, you know what? Here's the thing, man. The whole flat Earth stuff. Okay, there's some people that are. You've got posers. You got people that believe in certain parts of it. And then you have, people like myself who are like, okay, well, I don't really know what fucking shape it is. Okay, I don't care. Okay, but what I do care about is that we are being lied to. Okay, and I mean that's something that's clear.
Here, Phoenix, let me real quick. I just gotta get Uni in here real quick. Okay, Uni, you get one chance to articulate why you think Spurg is a slur after the citation I posted here. Other than that, I'm just gonna kick you out of the room for the rest of for 2 days.
Wait, that feels really harsh.
Yeah, because you dropped a claim on the table that I dropped a slur. So now you have to defend it or retract it.
Well, Spurg is very subjective, correct? Like it's
okay. So if you took offense to it, is it your problem or my problem? Because I could tell you what I meant.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, right here. It comes from this guy, Charles Haddon Spurgeon, was an English Baptist preacher. He basically would get up on his pulpit and just start screaming, like kind of like the whole. You've seen these Southern Baptist preachers, right? Where they just get up there and they give this long oratorial display, like almost like a show, like Shakespeare in the Park type thing. That's what I call Spurging.
Yeah, that's fine,
Okay.
but I think most people would say that it's a derogatory term for someone with Asperger's.
Okay, so you would think that, but is that correct or is it incorrect?
I have
Well, I already
Asperger's, and I
thought
don't
of-
think. Hold on, hey, I have Asperger's, and I don't think it's derogatory.
That's fine, but
Yeah,
if a
it's the
black
same
person
thing
came
too,
in
like-
here and said
Anecdote,
that they
but-
didn't think. Wait, sorry. If a black person came in here and said they didn't think the N-word was offensive, that
Oh
wouldn't.
my god, dude!
I've never heard of
This is a guy who talked about Tourette's and stuff too. Dude, you're just get the fuck out. You're too dumb, man.
He's just trying to strawman you again, dude. We got citations right here. Charles, dude. Charles Haddon.
It's the same last name. It's like attributing an action to a guy who exactly does it. Okay, someone who gets up on the pulpit, pretends they're speaking all this truth, and they just bowl right through everybody in this grand display. Okay, that's where it comes from. This type of oratorial behavior has nothing to do with a neurological function. Because Asperger's people don't do that. Okay, that's not something you see. People with Asperger syndrome do that. People become hyper focused on one topic, and they're very good at it. Some of it's like a
All right.
superpower.
Okay. You don't need to defend yourself anymore. Now, moving on to a flat Earth topic. This is kind of an interesting one. Let me know if you've heard this one before. So it deals with two empirical truths. Okay. But before I begin, when I use the word latitude, I know that's kind of a loaded word. People think I'm talking about a great circle on the Earth. You're standing at a certain point on that circumference, right? Something like that. Great circle. It's not a great circle. Latitude is merely the elevation angle of Polaris, and then again it gets into like how did you take the elevation angle when you have a curved surface? But given that you can take an elevation angle still while on a globe, you take the elevation angle of Polaris, right? That's your latitude. Doesn't really matter, what that elevation angle is, so long as you can take an elevation angle of it. That's your latitude. That's just what we call latitude, and that's an empirical truth. I mean, as in, your latitude is determined by the elevation angle of Polaris, right? And then the second is that the distance between each degree of latitude, like, as you move north or as you move south, and Polaris sinks or rises in the sky, that shows a decrease or increase of latitude, right? And as the star sinks or rises in the sky and its elevation angle changes, and thus your latitude changes, the distance between each degree of latitude on this Earth, not on the flat Earth, not on the globe Earth, but on Earth, just in general, is essentially constant. It's essentially, I believe, 60 nautical miles, 69 nautical miles. It's 111 kilometers. I know that one for certain. So it's roughly 111 kilometers. And but that type of near constant measurement is only possible on a globe. It couldn't be possible on a flat Earth. The factor between 0 degrees latitude and 1 degree latitude, between 89 degrees latitude and 90 degrees latitude, it's a factor of 6. Basically, the distance between 0 degrees to 1 degrees and 89 degrees to 90 degrees would be 6 times larger, right? On a flat Earth. But that's just not what we see. That's just not what's measured physically, the distance between two latitudes. And there's a lot of different people who have measured it. I mean, Snellius, Richard Norwood, Maupertus, and the French geodesic expedition. There's a lot of different people who have, throughout history. I mean, we're talking back in the 1700s, right? Of course, I can't use satellites because that's. A
I
whole
actually have
problem,
a counter. I do have a counter using that information actually. Okay. So first, I'm going to start with an analogy. Okay. I know generally they're not good, but trust me, this one actually meets out the perspective. Okay. So you're standing, let's say, on the left side of your car. Okay. The car's not going to move. Okay. And you're facing away from the car. Okay. So let's call that January. Okay. And you go around to the other side of the car, okay, and you face away from the car. So you're now on the right side of the car and you're facing away from the car. We'll call this one June, okay? Now, empirically, are you going to see the same thing on the left side of your car in that vision as you see on the right side of your car? Or are you going to see two completely different perspectives of like a whole different sky, whole different items, everything?
Forgive me. I'm gonna need you to define the analogy a bit more clearly. I don't understand. Can you?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
For
Oh,
the
here I
globe,
got
all
this.
right. Simple.
Let's clear it up a little bit
For the
easier.
globe model, okay. Under the globe model, okay. I'm assuming that's what you're defending here. You purport that the Earth.
To be clear,
rotates
sorry,
around-
just one second. I'm not
Phoenix,
defending
hold on
any
real quick.
particular globe model. I'm not
Yeah, I think
defending
you
a
missed
flat
what he
Earth. I'm
said.
not defending a globe Earth. It's just the fact of the matter.
Yeah, so the fact of the matter is you used a spherical coordinate system and then said this spherical coordinate system doesn't match your conceptual idea of a flat Earth. Just change it to a planar coordinate system, use the UTM, the same coordinate system that's used by the GIS, the same coordinate system they use to map out all the cities. Every city in the world, especially here in America, is mapped out using a planar coordinate system. That will not work on the ball.
So, Crit, I'll make it clear. When I first started talking, I spoke about how latitude, I know it's a loaded term, I know it's believed to be a circular coordinate system, but when I'm talking about it, when I use it, I'm only using it in the sense of your elevation angle to Polaris. You take the elevation angle of Polaris, that's your latitude. That's the only sense I'm using it in. I'm not using it in any sort of spherical coordinate system, any sort of planar coordinate system, just the elevation angle of Polaris.
Okay, so yeah, you have an elevation to Polaris, yeah, and
this is where my contention comes in. What I was trying to get you to look at is that according to the spherical model, okay, we're rotating around the sun, okay, and day, okay. So basically, when we make a complete revolution around the sun, that's 1 year, okay, and every point on that, the Earth spins, okay, on its axis, which is 1 day, okay. So there's a point in the year, okay, where you are during the nighttime, okay, you are facing away from the sun, okay, allegedly, and when you're looking out at the stars, you're on the opposite side of the fucking sun. Not be seeing the fucking star, same what you see in January. Okay, so January and June star system be completely different. I don't care where the fuck you are in the world, and they're not. That's my contention.
That's completely untrue. Insofar as Polaris is simply the star that's directly, its geographical position is the closest to the axis of rotation of the Earth, right? So it's like straight on that axis of rotation, right? That's why it doesn't move throughout the night. It doesn't move with the rest of the stars, right? It's stationary, apparently stationary, right? You can see that at all times of the year, and that's because 0 degrees latitude, if you were sitting on the equator, I mean, you'd be looking straight at it. But actually, we can expand on that. You can't see Polaris if you go too far south, right? If you were at 45 degrees south latitude, you would not be able to see Polaris. I mean that's kind of like a little bit of evidence there, to be clear. But no, you could still see it at the Polaris specifically any time of the year.
I'm sorry, but
on the northern latitudes.
Your section of the pie at some point is going to be facing away from the sun. Okay, and when your pie is facing away from the sun, you have a perspective of what you can see away from that. Interesting pictures there. That perspective is a limited angle that you can see. Okay, you are not going to be able to see. Guaranteed, okay, when you are in January, you are not going to see the same fucking stars that you June if you're on the completely opposite side of a fucking giant star ball. Okay? Sorry, not happening. Right? And that's why I use the car analogy, because if you're on the left side of the car looking out, you're not going to see the same shit as when you're on the right side of the car looking out. Pretty simple.
Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give the point to you. It doesn't really matter for the point of my argument, but I'll give it to you. You shouldn't be able to see the same stars. It doesn't really matter. But you can still see Solaris year-round. Belay my last. That's the name of the game. You can still see Polaris year-round, right? Northern latitudes, you can see Polaris year-round. We can all agree on that. But you take your latitude, you take the distance between 2 degrees of latitude. It's not, or it is constant. It's not, differing by a factor of 6 near the equator, near the poles. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. We can see Polaris all year round. The distances don't match up to a flat surface.
Here, this is what you need to do.
Hold on. The reason hold on. Stop a second. I'm right at the cusp here. Okay.
Yeah.
The whole premise behind this is that the reason why you can see that star all year round is because we're not flipping around to the other side of a sun. Okay? We are on a flat surface.
Well, the problem is
We're
the
not a
second
globe.
part.
Okay, well, hold on real quick. So now you're in step. So you say every degree is how far?
It's roughly been measured to be about 111 kilometers per degree latitude.
Okay, so 100. So and you get 90 degrees till you hit the equator, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so that's about 9,900 kilometers.
9,999 kilometers, sure.
Or 999.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not using my brain. My bad. No, yeah, it'd be 9,999.
You think taking an
Why would it
angle
be
of elevation?
999? Where would you get the extra 99 kilometers from?
99 times 90. Belay my last. I'm just
No,
really
it's
not using my brain.
90 degrees, not 99 degrees to the equator.
Sorry. So 111 degrees times 90 degrees. So 111 kilometers times 90 degrees, right? That's 9,900.
Yeah, so if you look up Britannica tells you the distance from either pole to the equator is approximately 10,000 kilometers. Where's your missing 100 kilometers? You're missing somewhere in your model.
Approximately. That's really not that much.
100 kilometers? That's a lot of space, dude. You know how far that is?
That's essentially nothing to a
walk
factor
100
of
kilometers
6.
today and tell me it's nothing. Just walk it out. Step it out.
Earth's pretty big, bro.
Yeah, but 100 kilometers is pretty big, too. So you're missing somewhere is just missing. Like 100 kilometers of land is just missing. It's just gone.
To be clear, it isn't exactly 111 kilometers per degree latitude because the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. If it were a perfect sphere, it wouldn't have friction. It'd be a frictionless object, right? A perfect sphere doesn't exist, right? To be clear.
Well, there goes your coordinate system then.
Yeah, you sunk your own battleship here, dude. So let's go back to the planar coordinate system, which works every time. Every time it's tried. 100% of the time. It works so good that gs.gov sets up every city is mapped out to the kilometer using a planar coordinate system.
Government site? Are you sure?
Yeah, the gis.gov.
I mean, aren't those surveys sponsored by government entities?
Okay, and that breaks your epistemology. How do you?
No, that seems like a problem for you, not for me.
No, not for me. It's not a problem for me. It's a problem for you because you have an epistemology where government is telling you the truth, right? That they're telling you the truth about space. They're telling you the truth about all these things. So now they're telling you that a planar coordinate system can map out the world completely, and they tell you that the spherical coordinate system fails. That there's missing land if you use the spherical coordinate system. Inside your epistemology, you have to now accept that this planar coordinate system is better than the spherical one. Then adjudicate as to why that is. You think the planar coordinate system is better? If
A planar coordinate system can work on a small scale because the Earth is massive, right?
Yeah, it also works on a big scale. Like I said, GIS uses this to map out cities, like all of Manhattan, basically the whole Manhattan
city is
island.
Pretty small.
Yeah, but all the island of Manhattan is completely covered in buildings. There's not any area that isn't covered. The whole island of Manhattan, all of New York City, all of San Francisco.
You're busted. You forgot about Central Park, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Oh, yeah. There's a funny thing. I know there's a meme for that where it shows Central Park is curved. Everything else is flat, and then Central Park is curved. I'll have to find that one because that came up. That actually came up when I was talking to a globalist once. You know, they actually dropped that. They said, "What about Central Park? Are you fucking for real? Like that's gonna be you're gonna plant your flag on that?" Let me see if I can find it because it's hilarious.
So I want to make it clear that mathematically on a flat surface versus like a perfectly spherical surface, the distance like in kilometers between 0 degrees latitude and 1 degrees latitude would be 6 times more distant than 89 degrees latitude to 90 degrees latitude.
Yeah, okay, that's great. That's great. Now, pay attention to what I'm about to say because it's very particular. What assumptions are necessary to carry that conclusion?
No assumption.
You're wrong.
Okay, what assumption?
Okay, you're basing this off of optically derived angles to Polaris, correct?
The elevation angle of Polaris, that's correct.
Right, so that's assuming at least straight ray. You're wrong. Okay, so I'm in the middle of the sentence telling you what it's going to assume. So what you should do is wait till I'm done, and then you can rebut me, rather than just interrupt right in the middle.
All right, very well.
Correct? Yeah, there you go. So it assumes straight ray lines of sight to the object in question, and that it is indeed an object that is in the location that that straight ray would arrive at. That is at least 2 assumptions. Okay? At least 2. The fact that you said it requires no assumptions shows that you haven't thought it out.
And that it's the same object.
Correct. There's many assumptions involved in there. Okay? So, for example, you don't do angles of elevation to stars below certain degrees because they're not accurate. Because of why? Well, the claim is because of light distortion, right? So you assume that once you get up beyond a certain degree of elevation, that the object now is a straight ray. Like when you're looking at it, you could chart out a ray from your eye directly to the object, and the object would be along that ray. Okay, that's an assumption. Now, it may be a rational assumption, but nevertheless, it's an assumption because nobody has been to the object in question to validate its location in free space, period. So the fact that you could open your mouth and interrupt me and say there's 0 assumptions, okay? So what you have is you have a thing that's an assertion that is based on assumptions. So you have an ass and an ass, which means you're biased.
Okay, so the reason I said that there's no assumptions is because insofar as taking the elevation of a star, we only care that the star is a point of light that's stationary throughout the night. We don't care if the rays from that star are parallel or if they're divergent. I don't care where it is. All I care is that it's stationary throughout the night. It's a reference point, and I can use it a point above the horizon, essentially, right? I mean, yes, you're right insofar as atmospheric refraction could bend the light because refraction is certainly a thing, and you can account for refraction by simply taking the measurement multiple times. You take it one night, you take it another night, you take it one time of the year, you take it another time of the year, and then essentially you take the average and you've basically accounted for refraction because assuming you take it throughout every time of the refraction of the light. I mean, but so insofar, I mean, we only care that it's a point of light and stationary. I don't care any other factor.
Yeah, you only care that once you make your constant assumptions that you roll with them. I understand.
No one is measuring angles of elevation below 20 degrees. That you're not going to get an accurate measurement. So when you say 0 to 90, you should really change that to more like 25 to 90 or something.
Well, the factor would mathematically still be like 4.5 times greater than at 20 degrees than at the polar latitudes. I mean, it doesn't really.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Pinky Bundinsky on the 24/7 Flat Earth Politics channel.
NASA's presenting them as something that's not photoshopped. The other one that you presented with like a cartoon face, I don't know where you got that from, but if NASA was saying that that's a cartoon, then that's fair. But the thing is that there's we have images of Earth from space since like 1946, even before Photoshop. Of course, there's other things you can. I'm saying supposedly, that's basically.
Supposedly you do. So prove it. Look, you don't seem to understand.
Anyway, let me just finish what I'm saying.
Require proof.
So the reason why we're even talking about
we've heard you guys do this monologue over and over again all morning. Those pictures are not proof. Those pictures themselves require proof. If the ground can't be demonstrated to be curving as purported with those pictures, then those pictures are forgeries, and that's all there is to it.
Do you not think
going back to this?
Do you not think that, like, if you're in a court of law and someone showed you a video of a murder, that you might accept it as proof?
Wait. I'm still. Can I just finish?
Just you're doubting it. Just you're doubting it doesn't mean it's untrue.
Each time they're going
but it's a fantastical image, though, right? I mean, if I came out with a picture of a unicorn that you have no point of reference for, you've never seen a unicorn, you're going to doubt that. You're going to be like, okay, there's no way you can supply me with a picture of a unicorn unless it was some way forged, right? You didn't go out and take a photograph of it because those don't exist, right? Unless you want me to go disproving unicorns. But
what makes it fantastic?
So the globe in this case would be the unicorn, right? So if there's no verifiable evidence from the surface of the Earth that it is that thing that they're showing in those pictures, then it's just a picture of a unicorn.
But there is a lot of weight behind what you're saying, right? For instance, yes, it is true. A photo on itself, without any reference point or any context, it would obviously could be fake and could be true. Like, it just depends on if you have a good sense of pattern recognition. But when it comes to things like, well, you're not just saying that photos could be true or false. What you're saying is that there's a reason why these photos are false, right? And we can't believe them, right? That's different.
Right. If
there's extra
the
work
ground
there,
isn't
right?
curving, right, the way that it's alleged to be, given those pictures, right, then those pictures are forgeries.
Well, there's circumstantial evidence, which was someone was talking about earlier on, that you could use and refer to the proof of the image, right? But let's say. Oh, sorry. I said you could use other proofs like circumstantial to support it, right? Which don't actually have to be drop over distance.
You can't.
The point is that photographs and videos are satisfactory.
Over distance that those pictures are trying to show you doesn't actually exist in reality, then those pictures aren't reality.
Well, yeah, actually,
do you think any photo could be satisfactory as evidence? Do you think it could be in any sort of way?
Yeah, if you could demonstrate the surface to be curving that way, then I would go, I don't really have a reason to doubt those pictures. Seems like that's what the Earth is. Sure, why not? But if we go to a beach, we test a lake or an ocean, it never seems to be dropping the way that they're showing in those pictures, then those pictures are not reality. They're not the beach. They're not the ocean that you look at. It's simple,
If your mum, right, was killed, right, for instance, and someone showed you a picture of the man killing her mid-murder, right? But then you have another picture of someone, let's say, Bill Clinton superimposed into the image with NASA written on him, right? Which one would you believe?
Here, I got a good example for you. So this guy I was watching.
To press my point, but go ahead, I guess, Crit.
Yeah, so this is a really good example. I was doing traffic court one time out for a continuing education class. And this guy went to traffic. It was interesting because part of the thesis I was doing is how traffic court does not have an affirmative defense to it. So the guy went to court and he said, they got your car, a vehicle you own, which he was using for the work too. It was spotted running a traffic light. He said, so the government accused him of a crime. And since he can't give affirmative defense, he'd have to say it wasn't his vehicle or it wasn't him. It was somebody else. So he says, certainly, Toby, he shows to the judge, that vehicle is used by these number of people. It's a work car. It's registered to my landscaping company. Here's a photo of me in the Bahamas. I had just gotten married, and here's with my beautiful wife. Here's our marriage certificate. Here's all this evidence, one thing after another. Not only was I not in that vehicle at the timestamp recorded by you, I was in a completely different country.
Yeah, but
the judge said, "Too bad. You own the vehicle. You're responsible for the ticket." This is a burden of proof the government will use against you. So why not reverse it? Why not hold the government to account for the same burden of proof when they present something?
Well, that's not really engaging with any. Like, I mean, I respect that is a very valid point and very useful point in a different conversation. Like that's obviously fine. I'm not exactly pro government, but I do think that's a good point. I do need to say though, I am going to be right back. So if you want to respond to Pinky while I'm gone, because he's also on my
I
side
want to
here.
respond to the analogy real quick. You're saying someone comes in with a video evidence of your mom murdered, for instance, but the problem is our mom is still alive and we bring her to court.
Yeah, I think he's gone now, but
we measured the ground. The mom is alive or flat. It's not dead or curved.
Yeah, I think what the point maybe he's bringing up is
you just said that his mom is flat.
Evidence for evidence, right? Like, so it's not just like, oh, and all photos are equal because they could be photoshopped. You know, like, for instance, I've never seen a bear in real life, but there's tons of images of bears online. So the probability that all these people are lying and all the history of bears and, you know, like all the stuff I've read is made up. It's very, very unlikely. Now, also you can, when it comes to like satellite space images,
please.
I'm sorry.
One thing at a time.
The difference is you can go and see a bear. You can go to a zoo. You can go to a country that has bears, and you can go see a bear. That's
and in this,
you can verify for yourself. So it's not something you have to take on a lot of faith. It's something.
But in the same way, though, I can also go to space if I buy a ticket on. I can. If I have enough money, I can certainly do that.
Jeff Bezos doesn't have enough money. Do you have more money than Jeff Bezos?
Well, I'm pretty sure from the the Kármán line, which is where his spaceship goes up to, you can see the.
We talked about this the other day. Suborbital isn't even high enough.
Think about it in this way.
Isn't high enough.
Can I just try and elucidate why the examples are very different, right? So, let's just say that I wanted to become a rapper tomorrow, right? Would you say, Pinky, that it was possible for me to download a digital audio workstation and then record a rap song? Would you say that that's possible?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like the easeability of disproving it by just going to see a bear is connected to that. I understand.
But then would you also say that it's possible for me to support Drake on tour as a rapper?
Yeah, it's possible.
That's also possible, right? But they're not equally possible. So that's
yeah, I know. There's a difference in the probability of being connected to just being able to see things empirically yourself. Although it is still the case that like for instance, Dude Perfect released a video of them going up into space with a curved Earth. Maybe you think that that Jeff Bezos satellite is
according to the math. That's not high enough to see the curve.
Oh, by the way, wait. Ask what I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was? No. So if you take a
63 miles.
Okay. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
So according to the math, that's not possible. It would have had to been a lensing effect.
Okay, well that's fair. Anyway, if I could move on to my second piece of really quickly, the empirical evidence of the photos being true. It's that you can actually take pictures of say the ISS, for example, with a telescope that you can buy yourself. You only need like a 16-inch telescope and you can see it pretty clearly. Not only that, you can calculate the distance to all these satellites by using parallax and Doppler radio stuff. You can also prove that the satellites are indeed, those things in the sky that appear to be satellites are indeed taking pictures of the Earth, because you can use Google Earth historical imagery. And say if you go outside into a yard or something and you write a message for Google, like, hello, or just something on the ground, you can see that most most Google image areas update the place a couple times a month. So you could go into the Australian outback, for instance, write some big thing in the sand, and then if how are we getting these images on Google Earth? How can you write something on the sand and then see it on Google Earth if there are no satellites up there? You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that they're maybe they still could be lying about the shape of the Earth, but at least the satellites are up there. That's at least some proof of that, I think.
No one's denying things in the sky that can take images of the Earth. The thing that's in contention is the vacuum of space, my friend.
Well, I think now the thing that's in contention is the shape of the Earth, and that's the point I just made. I was saying the Earth could still be flat, and maybe they're taking pictures, but maybe they're just lying about the shape thing, possibly.
No one's denying that things are in the sky taking images of the Earth. The thing that's in contention is the actual area that they're in the vacuum of space. I know you just said the thing that's in contention is the shape of the Earth, but you're pointing out things that are said to be in the vacuum of space. We've had this conversation, mate. Come on.
Oh, well, so most people say that there's a firmament at a certain height. You can show that satellites must be, higher than that if you look at distances. But even if you are talking about the vacuum of space, the fact that satellites move at a certain speed and that follows the speed of orbital mechanics and there's no drag is evidence that there's a vacuum up there, for instance. But yeah, I think mostly we're not really talking about the vacuum at this moment. I know that's something flat earthers believe, but we were just having a conversation about, whether it's flat or not. Because of course you could have a vacuum with a flat Earth, you could have a no vacuum with a round Earth. It's kind of independent.
No one's denying.
So
can take images of the Earth, though.
No, but the fact that that you can take images of the Earth, and even in places where there's no weather balloons or high altitude flights over the middle of Australia, you can like I said, write something and see that it gets updated. And that is evidence that at least, they're not lying in this grand conspiracy, that they've actually been that high to take images. And there's little things, there's little dots you see moving, like the Elon Musk Star train. The train of, what are they called? Starlink. Starlink satellites. You can see those. All that stuff.
You can see stuff in the sky. We don't know the exact mechanics of how all that stuff works. We get told how it's supposed to work, and we see them putting a bunch of stuff on balloons and stuff up there.
Hey, Pinky, let's follow the logic, right? So is there a map of flat Earth? Do you understand is there a map or no map?
I don't think there's a map that works with the observations we see. Maybe there's a model. Some of you guys have.
Okay, let's follow that, right? I'm not challenging you. I just want to know what you thought. So now let's look at the contradictory worldview you have here, because here you've got, Robert Simmons, NASA, visual arts guy, says he used photos of Earth to make a flat map. So which one is incorrect here? Did he have photos, or he doesn't have a map? So
a flat map?
Yeah, a flat map.
Well, what happens when you compress a sphere into a flat map.
Yeah,
right?
So he took photos from space. So what NASA did with photos from space, he said, we wrapped the flat map around the ball to give the appearance of what Earth might look like from space.
But you know what happens when people try to wrap a flat map around a sphere, right?
Yeah, he had to use Photoshop. That's the second part.
You get distortions, right?
So he could have just presented the flat map, just right there. He goes, we got all these photos. We laid all these photos across the ground. We have a flat map. And your worldview says he doesn't. He doesn't have a flat map.
No, I think so. Maybe I think you're misunderstanding. So my first point is I'm not trying to say that if you zoom in at a super close level, all those images knitted together can't make a flat map. I'm just saying the fact that these lights in the sky and
you're talking about stitching, right?
Yeah. So for instance, Google Maps, if you zoom out enough, it all looks kind of flat. The thing is, if you stitch a bunch of stuff together, first of all, you can. Actually, the thing is, if there's no distortion, then the things won't work. It's like in terms of the map projection, either the angles will be off, or the areas will be off, or the distances will be off. And if, say, it does work, which I don't think it could, I think there could be some stuff going on with software. If it's like a whole bunch of things stitched together and just made to sort of work by the artifacts of the resolution. But yeah, Crit, if you could send me that guy Robert Simmons with his map, and that is a proof. It would,
yeah, I posted in the text chat.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, and there's also, you can find it too. He did an interview on National Public Radio. It was really quite inspiring because the lady who was interviewing him said, "Hey, some people have said that the blue marble's photoshopped." He's like, no, it's not.
Photoshopping and stitching are two different things, right?
Yeah, and it was not altered. Let me correction. People said, "Hey, Robert Simmons, this blue marble 2.0 is an altered image." He's like, "No, it's not altered. That's pretty much what you would see if you viewed Earth from space." And
pretty much what you'd see is like saying that it's stitched so well that
he lied.
It looks, saying pretty much,
he lied
right?
to you.
It might be high. Yeah, well, I think he's probably trying to pick up his own project, but the idea of saying it's pretty much what you'd see is saying, for instance,
in his mind,
saying, for instance, that it's so well stitched together that if you did go out and compare it against actual images, it looks good enough, right? It looks good enough.
Yeah, but it's not an actual photo. It's what he thinks.
And he said that, and he admitted that, right? So
he goes, "I'm not an astronaut." In the view, he goes in the interview, he goes, "I'm not an astronaut. The best I can do is use my imagination and then use Photoshop and take these flat maps and kind of wrap them around a 3D sphere."
Yeah.
He said,
you see what's happening
in the same
here, right?
interview, he said, "I could have done the same thing for any shape. I could have put it on a triangle. I could have put it on a cube. I could have put it on any shape you wanted.
Yes, but
I just picked a sphere for shits and giggles."
Well, no, that's not why he picked it, right? I don't think he's ever said that. But the issue is here that you're using.
He didn't pick it. He didn't pick it. He was assigned it.
Yeah, it's signed it.
Hold on. I want to ask a question. So was it in that same interview where he said, "Yes, I'm not an astronaut, so I've never seen the Earth, so I'm making this Earth as the Earth I perceive it to be and what I think people expect"? Was that in that same interview?
Yeah, it was the expectation of what he thought that the Earth would look like.
Okay, yeah.
Can you show me this interview, please? Because I think when you say that, I think I know what you take from it, but I take something else completely different. The issue here is that, and I find it kind of funny that we're using NASA's honesty against them to prove that they're liars.
No, it's you. It's your worldview, not mine. I think they're always lying.
So is Simmons lying?
The George Carlin view. That I don't trust. This is why a little bit of atheist logic. If I could sprinkle just a little bit of atheist logic into your worldview and just say you don't know for sure what they're talking about, and let's investigate what they're saying. I would say every single thing that NASA puts out has layers and layers of propaganda behind it.
Well, do you think this does?
Just like all branches of government.
Do you think the Simmons thing does?
The executive branch is no different.
Yeah, but do you think Do you think the Simmons things does? Right? Do you think this does? Right? What you're referencing is proof of lies or proof of, I guess, stitching.
No, what I would say, which one is it? Does he have a flat map or he doesn't have a flat map? I would say he doesn't have a flat map, and you would also say he doesn't have a flat map.
Well, no, I don't. I think flat map, I think, is being used, I guess, loosely here because I don't know exactly what flat map means, right? If you're talking about stitching, you take sections of the Earth and put them together, right? That's true.
So we both agree NASA's lying. They do not have a map. They lied about that.
Well, flat map, again, depends on what you mean by flat map, right? The second thing is, and I said this earlier.
Flat map. It's 2 words. How about flat Earth? Is that hard to explain?
Well, flat map might mean just like that it appears flat based on the stitching, right? So you can take a picture of Australia, right? Or like a very zoomed in picture of Australia, stitch it all together to make Australia, right? For instance, it might look relatively flat.
If it was from a globe, you'd end up with a globe. You wouldn't end up with a flat map.
You'd have a globe map.
I don't know.
This is why they think what happened to.
Wait, Craig, I wanted to ask you a question because I think I know you have a lot of let's say, lack of trust in the American government and NASA, but like, why would you mistrust the Met Office, for instance? Do you know much about the Met Office?
Holy fuck! Yeah,
but like, it's just like, you didn't know anything about the organization, but yeah, I guess you just extend your skepticism of NASA to the Met Office, don't you?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The Met Office is the British Meteorological Organization, right? So You have
must
NASA,
be a
we have
truth
Met
then.
Office, right? But you're extending your skepticism of NASA.
I would
to
say
the Met
I've got
Office, right?
99 problems, and being a subject of a queen isn't one of them.
Okay, but that's not a count. That's the point I'm saying is that your
For a
skepticism.
king now. A king, I guess. Yeah,
yes,
the queen.
yes. God save
The
the king.
queen is dead, long live the king.
Yeah, but
So all the problems you have in England, we said no, thank you, not into you, bro. You know, like not going to happen. Okay, 1776, we said King George, you guys committed multiple heinous
Yes,
crimes
but
against
the point
American
is that
people.
when you have
I do not trust that you have our best interest in mind.
Okay, well, something that happened 300 years ago can't exactly be your axiom for what
Yeah,
you think about British people.
it still stands to this day.
All right, okay, well that's fine, right? But the idea is that you have skepticism of the of NASA. That's fine. Maybe NASA are cunts, right? Who knows, right? But then you have to extend you're extending it about organizations you know little about. I assume you know a lot about NASA, perhaps, right? But you're extending it to the Met Office, the ESA, and the Chinese Space Agency, and
The Met
any other
Office
country
doesn't make
that you
water
probably don't know
curve.
anything about, right? It's,
Well,
very,
let's
it's
go-
not
let's
saying
go
that it's
one by
true.
one.
It's just saying that your
No,
skepticism
hold
is
on.
less.
I mean,
is unlearned, right?
Brit is British, so for his credit, maybe he doesn't know what no means.
Yeah, let's go one by
hey,
one. How about
well.
the Chinese Space Agency? So the Chinese Space Agency is part of its military. This is why I think it's also important for people to look up how each space agency is organized in which country. So in China, it's a space force, if you will, for lack of a better term. It's always been part of its military. So I can look at that and do I trust the Chinese military or do I distrust the Chinese military?
But do you think China trusts its military?
Yeah, I think the Chinese people are
No, it's in the government.
supremely suppressed by their government.
Do you think the military
Okay, how about
trusts
the
the
guy
space,
who's
the space
the guy
agency?
who's in charge of the supreme leader of China? I can't remember what title he actually uses off the top of my head. It's like chancellor or something like that. He says that images of Winnie the Pooh is dissidence against the Chinese government. Okay. So I would say this, right? Let's just say hypothetically, the Chinese government develops a space program and they go into space and they come across an alien race that looks like Winnie the Pooh. Do they, right, rethink their worldview about images of Winnie the Pooh being dissidents? Or do they bomb them into
I have a
submission?
train of thought for you, Crit, right? You would agree states want to preserve themselves as best they can, right? Security is important, right?
With
you agree
lies,
that?
intimidation, or with
Yeah,
truth?
or lies, intimidation, that's true, right? But you agree that the military is supposed to be the state's method or tool, main tool, hard tool for protecting itself abroad and within, right? But you also agree that perhaps that the agency, the space agency or the Met Office, supports the military's ability to protect the state from its people and other people, right? So in a way, there has to be trust between the space agencies because if people say the future of conflict is in space, right? Well, not in the sense of like Star Wars, but in the sense of like using it on Earth, right? Those two organizations, those two institutions, the military and space agencies, need to be aligned and trust each other. So the space agency can't lie to the military.
You're
very,
imagining
very
too
well,
much,
right?
You're imagining too much. A lot of these people are just operating on belief. Like, how many rockets is this Met Office sending out beyond low Earth orbit?
I don't think the Met Office. I mean, they don't think it's not a space agency. We're the British space agency.
So it's irrelevant.
The meteorological
There's
organization.
just people who believe in the story and are furthering the narrative with their beliefs.
Well, they have satellites and stuff like that. It's not a space agency per se. It's a meteorological organization.
Yo, Brit. So, I mean, I'm a globie, obviously, but like, yeah, it's definitely possible that these agencies could lie to their government body or even the military. Like, that happens all the time.
But then it's against the state. Then there's a big problem here because if the military and the
it's a
state are being
problem.
lied to by the space agencies, then this whole idea that it's in support of the state being able to oppress us or whatever, or like other organizations being able to oppress us with the military, and there's that disconnect where even the military can't really trust the space agencies. Then there's almost like a paradox going on here, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you're
the
not
paradox
thinking about
is
the
that
separation of the departments and the compartmentalization. It's not like there's a bunch of them hanging out in a room. Like, I'm from the Met Office, I'm from NASA. We know what's going on in all these places. That's not how it works at all.
Well, they
It's
are
compartmentalized.
well, yes, every state has departments, but they are all arms of the state, right? They aren't just separate.
Yeah, but the
completely independent.
individuals in it aren't privy to what's going on across the whole organization or at the top of the organization.
Yeah, that is
And-
yeah, sure, I agree with that.
And I mean, I don't know, the link between NASA and the Met Office, I don't really see it. I mean, yeah, they're all arms of the state, and the state is doing what it's doing. The space agency's claiming to go into space is like a total isolated thing. Like, no one in another government department is going to be privy to space because they're part of a government that has a space program. It's like
Yeah,
a
but
tiny
if-
amount of people, even on paper.
So the connection, I guess, for just to be clear, the Met Office and NASA, obviously the British Space Agency would be more appropriate. But I think the Met Office serves the purpose of saying, you know, they're also engaged in space operations and so on, right?
Yeah,
So
but they'll
it's-
just be getting their information
it's like-
from the so-called space agencies.
I think they also involve themselves in putting satellites into space.
Well, they also have ICBMs and stuff. And to be honest, like it's in all space. I mean, it's in all military interests across all militaries to have the shape of the battlefield pretty well known, because distances, like I said, on a map projected flat Earth would be completely different from other stuff. So yeah, having their there's a lot of incentive to
There's
get
a lot
you know
of
all this
incentive to get
distances and
people
stuff correct.
to get normal people to not understand the shape of the Earth, so that they cannot operate on the same level as the military.
If one,
But there's also incentive to cheat. Like, for instance, if like, you know, militaries agree, okay, some people at the top are going to know that the true shape of the Earth, but most people in the military, like privates and stuff, they're not going to know. Well, a military that actually has a true understanding of the shape of the Earth would have a massive advantage, right? And so,
I can give you an example of this. The Nazis during World War II, they used the Nicobine targeting system to bomb Britain, and the British generals said, well, they can't bomb us. The targeting system is too far away. The curve of the Earth will get in the way. There's no way. But they did, because the targeting system still works.
Yeah, targeting system works.
Explain to him how it works.
I'm not that great at that. You can do that, I.
If I remember correctly, it's essentially they have two transmitters, right? That transmit, like, as best, you know, the way that it's described, a linear transmission, right? And they cross at a point in space, right? And so the planes can follow the signal trail until they peak where they cross. And when they get to that peak of crossing, they then know they're over the target and they can release their bombs.
Okay.
And like he said, rightly so, these aimings of these signals were said by the British, supposedly, that there's no way this can work because the curve of the Earth is in the way. But
I don't know too much about this situation, so I can't comment.
The meeting point of the beams would basically be so high up in the air that no airplane could get there, so they thought they were safe.
But the point was more to challenge. I think what he was challenging was more the idea that the military has to be, let's say, unaware of the lie, right? Because if any state wants an advantage in war, right? Any state will try to get an advantage in war, right? Whether it's the British saying that the Earth is curved and that's why they won't be able to get us would sound almost self-harm if they thought that the Earth wasn't curved, right? Within government. The idea is that you want to maximize your ability to secure yourself, and securing yourself sometimes means going to war. And if you know what the shape of the planet is, right? You know the shape of the battlefield, right? Then you have, and the other side don't, you have such a great advantage, right? And so at least some people, at least in the arms of the military, which are connected to the space agency, will have to have some sort of relationship. And that relationship will have to be also a part of the government as well, because the government, the state is also what wants to survive here, right?
But it's not just that. It's also you know, scientific institutions and just individual scientists themselves have an extreme incentive to, you know, get the shape of the planet right. You know, so if I just become a scientist and I'm doing a bunch of experiments, you know, the shape of the Earth experiments. The shape of the Earth, you know, is invaluable to people who their literal job is to try to figure out what's going on and see the universe as clearly as possible. Not only that, but like to private companies, the shape of the Earth is important. Like shipping companies would need to know, the fastest ways to get different places. Airline companies, cartographers, private space agencies. Satellite TV providers would all have satellites, all of them are lying. And also, at what point does a new CEO
stop galloping?
Sorry. I won't gish gallop. You can respond to this.
No, you're just making up stuff and imagining things. We're not saying all of these people are lying. Most of them have just a very strong belief, and they try to figure out how it could work on a globe, because it's most definitely a globe to them. And so they imagine maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's dark matter, maybe it's dark energy. That's how they're trying to explain the cosmos. Like they create ad hoc excuses, and because the ad hoc excuses sound good on paper or work mathematically, it's good enough. That's not good enough in reality when you actually measure the ground and it lacks the curve that is required to be there.
I know, but I guess what my point with the scientists is, people are coming up with a bunch of new observations and experiments all the time, so and in a wide, diverse array of fields, for instance. So as an example, for instance, the arrival rates of meteorites can be used as as proof that as a piece of evidence that the Earth is spherical. Because meteorites, if you track where meteorites land on the planet through time, you see that most of them arrive at the terminator line between night and day in the morning. Maybe you've heard the best time to view Halley's comets. Not Halley's comets. The star. What are they called? Shooting stars is in the morning. That's because if you think about it, if the Earth is moving through the solar system, it's kind of like bugs on a windshield. It's more likely that they'll hit at that point, right? Now, so someone comes up with that piece of data that supports the Earth being round. Now the thing is that could be fake. Wait, Trace, let me just finish really quickly. Now that could all be fake. Like maybe
it's not about it being fake. It's about interpretation of the data. The data is still there. It's about how you interpret it. If you interpret it with your preconceived ideas, which have been falsified, then all of your ideas are false.
Wait. Okay. Yeah, suppose that works. But I guess what I'm also saying is, if someone comes up with some evidence that disagrees with our model, that shows that the Earth is flat, that means that this large conspiracy would have to jump on top of them really quickly and either brainwash them or kill them or get them to, change their results. Has anyone ever?
The evidence already exists, and you're still here defending it. So no, that's not true at all.
All that happened was they started censorship, and we got the ad apocalypse, and we got swept under the rug as a crazy conspiracy theory, and then they misrepresented us and they lied about us, and most of the public has no fucking clue.
I think
we love talking to educated people because we can actually talk to them and show them the evidence, and they're going to be like, they're generally like, oh, okay, show me the evidence, instead of just chanting from the religious view.
So Drace, would you agree then, since if there's no necessary alterations or censorship from some grand conspiracy, that means that all of the evidence that scientists come up with supports the globe Earth model?
It's not a grand conspiracy. Stop trying to misrepresent things.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
It's actually been admitted.
Maybe it's not grand, right? But it's a conspiracy.
It's just been admitted in front of YouTube that they censor us openly.
Wait, I know, Drace, that's what I'm saying. There is no conspiracy. If you agree that there is no conspiracy.
I gotta make a point here. It's from the factual world. Okay. So, in the factual world, we actually had meetings in Congress, right, about how we're going to censor the flat Earth and how we're going to control the narrative of what's allowed and not allowed when it comes to this topic, right? So it's not like these responses aren't in the world. However, it's actually good for certain societies to allow dissidents to air out a little bit, give them a chance to breathe. Like there's a sense of we really could change things. Because then, if you're allowed to do that a little bit, rather than be stifled completely, you have less sense of urgency to actually really do anything. So there's always these niche groups that are allowed to fester in the corners, There's this illusion of censorship, there's this illusion of freedom, and it all works together to support the system. And if you ever watch the movie The Matrix, right, where Neo is the hero, right, and he meets the architect of the Matrix, and the architect of the Matrix tells Neo, I designed you, brother. You weren't freed to become the one by Morpheus. That was all my plan all along.
Yeah, I think that the issue here is that, one, I don't deny or doubt that Congress, for instance, would want to do that, because there's things that are true or untrue that Congress will want to probably, especially if they genuinely believe that the Earth is spherical. They don't want people believing the opposite, because having an uneducated population wouldn't be a good idea. But no, I'm not saying that this is true. I'm just saying this is a possible alternative idea.
I'm
to what
going to
you're
ask
suggesting, or inferring, I suppose.
How is censoring and isolating a group of people going to educate them? How is that helping them?
So, for instance, well, I don't know about the method, because if you're saying
if you had the truth on your side, would you not just talk to them and show them the truth?
Well, there's a difference, right? Because on the one side, if you say, for instance, taking out information, let's say you take out critical theory out of university, right, or schools, whatever. The idea there would be that that government thing that actually knowing this information does more harm to people than good, right, or more harm to our ability to, I guess, progress, right, or whatever, right. Now, we do that all the time with different things. We add things into the curriculum, we take things out, and each one could be a method of suppression, because education is ultimately where we get, let's say, indoctrinated, right, to believe certain things, or to learn certain things because it's good for our society, and our society wants to succeed as much as possible, off the backs of us in a negative way or in a positive way. That I guess
if I could just quickly jump in, I think what I would see as being something that you're not maybe thinking of in the way that we do, or that I do certainly, and you might not accept this, but the way you're talking about the state and the self-preservation of the state and how the state interacts, you're talking about it from a position of the state's main concern are the other states, and protecting itself from the other states and bettering its people so that it can be a strong state amongst other strong states. You're thinking like it's state versus state, whereas I think you would understand this more if you realized that, if anything, it's more state against you, state against me, state against us. The state's main concern is controlling its people, other states. So when you're talking about, well, it's a massive advantage to know about your battlefield, yes, it is. And the people who want to control us, the society, the state, understand that very well. So what better way to have a superior knowledge over your environment by telling your people something completely incorrect about it, so that none of them even know what the chessboard is that they're on, and the state do. Now that's true power.
That's an interesting point. I would say. Sorry, go on.
I got a quote from a state actor, right, who's a very important figurehead in this entire endeavor. And this quote goes like this: "We will know our mission has succeeded when everything the American people believe is false."
Who said that?
I want to say he was a CIA guy. I just wanted to say
he was the head of the CIA.
I read your mind. I drafted it at the same time. We'll know our disinformation program is complete.
I don't want to forget
everything the American public believes is false. William Casey, CIA director from First Staff meeting in 1981.
I don't want to forget what Cyclone said.
Hold on, Fred. Let me call that up. Move on. So this actually purports the game theory as well. And they ask this thing like, why would they lie, is a question that people ask. But the actual right question is, why would anybody in power ever tell the people that they're in power over the truth? They would always benefit themselves through deception, because as soon as you give away the truth, you've given away power. And that's part of the rules of power. You can go read the book. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Wait. Can I just say that, like, if someone became president and they were told, and they didn't know the Earth was flat, and they were told by the people in charge, like, okay, the Earth is secretly flat, but we're gonna, say it's a sphere, and he, spilled the beans, so to say, and he told everyone, he would be kind of like a hero. Not only that, if a scientist proved the true shape of the Earth. Wait, 1 second. If a scientist proved the true shape of the Earth, he would go down in history is one of the most important scientists of all time, like up there with Newton, and everything.
Okay,
That's an extremely important piece of information.
I have one for you, brother.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. John D., PhD in optics, did a tri-band laser test over a frozen lake and confirmed no curvature. Nobody gave a shit. You know
Right.
why? He doesn't conform. He does not conform with the status quo. And by the way, people that go up against Einsteinian relativity, there's documentaries about them in their fields being shut down, blacklisted, et cetera, et cetera, et
Well,
cetera.
Yeah,
So it's
that's
not
an
true.
important.
It's not
But if
true
someone,
that the scientific community is just going to accept their paradigm being upended overnight. That's just not true.
I agree. I think there's been times in history. I think there was I can't remember what it was specific. There was a time in history when I went to Oxford University and the scientific community laughed him out. Right? I think weirdly, I think that might be to do with the heliocentric model. I can't remember what it was, but that I think it has something to do with that. But I don't want to miss out what Cyclone said. I think he deserves a response. Right? The issue here, right, is that yes, we do work on assumptions, but I don't think what you're saying is mutually exclusive to what I'm saying. So, for instance, you can also have control of your people and secure yourself from other states, right? The idea that I was putting forward was more that, yes, controlling people is good. Sometimes you can with the truth, sometimes you can control them. There's loads of levers of power, right? Like, you know this, I know this, right? The idea is that the states are very much concerned with the security that's threatened from a foreign power, right? You know, there are states
To a
in the
degree,
world.
but I would maybe suggest not to the extent that they would make us believe in the news. And again, the relationships between the states, and yeah, I'm not saying that the control over the people is desirable to the exclusion of defense from outside states, but it's also not beyond the realms of possibility that these states could be closer than we're made aware of in the public. And just like our state leaders, their state leaders are just as concerned with them remaining the people in power, which means control over their populace. And if control over their populace means we have to essentially look like we're going to be going to war so that they're scared enough to just listen to basically whatever we say, for example, or you're just going to have to, you know, go along with what we're saying. And basically the states, it's not to the exclusion of the outside other state actors, but the primary concern is that they're controlling their people. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if the US have a good way of controlling their people, Russia are going to do the same. So the whole space story, the whole taking the money from what could go to schools and hospitals and the betterment of your people to go towards a space force, which is essentially just a military wing working on rocket technology, if anything, to kill more people in the world, instead of putting it towards the good and betterment of your society. They're going to do it in Russia too, and then China and India, because they all say, yeah, that's a good little deal. And it's, why would they tell on each other? They've got a great thing going. They're taking millions, billions every year. They're in control. They've got exactly what they want. So why would they tell the people? I mean, this is just about the nature of power, and I would suggest that you maybe need to do a bit more research on the history and nature of power.
Okay, well, weirdly enough, right? I think to the last point, I think that's part of the problem, right? Where you have a mathematician, a physicist, and then someone like me who's an international relations guy, right? You have all three of them. And the angle here is that I want to pull you into my realm, right? Because I don't know much about physics at all, right, or mathematics. But yes, it's true that securitization exists. You know, if you have you and I live in currently one of the most surveilled countries on the earth, right? We live in the UK, right? And yet states will try to control us through those methods. So they're very Foucauldian methods, right? But the problem I'm having here is that I think it would be to a state's detriment to not inform, for instance, your arms of your military that actually the plane that you're working on is not curved at all, or like your engineers or your scientists. And like they can't all be a part of the. They can't all be in cahoots.
Depends on how you
It's very unlikely, right?
So, like when you say to the state's detriment, but is that to the detriment of those particular elites who might be at the very tip of this pyramid? Would it be to their detriment if they were to benefit massively from the state itself suffering? Is it possible that there would be people in power that would make that trade-off and say, well, yeah, I know this is going to make the state, our people, weaker, poorer, but me and my friends are going to be massively enriched.
Since there's also many states that change hand, and the governments of those states change, hands every so often. It's like, what are the odds that every single country, every single government entity across the entire world, and all of the governments that come and go have agreed that this is the best possible thing to do?
Well, I didn't say that would be necessarily the case, did I? You wouldn't have to, really. There's only a few key states. I mean, there's a lot of countries, yeah, but I mean, there's only a few that really matter and play a massive influential role on the world stage, so to speak.
To me, it's very interesting because we can disregard the state's involvement. What about private companies that invest in technologies that are dependent on the curvature, on the existence of a curvature?
Well, I would say that there's
Amazon,
no actual
Microsoft.
technologies or practical implications or usages of the world that depend on curve and motion of the Earth.
Surely you would agree that if, for example, companies want to take advantage of new technological developments and they deploy satellites, right?
Well, they don't deploy
to achieve
satellites,
that.
though. The companies that are making satellites, even, they're not the ones launching them, right? They all have to go through, like, basically, in the US at least, and I'm sure across Europe as well, it's the same. There's a certain altitude which is not private, not commercial. It's military. Like, it's military purview after a certain altitude. So if you want to put anything or propose to put anything above this height, you need to go through the government, the military. And as far as I know, they're the ones doing all the, or claiming to be the ones that are launching these things. So like a company might make something and then say, hey, we've got an agreement with SpaceX or NASA, which is the government either way, to put this into space. Our satellite's going to be launched on this date and we're going to get the data directly from it. But they're not the ones launching
But
it.
it's not just like I said. It's not. Oh, you go then.
The point is that, like, it seems unreasonable for a profit organization like Amazon and Microsoft to invest billions upon billions in technology that's not real, right? Like, they're shareholders. If I was a shareholder, I would slaughter them. They're wasting
Well,
my
it depends what you mean. It depends what you mean specifically. I mean, you'd have to be specific about exactly what technology you're claiming, what use it supposedly has on the
money. Like
Earth.
networks that are dependent on high orbit satellites, right? Something like that.
Well, yeah, that's when you would have to get into proving that that network is indeed dependent on what you're calling high orbit satellites, and that these
I'm not
things are
making a claim.
indeed in the place where they're supposed to be. Yeah, but we're assuming when we're saying why would they buy all these or use all these technologies that that's actually what's being done.
Sure,
when we
sure.
don't know that.
That's
When we
fair.
don't know that.
But
mean,
it's also
that's
just
fair,
any company that has to move things around the world, would benefit from knowing the true shape of the world. Clearly,
Well, they all treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
No, they don't. Like, for instance, like airlines obviously don't.
Yeah,
like,
they
I can put a
pilots
picture if you
treat
want.
the Earth as flat and motionless. Yeah.
Oh, that's a simplification. When you're flying the plane, it's sometimes good to do that. But in terms of the directions they
It's got
fly,
nothing to do
like,
with the globe.
if you, like, for instance, here's an idea. There was a flight called the Pan Am Flight 50 that literally circumnavigated the globe in the polar direction.
Well,
So
you
they
don't
went
have a
from the
globe
North
yet,
Pole
so
to the
steady on.
South Pole. I know. All I'm saying is they started at one location, went past the North Pole, down past the South Pole, and went back to the same spot. So
Yeah.
so you
They
think that
treated the
that would
Earth the
be
whole way as flat and motionless.
yeah, possibly. But all I'm saying is,
No, that's what they do. That's how
all right.
flying
But
works.
that's not the point I'm making, though. I'm just saying that.
But that's the
in
point the
terms of-
guy made. The
okay,
guy
all right,
made the point.
all right,
Sorry, I don't
all
want to
right.
interrupt you, but I can't have
Okay.
you pretend like I'm not
making a point
answering
here.
the question.
yeah,
no,
I
no,
know. I'm not.
because the other guy made the question and the point that we have all these technologies insist on the world being a globe. And then you were bringing up the traveling, which none of that insists on the world being a globe. And you've just agreed they treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So no, that's not applicable at all.
So if I could just respond to what Cyclone said, I'm not talking about the way that in terms of like aerodynamics they have models for planes and stuff. I'm just saying if you go past the North Pole, down past the South Pole, if it was a flat Earth, you would never be able to just teleport from one side to the other. Clearly, there's a way to go around.
Right, well, that's a total non sequitur to what was just said.
I know.
about the technologies.
Right. No, but it's not because in terms of the like Pan Am would have had lied about that flight if they if the Earth was actually flat, because on a flat Earth you wouldn't be able to do that. And I can post a video to this if you want.
No. I mean,
Yeah, so-
that's a claim. That's a claim that if the surface that they're treating as flat and motionless was actually flat, they wouldn't have been able to fly over this flat and motionless surface that they treated as flat and motionless. That's your claim.
No, you keep going back to this whole flat and motionless.
But you
motionless
wouldn't,
thing. I'm not talking about that.
because that's what's in contention, the surface.
No, I'm talking about the shape of it in terms of it being round.
Yeah, you're saying it's a curved shape, but you're also saying that they don't treat it as a curved shape.
Yeah, I'm not making any claims about the way they treat things aerodynamically, which, to be honest,
Basis
planes
of
don't
the
even do
claim,
that.
though, it's like, why would the companies all depend on there being a curve and a motion, and we're pointing out that no, they don't. They treat it as flat and motion.
Right. So the reason why they do depend on it being curved is because the way in which you get from one place to another on a curved
By flying over a
globe.
flat surface. They're not flying over a globe. They're flying over a flat surface.
Okay, we're not talking about reality. I'm saying if
Yes,
it is
we
the
are.
case.
That's
No, I know. I'm just saying if it is the case
reality.
that it's round, then if a sphere, say, the direction in which you would fly to get to one place to another as quickly as possible would be different. Not only that, you wouldn't
And
be
the
able to
surface
fly
would
a
be
big
curved,
loop,
right?
Yeah, if the surface is a curved ball, you can do this
Which
loop
it's not.
from the. I know
That's the problem.
that's the whole
I
thing.
know you
that's
don't.
the whole
I know this is the whole thing, and
discussing.
it's like annoying because it always comes back to it. But again, the argument from your side is always, we're assuming that it's a ball, so it has to work this way. But as soon as
But
we
no.
say, okay, but
No, wait,
we need the
yeah, no,
evidence
I'm
that it's a ball.
saying there's two models. It could be flat or it could be a ball. Right now, assuming it's flat, you wouldn't be able to do this, and if it's a round, you would be able to do this. And this company is saying that they've done this, so therefore the company is saying that it's round.
That what you're saying would or wouldn't be possible based on a curve or flat isn't the case, and the best direct way to answer this question is, well, is it curved or is it not? You don't need to do some tangential.
No, we're not
I'm going to travel the whole world and then make a claim about it, even though I didn't measure anything. Just measure it. That's the way to answer this question. Like you said, there's two models, and the fundamental difference that we can all go out and test that have access to is the surface, the curvature. So that should be the only place your head is at if you're like, I want to know if this is a ball or not between the two models. If you're doing anything else, you're literally assuming the curve and then skipping past something to actually prove it.
No,
That
I
would be
think
my
you've
take
lost
on
the. Okay, well, I respect your take on that. I guess if my response to that would be, in terms of throwing out, or in terms of whether or not is a large conspiracy or cover up, these companies are saying that they're doing certain stuff, and they are, they do have an incentive to get the shape of the Earth right. And so I'm not making any claims about reality. I'm just saying hypothetically. I don't even have to. I'm saying if everything that we're saying is the case, if it is round or if it is flat, they would have to be lying, or they wouldn't be able to do the thing that I just posted a video about.
That was not my argument. It doesn't matter. To me, governments can lie, for sure, for utility, pragmatism.
He then leaves to return a short while later.
Hide the results from everyone that you can very easily test this stuff. And also, I've got citations for each of these
The
things.
results are
being
out
tested.
there. It was a marketing campaign. It won an award as a marketing campaign. They sent this gnome in the same gnome in the same scale got shipped all over the world, right? Torrance Livermore Labs, Los Alamos Labs, Edmondson Station, CERN. It got sent to scientists. It didn't get sent to random fucking people.
Yes, so the reason why, you yourself can test this, and I've actually, I'll link a paper about how to do this. You can actually figure out the standard gravitation, basically the strength of the downward force in your location just by using a pendulum. So the rate at which a pendulum
Try
swings.
responding to what India was actually saying.
Their test. You can do a test that'll show some different result, but you can't name any test that actually showed a different result.
No, I'm saying you yourself. In fact, this could be a fun thing for us to do. No, but as lots of people have.
So where are we at? Let's just cover where we're at. You believe that if the test is done, you'll get some result.
NASA
Tests that have been done got a different result.
The other one that you presented.
But we're supposed to go out and waste our time for what?
No. Well,
what if we don't get the result that you say? What are you going to say? You did the test wrong. User error. You're a bunch of idiots. You're not scientists. You don't know how to use the fucking device correctly. That's what you're going to say. So what's
Well,
the
I
point?
mean, so to be honest, if you want, you could do it right now without even leaving the comfort of your home. And this is the cool thing about this.
I can test weight by latitude without leaving my house.
Well, in some ways,
do that?
in some ways. First of all, don't be so combative. I'm honestly on your side here. I think we should view this debate as, trying to work together to try to figure out the truth. But anyway, so basically, there's this thing called the World Pendulum Foundation, and they have a whole bunch of live streams to a bunch of pendulums all around the world. And so you can actually, calculate it just from looking at these live streams. Of course, they might have adopted the live stream, so that wouldn't be useful to you. But all you need is a pendulum. The higher, the better. So you can go into a stairwell, for instance, and tie it to the very top and swing it. You can actually do some calculations on the uncertainties of the formula for a pendulum to see how accurate it would be, and I've already done that. And yeah, basically, I recommend super high pendulum.
What does
the higher the better. Oh, it calculates the
What does
the
this
weight.
have to do with weight by latitude? You switch. Are you on Coriolis now?
No. I'm always on weight by latitude. So essentially, if you want, actually, in the chat, I can send a picture of basically a map of the gravitational strength at different latitudes, but corrected for the fact that it changes by latitude. See, if you look at actually, let me just post it right now. But most gravitometer sort of maps of the world account for this, but this is just the raw data. So let me just post that for you. Now, the reason why weight would vary based on latitude, I think hopefully you guys will get this, but it's just because the same way that if you're turning around a roundabout, you get kind of flung outwards. That compensates for the gravity, and so at the equator you weigh less because there's a centrifugal force going upwards.
You keep saying that.
Yeah.
You're presenting no evidence for that.
All right. So now I'll post the paper about about how you can do this with pendulums.
So you're not actually weighing anything. Weight varies by latitude, but we're not actually weighing anything.
Yeah, post the test.
Wait.
They're all easily observational tests that we can do. Which show us the test that's been done.
Right. I can explain it. So this is do you want the actual methodology of how to do this? Let me find it.
I want a video.
We don't want more stories, bro. We don't.
No. This isn't stories.
This is monologuing.
Wait, okay. So because you never believe anything I post, this is why I'm suggesting you guys can all do this in your. All you need is a large stairwell, and you guys can do this. Here, let me post the formula for the.
So your claim is
I need a large stairwell to throw you down.
So check this out.
Guys,
your
there's no
claim
need
is
to.
weight varies by latitude, so grab a pendulum.
Pinky.
Oh, wait, you want to know why a pendulum speeds up?
You've made sure that the material of the string that you're going to be using is not going to be curving randomly, right? So you're going to have like a steel rope or something like that?
Yeah, that would be a good thing to do. I mean, guys, this is something that we can
You can't just use one thread, right? That would throw your results a little off.
How does a pendulum weigh things?
Basically, the period of a pendulum. Here's the formula. Yeah, I'll say. So it basically varies with respect to acceleration due to gravity. So I just posted it in the chat. So you've got t, the period, pi, pendulum length, acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
So all objects accelerate at the same rate due to gravity. So how is that weighing something?
No. So what I'm saying
the weight
is
of an object from this.
You can get the acceleration due to gravity, which
And it's going to be the same no matter what the size of the object is, right?
Yes.
This is little g, not big G. So little g says that the acceleration due to gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. It's not an actual measured value. It was agreed to by convention back in the early 1900s. So
yeah. So you see that
you can't derive the weight of an object from this.
Well, all you do is multiply by the mass, but really this is not even worrying about the weight of an object. Okay, so you see that map I posted at the very today. It's just a colored map of Canada.
Okay, dude, seriously, this does not support your claim. Your claim is weight varies by latitude. Nothing is being weighed, and you cannot weigh something by swinging a pendulum.
I'm saying the acceleration downward. I'm saying the acceleration downward, which is, multiplied by mass. That's what weight is. I'm just saying the acceleration downward varies. I can find the actual formula for this.
Well, Okay, now you're switching your claim. Now the acceleration downward varies. So you posted a map that shows, you said that this variation measured by a gravitometer doesn't have the latitude in it. So that doesn't.
No, I'm saying it varies by latitude.
But you said this map that you posted did not take that into account.
Oh, right. Okay, I see you. Okay, all right. Yeah. So no, the map that I just posted is the raw sort of data, which is to say that's exactly the force downwards. There's also something called it's gravimetry. I don't know how to say it. Gravimetry.
A gravitometer.
Yeah. So here I'll post another map.
That's how these measurements are gravitometer measurements.
No, okay, yeah. So interestingly, this map that I posted, these maps of basically gravity changing on Earth. What these do is they actually take out the theoretical acceleration. I mean, change due to the the centrifugal force. Yeah, let me find. I can find a quote.
Just want you to know that what you just posted is a model. These are models. These aren't actual.
Oh, I know.
The EGM 20, then like how it's a model evidence of.
Yeah. I know. Just the only thing to worry about with that is just the only thing to worry about with that is just to see that there is no gradient as you go down to the latitude, and as you go down in latitude, and the reason for that is because they actually subtract the like I said, the centrifugal force. But I think it would be useful for me to probably find a
yeah, I know it's the
citation.
Lumpy gravity claim, that gravity is lumpy. That's the claim. Gravity's lumpy. And then it varies by altitude, so you got problems, right? And because the effect you're measuring is so small, it's canceled out by these other effects, right? Lumpy gravity, there's some mass underneath the freaking ground that's pulling it down more. I'm a little bit higher in altitude. I'm not near the ocean. There's a lot of humidity, like all these different factors, right? So they cancel out any effect of measurement by latitude. That's why I tried to stay on weight, because the gravitometer measurements, they're in like the freaking 8th decimal place. That's what the differences are.
I don't know what you mean by stay on weight. You can also do it by measuring the weight of something. It's just more precise to use so you guys can do it yourself. It's more precise. You don't have to buy anything. It's more precise to use the pendulum.
So I just posted on Text Check the data. This is the actual graph of the data that was accumulated by doing the measurements. I also have the spreadsheet with all the data on it. I'll post that one. There's a spreadsheet. It's got all the data, because they had the site's debunked now because this was done back in 2011. They had it embedded in a Google Maps, so you had to click on each pin and it would give you all the data from it. But I have a video that shows someone going through all of them and collecting all this data and entering it into the spreadsheet. That's kind of boring shit, but if you want to confirm that all these data points are correct.
Oh. The thing to look up is called theoretical gravity. So all those models where you see the lumpiness, basically if there's dense stuff underneath the surface of the Earth, those are deviations from the theoretical gravity of an idealized Earth. You basically subtract out the centrifugal force. And so if you go to I'll just post the Wikipedia pages with the sufficient formulas, but essentially you can see that it's a function of latitude. And now you asked a really interesting question, like what percentage of the bumpiness, or how does the change due to latitude vary with is that greater or smaller than the change due to there being a high density and there being these little bumps and stuff? So I think that's something that I would want to
testing at altitude and all other factors, right? So there's other variables that found any measurement with a gravitometer.
Yeah, so here's the change due to altitude. That's also theoretically known, of course, but yeah. So anyway, do you understand the difference? Why this is essentially the same thing as weight? You can also just use if you have a really precise scale, you can just, if you don't keep calibrating it at different latitudes, you can just move that from one latitude upwards if that makes it feel better.
That's what I just posted, buddy.
Yeah, I'm
Seriously,
just saying.
I just posted that. This is a Kern. It's called Kern Scientific. They are a precision scientific scale company.
Okay.
This was part of the promotion. They send this. There's the scale. There's the gnome. They also send like a calibration weight, right? So they calibrate the scale because the scale's getting shipped all over the place. They don't want to make sure it gets all out of whack. So they calibrate the scale with their known weight, and they weigh the gnome. Then they record the data, and they ship it somewhere else. And they did this over and over again. And as you can see from the graph, does not match the variation of weight by latitude. This graph that they have, those effects, altitude effects, pressure effects, were all taken into consideration.
Yes. So the reason why they ship calibration weights with scales is for this very reason, with the fact that the acceleration is different. Apparently, the acceleration near the equator is about 9.78 meters per second squared, whereas at the poles it would be 9.832. So this whole 9.81 meters per second squared, you're right, that was just decided upon as sort of like an average, I guess, of...
They actually put it in legislation in some countries.
Yeah,
That gravity is not just an opinion, it's the law. You better follow it. You think I'm joking? They actually added it into legislation in countries.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question, if you don't mind. What argument do flat earthers make? Like, what explanation do they have for the acceleration due to gravity?
What do you mean?
Like flat earthers, like they believe that the acceleration due to gravity is real, correct? Like, right?
Yeah, things fall, no doubt.
Yeah. Like, what model do they have for that? What explanation for that phenomenon do they have?
There is no scientific explanation for that. Doesn't exist from anybody. Not a scientific one. There's a story, but there's no scientific explanation. So, okay, objects fall, right?
For flat earthers?
For anybody. So I'll just go through this real simple. We'll just follow the scientific method. Okay? So we want to know the cause of a falling object, the causal mechanism. So we're going to set up an experiment. What experiment can we do to deduce the cause of that phenomena?
That's not my question, actually. But if you want to go there,
I'm trying to tell you, there is no scientific explanation. So asking us that no experiment exists where you can determine what the cause of a falling object is. The claim is, mass attracts mass, and this mass is getting attracted by the other mass. But I can drop a school bus or a bowling ball, and they both fall at the same rate, right? So that would be like the dependent variable is falling, right? It falls at some rate. The independent variable would be the cause of that. So to figure out the cause of a phenomenon, you manipulate an independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. So we want to manipulate what we think the cause is and watch the effect on falling. Well, we can manipulate all sorts of shit we want, and shit all falls at the same rate. The only thing that we can ever manipulate to change the rate of falling is alter the density of the medium the object is falling in. That's the only variable that we can change to alter it. Now, claim is, well, that's drag, or there's freaking shit in the way, and so it has to push it out of the way, and that's why it's falling at a different rate. That's fine, but the fact of the matter is, nobody knows the cause of a falling object. Nobody. Not scientifically.
Okay. Nobody knows the cause of the universe either, yet we model it very well. So I think your statement is actually just unimportant and irrelevant, actually.
Nice
so
derail.
what I want to know, is what model do flat earthers have to explain and predict the acceleration due to gravity? That's what I want to know. Like as a physicist,
it's not predicted now.
So it is actually. For example, here.
No, it isn't.
So as a physicist,
it's empirical. It's determined by empirical testing.
Sure. Is that not a model? Is that not a model though? I can make. I can have some equations and model. Okay, it's measured. However, I can also predict it as well. Now here, let me explain.
How do you predict 9.8 meters per second squared?
Okay, assuming a spherical Earth, right? And I can write some equations that relate the gravitational acceleration, which is 9.81 meters per second, to the mass of the Earth and the geometry of the Earth.
Where'd you get the mass of the Earth from?
Geologists. Do flat earthers believe in geologists?
So they weighed.
Right?
So now we're going to conflate bullshit, right? That's what we're going to do. We're just going to conflate.
No,
you
actually,
don't believe in geologists
no, we're not.
because I don't think you know the mass of the
You
Earth.
should allow him to explain what he's trying to explain without immediately
No, you'd
interrupting
rather
him
just
every
draw
3
your shit.
seconds.
Anyway, let's get to the point.
Well,
Where did you get the how is the mass of the Earth deduced?
Okay, so the mass of the Earth is actually, right. I'll be practical. I'll be real. I'll be real. That you're right. The acceleration due to gravity is measured because that's most easily the way to do it. It's the best way to do it. You measure it, right? You measure it at all points on the Earth, and then you can deduce the mass of the Earth, right, from that. But I'm saying if you know the mass of the Earth, you can also deduce the acceleration due to gravity. They go hand in hand, right? And we have independent ways to measure the mass of the Earth other than gravity. We can actually deduce the mass of the Earth through seismic activity, through geology. We know the mass of the Earth, well known to many decimal places. We know the mass of the Earth, right? That's not disputed. That's not debated.
That's horseshit.
We know. No, it's not. That's not actually debated by any
so 3
scientist.
years ago when they said we just discovered that there's an ocean 3 times larger than the size of the surface ocean underneath the ground, when they say that they discovered that, how did they know the mass of the Earth?
They knew the mass of the Earth. That's actually irrelevant. We don't actually
No, it
care.
isn't.
Because
the density of water, right? So you have a specific gravity.
Are you going to let him answer any question
that would
you ask?
change the mass of the Earth.
Nonsense. We don't care the shape of the deepest depths of the ocean. We don't care the densities of the deepest depths of the ocean.
No, this is under
We
the ground.
don't care what happens underground. We know everything, the weight, the mass of everything, the whole Earth, the entire.
Yo, he's getting real religious now.
We know the entire mass of the Earth.
Because nobody's interrupting you, right? So you make a point. When Indio rebuts you, I've heard it 3 times. You don't go, no, that's incorrect. You either ask him to prove it, providing some sort of citation, or justify your disagreement somehow. You don't just keep going, fam.
All right, whoever I was talking to before, do you understand what I was saying before? We don't actually care about the deepest, darkest shapes of the inner ocean. We can measure the entire Earth independently as a whole without knowing. We don't measure the weight.
I was addressing your claim of seismology, right?
Yes,
your claim of seismology, that we know the mass of the Earth from seismology. Well, if we didn't know the contents of the Earth, how did we deduce the mass of the Earth from seismology?
Oh, you actually use seismology to deduce the contents of the Earth. Did you know that?
Okay, so that they were wrong. They admitted that they were wrong about the contents of the Earth. So did they change the values for mass when they found out there's more water than they thought?
No. They know the mass of the Earth's crust. And they go by layer by layer. They don't actually care about
how do they
part
know
of
that?
the ocean. They care about the Earth's
I want
crust
to know
as a whole.
how they know that. I want you to tell us how they know that.
You're gonna have to ask. You're gonna have to ask a seismologist. All I'm saying now, for the sake of my argument, we're not going to debate seismology.
You're not making an argument.
For the sake of my argument, I want you to consider if you trust the measurements of the acceleration due to gravity, do you also trust the measurements due to geologists of seismology? Yes or no? Do you trust their measurements?
Hell no.
Do you trust their measurement? You don't. Okay.
No, because their measurements are fine. What they do with the measurements after they make the measurements and insert them into some model, right?
Okay.
And make inferences from a model. No, whether I trust that or not, there's probably alternative models that make the same predictions, and it says nothing.
So there are multiple different ways to measure it, and they all get the same number. Just similar to the acceleration due to gravity. So similar to the acceleration due to gravity.
Evidence for your claims?
Hold on. Do you actually believe that?
I don't care about. I'm not believing anything. I want the evidence for your claims.
This actually has to do with your belief now, because
No, I don't have a belief. You have the belief because you haven't presented any evidence for what you're saying.
Because I actually trust that you're going to do this research yourself. I'm not going to present to you.
Yeah, okay, but you must have already. Yeah. You want me to go find your evidence? I've done this.
Whether
you're a rookie,
or not, is going to be irrelevant. Party, then I can't argue.
Just a quick pause. These guys are absolute losers.
They're fucking losers. Oh, I would make an argument, but you wouldn't like it. We don't care if you don't like the argument. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to quickly check in with the panel. Live on Rumble, YouTube, Adam, Indio, Miko, Miguel. And things have been fluctuating today. I think things were popping off earlier in the politics server with Nathan Oakley. So shout out to him. And it's cool to see all the attention is spread around, you know. We got guys in different servers. So anyway, let's keep the show rolling here.
So I want to ask you, do you
You don't
trust
have
the
an
measurements?
argument. You presented no evidence to support your argument. You're just making claims, endlessly stacking them one on top of the other, claim after claim after claim. We know the mass of the Earth. This, that, and the other thing. We know it. We know it. How do they know it? Well, I don't know. I'm not a geologist. You go find the evidence.
That's all I'm doing. I'm not actually making any claims. I'm asking you personal questions, like if you trust. Do you?
Indio, he's not even listening to what you're saying.
I know he's not. Here's who I trust. Nowhere in the scientific method does the word trust appear. I don't care. Why should I trust anybody? Science is supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. There's no trust involved. The purpose of the scientific method is so you don't have to trust anybody. What don't you understand?
I bet he's still monologuing. Let's find out.
But you just
he is.
You actually
he is.
He was. Oh my God! Just mute him, man.
Just leave him for a minute.
He ain't even paying attention.
No, just leave
I
him
want to
for
go back to the other guy.
Leave him for a minute so he cools down.
Semi-reasonable.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can talk to me if you want.
Yeah, I mean,
so Indio, I think something that you said that I think I'd like to respond to really quickly is just you said that the scientific method relating to cause and effect when it comes to your hypothesis and then your prediction being true. But the thing is, I think that whole cause and effect thing is really like I've also seen that stated, but I think that's more about just the logical implication of it all, like the in terms of logic, P therefore Q, it's just basically that's what it means. In order to actually figure out the actual causal mechanism, really you have to have a model and then do a little bit of abduction and try to figure out the best explanation for it and maybe do other tests. Like just doing one test doesn't show that something causes something else. I mean, it's not like a scientific method.
It depends on how complex the phenomenon is, right? So you simplify it, right? So if you have you want to know some simple phenomenon, very simple, where there's only 2 or 3 possible variables what it could be. And you know how it goes. You control one variable, you make sure it doesn't change, and you change the other variable, see if that's doing it. And then you alternate. But what you're talking about is making a model for something. Dude, that's not the scientific method. Scientific method isn't about models.
Yeah, maybe so. The word model.
And
has
I'll
many
tell you why
definitions.
from a logical. Let me just explain it from a straight rational standpoint. Because you can have multiple models for the same phenomenon that make the same predictions. How do you choose which model is physically real?
Yeah, so I think so. That, like I was saying, I use the word model, and that has many different, definitions. So just in order to clarify what I mean by that, I just meant like basically a hypothesis or a theory. Basically just a supposed or proposed explanation being made. Now, there's also scientific models where you have things that are simplified, like, a spherical Earth that's not, or maybe, a force diagram and stuff. Those could be models. That's not really what I'm talking about necessarily. I just mean, like, say we don't know anything about the shape of the Earth. Like we're just kids. We know nothing. There's no other people. We could say, all right, what could it be? Maybe it's like this. Maybe it's like that. That's what I mean by models. Like maybe the shape is round and it's spinning, or maybe it's flat.
But you're talking about a hypothesis. They're not models. So the hypothesis is your prediction. Is your prediction of like whatever cause or whatever it is, and then you go out and test your prediction.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. So that's another common mistake people make.
The theory is the explanation. It's not a mistake.
Yeah. So sorry, I should. Okay, perhaps I shouldn't have said that before, proving it to you. But I'm just trying to get across to you that I think this whole treating hypotheses as an if-then prediction is something that isn't really what a hypothesis is.
Textbooks.
You're right about that. So I'll send you a basically. Here it's a paper that basically criticizes textbooks like for children. These only really appear in textbooks.
I'm not
for
talking
children.
about children's textbooks. I'm talking about
Yeah.
university
I'll
textbooks.
post. I'll post it. You should really. You should.
Here we go from Karl Popper, as mentioned in the section, the problem of induction, something you just brought up. Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science. Popper.
Yeah, that's
1963, Conjectures and Refutations, the Growth of Scientific Knowledge.
Yeah, I
You
agree.
said that's true, but you literally contradicted that maybe about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
when you
I
said
agree.
you use
So
a little bit of induction.
Yeah. Basically, what I mean by that is science doesn't prove anything. So it's to say induction is like Karl Popper is correct. That's actually kind of wrong. Really, it's more like abduction or Bayesian inference, where you're always just trying to get more and more
You
evidence.
just said like literally you double spoke, and I'm confused. So you're saying yes, you say you agree, but you're disagreeing, but you're agreeing. I'm
Well, it's okay. I
confused.
think there's a difference between strong and weak induction. Possibly that you could find the answer there, but don't worry about what I mean. I can explain to you exactly what I mean. It basically just means you get a bunch of evidence, and it just keeps on supporting a hypothesis more and more and more. It never proves it, so you could say it's not induction. But
Well, I mean, when you're validating a hypothesis, the result is qualitative. So if you prove something, that's pretty much it. So it's not like it changes or there's a difference or no, once you figure out the cause of an effect, it's always going to be that. It doesn't change.
wait, I'm sorry. I was trying to find more evidence for the thing I said earlier about the hypotheses not being predictions. That's a common mistake people make, though. I'll try to find some stuff.
Why would you say that? A hypothesis is a scientific prediction. Well, it's a prediction as to what's causing the natural phenomena you're supposedly studying. So this is what grinds my gears about people and saying that the scientific method as it's laid out is actually wrong. So you have a perfectly reasonable epistemology. You have an if A then B statement. You either have if A then B or if A not B. And you're saying that's incorrect. How could that possibly be correct? It's either what you suppose or it's not what you suppose. So explain.
Yeah, so that whole if then or a prediction of if I do this, if see this observation, I should expect to see this, or if I do this experiment, I should expect to see that. That's a valid part of the scientific method. I'm just saying that is different from a prediction. I'm sorry, not a prediction, a hypothesis. That is once you have a hypothesis, which is the proposed explanation, then you come up with the predictions. I'm posting some stuff in the.
You have a link we can click on or something?
Can you I hate the word explanation.
Yeah.
What does explanation mean?
And before that,
I want to know what it means in a scientific context, what the word explanation means. Because the theory was supposed to be the explanation.
No, well, when it's a when a hypo theory, it's basically a theory without that much evidence for it. But yeah,
And we call that a hypothesis.
Yes.
Can you attach that?
But that's different. But you can obviously see that is different from an if then prediction. Like if I increase the amount of weight on this spring, it should do this. That's different from the proposed. That's different from the explanation, or the model, so to speak. What you think is going on. It's basically
all hypotheses are created equal. Do you think that there's some hypotheses even using your definition that are just shitty hypotheses because they're poorly worded, poorly formulated, too complex, too convoluted, many moving parts? There's just some shitty hypothesis, right?
There's bad hypotheses. Of course, you could.
Well, I mean, think if you made it this a very complex hypothesis, that to falsify it, you would need to do thousands of experiments because the hypothesis is so complex.
Can I just push back real quick?
Sorry, you should be making hypotheses that are very, I don't know how to put it, efficient, right? They should be very short, terse statements that can be tested. Ideally, it should be an if-then statement.
How are you?
I'm not
All
saying
right,
you
so
can't make
wait,
a
this is what
hypothesis.
this is what
It's not an if-then statement, but ideally it should be.
So okay, so I'll post the link. I posted many links on this, but this is the best.
I read what you posted. This is
That's the only
philosophical
link
nonsense, dude.
I just
All right,
wanna
well,
push
it
back
doesn't
on
matter.
your
I mean,
statement. I just want to
yeah.
push
This is
back
just
on your
person's
statement
opinion.
that it's
Yeah,
not
go
a
ahead.
prediction. So you said it's not a prediction. So from colostate.edu, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. So from geosociety.org, Nature Science PDF, the hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1, A should happen when 2, B is manipulated. The first blank is the dependent variable, A. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. In the second blank, B is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. McLeland, Christine, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method, the Geological Society of America. So, I mean,
Yeah, I'm definitely not doubting that some people get this wrong.
You just did.
Oh,
You
no,
just said that
yeah.
it's not. You just said that it's not what I cited it is. So can you give it? I mean,
Yeah, exactly. So let me just respond. Let me respond. So in the link I posted, basically I fully admit that a lot of textbooks get this wrong. In fact, the table I just posted shows. Actually, no, that's from a science engineering fair. But actually, here we go. Table 3. This shows different textbooks and whether or not they get it right or wrong and everything. Not only that, I can post lots of stuff, but basically it actually doesn't really matter. There is no actual, there's no correct scientific method. That's also another myth. Like there's a sequence of steps and everything. I'm just saying a lot of the times in textbooks for children, they get this wrong. And that actually happened to me. Like for my life in high school, I was always taught to do an if-then hypothesis. I think it's sort of useful to teach kids that. I can actually post something about why that's bad to do.
Well, listen.
There is no correct scientific method, so therefore there is no sufficient method of inquiry to ascertain knowledge. You just destroyed knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously useful to.
No, like this is the problem. You want people when they use the word science, right? They want a certain air of certainty to be like. For their claim to be surrounded by some air of certainty. Well, science proved this, or science proved that, or science demonstrated this, right? So, yes, you can say the scientific method doesn't have this if-then consequence, right? But then you don't have the certainty afforded to the scientific method by the general public. But you're claiming you do by using rhetoric, but you don't, right? So people often say X causes Y, when it's actually a correlation relationship and not a causal relationship, right? People do this all the time. And it's the first thing they teach you in university. Correlation isn't causation. But even freaking highly advanced degreed professionals do this, especially when they're trying to get more money. So this is the problem. The problem is, as far as the human endeavor goes, the certainty of which we talk about, science proves this. And then you say there is no scientific method. As Gregory just pointed out, you're just saying you just threw out all knowledge. You just threw it under the bus.
So I'm not saying there's
problem
no
isn't certainty. The problem isn't certainty. This needs to be distinguished. This needs to be distinguished. The problem isn't certainty. The problem is sound justification and a valid epistemology and method of inquiry. You can have certainty with or without any discursive logic sequence or delineated and sophisticated method of inquiry. The problem is that you just deny that there is any valid method of inquiry to ascertain knowledge. You just destroy knowledge.
Yeah. So when it comes to a valid epistemology for how to do science, basically, yeah, if you want to do it without an explanatory model and just have an if-then, yeah, I suppose if that works for you, you can do that. Like I said, there's no correct way to try to figure out empirical. Knowledge about our world.
What the fuck is an explanatory model? That doesn't even make sense.
That hypotheses. So
no, an explanatory model. Models are descriptions of things. They don't make explanations. They describe shit mathematically, typically. So they just
no, so I'll stop using the word model because that's not what I meant. So I'll make an effort not to say model,
Using
but in terms of like a hypothesis should have some explanatory power. It should say why. So this is from the University of Berkeley.
Right?
Well, by definition, it does. Now we just have to verify it or falsify it. It's a truism.
I'm gonna have to post it in 2 parts, but this is from the University.
Be sure to
Again,
add links when you post those text chat. That just add the link.
All right, so no one posts anything. Okay. I'll post the link first. This is a different one. This is a good website. But anyway,
And concerning the word explanation, there should be no difficulty about this among intellectuals and interlocutors in this voice chat. It's not that difficult. An explanation is simply giving further detail about the subject. That's all it is.
Oh dear.
Sometimes, but in the way I hear Glover, well, a lot of people use the word the explanation as in scientific explanation is further detail, but a lot of grandiose verbiage is inserted into that further detail.
Anyway, it's not that big of a deal. Like I said, I think it's the main point is that the whole point of science is you have an explanation or like a proposed way the world is, to make it in real simple terms, not using any buzzwords. A proposed way the world is. Then you say, all right, if that was true, we would expect to see this, that, this, and that, maybe this other thing, right? So let's do some experiments, look at some observations. And if all those things are true, then it supports that model. If they're not, then okay, it's probably almost certainly not that model. But in the future, you might get something that doesn't support that model, and okay, maybe it's time to change the model slightly or throw something out. And then all through that process, you're basically trying to figure out the way the world works to come up with a causal mechanism.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we already said earlier, because you're talking as though you're giving some nuance that was missing before, but you just repeated the truism that we just said earlier. Yes, we have an explanation, especially it concerns the physical nature of this or that particular or the causal event that we observed, and we're trying to verify or falsify the hypothesis. That's what we already said earlier.
Yeah, so the nuance here is just because the other guy said that, I think his name's Indigo or something, was saying that a hypothesis is the prediction, but that's that you get the predictions from the hypothesis and then you see if they're right or not. That's the
you can make a further prediction after you make the prediction that is the hypothesis. When you say the sentence, I mean, if we're going to be so keen about examining our words, and let's be thorough and consistent. So when you say if X then Y, whatever placeholder symbol you want to use, that's a prediction. This will happen if this antecedent elapses in history. And then you can make further predictions about what will or will not happen after that.
A valid hypothesis, right? It has to be a valid hypothesis. You can't just make up any hypothesis about any idea that you have in your mind and call it a hypothesis. It has to be consistent with the observation and how you logically make a hypothesis based on that, right? It has to be valid.
Well, that would be an instance. Well, let's be accurate. That would be an instance of a valid, like you just said, a valid hypothesis, which was then empirically verified. You can make all sorts of hypotheses which are valid or invalid, coherent or incoherent, empirically verified or not.
Yeah, anyway, I brought up this, like, trying to say, Indigo was wrong.
Anyways.
Hypothesis, but, I wasn't trying to, call you out for being wrong too much. It's just something I, came across. But we can move on with what we're talking about if you want,
That's crazy. The person that I asked to be unbanned, like, straight up kept saying, "I'm sorry, but you're mistaken," exactly as this guy did. So they must come from the same school of thought. Did you not see the conversation that just happened? How you got your ass handed to you for the last 30 minutes?
Wait, are you talking to me?
I mean, yeah, because every time somebody rebutted you with some sort of citation or some sort of anything, you said, "Yeah, that's true," and then you double spoke. So I don't know how you showed.
I don't know. Well, anyway, we can take from the conversation what you will. but
Anyway,
you guys want to talk about
it's not much
the
of a rebuttal.
experiments, which oh no, I mean, I don't think I was. I mean, you can think what you want. I'm not.
No,
I
it's
don't have
not what I
enough.
think.
My
I just
ego's not
hear
so
you
big. I don't gonna worry about it.
away from a rebuttal. That's not good
So,
faith. I would say.
instead of looking at like these arguments, as, like, trying to make your opponents look bad and you look good. Really, I think we should be
not
sort of
really
viewing this thing as like
rebuttal.
us working together to try to figure out, what's true and correct each other in a intellectually honest way. So if someone doesn't know something, for instance, instead of going, "Aha, you don't know." Got you, I just move on with the conversation. You can help him figure it out, or like, oh, here's some links for you to research.
Well, I agree with that ethic. I agree with that ethic.
Yeah,
I do too. Let's keep in mind though that every chance you got, you tried to respond with the double speak and also implying that the person who gave you the information, though you agreed in some way, also they were wrong, just like you did with India. So
Yeah, when you give counterpoints, that by definition, in the nature of the case, makes it into a debate, not just a discussion.
What is your profession?
That was the end of the clip there, ladies and gentlemen. So that was an amazing clip there. Even I was everything. Where else was cooking? He's active right now. We got internet. We got Miguel. I don't know. Guys, if you want to.
You are cutting off.
Am I cutting up?
Cutting a little bit.
I'll cover turn the voice.
It's is your mic okay?
Oh, yeah, I need a new mic, man. My mic is cracked. Okay, I fixed that. I fixed this. One second, please.
So let me just check my mic settings here. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I'll need to switch up my microphone here in a second. I'll probably get some background noise, but just wanted to check in with the panel. That was the end of that clip, so I figured we just stop it there for a moment. Let's see who's in the panel. Miguel's here. I'll go to the book, and yeah, I'll switch over to a better mic shortly. I just need more time. And yeah, guys. In the meantime, maybe you just let the clips keep rolling. So I'll do that.
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Oh, hello? I didn't realize that was like literally the last clip I was going to play. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. We have Bradley Criterion here. We go. Yo, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay now. Welcome.
Okay, cool. All right, I can
We hear you
guys.
loud and clear.
Awesome. Let's go.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear. You can hear me. Oh, and we have who just joined, guys? We have Neil, another Flat Earth Chad in the panel.
Good day.
Get on mine. How are you?
Chilling.
He's chilling, ladies and gentlemen. He's chilling. All right. So I think combined Flat Earth knowledge, we've got like maybe probably 20 years at least, all of us combined. What do you guys think?
At least, probably more.
At least.
Well, I've heard of flat Earth over 20 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I heard the radio interview with the guy who was the new head of the Flat Earth Society back in like 2004.
Flat Earth Society.
Yep. Before they got taken over and were made into a crazy little organization.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, because I remember when I first got into it, it was already taken over, I think. 2017. It was over.
Yeah, they probably got taken over before it started getting big in 2015 or so.
15? Yep. Facts. Yeah, so when did who was the earliest person in the panel? Was it you or who was the earliest person in here? First person to get involved. 15 is an early shot. So who else?
Yeah, I think that's about it.
17 here. Anyone else got earlier than 15?
They started doing long distance observations back in like 2014, 2015. So
that's crazy.
That's when they got the equipment to do it, right?
Wow, you're an OG for real. Holy. So how does it feel? How does it feel to be an OG in 2024?
Yeah, it's not what it's all cracked up to be. Still have to deal with Globers who don't understand physics.
Yeah, facts. So is there anything that still grinds your gears, thing that still bother you? I mean, you're in season 9 as an OG, so what is it in season 9 that still gets you going or whatever?
The dumbest question that Globers have is, why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Yeah, that's a stupid question.
Yeah.
Hey,
I always reframe that back to them and I say, so you're asking me is why would the sociopaths lie?
Exactly.
That's what they do.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, RC, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you, brother?
I'm in the 50s.
Sheesh. Yeah, OG for real.
I was just a little baby in diapers when they landed apparently a man on the moon.
That's crazy, bro. You're an OG for real, man. That's wild. Good for you, man. You know, there's a lot of old heads out here that they haven't quite figured it out yet. They're still stuck in some old programming. So it's good to see that you can teach an old dog a new trick. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to have some of the older people teach the new people what the history was, right?
Yeah.
Because if you've never lived it, you don't really know what was going on.
True. Very, very true, man. And that's why we appreciate you old heads over in here, man. Keeping us up to date, and the young folk, we keep y'all young. I feel like that's our role. You know what I mean?
And we're the ones who remember all the Mandela effect stuff, right?
Oh shit! Are you a Manduzler or what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not
The
really.
Bernstein Bears is definitely one.
That is a
that's
good
quite
one, yeah.
stupid. Got the interview with a vampire or interview with the vampire.
Yeah, honestly,
The Sinbad movie, though, that's the one. Shazam Sinbad.
I don't know nothing about that one. That's the actor, right? The black dude, the Sinbad,
Yeah, the comedian. Yeah,
and he says he wasn't in it.
yeah. They've done everything to put that movie down the memory hole for whatever reason, but people still have copies of the VHS. You know,
Oh
it's like
shit! Damn, that's crazy. That's wild, bro. Damn. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that because honestly, I don't like the implications of Manduzel. It gives a lot of credit to something that might not deserve it, you know. And so, I think a lot of us have kind of led to we've got to the point that there's a creator, and so if there's a Manduzel Mandela, well, reality is being changed, and it's not too. It doesn't seem like the creator is doing it. It's some other thing. But to me, it seems like it's giving credit in the wrong area, which I don't like. So that's just me.
yeah, just
Reality shifting and changing.
yeah. Don't look at the man behind the curtain there. That's the thing.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz, right? Yeah.
In this digital age, anything can be faked, right?
But like, how come somebody can be in control of this reality over the creator? You know what I mean? I mean, I guess it's been happening for the longest time with the juju shots in your arm and shit like that. You know, so
Well, just look at the mud flood here. Like, why the heck would people like some of the pictures? You know, there's 3 or 4 stories that are underground. Like, why?
yeah, yeah, that is pretty interesting too. Yeah.
And it's nothing's written in the history books about it. So that brings into question all the history books because they're leaving out information.
Yeah.
And then you got to go through all the great fires in quotations.
Yeah. Great Fire of London, Great Fire of Chicago, all these cities that just burned down.
Everywhere. But the trees were somehow intact. I wonder how that happened. It's like we had dew hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
Anyways,
The funniest fire story is the fire at the Library of Alexandria. They just don't tell you it was on fire for 6 months.
I like the Chicago one where they said that they created more fires to put out the existing fires. Like, okay, they're like they blew up buildings and hoped that would disperse the fire, but that only made it worse.
That sounds like a real estate scam. Someone trying to burn down all the buildings so they can buy up the land for cheap.
And hide all those old beautiful history buildings of our past. Built by supposedly horse and buggy, but I digress.
Okay,
I'm my
just
bike.
I'm back. How's it going, guys?
Chilling, just talking about mud floods, interesting things, non-flat Earth related, but
I don't really know anything about it. Not a big mud flood guy, but there'll be mud floods, I guess.
do you live in like a downtown area, or is a downtown area near you?
Does it sound like I'm in downtown? Cause yeah.
Okay. Well, if you ever see old buildings, like the brick buildings or like just Romanesque type buildings, if they ever go under construction, which they always do where I'm from, they always dig them out. You'll clearly see other floors going down, but with like windows that are all like they're just uncovering, they're just digging out this earth, and there's just windows and doors. And you're like, why are those there? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Or like
All right.
half a window or half a door. It looks like a basement, but you're like, that looks like the window that's right above there, but it's underground, but half of it is, and it's just like half a windowsill.
Yeah, okay. I mean, my
And
city has like underground shit, so it's, I don't know, it's weird. So yeah.
I haven't talked about it in a while. It's been a minute, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. Honestly, it's cool though. I respect it. There's probably some truth to it. Just out the loop
it's
type
just
shit.
all over the world. We have these buildings, the old world buildings that are clearly like have been flooded with mud because there's doors underneath the ground, right? And this isn't just in one place. This is all over the world. So it's like kind of interesting.
You're not the first one to into this type shit.
Anyways, I just came out here to say what's up. It's pretty sunny outside, so I'm gonna go ride my bike.
Good shit, man. Well, you enjoy the rest of your day. Cut you around.
Deuces.
Yeah, peace, bro.
is marked with a steady heart. They call him it's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles that cage. The crayon eating nupties are running out of time. They call him Curie, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades.
All right, guys, we gotta pause it with the music. So, shout out to Miguel, shout out to Rayleigh, shout out to Migo, Adam Unsalted. I can't do the music right now, but I'm here for a little bit. Clip Core says Mez thinks a horizontal line is the shape flat. Miguel Souza says horizontal is flat. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of horizon. Earth is flat. Horizontal lines do not have positive slopes or negative slopes. The slope of a horizontal line will always be 0. This is because it never changes height. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah, no cover to the no but no cover to the
You know, the most failed globers, they are not globers, they are cylindric shape Earth. They,
facts.
So they claim curvature forward, but at left and right, the horizon is still there. So they are not globers; they are cylindric shape Earthers.
BYOB Earthers.
Oh yeah.
They've made up their own worldview. That's cylindrical. It's not even spherical. It's crazy.
It's the most dumb argument. These pretend globers trying to prove something, but they are saying they are cylindric Earth shaped Earthers.
Is that because they're saying that it's curved?
No,
like
it's because the horizon doesn't work. Straight lines doesn't work on spheres, so they don't see that. They are failing.
So
How
if they're
can
saying
you
it's a
yeah.
straight line across the horizon, left to right, but it's curved front to back. So
Yeah,
cylinder.
it's it's not even the globe logic. It's cylindric Earth logic. The most failed globers.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
So have you been going into the politics server, Miguel? Did you go to Nathan Oakley's today?
No, I have been busy working, so
okay.
These days, last 3 days, 2. I'm not following what's going on.
Okay.
What Nathan did said.
Yeah.
What Nathan did? He did the live stream.
Yeah, today in the politics server.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Are you? Do you watch Nathan Oakley or no?
Yes. Yeah. Sometimes when he's in the Flat Earth debate server, Discord server, yeah, I go there, watching the live streams. Sometimes on YouTube, just on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
man.
he's the guy. He and Quentin Reza, the guys, they know to talk good English, and
Yeah.
they love to flat smack the Globers.
Yeah, absolutely. And welcome Bear Pelagic Coffee as well, man. Guys, I'm gonna switch microphones. I will be back. I'm gonna.
Okay.
Bear Pelagic is back. And I got
Looky,
Maddie's
looky.
coffee in front of me. But I'll be right back, guys.
Looky, looky, looky. Look at these boxes of coffee. Who could they be going to?
Me.
Possibly two of my favorite people.
Yes, sir.
India and CB.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Keep the show rolling. I'll be right back. Just gonna switch mics. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. 2:21 a.m. I have to go to sleep.
Jeez, it's that late there. I just got off of politics with telling them guys that they're when I first saw that stupid picture they posted with the boat lower, and I said something about, hey, well, you know, water's moving, the boat could be lower in a dip, and I said, besides, you know, for ships being 3 miles apart, it's an awful lot lower. It seems like a little bit too much, right? I said that the first, and I think it was Jedi or I think it was Jedi who's over there. He's going. Well, he's like doing the math on the refraction and their little, you know, the ball math, and he's like, yeah, it looks to me like it's like 27 feet below where it should be in your model. And I'm like, that's exactly what I said just by looking at it. I was just like, yeah, it seems like it's like way too far low. It's just nonsense. Whatever.
You know, those I was talking to CB. They are not even Globers. You know, they are presenting, of course, a cutting ship, but they are presenting a horizontal line. You know, and how can those straight lines work on a sphere? So they are not even Globers. They are failed, you know, Globers, because they are presenting the horizon is still horizontal at left and right, and they are claiming, without even knowing, inconsciently, they are presenting a claim of cylindric Earth shape. So they are failed Globers, you know. They want to claim that boats are curving forward, but at left and right is still there, the horizon. So how can horizons work on that sphere? And you know, they don't they never like to account perspective, you know. So yeah, see this picture, the boats over there, they appear so smally, but you know, at the same time, the water is appearing to rise up. So yeah, and you know, even even some cameras have limitations. So you know, for example, this road, I'm gonna post this. Is this road raising up? Just perspective, like that. And when the water is not, you know, some waves there, so yeah, of course, a little wave farther away would, you know, cut, you know, that boat. So in the middle, so yeah, you don't see the full boat.
Damn it, man. What the frick did I do? Could have sworn I wrote a note. What are these damn bags?
You are at Mikey.
I know. I know. I'm sorry.
Welcome back, Creation Bear.
Can you guys hear me okay, or is my mic driving?
Your mic, not okay. It's cutting a little bit.
Is that better? Y'all can hear me better?
Now it's better.
Okay. Yeah, but for some, my headphones are jacked up, so no problem, no coverage, no problem. But
Exactly.
exactly, brother. So what do you think, Miguel? Do you meet Portuguese chicks that are flat earthers, or are they all ball believers?
Yeah, there are a few. So I saw on a Portuguese Facebook page, a group. So yeah, there are a few girls, flat earth girls.
Okay. Do you have
But
one? Oh.
if I have a flat earth girl, no. Anyway.
Dude, Fresh and Fit, the dating thing last night was hilarious. They had Big Mo on there, and all these people in the chat were going, Big Mo's going to put a hurting on white girls' poontang and all this freaking. Dude, they were freaking getting pretty crude in the chat. It was kind of funny.
Honestly,
But,
though, I'm so glad you messaged me though, PPC, because I forgot that it was running live. I was doing some other stuff. When you messaged me, I started watching live. Amazing. I love Mo. I love.
Because I was like, where the hell's Creation Bear? Like when I first showed up at the in the Rumble chat.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
are you paraplegic on Rumble or no?
Yeah, I'm paraplegic coffee.
Okay, you have the same tag. Okay. I'll just
Yeah.
keep an eye out for you. I know Flatty Klein's over there too. She'd be over there too. I know.
Yeah, she be
Yeah.
keeping an eye, making sure she's got some.
She keeps tabs. Yeah.
She's got some. She's got some ammo to take care of you with.
Yeah, exactly. She keeps tabs on Fresh and Fit, so I love her, man. We love Kim, and I really appreciate. It's funny. It's good to see like that you were watching without me telling you to watch. That's you were watching on your own, so that was cool.
Well, I mean, it's technically not my thing, but I kind of watched it just because you like it, and it's not the worst show. I can understand why you like it. It's a little bit too mainstreamy for me, but it's not.
Yeah.
If there ain't nothing else on, I'll watch it. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, no, honestly, there's times when I tune in and I'm like, man, there's some new people that would be like, what the hell is going on right now? But
you gonna sticker bomb? You gonna sticker bomb?
Older brother.
You gonna sticker bomb some stuff? I'm putting in a bunch of stickers, dude.
Sticker bomb. Oh, you want to put? Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
I'm giving you a
absolutely, I'll
bunch
do
of
that.
labels. Give you a bunch
Yeah,
of
that's
flat
cool.
Earth
Honestly,
labels
I'm
too.
I'm like one of the more base people. There's not a lot of base people around. I mean, I try to drop like red pill, like women, like misogyny stuff on guys, and they're like, "What? No, you can't say that." Yada yada. So there's not a lot of base dudes around here. I'm a rare breed. So I'm a little scared about having your products around. Fucking
Yeah. You'll be fine,
the
dude. You'll
6
be fine.
million
Look,
blends or whatever.
there's no 6 million beans. I didn't send you any bike thief that says it has Nicaraguan beans, and I spelled Nicaraguan with 2 G's, and that's why people call me racist and all this bullshit. The people on Reddit call me racist because I spelled Nicaraguan with 2 G's. I'm just like, man, all my black friends have seen the label. They just freaking laugh at it.
Yeah, that's funny.
They know it's just comedy,
that's
man.
funny. That's funny. I just don't want to
It's
get
all-
canceled from my spot from bringing your shit.
Well, wait a minute. You're not at your house. You can drink my coffee, right?
I mean, nah, bro. I'm gonna
Got a
bring your
bunch
shit
of
to my
roommates.
shop. I'm gonna bring your shit in my shop. I'm gonna give to other people.
Oh well, you got There's some Helen Keller. There's some.
Yeah, I'm gonna grind it and then serve it to people. I'm gonna give it to myself, and
Okay, cool.
it's not supposed to be just secret or nothing. So I'm glad you ain't sent me no Nicaraguan, bruh. That's crazy, bruh. See, I would have to explain that. I cannot explain that one.
It's all good. It's all good. Didn't send it to you.
I
Plus you can
appreciate
keep you can take the Helen Keller. You can take the Raghead roast. It's got an Indian bean in it. That's why it's called Raghead roast. So it's all good.
Yeah, that's amazing, bro. I appreciate it, and sorry for the delay.
That's
I'll put
fine,
you on-
dude.
I'll put you on, man. I'm gonna because I got some serious coffee people that have come to my shop, and I mean, you're more of a specialty than what we are.
Yeah,
serving.
they like bougie, freaking small batch, freaking organic beans. Then I'm the guy, man.
Right. See, I might even order more of you just to have at the shop anyway. You know what I mean? Or I might have some guys that are like, "Yo, I want to have that instead of what you guys are offering." So
There's
we have a local roaster.
I can now send like 10 pounds of coffee for I can ship it for to Ohio. I bet you'd be wouldn't even be $12 for me to ship 10 pounds of coffee, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, so the shipping with the shipping company I use now, it's gone down considerably. It used to be it would add on quite a bit to a small order. It would add on a lot per pound.
Right.
If you ordered just say 2 bags, 2 pounds fit in a bubble bag, but that's $8 shipping, so that's $4 extra dollars per pound. That doesn't work out,
Right.
So, but it's fine when you send 8 pounds and it's only $10. $1 extra a pound isn't a big deal.
Right. So, hey man, I got you, man.
Cool. It's all good. Whatever's whatever.
Hey, so talk to me about Nathan Oakley show today. You were on Nathan Oakley's earlier.
Me? You saw me?
Yeah, I heard you chime in.
Yeah, a little bit. I think he was already gone by the time I did, but
It was the after hour show. You chimed in.
Yeah.
I told that bitch to go back to the kitchen. You remember that?
Oh my gosh, it was hilarious, dude.
That shit was funny as hell.
It's sometimes people are, I don't know, man. It shouldn't surprise me by now, but it still does. Just
Did you hear what she was saying? She was like, "Well, what was your salary and what money do you make?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Why don't you tell us your body count?" Yeah, because you're not going to do that, and neither is he going to tell you his salary. So quiet, woman.
Oh my god, right.
Take your
She
ass
was
back
like
to the
that, she was like that 40-year-old chick with one kid last night. She's just like dude, she's like, yeah, pretty much the only thing you're talking to that 22-year-old guy and I'm 40. I guess the only thing I'm getting out of this is either some dick or money. I was like, dang. She was freaking crude.
Belongs to the streets.
Dude, I was laughing because I heard the Don DeMarco and some of the other shit.
Very
I'm
Paralesic,
like,
man. You are the man. I'm telling you, man. You are the dude. Man, big time. Just watching the show and stuff. You're cool. Do you know Chris is a flat earther, right? The producer.
yeah. Well, you kind of told me he pretty much says it. Like you know that
Chimes
he
in a
is.
lot. Chris chimes in a lot. He's the one that does the soundboard a lot. And oh wait, you're 30, and he'll be like, "What?" He'll do a little sound effects. So yeah, man, we love Chris.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it.
Yeah, man, you're awesome, man. Drop you. And you're one of the best sports in the panel as well. No one takes more shit than BPC.
Oh, it's no big deal, man. I was just hearing crap from frickin' Trig over the other place. It's like, since you didn't pass Algebra 2, dude, I love it. I love it when he's like, well, you didn't pass Algebra 2. I was like, so it's a globe? Is that why it's a globe? Because I didn't pass Algebra 2? Because, dude, I told him I got expelled in 7th grade and didn't pass Algebra 2 that year. Now, yeah, I took it later, but I went to like auto mechanics and shit. Like, I even took college. I didn't even take any math when I was in college. I took psychology. I took like English 101. I took business management. I took accounting, and I got an A in accounting.
Love you.
I took life fitness, and then I got shot. So I didn't even finish my AA at community college. So. It's no big deal, man. Like, but it's funny when he's like, "Oh, you don't even know Trig." Like, I'm like, therefore, it's a globe. I'm like, you know how stupid you sound. That's why I told him because I know he'd be doing that dumb shit.
That's crazy, bro.
Look, man, he could do Trig, and he probably can't do anything else.
I know.
He probably just orders DoorDash all day and bullshit.
Dude, yeah, he's like, I felt a girl's tit. It felt like sand in a balloon. Like 40-year-old virgin. Remember 40-year-old virgin when he's talking about the girl's boob? That was funny, man.
Shit.
That actually reminds me of a true story. This girl, she was from South Carolina. She was a big bitch. She was like 6'1".
You got an Amazon.
She had the nicest looking titties, but they felt horrible. Like when you squeezed them, it was like. Imagine filling a plastic bag with like wet oatmeal and squeezing it. It was like blood, dude. It was the worst, man. It was the worst tits ever.
That's weird. This one girl, everybody in school thought she was. They thought everybody in school thought this girl was the hottest chick, and she starts eyeing me up in like social studies in like 9th grade one day, and dude. I don't know if she was high. I don't know what she was doing. But every time I looked over, she was freaking looking at me. I'm like, man, that was one of my best friend's girlfriends. And I was like, man, I don't want to have nothing to do with this. I literally booked down to my freaking car to cut freaking like 4th period like before lunch. And dang, I don't know how she beat me to the car, man. She beat me to my car. I ran, dude. And she's like, I need a ride. I'm like, no, you don't. You don't need a ride. So I literally told her, no, get away from me that day. She caught me on another day. Everybody thought she was so freaking hot, man. She wasn't all that, man. She had these gray ass freaking areolas. I'm just like, nah, this is
no.
I just don't like certain shit. Just turns me off. I was just like, yeah.
How did you know that?
Well, no. Once I was with her, that's what I'm saying.
He didn't say he didn't do it. He's not gay.
WPPC in the chat.
Shit! What a mess.
That's crazy. I didn't know
Yeah,
you
it's
dabbled
funny
in that,
how.
either of you guys. That's crazy.
Yeah, I only been with a couple black girls. Black girls is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even dabble in the dark.
I had this one girl that when I used to deliver all this when I was basically a lunch truck, but we had so it was a pizza shop that I worked at called Sorrento's, and I drove a thing called the Feast Beast. It was a freaking like a lunch truck painted like a tiger, like a cat, right? And I used to wear the shirt that said "Feast on my Feast Beast," and it was funny. And so these black girls at this one city stop that I go to, they'd be like, "Yo, you be looking like David Hasselhoff and shit, shorty. Like, come here." I'd be like, "Oh shit." They'd be wanting me to give them credit and shit. Oh my gosh, them hood chicks are freaking rough.
Rough.
Funny.
That's crazy. I love these stories there at BPC, man. The stories are amazing. Bro. Keep them coming.
Yeah, Shabert, who is Stu Peters? The guy that.
Stu Peters?
Yeah.
Honestly,
man,
I don't
this
know
is
him that
YouTube's
well.
on, man. I can't tell my stories.
Did
Gotta
you
kick the pot for that
kick
shit.
the butt out? Oh shit. Okay. But
You
to
need
answer
post-
your question, Miguel, I don't
Yeah.
know him that well. I just know that he's based, bro, and he knows that space is fake.
So he did an interview to Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, he was
talking
on
about
Fresh
Flat
and
Earth.
Fit. Yeah. He was on Fresh and Fit, and he told them boys that space is fake. That was fact.
His face is not strange to me, but I don't remember where I saw it.
Oh, you seen him
Anyway.
before?
Maybe, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, very interesting guy.
Yeah, he was cool. It was good. I liked him a lot. He was based, and he cooked them girls too. It was amazing. So, yeah, Stu Peters, and he's based flat earther. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna order some food. I'll be right back.
Okay, I
Keep
have
the
to
show
go to
rolling.
sleep. See you guys later.
Are you gonna head out, Miguel? All right, Miguel. You have a good night, bro. Talk to you later.
You too. Cheers.
All right,
Bye-bye.
big dog. Catch you later. Peace. All right, good stuff. Then it's New York time, motherfuckers in here. Then let's get it. We got you guys,
Maybe I'll tell you how I caught Crab's story.
bro. How are you in like every clip? We were listening to a bunch of clips on the bot today. It was like every one of them had Indio in it. That's crazy, bro.
You know, and
You
I
gotta
was.
chill, bro.
Shut up, man.
Yeah.
The thing is, I picked the clips at random too, like because I play like the TLC UK clips, the ones he recorded, and I just like scroll through them. I'm like, what's just like a shorter length? And I just pick it at random, whatever one I haven't played before, and I just end up always being in them somehow.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta get
was
off
even
this
in the
goddamn
last
computer.
one. I know, bro. I feel you, bro. I was in the last one
I think
too.
he just saves the one I'm on, and that's what I think the problem is.
No, it was a good video. Honestly, I don't really listen to the bot a lot, but the last video I was like tuned in because you were in there, you were cooking. Someone just joined and left and joined again. So who is that?
Oh, it's Bunny. Hey, Bunny.
Yo.
Bunny?
Now I can't tell my Crab story. Damn it.
Wait.
What? When you got, dude, I used to go crabbing all the time on the Y River with my old man. What? You got a freaking you got a crab. You got a crab story, but you weren't catching crabs on the freaking river. You caught them somewhere else.
I caught it at the Y. I caught it at the
Dude, it's called the Y. It's called the Y River. Yeah, dude, that's hilarious. Oh my gosh, dude, you dirty ass little bastard.
That's the problem with the story is I couldn't figure out who I caught him from. It was like
Dude, you're that much of a freaking whore. You
Oh
filthy
man,
man.
I was then. Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Back then, if I was a girl, I probably would have, SD until I owned a mansion.
Probably.
Oh shit, that's a freaking funny joke.
I ended up finding out because my friend caught crabs too, and he was going out with one of the girls' girlfriends. So that's how I narrowed it down. Because they were like sharing a towel or something, so like one gave it to the other, and then I don't know who got it first.
Dude, and it's so weird. I heard, like, my buddy told me, like, he said he had him in his eyebrows, and I was like, what? He says they look like little things jumping. Little things jump. They'll apparently they can get in any kind of hair, any kind of whatever. I was just like, whoa. I ain't never seen no shit like
It was
that.
really
man.
hard to get rid of them though.
I seen lice on freaking kids in school too. I never had no lice either.
Oh
That's
man, I've
nasty.
seen lice on kids like pop. It's like on the back of their head popping like popcorn.
I remember this one girl came over my house when I was little, and she had this comb. And I remember seeing the comb, and it had all this like white, like licey stuff, and I was like, ew. I was like, I'm not gonna stick that under freaking hot water for her, Yuck. Telling
Well, that's
nasty stories.
disgusting.
Yeah. How old are you, Bunny?
I'm 24.
Man, you're just a freaking little baby. My goodness. It was good to hear your story yesterday, though.
Hey, why aren't you out there having babies? What's wrong with you?
Oh man, I went deep in the psyop, brother. I'm vaxxed. My chips were laid, brother. Like I'm new to the trade.
What?
Yeah, she just went flat a couple days, like a week ago. A week ago?
Yeah, dude, it's been wild. I think I stayed up for like 2 hours just like researching about fucking Kennedy last night. I don't even know what the fuck was going on.
Oh my
Then I was
lord,
trying to
dude.
connect that to like Federal Reserve and like World War II. I was doing
Dude.
some. Yeah, dude. So you're hearing it right now. You're hearing it in my voice, dude.
Well, there's
That was all from like watching a
It's
hit.
Executive
list.
Order
And
10010. Kennedy made silver dimes.
Oh, I was
legal
just gonna
tender.
say I thought he made freaking he made silver-backed currency.
Yes,
So
that's
did
what
he
he was
make
trying
it
to do.
with the dime? Well, no, that's what I heard, and I heard that was just a one of many reasons. First one is that he said, "F it,
No,
I'm in
he
office
fucked
now.
over the
I'm gonna
Federal
do what I want." Right. Well, he was gonna do like if you do silverback currency of any sort or silver currency, then you're effing over the Federal Reserve, and they probably didn't like that. I heard that was one of the reasons. I heard the biggest reason was he was going to bring our boys home from Vietnam, and the CIA was freaking happy making their freaking whatever. It was probably like a couple $100 million at the time, bringing freaking heroin home. And I also heard that he was like, I'm going to do shit my way. And Onassis and the mobsters are like, no, we made you, boy. We put you in. We can take you out. There's like all kinds of stories.
I think the most likely scenario is that Lyndon Johnson wanted to be president and had him killed in Texas.
Nah, it could be. And what's funny? That that film where it shows him getting killed. Do you know that's called the Zapruder film that was made like 10 years after it happened? Did you know it was?
It's fake.
It wasn't televised. It wasn't televised.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and Geraldo Rivera is the one that ended up releasing that shit. Yes, I know all about the Zapruder film. It's a fake. It's a complete fake.
Incredible that people are like, oh, look at Jackie, like she's trying to put her husband's head back together. And I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like,
so
what?
there's actually a physicist that proved that film is fake, just using like the laws of perspective and like how cameras work. So you know how the limo goes behind the Stemmons freeway sign and like disappears, and then it pops out on the other side. That part of like the Zapruder film. So if you actually like measure the stem and three-way sign, the vertical and the side, right, the horizontal and the vertical side, they're a perfect 90-degree angle, which is fucking impossible with a camera. You can't have a perfect 90-degree angle with a camera, so they all have barrel distortion no matter what, right? And especially the closer it is to the camera, the more distortion there's going to be. Yeah, so this guy basically just measured it, and then he like used perspective correction matrix to basically line everything up and correct the perspective, and nothing lines up. Nothing, not a fucking thing. All the people are like too big. They're like two sizes too. Like basically, like one lady would have to be like 12 feet tall to be in the positions he's in, like relative to like the walls and the shadow and everything, because you can place people in 3D space if you perspective correct it. Yeah, dude, it's crazy, man.
I mean, if you just looked at it from the guy they arrested for the shooting and how silly the story, you know, it's like the opposite of Lincoln's story. He shot it from a book depository and went to a theater. Lincoln was shot in a theater, and the guy Booth ran to a book depository, and you know, there's all this nonsense. It just and then they blasted him. Freaking Jack Ruby went up.
Kennedy's secretary's last name was Lincoln, and Lincoln's secretary's last name was Kennedy. Just a bunch of weird shit.
Good night. Like, come on, man. Does anybody believe any of this is just? They're just messing with you, you know. I think we're so stupid.
Well, most people are, so, I mean...
Yeah, really. We are. We were.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that, like, people like, I'm going to use this Zapruder film to prove how he was assassinated. No, you're not. That thing's a big fake. Like, it's like the 9/11, right? Like, I'm going to prove 9/11 was a hoax using the video. No, you're not. Like, dude, that video's bullshit. Like, what are you talking about? You can't use the video to prove anything.
Yeah, do you think that G. Gordon Liddy shot that one freaking cop that looked identical to Kennedy to use his body for the autopsy? Because he got shot. They say G. Gordon Liddy came up behind him and shot that cop. And there was a cop that was shot the same day, and he looks like crazy. Yeah, but he's about as close to the match to Kennedy as you can get.
Supposedly Oswald shot Tippett on his way into the theater. And he just runs into the theater and watches the movie instead of like going out the other door.
Yeah, he sat down. It was a really good film. He just didn't want to miss it, you know.
Yeah, no, he liked the popcorn there. They're the only place that gives you extra butter for free. So he was like, nah, man, I can't pass this up.
Yeah, right. It's like free. It was free. They gave you a free large drink with your purchase of popcorn that day. It's like, I am there.
And Jack Rubenstein and his there you go background.
Oh my god,
that was his name, man. You know that, right?
I know. It's so stupid, dude. It just gets sillier.
Bunny's like writing his shit down. Like, I didn't see this last night.
I don't. Yeah, dude. Like coming in here too after like frying my brain and then frying my brain again, dude. It's like someone just cracks my egg into a pan and then just like moves it into the oven. It's like, all right.
Yeah, well, take it easy, girl. Like, we don't need you, like...
Nah, dude, we us Austrian Jews, man, we burn the candle. I don't know what take it easy means. I don't think I've known that my entire fucking life, dude.
Jews. No, wait. I
don't want to pick a sore scab wound. Are you a Zionist?
Not really. Like, I never really was.
You know what I mean? Like, because the word Zionist is... I did
hear her say something about the Muslims.
Okay.
You're like this
Arab, the origin of Zionism?
They'll rape you.
You know the origin of Zionism and like where it comes from and what the people said back then? The people that started Zionism?
Okay, well, and my take on it personally is like it's a double-edged sword. Like on the one hand, I don't want Jews in European countries. On the other hand, like the trade-off is that we're gonna have brown people at war.
And, that's not really what I
Like
was
at
asking
least
you.
I don't know. At least white people get to profit off of it now. It's like the
So,
same
like-
thing that we're doing in Nam.
So the people that started Zionism, they're quote unquote Jewish, but they didn't want to be Jewish. They wanted to be European. They actually, if you read what they wrote about Jewish people, it's worse than the shit Hitler wrote about Jewish people. I swear, I shit you not. People like Theodor Herzl and the people that started Zionism back in the end of the 18th or 19th century, if you read what they wrote about Jewish people, you'd be in. If I just read it to you and I said, "Who said this?" You'd be like Adolf Hitler. You wouldn't even believe it that a Jewish person even said that shit. So there was, and you're an Austrian Jew, and like I think Herzl might have been an Austrian Jew.
Yeah, well, most of the Jews who went there were the Germanic ones, and part of I'll explain it to you actually, because I, like, being Jewish, I know. So the Germanic Jews did all of the shit. Then you had the Mexicano, like, kind of Jews that were the chicken farmers. And then you had Arab Jews at the bottom of the pillar, which are like the Mizrahi Jews. But if you were like a European Jew, you knew how to build stuff, you were relatively well educated, and you didn't like living in Israel with like these other minorities that didn't know how to do anything, because you were stuck like building it. You were the one that was like stuck to like build the nation.
Yeah, you just got slaves.
And that's what they did.
Slaves.
That's what they did. It was pretty much only European Jews that like built anything. Which is why a lot, like if you go to Israel, all the architecture is Germanic.
God,
Literally
I wish I had
Bauhaus
that fucking
architecture.
video, man. I watched a video and the guy, he was just like reading from the people that like from the first, I think it's like the first Zionist Congress, and he went to Israel and he's just like reading quotes they said, and he's like, "Who do you think said this?" And they're like Hitler, fucking Mussolini, you know, saying all these people, and they're like, "No, it's like Theodor Herzl." Right, so in Israel, they learn in school that these people are like heroes. They started Zionism, and then he's reading that like they're saying stuff like Jews are dirty, filthy, weak people, and shit like that. Dude, like horrible stuff, like really horrible. Like if you heard it, you would think this came from an anti-Semite, but it came from the people that started Zionism. They wanted to be Europeans, right? They liked European culture. They didn't like Jewish culture. They didn't like they were secular atheist Jews,
That's why
basically,
they tried
and they
to.
didn't like it.
That's why they
So
tried
they
to
wanted to get
assimilate with
rid of.
Europeans, right?
I know.
Yeah.
The point was they wanted to get rid of like the ethnic practicing worshiping Jews because they felt that they were like giving them a bad reputation, right?
Well,
so
they do.
wanted to
They
get
are.
rid of them.
They do.
wanted
the
them
whole
out of
time.
Europe. They wanted them gone. Some of them collaborated with Hitler. There's even a coin
I mean, like the
with
Orthodox
the Nazi
Jews
symbol
are,
on one side and the freaking Star of David on the other side, where they collaborated with Hitler.
Yeah.
Like this is like history people don't know, man. It's like World War II is a shit show, man. Like you can't tell who
I
was like.
love World War II lore, bro. There's like nothing that gets my blood boiling like that shit.
Like no one
dude.
knows what side anybody was on. Like
I
after
do,
the war, everybody
but-
was like, you know, the people that were on the wrong side. You're like, what'd you do during the war? And they were like, what war? You know what I mean? They just like they totally changed sides, or
Yeah.
they did it externally, right? So that they weren't like, oh, you're on the Nazi side, but Jews were collaborating with Nazis. So it was like, and I don't even want to call them Jews because they're, to me, someone that's Jewish is someone that practices the religion. I don't believe in like ethnic Jewry. I don't even know what the fuck that is, and how would you even know? You know what I mean? Like to me, you have to be practicing. You have to be going to synagogue.
Yeah. Well, it's
right?
it's different because it's like, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it's the same thing with Catholicism or like Christianity, where it's like there are different sects between like Orthodox Christianity or Orthodox Catholicism, between like people who are just like, oh yeah, come to the gay church. So that's the difference.
Well, okay, you consider yourself Jewish, right? And if you were secular Jew and you went to Israel, they'd let you in, right? No problem.
Yeah, because it's based off ethnicity.
Well, guess what? If you went and said, "Okay, I'm a Christian, let me in," they wouldn't let you in.
Yeah, because you also don't have to be like, you don't have to be any like. It's an you're comparing a religion with an ethno-religion.
No, but if you were Jewish, like you have your nationality or your heritage, whatever that is. If you tried to write a return to Israel, but declared yourself to be a Christian, they would not give you the right of the return. You have to be either a secular atheist or a practicing Jew. Can't be a Muslim. You can't be a Christian. You can't be anything. You can't exercise the right of return.
I don't think that's true.
Well, I do think it's true.
I mean, like I have plenty of like Jewish friends who like don't practice Judaism at all. Like there's
No,
even,
that's
like,
fine.
Muslim people that like are, for example, like there's people who are religiously Islamic, like they're Muslims, but they're ethnically Jews. They also have a right of return. So like there's I don't know if you've been to Israel, but like parts of Israel
of course
are like, yeah, well, parts of Israel are covered in mosques. Like the conservative parts that are like run by like Arabs, those parts are all like very, very different than how like the Jewish parts are like laid around. And they like, I mean, I'm not like knocking on it or anything. I'm just saying like someone could, like, I know that you haven't met these people either, but like there's a shit ton of them. We even have a term for it. Like these are like the we call them Mizrahi. So like if you're an Arab Jew, we call you a Mizrahi. So that's why I say like it like spans the things that you're talking, probably because it's like such an older religion.
But
you
they
know,
practice.
but I know it's
practice
difficult.
Islam?
I know it's difficult for you to understand, but
They
yeah, they
practice
practice
Islam?
Islam. Yeah, you can be
Because
ethnically
I thought
Jewish
the
and, like,
Mizrahi Jews
Catholic.
were
So
like
that's what I'm trying to explain to you is that my mother, who is an ethnic Jew, right, is a Catholic, has been a Catholic her whole life. Because these people, like Jews, have lived in a diaspora. So you couldn't be Jewish in Portugal in the 1800s. They'd kill you. So you had to convert to Catholicism. And that's why Jews, like, never really practiced their religion. That's why there's sets of Jews that came from European cultures or, like, other European societies, like Portugal was one of them, where like they couldn't, you know what I mean? Like you couldn't do that safely. But that's like my mom is ethnically a Jew, but she's a Catholic. She doesn't believe in any of the Jewish shit at all. So it's like I mean at this point, like where do you draw the line really is like the question. But it's like my mom like went to yeshiva, like kept kosher, kind of like rediscovered it, but like she was never went to, you know, Sunday school, like went to Catholic school, got taught by a nun. I went to Catholic school. I was baptized. Like I even though I'm ethnically Jewish, I was raised with another religion. I was raised with like Catholicism. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like I was lucky enough to like have both and like learn about both, but Catholicism is like, I mean, it's completely different than like how Jews operate, like just night and day.
There's this funny thing I heard about Jesus is Jesus went to synagogue, but he never celebrated Christmas. It's funny to me because Christmas is a Christian holiday, right? So he celebrated Passover, but didn't celebrate Christmas.
Yeah.
Which is kind of ironic. Yeah, I mean the whole thing's a mess. It really is. It's fucking the whole thing is a mess. I just don't.
I mean, like parts of my family, for example, my grandfather, who was an Austrian chemist at the time, when he like escaped, essentially, like he didn't want to leave. Like that was like his home, you know what I mean? Like, and quite a lot of them had that kind of mentality. And I was like raised with that kind of mentality of like, you know, even though that's gone, like they still like say like speak Yiddish, you know what I mean? And there's a difference between like that and Hebrew. Yiddish is like, it's Germanic. Germanic people can understand Yiddish. It like uses the same like terminology and shit that they do culturally. culturally we are similar to the Germans too, in that we keep our nose down. Like this sort of like, you know, all like I'm a victim, like bullshit. Like some liberal leftist Jews will do that, but I don't, you know, I'm not proud of being a Jew. It's just like a thing. Like it's like I don't understand why anyone would be proud about their race. Like personally.
I mean, you know, it like, listen, when this shit kicked off recently between Israel and, well, whatever you want to call them, the group of people that are over there in that little strip of fucking desert. You know, I looked into a lot of it, and if you look at DNA studies and studies of like Yiddish and like, there's actually no one actually knows where Yiddish came from. One theory said it came from Germany, but there's also another theory that it came from somewhere else.
No, it came from Germany. If you know
that's
Hebrew,
actually not.
Look, dude. Even Hebrew, for example, has like root words and technical words that had to come from Germany because of the time that we were revamping Hebrew as a language. Only the Austrian Jews like really had like any experience with like a language.
Listen, I'm basing what I'm telling you off of like what Jewish linguists that teach at like Hebrew University say. It's not like my opinion. It's what they say. That Yiddish, that there's two schools of thought. That the majority of people think that Yiddish came from German. But because of the structure of Yiddish language, that it's not like the sentence structure itself and the syntax and some of the symbols aren't close enough, aren't related enough to German to conclude that it's from Germany. So it's not conclusive. I'm not saying that the vast majority of people don't believe that, but it's not conclusive within the linguistic community, is what I'm telling you. Then there's DNA studies, right? So if you look at DNA studies of like Ashkenazi, like, and you compare it to ancient DNA of like bones that they've dug up, and so you compare people now to people then, like people that they know, these people lived here 2,000 years ago. We dug up their bones. The people that are most related to the people that lived there in the past are actually people that live in southern Lebanon. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. And it's Jewish people that publish these genealogical studies.
Dude, with everything I just told you about how like Jews had to like live in a diaspora because like, Israel was not, you know, like of course that's going to be true. Like, of course, a Jew that's been living in Europe for, like, you know, a good 50 years is not going to show up as genetically Jewish as, like, another Jew. So that's, like, same with, like, if I fucking take a nigger from Africa that is fucking Jewish, do you think he's going to have, you know what I'm saying? So we're not going to, like, play this, like, dumb game, cause, like, that essentially just means nothing to me. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, that's what I was trying to say by telling you, like, there are literal, like, Jews who are religiously Jewish but ethnically Arab, like full-on Lebanese. Like my father's great-grandmother lived in Egypt. She spoke like fluent Arabic. Like these two tribes of Muhammad had a fucking like second Jewish wife. He took a Jewish wife from the tribe of like these two like things have like been deeply intermingled. Like of course, dude. Of course.
Well, it was my understanding that Yemen, with current day Yemen, used to be a Jewish kingdom.
Why does she know so much? Why is she so based?
So was Egypt, though. Like, what the fuck?
So,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, though, is that the footprint
Are you a boss, babe?
footprint from the Bible. Like, if you read the fucking Bible, you know that Jews didn't have, like, Israel. We literally came from...
Look, what I'm trying to figure out...
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what is the actual claim to the land. I don't get that.
I just the claim to the land is that Europeans didn't want us in Europe. That's the claim. And then after that, that's where they put us.
BBC gang, we up.
That's it.
Yeah.
And it was that simple. And the British people were the people that the Rothschilds bought it from. The only reason that we have that claim anyway is because Hitler wanted us to leave. That's the reason.
I mean, that's the practical reason. I agree with you.
And like
I agree with you. The real claim is power.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that the real claim is just power. We can take this shit from you, and that's really what the real claim is. But their rhetoric, right, their propaganda that comes out of the state of Israel is that they have a historic claim to the land, and that's why they have a right to be there, which I don't buy for a fucking second. You know why? Because I'm Native American. I can't go start fucking carving up pieces of the United States and say, hey, I have a right to fucking be here. You genocided all my fucking people. Cry, 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 cry. Still not giving me back shit. Fucking a tribe in upstate New York. So let me give you a little history. That Indians couldn't sell their land to any white people after they passed a law. You couldn't sell your land to any white people without an act of Congress. So the state of New York decided we're just going to take all this formerly Indian territory. We're just going to take it, and Congress never passed the act to approve that. So naturally, in I think it was probably like the late 90s, I think it was the Seneca tribe sued, said we want our land back. The court said, yes, you are right. They're not supposed to take this land from you. They didn't pass an act of Congress, but go fuck yourself. And because it's too late now. There's people that live in houses, right? We're not going to upset the apple cart, and they don't have to pay you back for any of it. Right?
Okay, so you're
I just see it like
so
a double
right.
double standard because
dude,
there's
and I'll explain to you
the
why
double
there's a
standard
double
because there's
standard.
groups of people everywhere that have been genocided, pushed out of places, you name it, and they don't get to 2,000 years go back and say, well, some of my ancestors used to live over there, get the fuck out. I don't think that's right.
Okay, well, at the same time, okay, like to coin for that one, right? Is like your ancestors came here. They came to America, right? They made
Not
that
my
decision for
ancestors.
you.
No, I'm Native
Well, yeah,
American.
yours.
Well, I'm not 100% Native American, but part of me is. So, I mean,
Right,
just
but
saying,
like,
there is
what
natives
part
still here.
Okay, all right. Okay, if you want to play that game, okay, fine.
No, I'm
Native
just saying.
Americans at one point came here and took the land from other people and started genociding other Native Americans.
Oh,
we
I'm
know that for
sure.
a fact. Okay, so
I don't know if we
and
know
that
for a
happened.
fact, but
Wait,
I'll accept it.
Wait a second, okay? And Israel, as like a nation, is like about as old as the Soviet Union. Okay. All right. So you're comparing
As a
Christopher
nation.
Columbus to, hey, why can't we just give all the slaves back? Like, why can't we do all of that from that to Israel? Like a nation that was made like in essentially the 60s.
No,
And
I
you're
just
saying that that's
just
like
want to
the
know
same.
why there's a double
What I'm trying
standard.
to get you to understand is like if you had maybe an example that wasn't so far away.
No, what do you mean so far? Hold on. The Zionist movement started in the 19th century, at the end of the 19th century. It was a nationalist movement the same way that the Nazi Party was a nationalist movement. So, I don't know if there was 3 competing political systems back then. There was communism / socialism, there was nationalism / fascism, and there's liberalism / democracy. Those were 3 competing political systems. Now we know which one won. The liberal democracy won. Okay? But Zionism was modeled on the nationalist political ideology. That's what it was modeled on. That we are, like, the idea of nations as such didn't really exist. That was kind of invented during Napoleon. Though there were things called law of nations, but people didn't have things like national identities. Man, people were very more tribal. They didn't think of themselves in national terms, right? Like if you were French, right, you didn't think of yourself as a Frenchman. You would think of yourself, oh, I'm from Tuscany, or I'm from Lombard, or I'm from Saxon, right? That's how they would think of themselves. They wouldn't think of themselves as French. The nationalist idea of like we're Germany, we're France, we're Israel, those are new ideas, right? So because nationalism was being like successful as far as political as advancing advancing national political agendas, right? They explicitly said this, the people that created Zionism, they explicitly said it. They wrote it down. It's not like I'm making it up. They wrote it down. I'm not like trying to divine your thoughts. They told everybody what they thought. They wanted to create a Jewish national identity. They called it Zionism, and they wanted to find a place for Jewish people that they could go hang out. right? Because they're being oppressed in Europe. But their ideal was to create a European state somewhere else that contained Jewish people, right? So my point is, it's unprecedented for some group of people, called a religious group, ethnic group, a pseudo-nationalist group, or whatever, to have lived someplace two millennia ago, and everybody go, okay, yeah, you can have your land back. Like, why aren't we bringing back the Visigoths that like invaded
Okay,
Rome?
well,
Because you see what I'm saying? It's like any group.
Yeah.
Like,
So let me explain to you. For one, that's happened plenty of times. America is literally a testimony of this in itself. So the only reason that you have America as a nation state is because Britain lost control of their monarchy. Because you're not originally like American, like all a made up like concept of a nation state. You're British, is what you really are. And then if you're not really British, then you're a white person that immigrated from another nation state to come here as like an immigrant, but you didn't make those chips in the sand, your ancestors. Okay, now moving on to like Britain, like whole control over the two nations. Britain was already losing control of this area, so much so that it was economically beneficial for them to sell this, so they did. We didn't own that land, and guess what? Neither did the fucking Palestinians. They didn't own shit. Even in the time of the Ottoman Empire, they also weren't considered a nation state. So while I can like break bread with you that like a lot of these nation states weren't considered nation states, neither really was like Ukraine. Neither was
I agree. I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Look,
And,
we're
like,
on the same
neither
page
was
as far as
America,
that is.
if you really want to walk that line.
America's like a special
I'm just being
case.
honest with you. You fought a civil war just to become a country. Like you were not just like there. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to go that way, then we can go that way for like every country. And that's why it gets retarded and like stupid. And I agree with you that is when it gets retarded and stupid. But the other side of that coin is that we can't just like mass deport like 14% of the black population because we brought them here on slave ships like 100 years ago. And you know what I mean? We couldn't just like reverse that. So we can't just reverse things because that's not economically beneficial.
Okay, so
like in this situation, this land was bought from someone from another country that owned it, Britain. Okay, not Palestine, not the Arabs, not even the white people, and given to them. That's what happened.
Okay. So
it's like the Louisiana Purchase. Like
dude, every time I go to talk, you talk,
America
man.
was owned by other Frenchies and shit, though, too. You know what I mean? America was in little bitty pieces, and you fought for it from the Mexicans. You wouldn't have California. You wouldn't have Louisiana. You wouldn't have the Frenchy parts of Canada if they didn't give it to you. Alaska, all of Alaska, little gift from Russia. You know, like all of these other nations give you land, and do you think that they should take that back?
Hold on. So
that's what I'm saying, though, is that we play the game.
God
like,
damn, can I talk to you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to, I just feel like it's kind of a
North America. I understand I understand you're applying like European sensibilities or that part of the world to North America, but North America is legally different.
Okay, well, if you think Russia can take Ukraine right now, what's to stop Russia from taking Alaska right now?
Nothing. Look, no, I don't think you. No. Okay. Well, I mean, part of their breakup idea was that Ukraine was going to remain neutral. So when the Soviet Union broke up into pieces, Ukraine agreed to be neutral. So yeah, they violated their little agreement. So Russia's actually technically not doing anything illegal. And on top of that, at the end of World War II, everyone agreed, the United States, the war victors had a little meeting in Moscow where they agreed, and it's enshrined in the UN, that in perpetuity, meaning forever and ever and ever, anybody that's affiliated with Nazis, Nazi Party, anything like that, is in a state of perpetual war, and they reserve the right to attack them at any time. It's well known there's a bunch of fucking Nazis in Ukraine, so they have the legal right to go fucking smash their guts. That's not the point. North America is a special case because North America wasn't taken by conquest. It was taken under a theory of, it's called by right of discovery. And that theory is the Indians weren't taking care of the shit. Like, do you know what,
Even if you want to go by that, Christopher Columbus was a Jew. Checkmate.
well, Christopher Columbus didn't discover America. He crashed into Cuba.
He did discover America. The fuck?
Amerigo Vespucci made it here before him.
Okay, well,
That's
does
why
he
it's
have
named
claim to it?
America. No, so you have to maintain the shit, right? So I don't know if this works where you are, right? So if you have a neighbor, right, and you like mow your neighbor's lawn and you take care of it and they don't take care of it, eventually your neighbor's lawn becomes your lawn because you're the one maintaining and caring for it, because technically no one can own land, right? Nobody can actually physically own the land. You have a right to use the land,
Okay,
but
make
nobody can
that
actually own the
make
land.
sense.
So hold on, just let me finish.
Okay,
So,
sorry, I thought you were
so
done.
like, you know, the Europeans came here and they made use of the land, right? They cut down trees, they planted, you know, apple orchards. They did stuff where they used and maintained the land, whereas the Indians just like wandering around in fucking loincloth. This was the rationale for them having dominion over the land, is that they cared and maintained it, and they basically took it by eminent domain, right?
Okay,
Adverse possession, eminent domain. Well,
they took it by
of course,
force.
of
but
course,
okay.
there was force, but it wasn't. But it wasn't conquest.
Exactly,
There
but
was
like
no.
that's what I'm saying. Is
But
like,
it wasn't actual
even
conquest.
not even okay. If you don't even want to give it to the Native Americans, that we took it from the Native Americans by force, right? Being European, then would you at least concede that we did take it from the British by force?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so like then we're on the same
I have a
page here.
problem
We
with
have
the.
nothing to argue
I have
about.
listen. I have a problem with claiming it's a right. That's the problem I have. I don't have a problem with saying, yeah, we took that shit by conquest, and we're the de facto rulers of this. If you don't like it, go kick rocks. I have no problem with that. I have a problem when you're like, yeah, we have a legal right to be here. Fuck you do. No one has a legal right to be there. I'm not saying the Palestinians do either, because they were Ottoman fucking subjects and they didn't actually have any
Okay,
fucking
so
legal rights.
the legal right to be there is that the owner, right, Britain, sells right to Rothschild.
They didn't have a legal right.
Israel.
No, they were
gives
appointed to
them
protect
the legal.
her.
It was a legal transaction. So you can play games all you want, but that
Britain,
was way more legal than
is
whatever
playing
the fuck you just explained in America.
Okay. Britain had no legal property rights.
There was no, we didn't sign legal property rights from Native American people either. We just took it from
Okay,
them.
hold on a second. No, they
I'm
actually
just
did
trying
sign.
to. I'm really
No,
just
they
trying
did
to.
do that. No, the Native Americans did do that. They did. They sold
For some of
Manhattan
it,
for like
not for
40.
all of it.
Most of it. I would say most of it. They'd fucking sell goddamn 100 acres because they didn't have the same concept of property. They didn't realize that the white person was
I
going to come and put up a
understand
fence
that. I
and shoot
understand
anybody
that.
that comes on.
That was part of the reason why I say that we literally had to forcefully take it from these people.
Yeah, and
That's
I said
one
I
of the
don't have a
only things
problem
that they
You're
understood.
hyper-defensive.
They didn't understand like a contract, like if you hold it to them. They also didn't understand guns, so like it was very easy for us to do. You know,
Okay, you're
like
hyper
it wasn't
defensive,
like it was
man.
hard.
Yeah, but buddy, you're hyper defensive. I'm not trying to attack you.
I'm really not. I'm just saying shit that everyone knows.
Well, what everybody knows, common knowledge ain't exactly that common. And Britain didn't own. He just told me Britain owned that shit. They didn't. They were appointed by the League of Nations to be the protectorate after World War I, because the Ottoman Empire ceded that territory. But the British didn't have a legal claim to it under the War of Conquest, right? They didn't have a legal right to it, so they were appointed the protectorate of it because they were the occupying force. So they were supposed to watch over until the United. So the Brits were supposed to watch over until the League of Nations decided on who was going to control the area. Well, World War II kicked off. Then the United Nations came around and said, "Yes, this area is going to be Israel and Palestine," because in the intervening years, you know, hundreds of thousands of Jews had emigrated to Palestine so that they had a legal right.
Not legal.
No, what do you mean that's not legal?
You just described to me that it's not legal, and then you just described to me that
what I
essentially
mean, not a legal right based upon your ancestors living in the past. So they have a legal right based upon occupation and taking care of it and all that shit. I have no problem with that. Saying you have a legal right based upon shit that happened 2,000 years ago, I have a problem with that.
What the fuck do you think Native Americans are doing today?
Dude,
Like, what are you talking about? It's not even like
I don't think
it's
you know
not
the
like
state
when
of
white
Native
people,
Americans.
well, like, listen to me, okay? It's not like when white people came here, we kicked out every Native American. We couldn't do it. Do you
No,
understand what I'm saying here?
they
Like,
sold them smallpox blankets and did biological warfare.
look, we tried, but like, look around. There's still Native Americans walking around. You're even a part of Native American. Like, the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't. You said that. That's what you said.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I said what? What did I say about Native
You
Americans?
said okay. You you said that you were part Native American.
Yes, I'm part Native American.
Okay.
Yeah, I never lived on a reservation.
Well, obviously, because you're not. I'm assuming that you're more white than you are Native American. So obviously, you're not on a fucking reservation. Like,
Well,
the fuck?
even the Indians that are on a reservation, I don't think that they have a claim to some other property. I'm just listen.
I know. I'm just saying that
What I
America
think
honors
is
that
that
they do. America has literally given them money. They've given them casino money, and they basically said,
they
"Hey,
didn't give
Native
casino
Americans
money.
can stay here. We're not going to kick them out of here." You
Oh
know
my
what I'm
God, I
saying?
don't know where you got your ideas from. I don't know where you got giving them casino
I'm
money.
not. It's not even my
These
idea. I'm telling you
These
what
tribes go
America did.
massively in debt.
I'm telling
No,
you what America did. That is what they did.
No, it doesn't work like that. So an Indian reservation is what's called a limited sovereignty, right? So they're sovereign within their borders. They can make up their own laws and rules as long as those laws and rules don't violate the federal laws of the United States. There are no federal gambling laws, so they can make casinos on their territory. But these reservations are very poor. So what ends up happening is, in order to get the financing to build the casinos, to build them on their territory, they have to go into hock, right? So they go into massive debts. With the banks, they go Chase Bank, Manhattan Bank, like they go into debt in banks, and they borrow money from the state. And they have to agree, like they have to negotiate the state. We let the state tax them, even though it's a federal territory. So what they do is they tax it as if there's an excise tax, because the Indian reservation's considered a foreign border, right? So there's all these things. They're not just in there just fucking getting rich, bro. That's not how it works at all. It's not. It really isn't. If you looked at statistics and you took the Indian reservations as a whole and said, "Hey, this is the country. Let's look at the statistics," it would be the worst third world country in the world. Highest rates of alcoholism, highest rates of suicide, highest
I'm not
freaking infant
okay. Like, I
mortality.
don't
Like,
understand.
dude, like
I don't
you
understand.
can't make
Look,
an argument about Indians doing good in America, dude. You just like don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not
I
trying
don't
to make
care
an
about
argument
that
about
though.
Indians doing
I
good
just
in
use them
fucking
as an
America.
example.
If
Now
you
I wish
listen to
I'd
me
never.
for like 1 minute, dude.
I wish I'd
Like,
never used them
I'm
as
not
an
trying to
example.
argue that like these are like this is what we should do or any of that. I'm just telling you this is what America did. America is like not a country that is like supposed to quote unquote be here, just like every other nation state that exists right now. Like, I agree with you. You literally brought that point up at the very beginning. You said that people formulate in tribal societies, and they do. I agreed with you. I even broke down with you how Jews have, even within our own in-group, tribal societies based on race. We separate European Jews do not want to intermingle with other Jews. Okay, in a similar way that a white guy may not want to fuck a black woman. Like, it's the same. It's the exact fucking same.
Yeah.
And then I
yeah,
give you
understand.
multiple examples in which like America is like bought land from other nation states and shit like that, in which it was like a legal deal. And then you're telling me, oh, you just don't like, you don't like how like Israel was done, like it wasn't legal. You know what I mean?
No, I didn't say that. I said.
Well, I just feel like you seem like to be angry at Israel for like being purchased when I can give you, a bunch of other examples of when that's happened, like even within America.
Okay, so let me explain myself better. If you listen to the propaganda that comes out of Israeli government officials, specifically the Likud party, right? So when the Labor Party was in power, they didn't say things like this, because the Labor Party comes from a different position. They're more atheist, they're more secular, right? They don't have like the religious side. So the Likud party comes from the side of, we have a right to be here based upon our ancestors, conquered the fucking Canaanites, 2,000 fucking years ago. And that's the basis of our right to be there.
I know.
I have a problem with that. That particular claim Because if you let that claim fly, you have to let all of these other crazy claims from 2,000 fucking years ago fly too. You can't
Okay,
let
we're
something
on the
like that
same
be a
page.
precedent
Yeah, we're on the
because it
same
adds
page.
chaos.
Yeah, we're on the same. Like, fuck the Orthodox Jews. I hate those heretics too. Like, fuck them.
Well, real Orthodox Jews don't even think aren't even Zionists.
What I'm trying to fucking explain to you, man, is that the European fucking Jews that lived in a diaspora, okay, like my mother and my father, Portuguese Jews, Austrian Jews, Polish fucking Jews. We are not like the Orthodox Jews.
What is the tie that binds, though? Can you tell me that? What is the actual tie that binds? Because you
What do you
conceded that
mean,
you
what
have all
tie that
sorts of
binds?
the tie that binds the so Jew, right? So you said you have mixed DNA, so it can't be that. Mixed languages can't be that. Mixed cultures can't be that. Mixed so there's no common thread. Like if you ask yourself what exactly is a Jew, like what would you tell me? What is that? Because I go by the definition of
it's the
like what
same.
the religion
The
says.
whole reason that I keep on like making comparison to Americans is because this exact same could be said for like an American. An American is not a race. It's not a religion. It's
Yeah, I
not like
agree.
this concept. Yeah, it's a concept.
It's a nationality.
It's exactly it's a nationality. That's your answer. It's a fucking nationality, just like everywhere the fuck else. Even me, like as a Jew, I'm from Egypt originally.
Are you okay with that?
I don't care about that. That's what I'm trying to say is like I'm an American. I don't give a shit about any of that. I opted out. I went to America because I wanted to live in a nation state that didn't give a fuck about your religion or your race or any of that shit. And as long as you wanted to come here and fucking make money, they were cool with it and like learn English. That's why I'm here. That's why all my fucking, relatives are fucking here. And Europe didn't want me. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Is like I'm not even like trying to argue with you or like
I'm
be
not even
like
talking about you.
defensive with you at all. Like I think we have literally the same exact opinion. Like
We probably
literally the
do.
same.
Yeah, but like you're claiming to be Jewish, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's a problem,
I'm claiming
right?
I'm claiming to be
it's a
Jewish
problem in the world.
ethnically. I'm not even like religiously Jewish. Like I don't keep kosher. I don't do any of that. That's why I've been telling you like, hey, I don't fuck with the fucking Haredes.
That's what I'm
They're
trying to
fucking
figure out.
molesting children. In the same way, I don't fuck with every like
is that
Catholic
valid?
pope that molests a little boy. I don't
Is
know
it
what's hard
valid,
for you to
though?
understand.
No, because I don't know if that's valid. Because the idea of being Jewish comes from a religion, and the religion
No, it
itself
doesn't.
sets.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Is it doesn't? It
So
comes from
there
like
was Jews before
it's
the
an
Bible.
I'm gonna explain.
Were
this
there
to you. This
Jews
is like
before the Bible?
Dude, this is like the 8th time I'm gonna explain it to you. It's an ethno-religion. You can be ethnically Jewish and not religiously
you know what
Jewish.
heresy is?
You can also be a religious Jew but not be ethnically a Jew.
Okay, you know what heresy is?
Okay, dude, like are you gonna respond to like me or like just have me like go down like another tree or something?
I heard. Listen, I heard everything you said.
I know, but like
Okay.
you're kind of just like talking down at me and be like, "Oh, well, do you know what heresy is?" Like that's not really what Judaism is. That is what Judaism is. It's an ethno-religion, bro. I don't know what else to tell you. I know that you're mad that it's not like Catholicism. It's not like other shit where
I'm trying
it
to divine my
is
emotions.
like that.
I'm
I
not
don't
mad
know.
about anything. I'm not mad about anything. I'm just trying to. It seems like you're mad because listen, you have what you think the definition of a Jew is, right? And I go by, in my opinion, right? I think that so Jews did not exist before the Bible existed, and the Bible sets what a Jew is. So how can you not follow the Bible, the Torah, Septuagint, whatever you want, right? How can you not follow that and call yourself a Jew when that book defines what a Jew is?
Okay, because white people. Okay, get this right. White people don't give a shit if you're.
Hold on. Let me
finish one sentence. If you want me
you
to
finished
answer
lots of sentences, Bunny. You
Holy
finished lots of
shit.
sentences because I want to make the distinction between that, right, and what you believe. So what you believe, what you think a Jew is, was set by non-religious secular Jews saying, yes, we are Jews too. When the religious Jews are saying, no, you're not Jews, but there's some other people that used to be somewhere in their forefathers were religious Jews, and they broke away from that, but now we're like, we're still Jews, even though we don't practice the religion anymore. And you are like 3 generations removed from that, right? You're 3 generations later, and you have your definition of what you think a Jew is, ethno-religious, whatever, however you want to define it. Do you think... But that's my point, is that, like, There's no principal foundation that binds everyone together. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Look, I understand what you're saying, and that's why I've kept on like giving you examples of like other things where it's like there's no like nothing like binding you together. For example, like if I brought like a fucking Orthodox Catholic from Russia, you and him would have nothing in fucking common. He would think that you're a soy boy cuck, and he would want nothing to do with you.
That's fine. But
I know
the
that that's
Catholic
fine.
religion doesn't claim.
That's all I'm trying to explain to you is that like parts of Catholicism are different and look down on other parts of Catholicism.
But
That's
Catholicism.
a fact.
Okay, fine. But the Catholicism, right? Catholicism doesn't say, "Hey, our group is a lineage descended from fucking Adam or descended from Abraham." They don't claim that. They don't claim that. Hey, you're not a Catholic unless you're in this lineage. But the Jewish religion does claim that, and in the Torah it says, "Hey, the descendants of Abraham."
Because
are the
that's what
Jews.
being a Jew is. It's like it's also being an ethnicity.
Can you trace your descendants to Abraham?
I probably could, yeah.
No, you can't. Romans destroyed that shit in the fucking 10th century. Or in 10
Okay,
AD.
dude, we can trace, like, dude, we have people that can trace their fucking lineage back, like, way further than that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. That'd be quite the trick.
Well, I mean, like, if you want to play the whole, like, oh, well, trace your lineage to, like, this thing, and then if you can't, like, be there, then you can do that for every American before you come to, like, Israel and, like, make it a problem here.
We don't make hereditary.
That's the end, like, thing of, like, why what you're saying is kind of, like, you know, then why live in, for example, like a multicultural, like American society where like you have a bunch of people of different race, ethnicities, religions, even cultural backgrounds, you know, all coming together and saying that they're, you know, all American. And you know that they're not. You know that that's a lie. You know that not every American is going to like think like you or like act like you. You're just all part of the nation state. That's
American
what it is.
American is a social construct, right? But if I wanted to start a religion called the Indio religion,
It's
right?
a
and to
nation.
be
It's just like all nations are social constructs. We already like discussed that, dude.
Yeah, but this is different than that.
So you're
this is
just
what you're not
surprised
understanding.
that like
and
Israel
I'm trying
is like
to
a
tell
social
you.
concept and it's a new country. I'm just trying to tell you that because Israel is a new country, people thought it economically viable to do the shit that they did. Whereas like sending back thousands of fucking slaves on like the nigger boat in like, you know, 19 whatever the fuck wasn't an option. And neither was like deporting every Native American. As we see, because most white people fucked with the Native Americans. We couldn't kill them all, dude. We had some inner fucking happen. And that's another way to like gain a nation state is you fuck their own people steady. Like, come on. You just intermix.
That's fine.
The Americans did the same exact shit that the Jews did, bro. Like, by and large,
that's
they
what you
intermixed
dispute.
with another nation state, and now we have a bunch of people like you saying, like, oh, well, I'm, you know, 1% Native American. Like, that's a cope, too. I agree with you that that's a cope. It personally, I feel more American than I feel fucking Jewish. I don't go to synagogue. I don't do any of that shit, you know? I just am ethnically a Jew, so that's what I say that I am. Like I'm half European and I'm half Jewish. That's what I am.
Okay, that's fine. You didn't really address anything I said. Okay, there isn't other people running around. If I say I want to create a religion, the Indio religion, and I wrote that on the book, the only people that are in this religion got to be able to trace their lineage directly back to me, and all other people are imposters.
Yeah, then it would be an ethno-religion. It wouldn't be a religion. That's like, again, we keep on hitting the same crossroads, right? So the whole problem of why Judaism is not a religion like Catholicism is exactly for the reason that I just gave you, right? And by the way, it's actually more than one nation and more than one religion if you actually read your own Bible. No, now I'm going to turn it up because now I know that you're really
No, you can do whatever the fuck you want, buddy. Because you're just mixing everything together in a mess of pain.
Right? 2 nation states will be born. It literally says that from Sarah's womb, we're not only going to have the Jews, right? We're also going to have the Muslims. And that is true factually. Like if you read the fucking Bible or gave a fuck about anything that you fucking said. But you just want to only fucking apply it to Jews, even though fucking Abraham and all his fucking descendants and shit were also fucking Muslims. So that's why the genetic footprint is so fucking similar. Don't act like you didn't know, because it's in the Bible, right? The one that you said that I didn't know, that I didn't fucking read. So like now I'm getting like really pissed
Yeah,
because I
you
feel like
actually didn't
I'm
read that
constantly
part.
fucking talking past you and explaining simple fucking concepts that
No.
according to you, right,
No, you're
Mr.
conflating
Christian, you should know my
concepts.
fucking Torah Bible that was translated to you, given to you in fucking English from my Hebrew, from my ancient Sumerian Babylonian fucking language,
You think
so that
just
you
talking
dumb fucking
forever
goy can
and
understand it
trying to
and
like
tell me,
silence me
oh
by
my god, well,
talking
you're the only
forever?
fucking religion
Bunny, I'm
that
gonna
comes
mute
from a
you.
fucking national,
Bunny.
like from an ethnicity.
Bunny,
That's
I'm
not
gonna
even
mute
fucking
you.
true.
Bunny,
Like, if
I'm
you
gonna
look at the
mute
fucking
you.
Muslims, the Jews only respect one
Listen to this
sect
shit,
of
dude.
the
This is
Muslims
crazy.
specifically from the Bible. That's how it
Please
works.
stop talking.
Like, it's so fucking ridiculous.
You're spazzing. You're spazzing. You control your emotions. We're just having a normal discussion here, okay? You're conflating ideas. You're just trying to mix together heredity, genetics, nationality, fucking religious practice. These are all distinct things, okay? But the religious practice has a hereditary component. Doesn't have a nation-state component. Doesn't have an ethnic component. It doesn't have any of these things. So there's a book, and in that book it says, hey, you're not one of us unless you do these practices and you have this heritage. Then you're one of us. Even though there are
Yes.
some
In the book,
neo-Orthodox
there's
that
an
would say
ethnic
that all you got to
component.
do is
Yes.
practice it. So
That's
can you
what
convert
I'm
to
trying to tell
Judaism?
you again and again, dude. Yeah, there's an ethnic component.
No.
In the book, it says that there's an ethnic component. Orthodox Jews follow the book to a T, which is why
Is there
they
an
don't
atheist
intermarry. They don't have sex with fucking other people that are not
Is there
fucking
an
Jewish.
atheist
They
component?
have to be
Is there
religiously
an
Jewish
atheist
and they have to
component?
be ethnically Jewish.
Is there an
Secular Jews,
atheist
they
component?
don't give a shit about
Is
that.
there an atheist
Yeah,
component?
dude, when you're a secular Jew, bro, you're still ethnically a Jew.
Dude, look at this fucking
Are we
spaz.
like there yet?
Listen
Have
to
you
this
like cracked the
spaz.
egg yet, dude?
You're
What is
spazzing.
difficult about this?
You're spazzing. Is there an atheist?
Okay,
Is
guess
there an
what, dude?
atheist component?
Let me ask you a quick question,
Bunny,
right?
no,
So a
because I
secular
asked you
Jew,
a question. Listen,
if you stop
shut-
believing in fucking God, do you stop being a fucking white person?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, okay, so if a Jew stops believing in Jewish God, does he cease becoming a Jew?
Yes,
Is he no longer a
exactly.
man? No,
Yes,
that's
exactly.
retarded. No,
That's exactly
retarded.
what I'm telling you.
That's
You just
exactly
don't like
what I'm
it.
telling you is
You just
retarded.
don't
That's
like
the most
it.
retarded
No, it's not
claim
retarded.
I have ever heard in my fucking life.
No,
Even in
that's
the Bible,
convenient for a secularist.
even
That's
in the
convenient for
Bible,
a secular
it
atheist.
says that from the descendant.
No,
Even in
you're
the
an
Bible, that's
I'm
what
gonna
it
say it straight out,
acknowledges.
Bunny. You're a fucking imposter. You're a fucking imposter. You're posing as
Dude,
a
I'm
Jew,
not
but
a
you're not
fucking
one.
imposter. Get your
No,
shit
you're an
out of your fucking
imposter.
ass, dude.
You're posing as a Jew, but you're not one because you don't practice.
Dude, I
Go to
am a
fucking
fucking
synagogue.
Jew. I am a
No,
fucking
you're
Jew.
not. You're
I
an
will always
imposter.
be a Jew, even
You're
if
an
I don't
imposter.
practice.
You're
That's
an
even what the
imposter.
fucking book says.
The book says you gotta practice.
The book
says
doesn't
you have
say
to
that you have to. The book says
Oh,
that
so
if
the
you're a
Bible's
fucking
about
Jew.
atheists. The
Oh my
Bible's about
fucking god!
atheists.
The book says that I don't
What
have
does
to
it say about-
practice. That it's
what does it say
literally
about
an ethnic
atheists?
thing. And then
When
you
you
like
start-
cite the ethnic thing in which it is an ethnic thing, and then you're saying like, oh well, the secular Jews think that it's
No,
not.
there's-
I'm like trying to explain it to you. You don't want to listen to
can't
me,
ex-
an
you
actual
can't
fucking Jew,
explain
fucking
anything
explain
because
to
you're
you
wrong.
how my fucking religion works. You want to
It's
basically
not your
assume
religion.
that you
You
know
don't even
how
have
it
a
fucking
religion.
works, even though I fucking explained to you how it works like 10
Bunny.
fucking different times.
Bunny,
Like
you already
it's an
admitted it isn't your-
ethno-religion. I've told you like 10 different fucking times.
Bunny, you already
I've explained
admitted
it
it
to you in
isn't
a
your
million
religion.
different ways. We looked at different other fucking nation states
Bunny.
and how they have the same similar fucking shit, and how
Hey,
like for
fuck
example you're an
hard.
American mud
Blah, 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 blah,
trying
blah,
to tell
blah,
me
blah, blah, blah,
that
blah,
oh
blah,
well
blah,
because
blah,
I'm
blah,
not
blah, blah,
Jewish
blah,
enough
blah,
I shouldn't
blah,
be in
blah, blah,
fucking
blah, blah,
Israel.
blah,
You're
blah,
a
blah, blah,
mud.
blah,
Okay,
blah,
you
blah, blah,
fuck
blah, blah,
Native
blah,
American
blah, blah, blah,
fucking
blah. Listen to this
chimpanzee
shit, dude. This is
people,
crazy.
and you want to tell me that I'm not genetically coded enough to go fucking back to Israel. Like it's ridiculous.
Okay, Bambi or Bunny,
Like
you
it's
already
so
admitted.
fucking retarded.
Bunny, you already admitted. It isn't your religion. You already admitted
Let other
it.
people
So I can
talk.
tell you anything I want about
Yeah,
the Jewish
for real,
religion.
dude. Get this
because
fucking ugly person to stop fucking yelling at me. How about that?
Like, dude, you've been talking for fucking 20 minutes straight. You're not letting anybody get a
Okay,
word
then
in
have other
edgewise.
people fucking talk if you're mad about it.
No, I'm mad because you're trying to filibuster me.
Okay,
by
well you've been
prattling
saying that
on like
I've
a
been
dumb
talking.
fuck.
You're mad that I'm talking. So do
No,
you
I'm
want to
mad
talk,
because
or
you're
do you
not
want to
letting
have
me
somebody else
talk.
talk, or do you want to keep on fucking
Listen,
yelling?
No,
What
I'm
do you
mad
want to
because
do?
you. Okay, I'm mad
I
because
know that
every
you're
time.
fucking mad.
See, here
That's
we
why I'm
go.
telling you to stop fucking yelling at at me.
I'm trying to tell you why I'm mad, and I can't even get that fucking out, you
I
dumb
don't give
cunt.
a fuck why you're mad. You know that? I don't really give a fuck. I just want you to shut the fuck up.
Oh, come shut me the fuck up,
Dude,
cunt.
you know what? I will come shut you the fuck up. You want to, this is like equivalent of me saying you're not really
148
fucking Native
Richdale Ave,
American
come get
because
me.
you can't fucking bring me documentation and show your fucking bloodline or something.
That's not what I said at all.
Liberal
See,
soul
more
fucking
proof
cunt shit,
you didn't.
and it's so fucking stupid that you would even fucking go so far as say like, oh well, you're not really this, you don't really know your fucking ancestry. Okay, then, dude, if you think that I'm a fucking liar, you think that I'm a fucking liar. I have no fucking like qualm like talking to you or like proving to you how fucking Jewish I am. I really don't give a shit. I believe that you're a fucking man when you tell me, and I believe that you're a fucking American when you fucking tell me. Like the fuck.
So, okay.
You want me to take a fucking DNA test for you?
Damn,
Like, is that
dude.
what the fuck you want?
Listen, Bunny, if you're gonna ask a question, you have to shut the fuck up for me to answer, right? That's how
Dude,
it
I
works,
don't want
right?
to answer your fucking questions. Why don't you
'Cause you
shut the
can't.
fuck up, old man?
Make me shut up. Shut up, you
Dude, I
dirty,
will make
nasty
you fucking shut up. I
vagina.
already told your bitch ass to
Go have
stop
some-
fucking yelling because you're
I don't
saying
have a
dumb
bitch
shit
ass.
when you're a Maramut, when you're fucking mixed, you're an ugly mixed fucking European that bred with
I'm a
fucking
ugly
Native
mixed-
Americans, and
Dude.
you want to fucking claim European heritage and act
Yeah,
like
you-
America is in a fucking melting pot full of niggers, Jews, and fucking blacks. It's even worse than fucking
Okay,
Israel.
I have to ban
Israel
you
is
for that
more
shit.
racist
Goodbye.
than you.
I have to ban her for that. That's
Bunny,
too far.
that is bad,
No,
mate.
she's
Calling
outta here.
someone an
That's
old
too
man.
much.
Seriously?
I let her get us away with like 42,000 racist slurs. Well, if you want to know, she claims she's a
God.
Jew. So if you want to know what a Jew's like, then there you go. Who's the real racist?
That was uncalled for, guys. Calling someone an old, listen, you're an old man. That's fucked.
No,
Really?
she's triggered because I called her an imposter, right? Because according to the Jewish religion, which defines what a Jew is, it's not set by secular atheists.
Yeah.
Right. So if there were no Jews before the Bible and the Bible creates the Jews, how can someone that doesn't believe in the Bible say, yes, I am one of you too? No, it don't work that way. You don't get to like put yourself in a club when the club rules say people like you don't belong in the club. Okay, it's really simple. She didn't like that idea.
The people themselves come from a place you don't think exists.
Yeah.
Good point,
Historically.
Yeah, exactly.
That is rude. Fuck that.
Dude, that was crazy, dude. You
She
hear
just-
her
she
going
just-
hours and hours.
She just figured out the Earth is flat, so you know she's kind of spiraling. She's on very little sleep. She's on very little sleep, and I think she's brainwashed. Dude, she just realized it the other day. That's what she said. But no, just listen. I'm just gonna white knight for a tiny bit. So I think she's still very brainwashed as far as like the whole just blanket everything. Like people just they still think that you know Jew is a religion. They still think that frickin' Netanyahu is the frickin' guy that you know he grew up in Israel and all the Israelites are his frickin' you know ancestors and just a myriad of other crap. You know,
She
they're
said
just
that Jew is not a religion. That's what she said. She said Jew is a nationality, just like being American. But she also said Jew was an ethnicity. But then she also said Jew was a religion. So I
I was
pointed
like,
out
what?
there that the Jews didn't exist before the Bible, and the Bible says what a Jew is. So you can't, after the fact, come and say the Bible goes, okay, people like this aren't Jews. And then you're one of those people that says people like this aren't Jews, and you're like, yeah, I'm a Jew, and everybody's gonna have to accept I'm a fucking Jew because I said so. No. Either you fucking practice the Torah, you go to fucking synagogue, you practice you do your mitzvahs and all that shit, or you don't. And if you don't do them, I'm not going to consider you a Jew. I don't care what the fuck you say. I don't care who your parents fucked. I don't give a shit. You can't
pretty
be a
much.
non-religious Jew. That's stupid. It's just stupid on its face. It's like being an atheist Catholic. It makes no sense.
She's got a lot to learn.
Well, and I
That's
tried to
for sure.
explain to her the
She needs
history,
to
right?
listen. She needs to listen, dude. She was just going on, and then to act as if you're the one who's like, You're yelling. You raised your voice a little bit, but she was freaking going off, dude.
Dude, did you hear me just like saying shit and she's just still going on and I'm just like repeating myself over and over? She was not listening at all, man. That's crazy. Yeah.
Started out the other day. I have a little bit of hope for her.
Dude, I tried so hard to like bring her in softly by like giving her like what Theodore Herzl and the people that started Zionism said, right? And how they felt about Jews to kind of like maybe like, hey, maybe these guys aren't such nice guys. And then she's so latched into that identity, that nationalistic Jew identity that was literally manufactured by them in the freaking late 19th century, that they literally made it up out of fucking thin air, modeling themselves on fucking Napoleon, the Nazis, and all that shit. Well, it wasn't called the Nazi Party then. But the point is, the idea of nationalism started then. Zionism modeled themselves on that, where they wanted to get away with that, away from the ethnic religious identity. And now, because it's convenient, they try to blend them fucking all together and say, "Oh, we're just like America." Well, America doesn't say, "Hey, you have to be some heredity to fucking get in here." Like, we don't say that. We also say America isn't a religion. So, you're comparing apples to oranges. It's the whole point is that to be a Jew, got to follow the fucking Torah. And if you don't follow the fucking Torah, you're not a Jew. Do you know how I know that? Because the Torah says so. I don't have to go by what you say. You're a fucking atheist. You know what I mean? Like, an atheist is going to tell me how to be a good fucking Catholic. Like, go suck the dick. Yeah, atheists telling Jews how to be Jews and fucking Christians how to be Christians. Like, dude, you're a fucking atheist. You're not anything.
It was rough.
Imagine that, dude. Imagine being if I was a practicing Jew and having an atheist Jew, and I'm like, listen, I'm a practicing Jew. And the Torah says you have to follow your mitzvahs, and that's what makes you a Jew. You got to be descendant from Sarah, that makes you a Jew. But, you're descended from Sarah, but you're an atheist. So I can't consider you a Jew. And you're like, I'm a fucking Jew. No, you're not. You're a fucking atheist. Can't be a Jew. Sorry. There's requisites for this fucking club, dude. And being an atheist is not one of them. I'm pretty sure that the Bible wasn't written for atheists. I'm pretty sure. Or is that outlandish? That the Torah, the Bible, Septuagint, that wasn't written for fucking atheists. Was that written for atheists? Like, I don't get it, man. I don't even get how you can take that position, which probably explains us why you're fucking spastic. Nonsense. It's because she's trying to make sense out of something that can't be made sense out of. Dude, it's so hard to talk about that subject with anybody. I wonder why. Can't talk about Israel. Can't talk about fucking Hebrews. Can't talk about Zionism. Fucking people freak out. Why? Look, I'm not Jewish. I don't even have a dog. Like, I'm not even picking a side. I don't care who's right or wrong. I'm just saying, it's just basic logic.
Guys, she came across towards me like in a different light, and now she's doing something else here. You know what I mean? I've never seen that side of her. Wow.
Well, maybe the mask fell off. I don't know.
Maybe the mask's off. Yes. Crazy. Wow. I think time to play some music, I think.
I think it was that time of the month. I should have picked another time of the month to do this. That shit was crazy. I actually want to clip it. It was so fucking nuts. Hold on. She's only been on the server for 3 days. Could have banned her hours ago. What the hell was I thinking? Maybe someone can explain this to me. So you're an atheist. You know that Jews came from religious ideology, but you demand to be called a Jew, even though you don't believe in the basis for that ethnic group on why it was created or any of that. You're very mad if anybody says that you're not a Jew. I don't understand it. Like, someone help me, man. It's really fucking racking my brain. If you're an atheist, why would you want to be associated with that?
And with each strike, the glober's delusion degrades. Curious treatments, they cure them of their plight. Guide and torture with all his might. They call him QE, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a Glober is telling your daddy you're gay. Oh, so gay. That's why they need QE's treatments. They call him QE, quantum eraser. They call him QE, the quantum eraser.
So if you didn't learn anything from the debate and you wanted to come in here to learn, what are you here to learn? What are your questions?
Well, honestly, I don't really know much about flat earthers and stuff like that. I don't know.
Well, basically, what do you think the shape
go.
of the Earth is, or do you don't have any opinion on what the Earth is, like at all? Period.
I think it's a globe. I didn't give much thought to it because I just simply don't care.
Simply don't care. You live on this.
Yeah, I care.
Earth, you don't care.
No, I don't. I am more interested in stuff that are more related to human relationships and relations.
Well, yeah, the Earth you live on is directly related to that. Because how can you have a relationship with somebody if you don't even know where you live?
I mean, it doesn't come up, and it doesn't come up when I. It doesn't come up when I talk about identity politics, whether the Earth is round or not.
So then, if it's about relationships, shouldn't there be honesty in these relationships? Wouldn't honesty be important?
I mean, as I said, if the question of or the topic of Earth being round or flat would ever come up in identity politics, maybe it would be important. But if it doesn't come up, then it doesn't come up. So
it's not important that you've been lied to your entire life. That doesn't bother you.
Yeah, it's all cap, bro. Fukan, it's cap, bro, because you're here. It's all cap. You know that you're intrigued just like the rest of everybody who straggles in here.
Well,
it's all cap, Fukan. You know it is.
Yeah,
you gotta at least admit that much because you were curious to come in here. So
I'm intrigued to listen to other perspectives, for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here. That's why I joined.
Well, yeah, but like that's the thing, though. If you're intrigued, then there must be something about that topic that intrigues you, which is that people think that the Earth is a globe, but it's not really because there's no evidence behind it. So everybody has been told that
the question was related to. Well, the question was related to whether Earth is round or flat, and I'm not interested in that. I am more interested in what people with different perspectives have to say. For example, what flat earther.
Well, that doesn't make any sense at all. Because if it wasn't intriguing you that like some people actually are talking about the Earth not being a globe, I don't know. It just wouldn't seem interesting to anyone. Like you'd have to have some kind of interest into finding out why people are saying that.
I do have an interest in why people are saying that. I just don't care in my day-to-day life whether
that doesn't make any. That's a
doesn't come to my mind. It doesn't come to my mind in a day-to-day. If you let me speak, it would be really great. Thank you. If it doesn't come to my mind,
why you're not elaborating why you're just saying the same thing over again.
But I'm
keep saying the same thing over again. You're saying that it doesn't interest you. It doesn't interest you. Like I know that already.
But if you keep telling me the same thing over and over again, I am going to explain myself in the same manner, of course, because you're saying the same thing to me. So,
well, it's very simple, right? Like once you start to realize that this does matter, then you can stop. You can drop the kind of like nonchalant, it doesn't matter to me, and you can start saying, hey, you know what? Let's just talk about it. Let's see if I know that the Earth is a globe or not. See what I mean?
Given another example, I'm an agnostic. I do not care whether God exists or not, but I still listen to Christians. I don't listen to Muslims a lot because I've listened to them for 26 years. I've listened to Christians, what they have to say about their beliefs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I care whether God exists or not. I care about what the individual's perspective on that topic is.
No, that's cap too.
And if
Like,
that's not okay,
let me tell you the
the
psychology
thing is,
behind
no,
all
no,
of
no,
this.
no, no. Don't please don't
Because
tell me
no,
anything because
yeah, I
after
do.
you
Because
know what
like
I say,
Furkan, no,
cap.
the thing is,
No, no, no.
the thing is, you're just
The thing
right
is,
now.
I don't care.
You're
The
just
thing,
yeah,
the thing
you
is,
do.
when you
You
call
wouldn't be here,
what
Furkan.
I say a lie, or what I say a
Calm
lie,
down,
It is.
Birkin.
I don't
It's not a lie.
care.
You
No,
just
no,
you
no.
don't want to admit. You don't want to admit that the truth behind what you're doing is really you're leaning towards these ideas because they intrigue you. Otherwise, if you didn't really care like you say you don't care, you would not even be in here. You would be like doing other things, but you don't. You're here and you're also listening to Christians because things that they say are intriguing you. That's the truth. And whether you say it is or not, you're still here, which means that you're interested. So it's all cap that you're saying you don't care. So it doesn't matter what you say, you are here, which means you have interest. That's just the plain and simple of it. And you
I
can
have
say
an
all you
interest
want.
in what people's perspectives are. I don't have an interest in whether the Earth is round or not. Just like how I
Yes,
don't
you
have
do.
an interest
Yes, you do.
in if God. Okay,
Yes, you do with
if you're
God
not
too.
gonna,
Same thing. It's the
okay, if
same
you're
thing,
not gonna
Furkan.
acknowledge what I'm,
I am
you're not gonna
acknowledging it.
acknowledge. Okay, you're calling it a cap
Yeah.
for whatever
Cap.
reason. You believe that I'm lying to a stranger
Yes.
online for
No,
whatever
I'm not.
reason, or whatever. No, no, no. Cap means lie. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that much
Lie.
American slang. I know that much American slang. So you are saying that for some
Yes.
reason I am telling a lie to totally strangers online for whatever reason.
No, to yourself. Not to us. You're not lying to us.
Okay.
I know why you're here.
Okay.
But
Such-
you're lying to yourself.
Such
You're saying that
philosopher you are.
I'm only
Such
here.
a
I'm only here
philosopher
to
you
listen.
are. Such
Yeah,
philosopher
you're
you are.
saying
You
you're saying I'm only
literally just cracked the code.
Furkan,
Good job, man.
it just
Good
sounds
job.
it just sounds a little bit contradictory when you say that you're here to hear somebody's perspective and what they believe about the Earth being flat, but you don't actually care whether the Earth is flat or not. I don't really have an interest in something that I don't really care about. You know, if I don't like the football, I don't just watch it for the hell of watching it. I won't watch it. It just
Okay,
sounds
and that-
contradictory.
That's why
It
we
just
know.
sounds
That's what you
contradictory.
do. Okay, that's what you do. Okay,
That's
another
what I do
example.
too.
That's what
Ano-
normal people do, Furkan. Everybody does
Another
it.
example. Okay, another example. I don't care if America is burns today, but I still care what American people has to say, what their perspectives are. I still care, and I care to listen to what they have to say,
So that's
even though I don't
contrary.
necessarily care if America burns today.
Yeah,
So
that's
interesting
way of saying
hang on.
that. That's cap.
You don't care whether the Americans live or die, but you're interested in what they have to say. That is insane.
That's contrary.
In the same sense that it's not going to affect my life. So in my day to day life.
So you say. But I would
it may
say
not
that
affect your day-to-day life, but you should have compassion for people.
But the thing is, though, in contrast,
that
to what
was a
you're saying,
hypothetical example, but okay.
yeah, in contrast to what you're saying, you still care about American people. In contrast to you saying you don't care if America burns or not, yet you care about the
That
American
was
people.
a
That's the
hypothetical example. I don't know why
logical.
would
It's a
focus on that.
contradiction.
No. I don't know why would you. I don't know why would you focus on
You're
that.
giving us
hypothetical
because
example.
you're giving us examples of contradictions. That's another contradiction.
Regardless of that, Furkan, we don't. What we have here is not an opinion, or it's an actual fact. So the Earth is factually and provably and measurably a flat topographical plane. So it's not an opinion or a belief or the way that you'd like to put it. So realistically, if you want to know what we believe, just have a look at the Earth for yourself. It's proven measurably flat.
Mhm. So, what about those people who are saying that Earth is a globe and that's a fact?
Yeah, they can say it, but they can't prove it. We can. Simple, right?
Interesting.
Oh, I could even put it in a way that could make some sense, right?
Can I ask a question?
But let me just tell you real quick. If somebody was to tell you to give evidence that the Earth is a globe, what would you tell them? Just like I'm putting you on the spot because like this is what normal people would do in a conversation when they ask questions about something. They would ask you, how do you know it's a globe? What would you tell them? It's very simple. It's a very simple thing to answer.
That's how I was taught in school, is what I would say.
Yeah, that's like not the answer, right? Like, because they were like, yeah, but how is it a globe? Yeah, I know you were taught. Just tell me, how is a globe? That's all I want to know. How is it a globe?
That's a good question.
Well, it should be easy to answer if you know the globe. Well, you know, what's the answer?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, and I don't even know what would you say? I would just start talking about like
And
I don't know, like just start talking about different theories.
I'll tell you guys, but the reason why I said it that way is because it's the most simplest way to ask the question and the best way for you to engage with your critical thinking mind. How is possible that a simple answer like or a simple question like that cannot be answered?
That's true.
And
I guess
you should think something like that should startle you anyways. Shouldn't I have an answer for this? Because I know the Earth is a globe, yet I can't even answer somebody that just simply asked me the question, how is it a globe? I don't even know what to say. Right?
The thing, my question is, is Earth the only flat thing? Flat planet?
That's the wrong question because you haven't thought about the previous one I just asked. Because if that's what's stumping you, that you can't even answer a simple question, then there must be something wrong with what you've been taught. At least make the connection there before you go off and ask another question. Because if you don't reflect on this one simple question that I just asked, then everything else won't make any sense.
Dude, oh my
You know what
god.
I mean?
Just say that you're not going to answer the question and maybe someone else can answer it. Like, what is it?
Now
we can all answer that question. We can all answer that question very, very simply, Firkin. We can all answer it. But what Mayhem is saying is that you're skipping past his point, and realistically, you know,
No, I answered him. I said that.
No, you didn't.
I honestly, other than what I'm being taught, I don't know how to answer if I am asked.
Well, I know, but that's the thing
and then
what I'm
I
telling you to
ask a
reflect on,
question,
Firkin.
but then I am
But you
told
can't
that
skip.
I am asking the wrong question. Well,
Yeah,
then
you
don't
can't
answer
skip
it.
right
Then
now.
don't answer
No,
it.
that's not the point.
I'm
That's not the point.
26. Okay, I don't need
don't
this type
care.
of treatment.
Well,
Okay.
then there's the door. If you don't want to be talking in here, the door's right there. You can simply click on the exit.
That's not what I said, though.
Well, I'm just telling you that this is the way people answer normally. If in a conversation, somebody asks you a question and you say, hey, I don't know, that's fine. Have you reflected on that? Because nobody does. They're just skipping over that and asking more questions, forgetting the fact that they just finished saying, I don't know, to a very most important, crucial question that you should already know. 26-year-old person should already know how the Earth is a globe. Like, that's just the thing that you struggle with right now should be easily answered by a third grader in school.
Cool.
And that's the thing that I'm telling you. It's like,
are you done?
You don't reflect on it. Well, I mean, if you really want to dive into the reason why, you should at least think about it and be like, this is crazy. Why don't I have an answer?
Are you done?
I am now. Go ahead.
Okay. So back to my question: is Earth the only planet that's flat? And why is the Moon not? And why is Mars not?
Can you see the live stream voice text? It should be right above the live stream chat, man.
I don't think he has it. Hang on. Yeah, he's VC verified. Never mind. All right.
Can I see what?
The live stream voice text, the text channel that's right above the voice channel you're talking in right now.
Oh, okay.
All right. So I want to answer you directly about the question you just asked, but because of the fact that you're not perceiving the previous question as in something like that would have implications to your question now, you're not going to see the answer correctly that I'm going to give you. So when I give you this answer, like I have to preface it because like it's your mind can't understand what you can't perceive. So now I'm going to tell you that the reason why.
Okay.
The reason why that I'm going to answer your question, but the reason why I'm going to answer it the way I am, you're not going to perceive it, is this way. Because you didn't see the question that I asked before what made any sense to you. So now if I tell you that Earth has been measured flat and there is no idea that space even exists, right? Now you're going to have even more questions to ask me, but then I have to take you down another logical path. Space doesn't exist as the way you were told. The vacuum of space doesn't exist. The Earth is not in motion as you've been told, and the Earth is not a globe as you've been told. So all these things, the things that they have told you, and supposedly you have a knowledge of right now. When I asked you the very first question, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And you gave me a I don't know. It's going to be the same for the other questions that I just finished telling you right now. How do you know the Earth is moving, spinning around? And how do you know that the vacuum of space exists like they told you? Like, what evidence do you have that that stuff is real? Because that question you told us about, is the other planets flat or whatever, it's like you don't have this concept of like the cosmology, like that aspect of it. You probably don't have answers. I don't know, but you need to tell me. Do you have answers to those questions, Firkin? Do you know that if the Earth is
no?
moving?
Sorry, I was trying to look at the. I don't know.
I'll ask again because you asked if the Earth was, you described it in the way you did, but I'm saying this because like these questions are really important to know whether you know them or not. I think you saying you know or no or not, I think that's also important. So if you know if the Earth is moving, if it's spinning around. Hello?
Can you ask me a question again?
Do you know if the Earth is spinning on its axis?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because of the
Yes.
I don't know how to say it in English, but because a day happened.
Okay, a day happens. What causes day and night?
When Earth spins around itself.
Yeah, but like what do you see that makes day and night? Yeah, Earth spins, you already said that, but what causes the day and night?
The Earth,
the sun. Can I pick up this conversation for him?
You can. No, we can help him out, Ruzi, if you want.
Okay, the sun.
Do you agree with that, Firkin? I just want to see if Firkin agrees with that or not. Or do you disagree with Ruzi?
I mean, a day happens.
No, I'm with Firkin. I mean, I'm just trying to get information.
Firkin, but like, does he agree with your point? That is.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I don't know. He hasn't said it.
I know, but yes.
I didn't understand what he meant. What he means when he said sun.
Day and night? What causes day and night?
The Earth spinning around itself.
Right, but like that's not the thing that we see when day and night happens. What happens when day and night? What causes the day and what causes it to not?
Do you mean during the day the position of the sun changes? Is that what you mean?
Well, where do you see the sun in nighttime? Is it around?
What do I see the sun?
Yeah, is the sun around at nighttime?
Yes or no?
I don't see the sun at nighttime.
Okay, when do you see the sun?
During day.
Okay, so now we know what makes day and night, right?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Can you?
I don't know. You didn't answer me. You're not answering me. Do you know?
No.
Is the sun causing day and night? You don't know?
But apparently, I am fully comprehending what you're saying. So, can you, in your own terms, without making it sounding a religious text, can you, in your own terms, explain it briefly?
Day and night? Yeah, the sun moves towards your proximity, and then it moves away.
So
when
instead,
it moves away, it causes the night, and then when it comes back again to your position, then it's daytime.
Okay, so what you're saying is that sort of Earth spinning around itself, which causes day and night instead.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say the Earth is spinning around. I didn't.
No,
say
I am asking. Okay, I am asking if you ask that. So let me finish. So is that what you're saying? That the sun is the one that spins around the Earth, that which causes day and night.
I said
Birkin, you're making this very hard.
Well, I mean,
Just look in the voice text chat.
yeah, but that's a that's a model. I would say just to get Firkin,
Just a cartoon.
It's pretty simple, right? To understand what.
That's literally what I said. I asked, believe that it's the sun that is moving instead of
No,
Earth.
okay. Yes, the Globers believe the Earth is spinning, so we go away from the sun and then we come back. Yes.
Yeah. Do you comprehend now, Firkin?
But I don't.
We are spinning away from the sun, and we're spinning back to.
Do you agree with Bruzy?
I don't understand
Please,
why.
yes, he does.
Bruzy, you can't speak for him. He's got to speak for himself. Firkin, do you agree with Bruzy?
I have no idea who Riz is, so I don't know.
But he's just
how can
saying.
I know I agree with him? So
You don't hear him though.
can you let me speak instead of keep asking me if I agree with him or not? If you're not patient, then just let me know
cutting out.
so I can stop talking. But please stop asking. Okay, if you're not gonna be patient with me, just let me know. But please do not ask me if I agree with that person, Rosie.
You're making this really more difficult than it's like.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever. What I'm saying is that I don't
make
understand.
it really simple.
Yeah,
You can
and the thing is,
lights,
though,
or do you see planets? Because everybody here just sees some lights. Have you
So
been
what
there
I-
to see that what it is?
Yeah, flying.
What I'm asking is that who decided that sun is that small?
Now I have to mute you. The reason why I didn't want to go down that path is because I want him to engage with his own critical mind. And if it's getting harder for him to do it, I'm starting to figure out he's just obfuscating from actually answering any questions. And he wants to be difficult, which is making it more harder for anybody to ask him any questions. I'm ascertaining that the guy doesn't really want to engage. He just wants to meander and like not really get to a point. He knows what I'm talking about. He doesn't want to answer the question though, because he feels like he's walking on eggshells like his politics server. So I'm deriving all of this just from our interaction right now. There's a reason why I'm not letting him go off this point, and it sounds very difficult for the audience. But for him, it's like it's for me to get to know exactly where his position is. So although it looks like it's a kind of a very difficult process, I'm actually gaining a lot of knowledge from his stance right now, which is, it seems to me like he's being difficult on purpose. He's not doing it because he's innocent. This is one of the politic games that they play where they don't have to be held accountable for the things that they say, and thus it's leading to a very difficult conversation. That's why I don't want to go to another point unless he's not willing to engage. So I don't want to have to keep explaining. I just wanted to see if we can have this back and forth. All right, I've unmuted you, Firkin, too. So back to the question: what causes day and night? Firkin, too? Are you there?
Yeah, it's actually Furkan Square, but apparently sun.
Firkin Square.
Apparently.
Well, yeah.
Apparently.
Right. If you're saying that, okay, so day and night, and so the Earth is spinning to cause this. Is that how you see it?
Spinning to cause this? What?
Yes. Is the Earth spinning around so that it causes day and night?
Yes, that's what I said.
Well, I know. I'm just telling you because it sounds like you were unsure. All right. So the Earth is spinning. It's causing day and night. But what do we see when we walk out the door that causes day and night? We see the sun moving across the sky.
Yes.
Right? Okay. It's moving across the sky. Well, what?
To my understanding, the reason of that is because when Earth spins around, because the land we stand on doesn't go anywhere, but the world spins around and the sun stays there. That's why we see sun as changing positions, but it's just
yes,
the Earth is spinning. You know, its sun stays there, but also the reason why, like, I just yesterday installed this one app to see how sun moves. It shows me the movement of the sun, and it kind of tilts day by day. It also shows that it tilts, TILTS.
Yeah, the sun.
The position of the sun, not the sun, because of the tilted spinning of the world.
Okay. All right. So I don't want to get too far into it, but you've described everything so far. Now, I just want to see, because we have some people that have their open mics right now. Ruzi, do you agree with what he said?
Yes. It was very long, but yes.
Yeah, and I apologize, guys, for everybody listening. Trust me. All right.
Okay.
So we finally got there, and so basically, Furkan Squared is saying that the sun is standing still, and the Earth is moving, and it's. At first, I thought you said the sun, but then you corrected it. The Earth is tilted, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. Are you talking to me now? Sorry.
Well, both you and Furkan Squared.
Okay.
I wanted to see what the odds say. Okay.
I would imagine
All
so.
right. And it's just hard to get words out of Furkan because he feels like anything, he's walking on digital eggshells or something. I don't know. All right. So
That's BS. I'm going to say that right now. That's BS.
All right. So I don't know who just said that. I've got somebody
What's
else
BS?
talking. That's BS. All right. So, as in the person that said that's BS says you don't agree with that?
Not at all.
Okay, so what do you think is what's happening?
He just said the sun doesn't move. That's BS.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I want for them to actually have it. Do you agree with? You don't agree with that? Okay, so now Ruzi and Furkan Squared, and now you are your life god, or I don't know what your name is there. I'm trying to read it. Anyway, you who just finished chiming in right now, you're in disagreement. Why are you disagreeing that that's the case?
Because how's that even possible? So you're telling me if the sun doesn't move, then why does people say it does? They say the earth stands still and the sun moves around in circles as the moon and everything else. But how is the sun not moving at all? That's my question.
Well,
how is it just standing still? It just stands still. Just because you see it in the air not moving doesn't mean it actually doesn't move.
I don't know what you mean by that, but when I said it doesn't
You're being gaslit, maybe.
it's not,
Yeah,
it's not changing.
I want to see how this plays out a little bit. Well, he left. All right. Anyway. All right. So let's just say, for example, right now, I agreed with that previous fellow that was just said something, because we do see the sun moving across the sky. And you guys would actually have to be honest here at this point. When we're standing outside in the morning, we see the sun moving across the sky. Is that not what we witness?
Yes.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, but you have to answer my question though, because we can't get to another point. Furkan Squared.
Can I tell this and then answer your question?
Yeah, but you're not being fair to the question. That's like you want to answer something else, so it's not fair to the question.
Because you said yes. I'm going to tell it. So imagine.
I didn't say yes. I didn't say yes. You're jumping over me and just saying it now because you don't want to answer the question. I'm like, why won't you answer the question? Pretty simple.
Answer the question. Okay, can I say what I have to say?
No,
Furkan, just make it quick, please.
No,
Jesus Christ, it's a yes or no question. You spent more time avoiding yes or no than anything else.
That's it.
Oh my God, what is the question? Can you repeat it again?
Jesus Christ Almighty.
So we go outside in the morning and we see the sun moving across the sky from the morning time.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so would you agree that we see the sun moving in the morning?
I can agree that we are seeing the sun in different positions, but that is due to the Earth moving around itself.
No, don't qualify it with saying the Earth moving around. That's not. We're not there yet. The only thing I'm asking you right now is to go outside and witness the sun in the morning moving across the sky. Do we witness that?
Okay.
That's it.
Can I
You
tell what I
can't
have?
say yes or
to say?
no to that? Like what? What is your
Oh my
deal?
god, this is
What is your
painful.
deal? It's painful for everybody. to hear.
Why is it hard for you to accurately describe reality?
Yeah, why?
Is that hard for you? Without qualifying it with something else,
thing is-
right? So I can go,
Well, that is
water has waves on it. I don't have to make a statement as to why or where or how. I can just make the observation of what I see. We're just asking you to make the observation. What do you see?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That guy
Oh my god.
literally-
Right.
Literally, that guy gave a paragraph of speech about my personality and about.
No one cares.
Oh my god.
No one cares.
No one fucking cares. Why would you give
I don't
that?
think you have a personality.
Whatever. If you put a stick, and then turn
my
around
God.
yourself, and then turn
What are
around
you
yourself.
doing? Why are you
Look
not
at the
answering it? This is a politics server, man. No one's gonna be like looking for those little gotchas, so you can be like, we gotcha, frickin'. You said it. Oh, he said the sun's moving. That's it. Let's close the server down. We got frickin'. Who cares, bro? I'm asking you a question. What do you see? Just say what you see.
I gave you an answer. You don't like
No,
my
you
answer.
didn't. You're freaking skipping around. You don't want to answer. That's your deal.
You
That's
asked-
why I'm doing this.
You asked if I see sun moving, and I said yes. I see sun changing positions, and that's due
Right.
to the Earth.
No,
that's valid though.
Yeah,
That is valid.
No, it's not, because he's qualifying it at the end by saying that the Earth is moving, and no one's asking for that.
So
Only asking
you
for
just
what-
don't like my answer. That's the problem.
No. Okay, so then here's the thing: if you're saying that you see the Earth moving, then you're gonna have to qualify that. How is it moving? Because I didn't ask for that. I only said, "Do you see the sun moving?" That's the only thing that I asked for. It was either yes or no. But you said no. I see the Earth. I see the sun moving around, and it's moving because the Earth is moving. That's what you're saying.
But the answer
now-
is yes.
No, he didn't say. No, you can't speak for him. He's got to say it.
I literally started
said
my
yes,
answer.
but
Yes, I literally answered
only
or yes
one-
because
yes. But the reason you are not accepting it is because I gave an explanation as to why I said yes. So
I
that
didn't
is.
ask for that. I didn't ask for that. I only asked for what you see. That's it.
But the thing
I
is,
only asked
you
for
don't
what you
decide. Okay,
I
the
only
thing
asked
is,
for what
don't
you see.
decide.
I only
Okay.
asked for what you see. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth? I only asked for what you can see. That's it. You get it? I only asked for what you can see.
so the answer is yes. So let's
No,
move on,
the answer
please.
is, tell me, from your point of view, do you only see the sun moving in the sky?
Yes.
When you go
So
outside?
from my point of view,
Yes.
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I already gave you an answer.
Dude,
Well,
fuck you. I should just kick you the fuck out of here. Dude,
Yep.
real simple. Answer the goddamn question or leave.
That's it.
I said yes.
Okay, you said yes. We don't need your
All right.
qualifying opinion of your whatever reason you've concocted in your head. We're not asking about what you think about it. We're just asking you, what do you sense with your senses? What do you see? It's not complicated. The fact that you're so afraid of answering a simple question says it all.
Yeah. It says it all.
I
Can we get back to the more important topic, which
so
is
now we're-
personality?
No, we're not going to talk about that. So we're gonna actually focus on that now. So we all agree, Ruzi, you as well, because you answered earlier. So we all agree. We go outside. We see the sun moving across the sky. Pretty easy peasy, right? Simple. Now let's go to the next step. How do we know from that we can know that the Earth is actually the one that's moving? Go, Firkin squared. Now you can say it. How do you know that the Earth is the
can't
one that's
say it.
moving? Whoa, hang on, Ruzi.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Got to be a little bit courteous to Firkin squared.
Well, Firkin squared agrees with me, right, Firkin?
What was your
Well-
answer, Ruzi?
I said, well, you can't tell just from that fact.
Oh, okay. Firkin, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. So, how can we ascertain the fact that the Earth is in motion and not just the sun moving? We're gonna have to find the way we can know that the Earth is really moving and not just the sun.
Right.
Go ahead, Ruzi and Firkin Squared. I'm gonna let you guys think about it. Do you guys know or
no? I don't know.
Okay, so Ruzi, you don't know. Firkin Squared, do you know?
So the question is, how can I make sure that it is just the Earth moving and not the sun?
Yes. Go ahead.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. Thank you.
God, why was that so hard?
That's pretty easy, isn't it? Now,
That was good.
See how easy that was? All right. So we can say assuredly, because you said it yourself that you don't know, that it's just a belief you have that the Earth is in motion. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Yes.
Okay. That was it. Okay, so the third question that I have for you is pretty simple. It's the vacuum of space, right? So now we're going to talk about space and what you might think about it, whatever it is, right? So the vacuum of space is said to be adjacent to the pressure air that we are breathing right now, because the pressure air we breathe is at 14 psi. And so your lungs are breathing this air here on Earth, which it's got pressure, right? So as you get higher in elevation, that seems to get less and less pressure up until you get to where they claim satellites are and ISS and all that kind of stuff, which is super low pressure, right? So how is it possible that we can have this gas pressure here on Earth without the gas escaping into the available space, right? Because in every instance that we have gas pressure here on Earth, it's always contained. And while it's contained, let's say you open up a valve or you release the high pressure inside that contained system, the air rushes out into any and all available areas. Because it goes from high pressure to low pressure, right? That's what happens always. You guys do understand that, right? I don't want to lose you here with the question. You guys know this for sure. Okay, so
no, I don't know that.
So you don't know that. So a simple example: you put air in your tire, right? A car tire, a bike tire, or whatever. You can follow that example, right?
Okay.
Okay. So when you have air in a tire, you can press the valve, and then you press that valve, and the air rushes out of that tire. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, that happens because you have high pressure in the tire, and there's lower pressure outside. When you press that valve, the air inside of that tire rushes out and equalizes with the air outside. High pressure moving to low pressure. Pretty simple. I just shown you. You agree or disagree?
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
All right. We have a very simple instance of where I demonstrated to you how gas pressure can work from high pressure to low pressure. So now you understand. So the question is that if we have this super low pressure that's the Earth is floating around in, how is it possible that we have this high pressure here on Earth where we stand without the air escaping into the available space where it has? Because how can we have gas pressure without a container?
Right. So I guess I would answer this as the atmosphere would be the container.
Okay, Firkin Squared, what do you say?
No idea.
Okay, so let me just talk to Ruzi then, since you said no idea. All right, so Ruzi, you said the atmosphere is keeping the air in?
Yeah, or the ozone layer.
The ozone layer. But do you know the ozone layer is gas, right? You know that, right? So then the question is, how is the ozone layer, which is gas, containing the gas?
That's a good question.
Well, yeah, it is.
I don't know the answer to that. No, I don't.
Okay. So the answer is you know or you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and close it up for you for the three main points that I brought up to you guys, right? Which is the first one I told you was the Earth's curvature, right? And the second one is the Earth spinning around, the one we were talking about. And then the third one is the vacuum of space. Of course, the way they tell us that space is and all that, with the low pressure of the vacuum of space and the high pressure we have here on Earth that you need a container for. So without a container, you can't have gas pressure in the first instance. So we understand that the Earth, being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have.
Correct.
Because you guys have just admitted right now that there isn't an answer that you know of currently that would be sufficient to this. So it's a belief that you have that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
That's it. You get it?
Okay.
It's a belief. It's only a belief. Because if you knew it was really a globe, easily it would have been answered any of these questions that I just told you. Easily. And you would have been able to support it with demonstrations of how it's possible. But to the contrary, now you know that it's not able to be demonstrated that it is a globe. Now you have is all you got right now is just this belief in the idea that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
And that's it. It's just basically like any religious belief that people have, right? That's it. It's just a religious belief that you have.
Right.
But it is
What?
Godless religion.
godless. Yeah.
Okay. So, what would be the reason to make all the people believe that Earth is round rather than flat?
Yeah, it's pretty simple though. I can tell you, and it's a really good reason to control.
Mm-hmm.
So if they control the information, right, of like let's say the idea that the Earth is a globe, they're the gatekeepers, right? The key masters. They own that the information. So in order for you to know what the Earth is, they are the ones you'd have to learn from. You'd have to go to like a higher learning, in college or whatever, to find out like deeper studies of the cosmos or whatever. But everything that you learn has to be through them. Like that's the only way. Like other than that, you can't yourself like really grasp the concept of like cosmology. Let's say you'd have to go through a process by which you learn from, people whom you think are very intelligent in this, but they are the ones holding the keys to that knowledge. You can't just like think of things on your own because these things are already thought of. So that method of control that they have is a very strong one. It causes you to have a delusion of the Earth being what it is right now. And you defend it like a religious belief without any idea of how or why the Earth is what it is. You just defend it like straight out. And you don't know why. You're just doing it. So that control they have on your mind, the control they have on your mind right now, at this moment right now, and the reason why you're very defensive against it is because you don't know what you know right now is if it's true or not. It's just a religious belief.
That is true. That is true. And I definitely agree with that. And I feel like, especially when someone believes something their whole life, you don't want to admit that the lie,
Right. But the thing is, like, and I was telling you guys also, if it was really true, like, and it's like, 'cause we're only about the truth in here, right? And things you can test and prove and all that. If it was true, none of us would exist in this server at all. Not especially me. Like, trust me. Whatever's the truth is the truth. That's the only thing I care about is the truth. I don't care about feelings. I don't give a shit about that. The only thing I care is if this is really real or not. So there's no globe evidence whatsoever. As a matter of fact, it's like a religious belief that people try to defend with stupid arguments. I mean, my God, this guy came in today, the guy Firkin was listening to the other day, is claiming that fishing line is evidence that the Earth has curvature. This is crazy. This is madness. Like, they have to resort to like these derivative topics they come in here to try to defend. And then when
that doesn't make sense.
Well, we ask them certain questions that are specific to the Earth, right? Like, okay, just like if I have any object, right? Let's say I have a shape, like if I have a basketball, right? And you know that this basketball is a sphere. And if I was to tell you, no, this thing I have in my hand is a cube, you're like, it's not a cube, because this is what a cube is. You'd probably bring a cube out to me, right? And show me. And I was like, no, it's a cube. You're like, no, we can measure this thing. This basketball you have in your hand, I can measure it to be a sphere. It's got a radius, it's got a diameter, and a circumference. And you could put some maths to it. You could tell me, how much it curves or whatever. You could know all of that stuff, right? Because it's something tangible. You have it in your hand. You could feel it. It's there, right? Pretty simple, straightforward. Now, imagine if you're standing on a giant version of that basketball, and it's definitely an object that you could, measure, right? Because the Earth, according to them, has already, it's got a radius, diameter, and circumference. So if it is a geometric shape like they say it is, then you most definitely can measure the thing that you're standing on. It's also tangible like the basketball because you're standing on it, right? So now what we understand is that we have ourselves a dilemma, which is, on the one hand, I can produce the information like the basketball and tell you that it's measurements and all these things because I can measure everything on this basketball. But then I say, on the other hand, I'm standing on a giant version of that thing that I'm holding in my hand, and I cannot measure it? Well, that's weird. How can I measure a geometric shape that I know is a geometric shape, but this one that I'm standing on, it can be measured? Well, there's a problem, right? Because it should be easily measured. The surface curvature, which would be drop over distance, could be easily measured if it was indeed a ball. And that's what I'm kind of telling you guys right now, because the truth is self-evident, right? So like, let's say, regardless if I say the earth is whatever it is, you can go out yourself into the field and figure this thing out for yourselves. And then
I have a question
and report that. Go ahead, Ruzi.
So like, the first thing what pops into my head, like the biggest thing, is when I think of when we're sitting on this giant ball, this giant basketball, is like, how the fuck do spaceships and satellites work? Like,
right, but that's the okay. So the hook, right? There's a hook. The hook is that you have to endure a lot of indoctrination through your lengthy years of growing up. I don't know how old you are, Ruzi, but so
21.
Well, throughout your lifetime, right? Your whatever it is that you consumed, there's a lot of what we consider propaganda. So all this propaganda that has been, pushed onto you, there was no buffer, right? It was just coming at you 100 miles an hour to your brain. But the thing is, now you have like at least critical thinking mind at whatever age you are. You can like, well, just let me check it out, just see if it's true or not, right? Now you can at least question it. Whereas before, when you were a young child, it was like whatever the teacher said, believe the teacher, listen to the lessons and all that. So now that you're asking the question, well, then how about these stupid rockets, right? And pictures from space and NASA live streams and whatever. You can go on and say all the crazy stuff. But then I would then ask you, how can you verify anything that they could put in front of your eyeballs? Anything. I don't care what it is. You can talk
I would say the people.
Right. So then I could say the same. Well, then I got a bunch of flat earth people in here. They can verify the earth is flat. I could use the same argument to you and it wouldn't make sense. Because then you could question me like, yeah, but those people don't know what they're talking about. Then I could say this to you. Do you know what I'm saying? They don't know what they're talking about. But that's not the thing. What I talk about is actually going to, like, let's say they show you an image of the earth from a distance or whatever. Then I can tell you, how do you know that's true if you can't go to the same place they were to see what they're seeing? So basically, I could do that with anything, but I could also present information that way to you, right? I could show you an 80-foot gorilla climbing a tall building and say, hey man, this is true. I got an image of it. Check this out. You're gonna be like, nah, that's pretty crazy, dude. That doesn't exist. I'm like, well, that's weird. That's a double standard. You say on the one hand, this big old gorilla doesn't exist, but your guy that's taking a picture of the earth from a distance does. Well, that's a double standard, right?
Well,
so how can I verify the picture from space, and how could you verify the picture of the gorilla? What would you then say you'd have to do, Ruzi? If you're a critical thinking person, what would you ask me?
You probably couldn't.
Well, let's say you wanted to find out. What would you do if you wanted to find out that the picture of the gorilla that I was posting to you was real or not? What would you have to do?
I mean, I would just have to look at it, probably.
Well, that's not going to get us anywhere, because then I can show you another picture of a gorilla, destroying an airplane or something. Like, where are we?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
So
Yeah,
other than
I don't know.
Other than actually seeing the gorilla, we cannot be.
There you go. See, Firkin had the answer.
What is it?
No, the thing is, no. This is like.
Yeah, you go.
Sorry, I didn't hear him.
No, this is like how. Hello.
He didn't hear what you said. That's why I was saying for you to repeat it.
You didn't hear what?
He didn't hear what your answer was.
Oh, other than seeing it with your own eyes, you cannot tell.
Yeah.
And the
Yes.
thing with the thing with the Western education is that it relies on trust. Sort of the basis of education is that you can provide people who are being educated on to be able to observe themselves and gain the skills that you want to teach them. But for example, with the Earth being round, you cannot make that happen unless you take them to the space. So those people who want to be educated, those people who want to be educated on this are putting some level of trust, which is causing the indoctrination, because
that's correct.
I'll be right back.
The belief is that the Earth is round. You cannot believe anything else. That is the textbook definition of indoctrination. You cannot accept any other belief other than this. So, and with everything you say, it's thought provoking, and honestly, because I don't know about the science of the Earth, it is thought provoking. But as I said, it's also without actually seeing from the space. It's only making me skeptical, and not a believer.
Sure, of course. But what I'm saying, freaking, like, and here's the thing, though. What I want you guys to do, because it's difficult. Okay, so this is what I'm telling you is not easy. Engaging with your critical thinking mind. So just as you said when I was talking to Ruzi about, like, he's got his space picture of the Earth from a distance, and I have my gorilla picture, like, that's climbing the building. And you answered correctly. When you started to engage with your critical thinking, you started to say, I know how to get an answer from this. I know exactly what would need to be done. I would have to go and see it for myself, right? So that I can know that, you know, what the claim of the gorilla was the real claim. It wasn't just like some Photoshop image. So you would then demand that, and then I would be like, well, that's, you know, correct, but no, this is just a CGI image or whatever. Like, but the thing is, you can't do that with these guys, right? Because on the one hand, these the people that are giving you these images, they're going to tell you they've been to a place that took these images, and you're just going to have to trust them and take their word for it. And then that's where it's going to stay, though. It doesn't go like, you can't then say, no, I don't want to leave it there. I want to actually go and see if you actually went to this place. I want to go to that place. Remember I told you that there's key masters and gatekeepers? Like, these guys that have these space agencies and stuff, like, you can't actually get to a place where you can see that image was a real image, like, that you can validate, because you can never go there. Like, logistically, it's an impossibility for you and me, right? So, like, now we have where everybody else sees these images and are just believers. There's no verifying this if it's true or not, because only a handful of people can actually get to this location. So now it's like, go ahead.
Believing God and heaven and hell.
Well, sort of, but it's like the instance of what I'm talking about here. It has to be validated by some means. Like, you have to be able to do something to be able to provide evidence that this is real or not. And if you, most people would say that these images are evidence enough. But what I'm telling you is that when it comes to personal verification, you can't be sure until you take it to the length of, like, okay, I heard your story, I know what you're saying, but now let me check it out. And then the person might tell you, no, that's fine, just trust me. I'm a seasoned veteran. I've flown around the Earth. I've been in space. I'm all that. I'm good. Don't worry about it. Just trust me. And then you have to capitulate and say, well, okay, I guess I must only believe you because I can't do it myself. And so what it leaves you with is just like, you know, like a religion. You just have to trust the person that told you that's true. And so that's it. Like, and that's where it ends, right? Because that's where everybody is at right now that thinks that the Earth is a globe. They're just left with, like, just trust us. You know, the scientists figured it out, and then you're just like, okay, well, scientists figured it out. That's why when I first asked you these questions at the very beginning, these are so thought-provoking. Like, you don't even know the implications of these questions. Because now when you start to realize, you're like, well, shit, how come I didn't have an answer to something so simple? Because there isn't one. And it's all by design. So that because you don't have an answer, who do you have to go to get the answer? The gatekeepers. And they are going to tell you, once you go down to the whoever said it, then they're going, oh, yeah, I took this image. Just trust me, I've been there. Don't worry. And then you're like, okay, that's the only thing you can say because you can't go there. Right? So it just amounts to nothing but belief. And that's it. It ends up, when you go all the way back to the original source, it's always about belief. You got to trust somebody. You got to believe them. And that's it. So, and remember, you asked, well, what would be the motive for these guys? And I told you, control. Now they have your mind. And your mind is their playground. And so they can tell you whatever they want, and you'll just believe them. There's a new exoplanet that just came up, and it's got, it's inhabiting life and all that, and you'll just believe them. There's a rocket that's going to go to Mars, and it's going to take, all kinds of technology over there. You'll just believe them. You don't ever get to a point where you're verifying any of the things that they say. And you just become a zealot and a believer and a defender of the religion. And that's the only thing that you know. It's like, that's why I'm saying people don't realize how important it is for you to have a critical thinking mind. And that's the only defense you have. That's it.
Bro, is that why all these rockets are blowing up?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
It's kind of unrelated. But do you believe that there are two biological sexes exist?
Oh,
or are you also skeptical about
it's a no in this server. We stay away from that topic. That server those questions, they get a lot of servers shut down, so we usually stay away from those questions. Not that I don't want to answer it.
I don't.
You. We're being live streamed on YouTube,
know.
and then, well, I know, but I'm saying we're being live streamed on YouTube, and there's certain regulations that YouTube has, and even Discord, let's say. And people get into hot water for
just dumb.
getting into these topics. But that's why I can't answer it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, TOS and all that stuff. So it's the way of the world right now. So we're just kind of.
I say yes, Firkin. Word.
Nah, but we're not going to engage in that. Is what I'm saying. Like, I'm
I'm just
not going to engage with it. Anyway, but so now that you guys know this, what do you guys think about that? Like, doesn't that have like serious on your mind? You guys are slaves to this information. Like, that doesn't bother you?
Yeah.
Like, that's not thought provoking. That's not like, well, shit.
It's super thought provoking.
And I don't know. Like, if I was in your position, I would be like frustrated. I'd be like, nah, bullshit. Let me go figure this out. Like, at least.
No, can you explain like your evidence?
Yeah, for sure. So basically, when we put the globe to the test, right now, we call it a long distance observation. So when we make an observation on this Earth, we preferably want to do this over water. And the reason why is because water doesn't have land topography. Like, if you go see over land, we don't have to see hills and valleys and all that stuff. We can look over a long stretch of Earth without it being, like obstructed by any kind of land. So when we look over water, we preferably want to do it like on a beach, because we can see from the shore to whatever distance. We want to find good things to put a marker for distance, right? Like a peninsula sticking out or oil rigs in the distance. We have one specific thing that we use. It's called the black swan. And basically it states, like if all swans are white, meaning the idea behind this is that all the evidence that we have, it leans towards the globe, right? If all swans are white, meaning all the evidence leans towards the globe, that would mean that if I showed you one black swan, even though somebody said that all swans are white, if I showed you one black swan, that would disprove your idea that the all swans are white is the only thing that exists, right?
Yes.
So all I have to do is show you one black swan. That's it. So this image basically.
I literally took discrete math, bro. I did this shit.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's.
I'm just looking in the chat right now, and I see like if P then Q, and I decide flashbacks.
Yeah, if P then Q. So you do understand a little bit about this conversation, right? So that when I get into
Yeah, I'm with you.
it's a modus tollens, basically. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So it's it follows the logic that if, like the same thing, if the Earth is a sphere of a radius of 3959 P, then every distance horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So we're looking at like the radius of that they're claiming, right? There's a radius value. If you look it up on Google, it's going to spit out that number, 3959. So then the horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q, which is the geometric horizon, or where the horizon should be. Okay? So not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere. So we get this observation, right, on the beach of California, and the observer's height was at 1 foot off the water, 1 foot off the water. So the expected Earth's curvature should have been at 1.22 miles, according to the radius of the Earth, 3959, right? This is all based on globe metrics, right? So we're going to either falsify the claim and show you guys in reality that this claim is holding up to the scrutiny of figuring out if the Earth is a globe or not. So with the distance from 1 foot elevation off the water, we're going to see off into the horizon. So what this image is doing is seeing that the horizon is beyond the platform, which is platform habitat, which is at 9.41 miles. And you can see the horizon behind the platform habitat, you know, where the sky meets the water. Do you see that in the image?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically we're seeing beyond 9.41 miles. We say safely around 10 miles or so. But remember, at 1 foot off the water, you could see off into the horizon, off into the distance, greater than 9.41 miles. Like I said, almost 10 miles. But you shouldn't be able to see past 1.22 miles, because that's where the horizon should be, at 1.22 miles. Do you guys see the problem?
Yeah, so I should never be able to look past 1.22 miles. Like,
at 1 foot.
Like
At 1 foot. So you know what?
Right, so I'm 6 feet tall.
Yeah, so then you're going to do the math for 6 foot observer. The same as it would be for any other observation you make at whatever elevation you're going to make it at. But you also remember, you have to calculate the distance using the 3959 on the there. We do have a globe calculator, by the way, so you can see that, like, what inputting these values into the Earth curve calculator, how much distance, how much of the Earth's curve should obstruct your view off into the distance, or where the horizon should be. Let's say the predicted value of where the horizon should be. Is this making any sense to you guys? Because, like, that's what we're saying here, is we're falsifying the claim of the globe. So the surface curvature, right? If there is surface curvature at 1 foot, it should be expected to see the horizon where the sky meets the water at 1.22 miles. Now,
I mean, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. I just have more questions. I feel like it's like it makes sense.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't understand it.
Yeah, by all means, you can ask them. The reason I just want to finish up here. So basically, what we did was, and these observations, mind you, is not just in one location. You can make these observations everywhere. So in essence, this isn't just a black swan. We are now saying that all swans are black, because there is no white swans. The idea that the Earth was providing the evidence that the Earth is curving somewhere were the white swans. But the black swan, this one image, provided evidence that the Earth is not a globe, because we can see farther than 1.22 miles, meaning that the Earth's horizon, where it should be, is not where it's supposed to be. We can actually see a lot farther than that, not just 1.22 miles, but even farther than 9.41 miles, like where the horizon is, should be at like 10 miles. So we have debunked the globe claim straight up. And so the Earth is not a globe. It is definitely flat.
Okay. I have a question off that. So, like,
Sure.
when planes fly, let's say New York to LA, like, and they fly in the like not a straight line, right? Because flying in like an arc is less miles. Is that how it is?
No, absolutely not.
How does that work?
However, Ruzi, there's claims. Okay, I'm not gonna say Let's not negate the fact that everybody's saying they're flying over a globe. So when you talk to a pilot or something, they think they're flying over a globe, but in reality, they're flying over a flat stationary Earth. Earth is not moving underneath that plane. Well, not spinning around like they think, but it is moving because it's moving. The plane's moving.
What? Okay. What?
I would keep going,
see
but
if
I'll
we-
answer Firkin Square's question. Go ahead, Firkin.
What would we see if we look the bottom side of Earth if it's flat? What would we see?
You're saying like what is in the bottom of the Earth? That's a pretty obvious question. What I would say is that let me put it to you this way, right? I'll tell you about the cosmology aspect. So when we say flat Earth, we are talking about we are on the floor of all of existence. So we are on the bottom. This is it. So whatever you see in the sky, and stars and sun, moon, that's all that there is. This isn't an ever expanding cosmology. This is only us in this place. We believe that, well, I can say believe, I say we know that we're in a contained system. It's contained. We're being like inside of something. Now that what the shape of the container is, I couldn't tell you. But I could tell you that we are in a contained system because we have gas pressure. The only way to have gas pressure is to have a container.
Is it like a half globe? Is that what you're saying?
I would say that I wouldn't put a shape to it, Firkin, because no one knows. Not a single living soul knows what it looks like on the outside to give a claim to the only thing I will say is it's a container. If it is a dome, then nobody knows the shape of that.
Yeah. Dome. Correct word. I just couldn't remember that English. But the reason is
we couldn't verify. That's what I mean. Like, there's no one that's gonna be like, yeah, we've seen it. Like, there's.
You're right. The reason I asked is because the first question you ask is that if I see sun moving, and yes, and I also when I look up at the sky at night, I see a dome.
Yeah, let me just kind of elaborate a bit on that because I think there's a lot of missing things that I haven't said yet. But I just put a pin on that because I still have to talk about that. But just going back to Ruzi, because if you have any more questions about flight, I do want to talk about that. There's a lot of people that do say that we're flying over the Great Circle course. That's the easiest route from point A to point B. But these are all assumptions. These are all these things that they say that they can't verify because they believe they live on an Earth that's shaped as a globe. But remember, these questions that I'm asking you guys was the simple questions, right? How do you know the Earth is a globe? And just let someone tell you how they know. And if they come up with like, well, Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni or just any of the other claims that people would say, then you investigate those claims. Like, figure out who was it, who was Eratosthenes, what did they do, and then you start to realize how is it possible that they're making these claims if nobody has the answer to how they measured the surface curvature. Nobody does. They're not the smartest debaters that come in here. They don't know, like, nobody. Trust me. Like, you can actually sit here while we have conversations with these guys, and you will hear out of their mouths, the ones who say they know, and they will go to every other topic to describe how they know that the Earth is a globe, other than measuring the surface curvature. Like I gave you the example of the basketball. They don't know how to measure a geometric shape, and it's very, very profound. That it's like the implications of them not being able to, and they will say, well, we know the Earth is a globe because we see a round shadow on the moon. We know the Earth is a globe because that the latest argument, which Firkin was referring to, was the guy was arguing that fishing line was a way to detect that the Earth is curving. Fishing line, like seriously, like I'm not even joking. These are the things that they say. Instead of saying, "Well,
I don't know what that means. I don't know how that. I don't know how that's."
He's a fisher of curvature.
That's a good way to put it, too.
Okay. Shay,
Oh god.
my question is,
yeah.
So, if Earth is flat, is it a round type of flat, or?
Yeah, there's depictions of it looking like the azimuthal equidistant projection map, and that's a fancy way of saying the AE map or the Gleason's map. And these are the kind of depictions that you might see in the server, like the image that you just see right now on live stream voice text. But here's the deal, right? And I want to tell you guys, I don't ever like using maps or models because they give you a false impression of what we say the Earth actually is. So what do I mean by that? I mean, like, no one has ever seen the Earth in its entirety to say the entire realm of existence looks like this. Okay. Remember I told you about verifying? Remember the picture of the gorilla and the space picture of the Earth looking at a distance? Okay, the very same method that I told you about how to verify something is the same method you should use for everything. Like when somebody tells you something, you can ask them, how did you verify it? Prove it. Those two words are very powerful because when you say that, the onus is on the person who presented their information, the claim. They're going to have to be able to present it to you as in true knowledge. So if I say, okay, you're presenting a map or a model of the Earth, whether it be a globe, concave, convex, I don't care. How can I verify that that is the reality in which I am in right now? And they have to give you an answer. If not, it's just a speculation that they have. So that being said, any image of flat Earth that gets put in front of your eyes, you can ask the person showing that to you, how do you know that's what the Earth looks like in its entirety? And I'm giving this like little tidbit or this secret to you because a lot of times newer flat earthers don't know about this. They get bamboozled because they heard some other flat earthers talking about like these round maps, like these AE maps, like that's the true nature of the Earth. And then when you question them, how do they know? They come up with, well, that's just what it has to be. No, that's not good enough because globe earthers do the same thing. So I'm teaching you guys with a critical thinking mind, any information that passes your eyes or your ears, you have to always ask, how did you verify this? Prove it.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, how can it be explainable that that we can see the moon, the sun, Venus sometimes as round, but like how is it that those happen to be round but not the Earth?
Yeah, I hear you. Well, one thing I would
came to be.
One thing I would say is that the idea of the Earth flying around in a ever-expanding cosmology is still in your mind. It still has a hold of your mind, and through everything you're trying to filter, your knowledge is filtering through that. You're using that idea or the cosmology to say like, well, I'm living in an ever-expanding cosmology in a solar system, so how can I not see that orb that I see in the sky the same as the one I'm standing on? Well, the thinking always is, the underlying premise is that you're inside of a solar system, inside of a galaxy, inside of an ever-expanding cosmos. So that idea is already faulty because if I was to ask you, how do you know you're in any of all that? You would say, well, I don't know. So therefore, if you get back to your question, which you just asked, how do you know that we're not like those things? I would say to you, have you ever seen this place that we're on looking like those things up there?
I mean, the reason why I ask is, wait, what? Did you ask me a question?
Yeah. Like, that's a question so you can think about, right? How can you know that the things in the sky that you see in the sky are exactly what you're standing
on? I don't know. That's why I asked the question.
Right. Well, no, I'm telling you that that's the reasoning behind this. The reasoning behind it is like, when asked the question,
I cannot know without seeing.
Right, exactly.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Is there a live stream happening here or has it finished?
I have no idea. I just got here like 10 minutes ago.
I'm going to ask a question. We're going to go around the room. We could actually go around the state.
Yes.
So you can call in and answer this question if you like.
Okay.
203-882-9757. Is the Earth flat? Chaz? No. Ruth?
No.
AJ?
No.
Ayesha? No. Justin?
Are we going around the room or flying across the room? No.
Flat Earth Dave?
100%. Now, if you went around the room, does that make the room a sphere?
It's deep. See, this is where you lose us. It's going to be really easy to dazzle us
Before
with
we
facts,
start,
'cause
before
we
we
have
start,
no counter.
I brought you guys some of my
here we go.
homemade.
Here's the product
Hold
that
on.
you're
No, it's not for sale.
I'm a flat Earth guy,
Not
but
for
I'm
sale.
selling barbecue sauce.
It's not. It's a homemade organic barbecue. I mean, hot sauce. Nice.
Hot sauce.
And you do not need to dip your balls in it to see what it tastes like.
It says here,
it'll
knock you flat. No, but if I try this, I'm not going to be walking around saying the Earth is flat.
It won't make
the
your
Earth
balls
is
flat.
flat.
Thank you.
The Earth is flat.
Right.
The Earth is flat.
Here's the thing. This topic is literally the most interesting, the funniest, the most triggering topic there is. You're going to have listeners call in, including yourselves, that are going to defend the globe, and you don't even know your own model. You have a false idea what flat Earth is, and you have no idea what your model is. Let me give you an example. What's the radius of the Earth? What's the circumference of the Earth? How fast is it rotating? How far is it from the sun?
Big.
Yeah. You don't know any of these things because you were told before you had the ability to discern.
I didn't go out there with a tape measure.
That's right.
You
And
didn't either.
Yes, I did.
I heard they're still getting it.
You went out with a tape measure?
We went out with lasers, went out with super zoom cameras, mirror reflectors. We did all sorts of stuff, and we can see farther.
All right, I have a question for
Go
you.
for it.
First of all, is there any money in this? Because I'll jump on your bandwagon right now.
Listen, I don't want.
If you're making money doing this, then I'm in.
There is there money in it? It's going to be the largest market that you have ever seen in the history of all of our history. People that join Flat Earth, that it sounds like a cult. They never leave because once you see the globe lie, you can't undo it. So here's the thing. This is a radio show. We got very limited time. Right. FlatEarthDave.com. All the information's there. I offer 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. Before you go, what about boats over the horizon, seasons, sunsets? Right. 3
Bitcoin
Bitcoins.
sounds more made up than flat Earth.
Well, you can immediately
I will
cash
give
in your
you fake
Bitcoin
money.
for $200,000. So
Yeah.
So there you go.
Wait, what is it up to now?
It's like 65,000 or 70,000.
I
like the hot sauce. Yeah. It's the best hot sauce you've ever had. It's not for sale.
During the dip did good.
Nice. Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Let me go around. We're going to keep it real light.
Sure.
I looked up a couple of your debates with smart people.
Of course, you
and
looked up.
It becomes really boring for the people who don't know all this stuff.
Yeah,
You know
sure,
what I mean?
sure,
So
sure.
we just want to keep it at a level where we're going to have fun.
Right. Sure.
We're not here to.
It's like the Rosetta Stone. You have to go look at the Rosetta Stone, which has like 3 different languages written, saying the same thing 3 different ways in 3 different languages, essentially.
Right, but a lot of people called out Zachariah Sitchin, who was supposed to be like a specialist in this field and knew what he was doing, but when people checked his work, they kind of debunked his whole book series.
Oh, you mean the Chariots in the Sky thing?
No, not Eric Von Daniken, Zachariah Sitchin.
Sitchin. I have to go look at that.
Yeah. I think he's got
Can someone
book
explain to me
series
the
in the 10th
electrostatic charge thing?
Go ahead.
Whenever. Okay.
I'm gonna head out, guys. See ya.
All right.
Later, later, Vader.
Well, I'm
Who was
looking.
claiming
What I'm
something
looking at
about
still says parts per billion. I don't know what he was talking about. Parts per billion.
I think we chased him away because we challenged his, core belief a little bit too hard. Maybe we made him think a little bit too much into it. Like, wait, hold on, what am I doing? What am I saying?
Or maybe he just needed to recharge his batteries because he's tired of hearing and wanted to,
Too many Jenksies.
Thinking too hard does hurt, by the way, after a while.
Sorry, guys. Somebody asked a question about electromagnetic or static or what? What was that question?
No, I was just curious if someone could go into that during that exchange earlier. Someone brought that up, and I didn't want to interrupt because you were in the middle of. Well, not you. It was the other guy who like left.
Yeah, I brought it up. Yeah, I brought it up because it kind of negates gravity in many levels. But hey, I don't know.
Are you talking about the electrostatic model of gravity? Electrostatic. Is that what you're asking for, dude? I don't know what you're asking for.
Like someone had brought up that like if you put electrostatics in there, I think was like the quote or something similar to it.
Okay, I'll
then
post that
like,
for you. Give me a
disproves
second.
gravity.
Yeah, India was explaining how electrostatics is much stronger than gravity in the paradigm, because electrostatics is like 10 to the negative 37 of a force compared to gravity, which is much weaker. So this is why there's contention, because you cannot say like with a whole heart that gravity is the reason why XXXXX, because there's other forces that are stronger than that supposed force, which negate it. So this is why this is why there's contention. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So
you see what I posted?
I'm not looking at my phone.
Now, I'm not speaking for everybody in the room, saying that this is reality, what's going on. What I've been doing is I've been looking at the different models of gravity, and there isn't really one that perfectly works. They're all kind of left wanting, and you need like ad hoc theories to make them work, like dark matter and black holes.
Hey,
Begging the-
Larry, you'd say that they're all incomplete? Because I think a lot of scientists would tell you the same.
It's begging the question in a lot of moments. You're begging the question. That's what it comes down to. It has to raise a red flag in everybody's mind at some point. At least it should. If it's begging the question, then you're like, well, hold on though. The question here at hand, it's not necessarily what we're told it is.
I was interested in what Larry was saying.
Oh, for the record, what he posted, it's not planets. They weren't planets. What dude posted he said was a planet are actually not planets. They're
what are you saying exactly then? What are they?
apparently they're protoplanetary dust.
Yeah, just well,
No, dust.
So
what does that mean?
Means before
well,
they're
there's
not
a
fucking
planet
planet.
there. Obviously, from if you look at the star and then you look at the outer center, there's actually a solid object there that
How
is
do
a
you know it's
planet.
solid? I just told you it's dust.
But
They say
dust
it's
is
dust.
solid.
I'm reading the paper right now. I'm looking at it. And half that shit's based upon a model. And if you look at the actual images before they process them, it looks like a bunch of frickin' goop. So it doesn't look like anything.
So it's just a bunch of dust that looks like a planet?
Oh no. You don't get it, man.
Well, I asked you what protoplanetary dust is, and you were kind of mean to me.
Good. It's gonna continue.
That's interesting.
Could be.
Well, what does it mean to you when he says that? What's your description of what's going on? I mean, he pointed out. What does that mean to you then? Let's start there. Let's go
What
from
does
that end.
protoplanetary dust mean to me?
It means they're not planets. According to the paper, he's claimed this guy's an exoplanet frickin' observer. Does it for a profession. He posted it claiming they were planets, and the paper says they are not planets.
Yeah,
So
well,
he tried to
you also,
bamboozle us.
yeah, you also, I actually asked him direct, and it said like, hey, you know, of course, I wanted to try to ask him, but he left. But at any rate, the point is, we can't prove that there's life on like any of these balls right now. And secondly,
Claim that planets were resolvable from Earth.
yeah,
That we
and
could quote unquote see them.
well,
And he
I
posted an
don't
image,
doubt
and
that
that
to any
image wasn't a
extent.
planet, so we don't see planets from Earth. They even have a dust grain size, various dust grain size distribution as a function of maximum grain size. Dude, it's a fucking, according to the people that wrote the paper, it's a bunch of fucking dust.
I don't know what you call that dot then that's outside the star.
Dust.
Yeah, but it's like magic dust, you know, fairy dust.
Oh yeah, it's very very solid looking dust.
How can you tell it's solid?
Oh, I just love you guys. Anyway.
No, so you don't understand. This is a microwave image. It was created by microwave. Microwave you can't see, right? So
microwaves are basically like the. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So what they did was they correlated color values to microwave intensities, right? Which there's no evidence that's actual one-to-one correspondence, but whatever. It sells tickets, right? So then they create an image out of that. That image has a certain resolution, right? So looks solid to you just means you can't make out the features. Now there could be shitloads of distinguishing features. Could look like fucking Saturn's rings. Could have a fucking hole in the middle of it. Could have a freaking Bart Simpson's face on it. But if you can't resolve it, you're not going to be able to make it out. I don't want to know why you say it looks solid. You can't make out anything from the image. And if you read the paper, they say this is just dust. Protoplanetary dust, meaning that eventually that dust will form into a planet in a billion years, whatever they say.
If
but
you
right
believe
now,
in gravitational collapse.
Yeah, if you believe in the planetary disk model, which is sketchy in mainstream astronomy even now. The point is, he said that they took pictures of planets. That was a bunch of horseshit.
Right. Because you literally asked him, show me an exoplanet, and then he showed you dust in the sky. Like, wow, okay. If that's your verification.
Fucking on dust.
Well, maybe that dust is actually a planet for a very tiny species of being, you know?
They're jumping dust grain. The dust grain.
Yeah.
Look, man, I know you want to believe this stuff, NW Guardian, man. But look, like I was explaining to him, and he didn't argue with me, did he? That we know, we know the capability of what we can do on Earth. With an actual, we physically have the sample. Now we're going to take that same or like technique and go look in the sky where we have no knowledge about what it actually is. We can believe what it is. We have actually no knowledge. Right?
It becomes,
if I have a big clump of freaking black shit, right? I can analyze that under a microscope. I can use X-ray. I can use what they call X-ray crystallography. I can use all sorts of techniques to determine what that is, that substance. Now, I know what it is to a degree because I have the substance. I have it in my hand. They're looking in the sky and they're trying to use the same techniques far, far, far away at the limits of what is even, that instrument is even usable. And they have to apply all sorts of computer-assisted, computer processing, and a bunch of shit to draw any conclusion whatsoever. And then they're doing it, like I said, in microwave. And then they're having to even make you believe it in the first place. They're like, oh, we're going to take that microwave intensity, and we're going to add colors to it so it looks like a visual image. And then we're going to tell everybody, oh, look, we took pictures of exoplanets. Don't you think that's a little deceptive? When that's actually not what they're doing? They're not taking pictures of exoplanets. Even that looks solid. Why? Because when you see a photograph, right, and there's some bright fucking object in there. You're like, yeah, that's a solid object. That's how your brain processes it. It doesn't bother you that this shit's slightly deceptive, even a little bit.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. Another thing is I've had debates with atheists that try to use like, oh, we have billions and billions and billions of planets that, are supposedly, inhabitable, but in actuality we can't prove anything. I'll agree with you on that.
And every planet has a Jesus Christ. Even the aliens, alien Jesus Christ everywhere.
It becomes a sci-fi story. That's what it comes. That's what
even Planet Bling.
Yeah, with the diamonds raining down.
Planet Bling. Nah, man, it's Planet Simp. All the chicks are trying to get there.
Well, yeah, I know, but I wasn't trying to replace the name. That's just the next planet over.
Yeah, no, that's the other planet in the binary star system, right? This Planet Bling is the other one.
So just out of curiosity, going back to Electro. So you said you didn't want to speak for everybody. Is that implication that not everyone believes in the electrostatic model here, or like there are different interpretations as to like what this would mean? Like
I would go out. I'd go out on a limb.
I'm just reading the
and say
paper.
I would say that most of us understand that there's other forces, and this is why we're in this group here, because it negates the gravity paradigm. Like collectively, I think that's a good foot to put to take. I don't know. Maybe what do you think?
Well, I'll tell you what I think about it. The thing is that the force of the electric force, right? The electric constant is so much stronger than gravity. Is how can you differentiate gravity from it? Because something like one atom, if you had one electron, the force of one electron is like equal to like all the gravitational force in an elephant.
Keep trying to tell you guys your shit's weak, fundamentalists.
So the way to think about this is like a signal to noise ratio. Like all this shit is basically signal to noise ratios. You have noise, right? Shit that you can't do anything with, and then you have your signal, the thing you're trying to detect. But you're trying to so the noise, that you got to think of it as like variables, all the possible causes that it possibly could be. And the signal is the actual cause in all this sea of noise. Well, you have to eliminate the noise, right? Reduce the noise down so that the ratio of the signal to the noise increases. So when you have 37 zeros of noise and one part gravity, you got to think about it, dude. There's 10 followed by 47 units of electricity more than 1 unit of gravity. How do you pick out that 1 unit of gravity and say this isn't some fucking electrical effect?
Would you? So, do you think that, or maybe you disagree, that like objects fall at the same rate, or would you say that they don't?
I would say generally
Yes,
that's
no.
true. No, generally that's true, but there's some anomalous experiments which show it's not true.
Okay.
So there was there's something called the Bremen Drop Tower. It's like a 4-story vacuum chamber. It is what it sounds like. It's a drop tower. So it's a giant 4-story drop tower they drop things in. It's in Germany. And a guy went and did a drop test there where he used different pure elements. Right? But they were all in the same capsule. So when he dropped them all in this capsule, they all didn't fall at the same rate. So you have experiments like this, and then they kicked them out and wouldn't let them ever go back. They didn't like that shit. But point is that he did this. He has like his own theory of gravity or something, but that's based upon it's called universal something gravity or something. I can't remember. I can post the link in the chat if you want. It's called so he did this test, this Bremen drop tower test. And there's other tests I've seen which are, I wouldn't say it's rigorous. I would say as a general rule, if you make a general observation, is that they fall at just about the same rate. It's not like hard to measure. Let's put it that way. Because even in this experiment in the vacuum chamber, it's the only reason we know they're falling at the same rate because they have a camera in the capsule. So like they're on the floor of the capsule. Then when they drop the capsule, right, some of them start to rise up away from the capsule, and others stay like on the floor of the capsule. That means they're all not coming down at the same rate. If some are like, if they're separating in distance from each other. But I'll post a GIF in the chat. Hold on, give me a second. But say what you had to say.
No, so I guess I was curious to like just looking at this paper, if things were, if it was electrostatics, right? Let's say like I have like a basketball or something and I drop it. And I have like a bowling ball and I drop that. It wouldn't depend on the mass of the object, right? It would be based off of whatever the charge would be. According to this.
See, it's let's see, I'm not saying I believe this or anything like that. But electrostatics is way more complicated than people think. Way more complicated. I know we have simplified equations, but we only use them in idealized situations like running wire, making a transformer, having a car battery, things like that. We're super simplified, right? Now, if I have like a piece of styrofoam and I put it between a parallel plate capacitors, can you tell me what the charge is inside that piece of styrofoam? Like maybe like a 1 inch in? Or what the separation of the electrons from the protons is? Like the distance of separation? Because what ends up happening is the electrons and the protons, it actually stretches. It stretches the freaking atoms in a direction, being in between in an electric field, right? So
you said the protons or the electrons are stretching?
Both of them. They like well, I mean, technically the protons stay in place, and I mean they are displaced a very, very tiny bit, but it's super hard because they're heavy. But the electron cloud, that's what they call it, the electron cloud, stretches into the direction of the positive plate, right? And the positive charges, the protons, go towards the negative plate. And this causes a separation inside the material. Now, this complication, we don't need to use this to figure out the charge in a parallel plate capacitor. But the actual physical, the point is the physical situation is way more complicated than our simplification. Right?
Right, but like it would still be the sum.
Well, even one atom inside there is stronger than fucking 10 to the 47 units of fucking gravity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. My thing is like, would it not still be for electrostatics in this case? The sum of those charges, whatever the net value would be whether, in the case of the basketball, if it's like plus or minus.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, so that's part of the problem, right? I've tried to explain this to people lots of times, and I don't think I'm good at it. Which is why I didn't go straight to it. There's something called
I'm just going over the paper.
Well, there's something called No, there's something called the method of images. Okay, and you might have never heard of this.
Mm-mm.
So if I have so say you have the ground underneath your feet, right? That's one material.
Mm-hmm.
And 10 feet above the ground, I make an electric charge, right? it's like 100 volts or whatever. Well, according to Gauss's law, at the boundary between the air that charge is in and the ground, the net charge has to be 0. Well, how can that happen? The only way that can happen is if the electrical condition underneath the ground changes, right? So that the atoms, so that the electronic configuration of the atoms and molecules that comprise the dirt rearrange themselves. And they will rearrange themselves in such a way that they are a mirror image of the electric charge that's in the air. It's called the method of images. This has been around for like actually quite a while. So this situation's happening all the time. Whenever you have any type of electric charge, all the atoms and electric charges in the fields are rearranging themselves constantly.
Oh yes, Palestine is flat. Take that, you terrorist.
Okay.
So I want to post this meme I saw today about some moron posted free Palpatine instead of free Palestine. They didn't know how to spell it or something.
Nice. I mean, Ben.
So the
Ben
point
Riley.
is that this electrical no, let me finish. The point is this the electronic configuration of matter is not stable. Exactly. It's not in a state of equilibrium. It's in a state of flux. Right? And like you could discount it normally, but when you're trying to measure gravity, when in this uncertainty, it's like, are you really measuring gravity? Like, because things like Cavendish experiment are known to be like flaky experiments, right? They don't work all the time. Sometimes they work, but they're not. It's just you get very anomalous results.
Yeah,
You know,
I believe they say that if you don't get the result you're looking for, it's you set it up wrong. So they set it up again, and they do it until they get the result that they're trying to get. But is that really science, though? Like, I mean, you're just, I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, I've heard like typically what you want to do is you want to twist theories to suit facts instead of twisting facts to suit the theory. So, I mean,
Yeah, I get that logic, but with that being said, would you agree that there's a lot of that going on in a lot of models that have been presented? Like, do they not do that? Do they not twist it to make it fit? What say you?
I'm not quite. I don't. I don't. Like I don't know like the list of different theories. Like I know that like
I
for
give you a
like
very
so for instance for a
specific
model.
example.
Well, just briefly, I know that for like a model to like replace like a previous one, it has to be able to like explain or like predict the things that the previous one did. Like you can think of it like, you know, you get like a new phone, for instance, right? Like you kind of want it to do the same stuff at least that the last one did.
Yeah, that's
before you upgrade.
what
It's
you're
the
trying to
same.
do is make repeatable experiments. Yeah, come out with the same result more than once at least. You want something that's repeatable, testable, and you know, so you can demonstrate it.
I wonder what Indio was going to say.
Yeah, can I jump in real quick just to point out? Hey, dude, the way I was talking about this method of images, if you look in the chat, there's a diagram. So the negative charge is what they call a virtual charge. So it'll, like I said, that at the boundary it has to be net zero. So whatever's underneath that, whatever material it is, it'll rearrange itself and make like a virtual charge. Now this charge it exists only so far as like the electric field rearranged to create basically a pseudo charge. So it's like a charge, but it's only a charge in the way that it reshaped the electric field so that it acts like as if it's a unique charge. But it's not unique in that sense. It's a virtual charge. Just so you understand what I was saying. And as far as specific example of they tried to figure out what's called the magnetic moment of the electron in quantum electrodynamics, and That make a long story short is 2 guys said they derived the value independently, right? So there was an experiment to test for it, and then 2 people claimed they came up with the value independently. Then someone else did a different test to get the value, and it turns out that it was wrong. It was different than the previous value, and it was different than what. So their calculation matched what the first experiment was. So they did an experiment. 2 different people said they independently did the calculation that confirmed that the experimental result was right. They did another experiment. That experiment showed that the first experiment was fucking wrong. So how did they get the calculation that was right? Aha, they got busted. Then they had to admit that they actually collaborated and that they were lying the entire time. Yeah, this is quantum electrodynamics, man. It's pretty sick.
And tell them about the problem with publishing. What is it called? I forgot.
Publish or perish? I don't know.
Basically,
No,
the
the
multiple
thing that
times
gets
the
published
more times
must
you
be
get published, the better off, or the more likely you're to be received, or something like that, right?
No, it's the thing that most of the stuff that gets published is not repeatable.
Oh yeah. It's called the replication crisis. Most results of most studies and everything, they can't be repeated. They can't be replicated. Most peer-reviewed stuff is wrong. It's just known. It's admitted nowadays that most of it's wrong because of the first reason I said, publish or perish. Right? Like if you're in academia, right, and you're like a junior professor or whatever, trying to break it out, you just got to publish, dude. You're only fucking making it up to hierarchy if you get published.
Well,
people publish garbage, and they publish, like, listen, you go to I go to college for 8 years, I get my PhD. I don't want to get a real job, or I got a freaking degree in, I don't know, some knock thing, right? Yeah, I have to get published. I have to publish in journals in order to be on the faculty, get tenure, and have my meal ticket for life. And it's highly competitive. They pay those people, I have to say, they pay like associate professors and grad students, they pay them fucking dirt. And it's competitive. It's hyper competitive, and like there's cheating. When there's competition, there's cheating. That's just the way it is.
Well, I've heard of them trying to game the system, where basically I've heard stories of like particular like Chinese publish. One guy will publish an article, and the other guy will go ahead and reference that previous paper, and that guy also has somebody down the road from him publishing his paper and referencing him and then referencing that guy. And the more times your paper gets referenced, the more accepted it is, from what I've heard.
I was just gonna say that, like, it comes down to like there's a consensus, even though it might be wrong, but still because there's a consensus, all of a sudden there's a validation to it, and that's not cool. That doesn't make it right.
Yeah, with some wash my back and I'll wash yours going on. So I remember a hashtag on Twitter, probably 5 years ago. It was called 3-word peer review, and the top one was "cite me often." And that goes to show you what it's all about, right? I'm gonna peer review the paper you wrote to see if I publish it in the journal, and I'm gonna look underneath at the citations, and if my name ain't in there at least 5 times, you're not getting fucking published. Because it's peer review. So you have to cite your peers in your paper in order to get published. Because when you cite your peers, their what do they call it? Their H score goes up, right? So how well regarded you are as a academic is how many other people cite your papers.
Yeah.
Right. If you do a paper, how many times is that paper cited? What is your it's called the H index, right?
It's something along those lines. I've heard of it, and at any rate, I was just going to ask something completely off topic, if you don't mind. Is it
just for the record? Yeah, you can go off topic. I just put a frickin' wrap a bow around it. It's a shitty system. That's all I have to say. It's a shitty system, dude. It's horrible.
I'll
Exactly.
say this:
yeah,
trust no one.
Exactly.
Trust no one.
Exactly.
Yep.
Larry and Indio get it. You guys are spot on, dude. It's like it's a system that is. I don't want to say it's broken, but
The
it's
people in
very, very
academia
flawed.
that are under it hate it the most. But they can't. They can't complain about it openly, but they hate it the most. Believe me, I watch mainstream freaking academics, people that just got out of freaking university. They start their little physics YouTube channel, and I watch it, and all they do for the first fucking goddamn 5 months is complain about how bad academia sucks.
So my off-topic question is: has anybody seen the new Star Wars series? Acolyte?
No.
No.
Is that the one where
Ah.
they're killing? There's like a Jedi assassin.
Yeah, there's a Jedi assassin going around killing 4 Pacific Jedi. That's the best. It seems okay. It's just not enough background to the story, in my personal opinion.
I haven't seen it. I was really into like Knights of the Old Republic and like all that stuff, and then when they like retconned, or I guess not retconned it, I guess just like eliminated like all the old Star Wars stuff.
Yeah, it was basically transferred to Legends continuity.
It's on my favorites list of shows to watch. I think there's only 3 episodes so far. I think.
Yep.
But it's on my
2
list. Though.
right now.
Oh yeah,
I'm
you're right. You're right.
Full disclosure, I'm more of a Star Trek guy, but that's cool. I mean,
I just
Star Wars.
finished up
So who's the hottest?
Discovery, but I just was curious if anybody had opinions about this new series.
Who's the hottest chick in the new series?
Your mom.
Well, the twin is probably the hottest chick, in my opinion.
My gosh.
Yeah, her sister's a Sith, and was trained as Jedi, so it's kind of an interesting little dynamic there.
I think it's funny that once we started talking about academia, you guys like switched the subject to Disney Wars.
I just wanted to change the topic for a minute.
I know reality sucks.
Way off
Man.
topic.
Stop joining our
reality sucks. Don't talk about reality, man. This sucks.
Hey, how ironic!
Bread and circus, man. Bread and circus all day.
Oh yes.
Hey,
oh, by the way,
ironic.
favorite episode of Star Trek, the original series, by the way, what you just stated.
How ironic was it that they jumped to Disney, which is one of the original founders
NASA.
of
Of NASA.
Yes,
That's funny, bro. That's funny
Exactly.
as shit.
I didn't know that.
I'll go ahead and join the conversation with you guys. My favorite
the original founder of Nazis. I mean NASA.
Yeah. My favorite Star Trek episode is the very first episode with Jean-Luc Picard. And he's at court, right? And they hand him the charges on the paper, and they're like, read it on to the record. And he flips over the paper and is like, I don't see anything here. Like, that's actually something that, you do in court. Like, you don't read the charges onto the record because that puts a liability on you. So that's my favorite one because it's all maritime law. But anyway, yeah, Star Trek.
That was when Q showed up, right?
I don't know.
On the continuum, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He was putting all humanity on trial.
Oh, in
Are you
episode
talking
1.
about Picard or Next Gen?
Yeah, Picard.
Yeah.
Oh, see. Oh, Picard. I need to.
Picard was on trial, and they asked him to read his charges onto the record, and he was like, "I don't see anything here." Like he wasn't going to read it onto the record because that would put the liability on him.
Right.
Indeed.
Lower Decks, they have I think one more season.
Yeah,
and,
Lower Decks has one more season. Stranger's World has another season. And then we get more stupid, I think it's Starfleet Academy or something like that.
I haven't really been too much into that, although Strange New World, like, they ended on a massive cliffhanger, so I'm actually curious to see how they wrap that up. So.
I would really like to see it too.
Lower Decks is just like fun. They actually, like, if you actually look at the lore, they're actually comically consistent with it, which is kind of funny for a cartoon.
Yeah, they always seem to fall in canon somewhere, which is cool.
Well, like they even got the Klingons' blood right, where like it's not supposed to be like a, like a human like crimson red. It's supposed to be much more like not really
Supposed to be
magenta,
pink.
but like
Like it was
yeah,
in
it's
the
supposed.
It's
Undiscovered.
Pepto-Bismol.
I'm like, oh, that's a really specific touch that they added there.
Yep. And I like, well, it's supposed to be copper based, the Vulcan blood, which is interesting.
Yeah, that would be. I think that's like their in-universe explanation as to like why his blood is green. Because like when copper would oxidize, it would turn green versus like when blood would oxidize, it would turn red. Like it's essentially the same process for like rust, iron oxide. That's why because our hemoglobin's based on iron. That's why it has that metallic taste to it.
Yep.
So,
when it comes,
imagine if space was
fundamental.
actually real. That'd be funny.
Yeah, all those video games are like based on reality.
Oh yeah, I know. Like that one I play, No Man's Sky.
So I think I only played the beta for that, like when it was first coming out. I guess I hear it's good now. Like they
Yeah,
changed
it is
everything.
very good now. They've done a lot of changes to it, and there's a lot of intricate like play to it. It's very open world and fun.
I got it for free, so I can't really complain. It came with my video card, but I
Oh,
don't know if I would spend over
AMD
25, 30
card?
bucks. Yeah, I got a what is it? Let me look. I don't remember what it's
I
called.
literally just borrowed it from a friend of mine because like he was not happy.
GPU.
Hey, if you're not using that PlayStation.
Oh, what's it called? Damn, I don't even remember what GPU I have.
So like was the thing is like they just couldn't wait another year to finish the game, I'm guessing? With No Man's Sky?
Was way more than that. Basically, they rushed that game out way too fast. It probably needed like 3 more years of like development, and instead they just released it. And Hello Games actually, did right by the people who purchased it because it's like, hey, you paid full price for this. Let's give you something that's worth its while, And they did updates over time that have made it really much better.
I found it 7900 XT.
I'd like the 7600 or something around that.
Yeah, it came with my video card when I bought it last year. It was not on my radar at all, but it was like, oh, this is free. And it's kind of Bethesda, not great, not terrible. But I had
What I
fun
really
playing it.
want to play is that Jedi. It's not Jedi Fallen Order. It's Survivor or something like that. I forget. But the new one that came out after Fallen Order. I want to play that bad.
I'm on GOG right now, looking at a bunch of old games. I'm gonna purchase Hexen and Heretic again.
Yep. Oh, there's a there's a game called Overdrive. Reminds me of Descent. Oh, it's basically the spiritual successor to that game.
What's it called? Overdrive? Descent?
Yeah, well, it's Overdrive is the name of the game, and it looks a lot like Descent.
And you're saying it's like Heretic?
No, I don't know if Heretic's a 3D game like Descent, but I know that Overdrive looks like it.
All right, I'll check it out.
Heretic's an old school game.
Yeah, from '95.
Oh yeah.
Based off the Doom engine.
Anybody in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe? Anyone?
I do.
Flat
but,
Earthers, man.
I don't feel
We
like
all think the
driving
Earth
at
is
the
a
moment.
flat Earth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not
Yeah.
overdrive. Overload. Overload.
Overload. What?
I was talking to Larry. It's the name of the game that I was talking about.
Yeah,
It's
we're
on
looking
Steam.
for. We're looking for those sweet proofs. Where they at?
In your
Anybody
head,
have
zombie.
the evidence?
Same old zombies.
I mean,
Evidence
I got a
for the
question
globe.
if you guys don't mind.
What do you have, DJ Vash? Go ahead.
Hey, what was your favorite flat Earth experiment and why?
Experiment. Well, we're talking about geometry. We don't need to do an experiment. So, if we want to find out the shape of something, so what is question? It's not a how, why. So it wouldn't be an experiment. It's a malformed. It's a malformed question.
That's very interesting. Okay, let me see if I can rephrase. What was the one thing that made you go, "Yep, definitely flat"? That right there, that was
No
the cherry on top.
No curvature. Yeah. So the cherry on top. You don't. There's only one thing that stands out, and it would be the purported size of the Earth. So they're telling you that the Earth is a certain set size of dimensions, right? Its radius, diameter, circumference are able to be garnered from anything that they've done in the past. Then you would be able to understand what method was used and how to employ it. But if that is not true and you don't know how to do that, then you have a blind belief system currently. So I would say, have you looked into that? And that's really a close-ended question, yes or no?
Wait, are you posing that as a question to me or just as a thought experiment?
No, it's a question to you. Real
Oh,
question.
okay. Dang, I wasn't really ready for that. It really depends on what you're talking about because I don't really. It's not that I don't care. It's just the shape of the Earth doesn't do anything to me, so I don't pay attention to that much. But what I do pay attention to is
Well, hold on a second. Yeah, let's take a little time out, right? Let's kind of put our thinking hats on, right? And it's not the one with the little propeller on top, so relax. So if you put your thinking hat on, and you're gonna say, okay, let me see if I can give this a good think. How is it possible that I know that the Earth is a specific size of dimensions? You know, with geometry, oblate, spheroid, all that good stuff. How do I know that's true? How do you think we could get that method known to you and me? What did they do to know the size of the Earth?
Are you asking me as in like looking into it, or are you just positing that? Because I don't understand how you're forming your questions.
My questions is simply this: they're telling us that the Earth is a geometric shape. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. If it's a geometric shape, how did they measure the shape?
Okay, I can understand that question.
Okay. Good. What's the answer?
We live in a three-dimensional world?
Not talking. Why did somebody else other than the gentleman that I'm speaking to answer for the question? Don't get it. So the whole purpose of the whole purpose of critical thinking for you, sir, is that you answer the question honestly. Say, you know what? I never thought about it. I don't know, or I do know, and here's how they've done it. Right? Two options.
Well, there's also a third option.
Well, if you think of something else, then let me know. But like right now, it's either you know or you don't know. Pretty simple.
That's what I'm saying. I can give you a third option. I don't entertain that. I don't entertain the idea that much just because it holds no bearing to me. Like I'm not a pilot. I'm not a sailor.
That's just you not taking accountability for what you think the Earth is, right? Now, if you're not going to take accountability, that's fine. You can have a blind belief system and say, well, it doesn't matter to me because I just trust the science, right? You can do that all day long. It's just fine with me. You have a blind
Or-
belief in that the blind belief that you think that the Earth is already figured out geometrically, and you don't have to involve yourself. Just okay with me. Is that what you believe, sir?
There's another option.
No.
What
There's
other
no
option
other
is
option. If the option is you either know or you don't know, and your third option was, well, I'm not interested. Well, then if it doesn't interest you, then you'll just trust whatever information is put forth for you to believe, right?
Not
Which means you
necessarily,
don't
unless
know.
you're a skeptic.
Yeah. So if you're trying to use some type of lawyeristic terminology so you can not be held accountable for answering the question, it's not going to happen here. You can have a few choices and find if you make a third option, but the third
Sure.
option is only going to lead to that you're just going to trust whatever information's out there because you don't care anyway, right? You're indifferent.
So if I trust the information that you give me about flat Earth, would I be wrong in that?
No, don't go to trusting information about flat Earth. We're only looking to how you know the Earth is a geometric shape. You see how you jump through so many hoops to answer the one simple question I ask you, sir?
No, because I'm trying to follow the train of thought that you're
Yes.
going with.
No, you just listen. Either you're too afraid to answer the question because you know that it reveals how much you don't know about the geometric shape and how it was garnered, that how they how they figured it out, and you don't want to answer it because you know that you don't know the answer to the question, right?
Okay. So
Okay.
let me try and be this as exact as possible.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna-
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure. I do not study the shape of the Earth, so I do lack the information and understanding on the shape of the Earth. On
They
top
don't
of
know.
that, what's that?
You don't know. You don't know.
They don't know.
Yes, and on top of that,
Wait.
We're-
When you say that before, you would have
Yeah,
saved
the
us all
words-
10 minutes.
Yeah, the words. You don't need to go into length about why. And I don't need to hear an explanation. The short, sweet answer is I don't know. Right? That's it.
Alpha.
I'm
Do you
listening, go ahead.
know Alpha? Do you know how
so
your
for
car
you,
works?
I think it's important. So I think for you, it's important that you understand the process by which what's happening right now is that you're actually you're stopping to think about what's the question about how they got the geometric shape of the Earth. And when you're doing that, you find out the real answer for you is that you don't know how it's done, and you just believe that it's a foregone conclusion. You don't know how they did it. You just think it's been done. That's all I'm showing the audience. That
How did
people
I
that
get
come in
there?
here.
Alpha, this is Alpha.
Basically,
Why would
somebody
why
told
would you do this? Alpha, why would you do this?
Somebody
There's
told you.
so many things within your life every day that you engage in that you don't know the answer to why these things exist or how they function, but you just trust
Awesome.
blindly that they do.
So you
Do you
don't
know
know.
why your car
Listen.
doesn't blow up every time you turn the key? Do you know why?
Yeah. Okay. So you're trying to make an analogy to something that has nothing to do with what we're saying here specifically.
No, it does. It's about
Yes.
knowledge.
Actually,
It's
that's
about things
pretty-
that we can
pretty
know.
direct.
It's about things that we can know, things
right.
that we can't know, things that we can trust
So
experts
do
to
you
know.
think?
Slow
Okay, that's
down.
fine.
Slow
That's
down,
fine. You're
dude.
saying. Here's what you're telling me. I don't know how my car works. That's fine. The mechanic does. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Stop.
Awesome.
Now, what I'm showing you is that what I'm showing the rest of the audience here is that when you say you know something about the shape of the Earth and you're not a mechanic or an astrophysicist, you're not able to speak on that. So why do you?
I don't need to know what the shape of the
Yeah.
Earth is specifically or how my car works
then
to speak
you're
on it in
see?
terms of I understand
No,
a basic.
this is called double speak, sir. What
No,
you're
no, no.
doing
No,
now
no,
is
no.
saying I can speak on the information,
Have you?
but yet
So
I can't
wait,
speak on the information.
Alpha.
Like what is it? Pick
Have you
one.
personally torn apart the engine of your car?
Nobody
What's
needs
that
to
got
Okay,
to
get
do
then
into
with
why?
the
Then
apparent.
how do you know? Then why would you trust a mechanic when you go to them and they ask for exorbitant amounts of money from you to fix it? Why would you trust them?
Because when you go there, they fix it.
Oh,
Listen. Yeah, so here's the thing though.
so they demonstrate
you
that they have
no,
some
no,
knowledge
wait.
of the thing.
Okay. No, I don't like a runaway train. If I'm talking to you and you don't listen to me, you just keep going, I'm going
listening.
to mute you. So you need to stop, okay? So when I'm asking specific questions about the Earth, just respond either you know or you don't know. And why don't you, like, let's say your name it's Matt Dev. Okay. Matt Dev, do you know how they got the measurement of the shape of the Earth, the geometric shape?
I don't know
They ask you
how,
the-
but I know what they say is what they use in terms of the equations that they use
Yeah.
to calculate that.
I'm not worried about that. The only thing I'm concerned with is if you're able to reproduce a method that we can all understand, that you know how they did it, right? So if you
Why do
don't
I
know,
need to reproduce it myself?
because here's the problem. If the method isn't something that you understand, then how can you say you know that the Earth is a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid?
This is the same analogy I'm trying to invoke, though.
No,
If
I
you
don't
can't,
want to hear
if-
an analogy. But
but it's perfectly it's useful though. It's
No,
Now,
because you can
you're
go
a
and
you're a
learn
runaway
and you
train.
can.
I
Yeah.
don't like runaway trains. Stay focused. If you don't know how they've got the shape of the Earth, the geometric shape, by any method, just say I don't know.
why is
it's a
it
horrible.
incumbent?
Sorry,
Okay,
stop.
let me
It's a
rephrase
horrible
it in a good
analogy.
faith
I'm
way.
going to explain why. Stop talking over the top. It's a horrible analogy because you can actually learn how your car works, and you can physically go out to your car and you can tamper around with your car and see how it works and fix it. Right? Okay, that's
Right.
why it's a horrible analogy. Right?
No.
Yeah, but even
you
so,
should be able to do that with the Earth, right?
yeah, but
Yeah.
even so, hold on. Yeah, wait. But even so, that wasn't my point. My point is to show that you come in here, and you and everybody else like you, derivative arguments that come up is like, well, we know how the shape of the Earth was garnered by whatever method. You use some type of silly method, it doesn't turn out that you know. So what happens is you have this idea that you think somebody figured it out. When we actually examine it, the method, you find out that that wasn't a real way that somebody can directly measure the Earth. Yeah, it's a preponderance of evidence. It isn't that one thing. So we don't really come up with knowing how they got the information that the Earth is a specific size. So it's important for you and everybody like you that you're not able to know how this information was garnered. That's all I'm doing, is exposing your guys to the rest of the world so you can understand nobody knows.
Are you
It's
like getting
just
it like?
it's
Are you
hearsay.
getting it like
All it is.
the differences between like hypotheses and theories and shit like that?
No, what I'm doing is I'm showing people that you claimed that you might know that the Earth is a globe, right? And so did the other guy that was in here just a while ago. But you don't know how they measured it.
Hi.
Nobody knows how. Because there's
We know how they.
it hasn't
No,
been-
we know how they.
it's
We know. We know. No,
It's
you can't say that.
imaginary.
We know. We
Yeah, I
know how
can.
they've. We know how the globists have claimed that they've measured it. You don't agree
How?
with that, but we know how they've claimed.
How?
Well,
How did they do it?
take a fucking gyrostabilized laser, put it inside a bit.
No, let's not do that.
That's not how they did it.
So, what's interesting is that when
Wait,
I
you just
asked
asked
you
him a
to,
question.
yeah, no, he's talking about Star Trek and Star Wars and all that stuff. We're not doing that. We're going right back to the foundation. Did they do that all in ancient times? What you just said, sir? Now think about what you just said. Now, I'm going to leave you muted for just like 10 seconds. Think about what you just said. Do you think in ancient times they've done what you just started to say? Now I'm going to mute you. Go ahead. What do you have to say for yourself?
Do I think that they had those do I think that they had the ability to do gyro-stabilized lasers and bismuth boxes in ancient times?
Yes.
No, of course not. They didn't have that technology.
Okay, end statement. Now, I need you to go ahead and tell me, what did they do? Because for all the information that's been told to us that they knew for thousands of years, okay, and I want to know, how did they know for thousands of years? Go ahead. I'm going to mute you now.
I didn't make that claim. And actually...
Okay, so it's not your claim. So that means that you don't know, which is interesting, right? That's okay. Nobody knows.
Our guy, I like this.
Yeah, but the
Very
important thing
shippy.
is, the important thing is that you don't know, right? And that's what we need to figure out. So I'm going to go ahead and give it to Timbo or anybody else on the 24/7 team because I got to get back to work.
All right, if you've got to go,
Have a good
no
shift.
worries, man.
Yeah, I'll unmute him. So it's Matt Davis going to be muted.
Probably a good
He's probably going to
idea.
go back to gyroscopes and whatnot, lasers and stuff. Here you go.
Okay.
Hey Alpha,
Well,
hey Alpha, hey Alpha. I think he missed your point though because he said one thing and you pointed out another thing, but he couldn't answer that. I think that's a good establishment right there. That's good. At least maybe he could, marinate that. I don't know. We'll see.
Can you say that one more time, Apocalypse?
I said that he said one thing for you to for the guy to marinate on that, at least grasp what he was trying to invoke in the conversation, and then at least he could maybe understand Alpha's point as to saying, like, for thousands of years we've known. How do you know? But because there's a claim, but how do we truly know that claim is valid? That's the point.
I like that. That is actually a well stated point.
I want to hear about these gyro stabilized lasers and
Actually, that's not a very well stated point.
Okay, well, you
here-
can sit in the background and be quiet because I want to hear about
Renee.
the gyro stabilizing lasers as well.
Yeah, can you tell us about these gyro stabilized lasers and bismuth boxes?
So where this comes from is
You
I know you
post
guys
something to go with it.
I know you guys are gonna hate this. The Flat Earth documentary on Netflix, right?
I knew it. See, I already knew as soon as you said
which is
bismuth
near
box.
and dear to my heart because I grew up on Whidbey Island, and I know one of the kids who was featured in it very well. And one of the things that was quite prominent
Yeah,
in
I
that
know people that are
documentary,
there too. So what?
one of the things that was prominent in that documentary was that one of the experiments that they really wanted to use to elucidate that the Earth actually didn't have a curvature to it was that they would take these gyro-stabilized lasers, which are these hypersensitive devices that they themselves acknowledged are capable
You're
of
embarrassing
measuring.
yourself right now. You know that.
And they didn't use them
Hold
yet.
on a second. You're embarrassing yourself right now because you
No,
don't
I
even
don't
know because you don't know the equipment they use. It's not a gyro stabilized laser. It was
Oh, well, then
fiber.
embarrass me.
It was
Embarrass me, please.
It was a fiber optic gyroscope.
Thank you. Okay, so they use fiber optic gyroscopes.
It's not a gyro stabilized laser.
Okay, so
The
they use
fuck is
fiber
that?
optic gyroscopes. They use fiber optic gyroscopes, which they themselves acknowledge have the
custom.
ability to measure tilts within a giant plane. Presumably, if the Earth tilted on a plane as if it were round, that this thing would be able to measure it. Now, the way that they would counter for some potential interference was by placing this in a bismuth box. I can't fucking say that word very well, but it's a fucking really thick box of rock that essentially should neuter all outside interference. And at the very end of the documentary, they go and do this experiment, and it shows them to be wrong, or the results come out wrong. No, I won't say that. The results come out counter to what they thought they were going to come out.
Okay.
And they went, huh, that's interesting.
I'm trying to figure out if you just made that up or somebody told you that.
No, it's
I
in the
think he made.
documentary.
No, it's not in the documentary.
They don't do the
Yeah,
tests in the
it is.
documentary. Listen, they don't do any tests in the documentary with the fiber optic gyro. Bob just talks about it.
They literally, the last scene is
No,
them
they
doing
actually
it.
did do the experiment.
The last scene is them doing
Okay,
it.
you're full of shit. You're a liar. Stop.
You're all full of shit. That doesn't happen. The laser burns out when they were.
No, they're
trying
talking
to
about
use it.
Bob when they're interviewing Bob, and he's talking about how they measured 15 degrees of rotation per hour. He just talks about it. They don't do the experiment.
But Bob in the video that he has, it's like he talks about how it wasn't the rotation of the Earth; it was actually the rotation of the ether, if you will.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
what-
Look, I'm just trying to lay the baseline that this guy, like, I don't know where he got his information from. Well, I don't know if you're making it up on the fly or your friend that's a buddy that was there gave you the wrong information. But let me give you the facts. It wasn't a $23,000 ring laser gyro that Bob bought and did an experiment with. It's a guy named Rick Zimmerman. He bought a $7,000 fiber optic gyro, and they did tests. Bob didn't do the tests. Bob was in a Skype chat where they talked about the tests, and they did detect what they would call Earth rate drift. But the Earth rate drift was one rotation every 2.24 days. That was because I saw the spreadsheet. I was in the same Skype chat.
Let's be honest. It was a used. It was not a new ring gyro.
Yeah, it was used. They actually thought it was broken. Yeah, they actually thought.
Yeah,
they
it
thought
was used.
Yeah, and they thought it was broken.
They
And that's
bought it
why
for
they
$18,000, not $20,000.
It was $7,000.
But the experiment actually did take place. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did lots of tests, and I can give you the results of some of those tests.
Using a ring gyroscope.
No, it's a fiber optic gyroscope.
No, it wasn't. It was a ring
Yes.
gyroscope.
No, it's a fiber optic gyroscope. Ring laser
No,
gyroscopes
no, it
cost
wasn't.
upwards of $40,000. Dude, I was
On
in
the
the
low,
Skype
on the
chat.
low end, on the low end, $20,000. They got a
Dude,
used
you don't
one for
know what you're
18.
talking about. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, for real. Dude. I don't know whether to ban you or what, dude.
Yeah,
Listen,
so leave him
I
in,
was
but
I was
can you
in
just
the
repeat that,
Skype
India?
chat
You were in the Skype chat. Yeah.
when it happened.
Yeah.
When they posted the data, I was asked to look over it. Right? I can tell you everyone that's in there. Dude named Tesla's Apple, Rick Zimmerman, fucking Bob Nodell, what's his name from FP Core? Mike I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Dr. Zach. So all the FE Core guys and two other guys. One of the other was like a fake flat earther dude that was LARPing, and a dude named Tesla's Apple. Okay, that was his YouTube channel name. So they did lots of experiments, and they got all sorts of different results. They put it in a vacuum chamber, and when they evacuated the air, it slowed down. When they tested at one elevation and at another elevation, the thing registered different rates of rotation. So yeah, like y'all don't know what you're talking about, which is fucking hilarious.
Well, it's funny because that guy said it was near and dear to his heart, and he's misrepresenting it.
Yeah, he didn't even know what the device was. It was a gyro stabilized fucking
laser
measuring the tilt of the plane. No, it's supposed to be measuring the rotation of the Earth. They're supposed to be measuring a 15 degrees side to side in the latitude. Now, Bob said 15 degrees per hour, and if you thought about that for 5 seconds, that would mean he was on the North Pole. Right? So what you do is you take the angular change of all the axes, and then you sum them, and it's supposed to add the 15. But Bob didn't know that, or didn't read the Skype chat, or whatever his issue was. I don't know.
Is that guy still in here?
Yeah, he's still here. And that wouldn't be a measurement of the Earth being a globe. That would be a measurement of motion, right? I just want to know who gave you that
For
shitty
that.
information.
That Renee guy's a flat earther, I'm pretty sure.
No, he's not.
So I got a question. If this,
not?
Nope.
If this gyroscope was capable of measuring the Earth spin, does it measure the Earth going around the sun?
Pretty stupid question.
Why is it a stupid question?
Isn't it going to change its orientation? So like in 6 months, we'll be pointing 180 degrees from the other direction, right?
Is it just stupid because you know that they can't measure it? And that's why Michelson Morley were like upset and butthurt because they couldn't measure it?
I think Matt just likes saying that something stupid when he doesn't understand it.
Didn't Einstein know that they couldn't measure the Earth moving because of Michelson Morley? Matt?
He never said that. He never said that. What he actually said was that you couldn't record it in the sense of like, and you can post a quote again. That's what this is.
How does it go? They couldn't record it? Is that what it says? But when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been done, in particular by your compatriot, Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on the Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. Quote by Albert Einstein. Hmm.
What experiments were they?
Wasn't an experiment.
Then why? Okay, then why do you give a shit then?
Because you can't measure the Earth moving. They tried.
According to who? Einstein? You don't know what the experiment even was?
It's not an
What
experiment.
experiment?
It's the Michelson-Morley
You said,
contraption.
did I not hear experiments? Is that not in the quote or what?
Observations.
All right. Well, I'm looking at the fucking quote. I'm not taking whatever you guys think experiments are.
What does it say? Read it out.
Quote says. Not reading it out.
Why not? Can't
I'm
read?
doing something. Probably read better than you.
Probably. It says observational experiment, doesn't it?
What do you
what is
mean
it
by
actually?
observational experiment? Every experiment
go.
includes observation of something.
Here we go.
Nobody is obligated to subscribe to your newspeak, like in Orwell's book, where
What did
they
I say?
created an artificial language from scraps.
What did I say?
Said that something that is widely called an experiment by any normal person except you isn't an
When did I
experiment.
say that?
I don't know if it was you, but two people at least said that something that literally has an experiment in its name.
Look, sticking your finger up your butthole to see if it stinks later is an experiment, okay? Okay, but it's not a scientific experiment. We're talking about scientific experiments, not fiddling with yourself.
Yeah, it is a scientific experiment.
See, there's this
Finger
thing
up your
when
butthole.
when it comes to reality, right? Nobody cares what you call something, right? Like with the IRS. If you have a trust, but your trust is acting like a corporation, you're going to have to pay all those taxes because they don't care what you call it. In fact, you can name your trust a corporation, but it's still a trust if it's acting like a trust.
I wouldn't really agree with your argument here. I would say that the people here already sufficiently proved that they indeed care about what people call something. In this case, they care about people calling this experiment an experiment, which triggers them for some reason.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead, Andy.
Well, I was going to say, well, I'll dumb it down for you. Okay. The reason we're hyper specific about what an experimenter is because when people say we did an experiment, it implies a certain type of certainty behind the conclusion of the experiment. When I call looking at something in the sky and drawing conclusions about causes and effects from just staring at it, and I say that's an experiment, and I just tell the average layman, hey, I did an experiment on this star, and something caused it to not be there anymore. They think I did an actual scientific experiment where I have an independent variable where I actually use a scientific method to figure out the cause and effect. That's why we have to differentiate, because y'all call shit experiments and try to sprinkle the certainty of science on it when it's unjustified. That's why we're doing it. It's not to be pedantic. It's not to be an asshole. It's that if you're going to claim the certainty of science, you have to actually follow the scientific method. Otherwise, you're doing the pseudoscientific method.
There is no experiment that has a result that has only one possible result, which would be an explanation to what you observed. There is no such thing in reality.
What?
Again, there is no experiment from which you can draw only one conclusion. Possibly.
None.
If you think there is, then give an actual example.
Boiling water.
What about boiling water?
What is the conclusion?
Yeah.
Water boils.
Water gets hot, it boils. Like, you don't believe the shit you're saying. That's what blows me away. You don't go to make tea tonight and you're going to be like, maybe this time the fire won't work. I mean, I'm serious. You guys say things you don't actually believe just for the purpose of like whatever arguing. Yes, purely from fucking logic. You can't prove that. Every fucking time you turn the stove on and it heats up in there's a fire under the water, that it's gonna boil because you can't prove everything infinity to the past and infinity to the future. Yeah, technically that's true, but nobody believes it. You
Yeah, and
act
the
as if
reason
it's
why
not
we
true.
don't, and the reason why we don't believe it is because we have repeated this many times, and every time we have, this thing occurred. But this
Yeah,
doesn't
I
logically
agree.
imply that next time or any other time I will do that, this will occur. This doesn't only have to be the.
Yeah, I agree. You can't prove that because you have to prove that it happens forever. And yeah, you can't prove that because forever hasn't happened yet.
No, I don't. I'm not even speaking only about like time. That it would be depending on the time when you do that. That at some given time, magic laws of physics would change. It could be any other variable that would influence and make it not work anymore.
Well, then it wouldn't be the same experiment, right? Because you added a variable.
What's
No, it
happened to
would
you,
be.
Embo? There's something's happened to you in the last couple of weeks? Like you're getting a little bit
What
more
exactly?
stupid every day.
What exactly?
Let's
I don't
just
know.
get him.
That's why I was asking you.
Let's just get the guy to define pseudoscience. Can you define pseudoscience, sir?
It's something that doesn't make falsifiable predictions.
Is
Like
that
Flutter, for example.
Can you cite your source for that definition?
Yes.
That's called Popper, by the way, Larry. You can look at the SCP for it.
Yeah, I know that.
So why do you need the source?
Because I want to see his source.
Put on the hot dog.
So if it's not falsifiable, then it's pseudoscience, right?
He's trying to lock him into a position, Jekyll. I don't
If
know why you
it's-
don't see that. So you
If
can't try
it's,
to weasel out of it in 5 seconds.
If it is unfalsifiable and claims to be science, then it is. You have things that are unfalsifiable but aren't pseudoscience simply because nobody even claims it to be science in the first place, like religion, for example.
I agree.
People who believe in a religion acknowledge that this is just a personal belief.
So is the shape of the Earth science?
I think it is.
Oh, okay. So how do we disprove the Earth's radius if there's refraction? And no matter what we show you, you're always going to say, well, you could just slide the refraction index up and it makes perfect sense on a globe.
You would have to simply include the analysis of refraction based on the measured temperature conditions and pressure conditions.
Right, but if we can
Confirm
observe a mountain from 273
Rate of
miles away,
refraction.
and you guys say, well, that fits the Earth curve calculator when you slide the refraction bar all the way over, then that means the globe is unfalsifiable in pseudoscience, according to your definition.
No, because again, sliding this slider, it isn't like this value which the slider is describing, the index of refraction or the refraction coefficient, it isn't just kind of random. It depends on specific conditions in the atmosphere. So if you collect this data and prove that from these conditions that occurred in this place at this time when the observation took place, you cannot have this amount of slider.
How do you have all the conditions over 257 miles or 270
don't.
miles?
You don't. You have
so it's
to.
unfalsifiable then.
It is, because most of the people would tell
It is
you
now.
that.
Oh, thank you. Well done.
Yes, like the globe. Most of the people on the globe side, at least I would know, would tell you that the gradient on the horizontal axis would be so negligible that even if you take this data at one place,
Incorrect.
it would
What about valleys?
Hey, I want to jump into this shit right now.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because Renee, so we're talking about pseudoscience and whether pseudoscience is, it's been defined as unfalsifiable theories. Renee says that Earth's shape has nothing at all to do with refraction. That's a silly statement. Earth's shape has to do with gravitational forces. Is the claim that Earth's shape was caused by gravitational forces, is that a pseudoscientific claim? Can that be falsified by experiment? Yes or no?
I would say that it would be.
I'm going to ask you for the experiment after you say yes. I'm going to ask you for the experiment.
I would say that it is falsifiable in the meaning that you can prove gravity, and then from that infer what could happen back then and what formed Earth. But
no, dude, it's a leap of logic.
Where is the leap of logic?
That gravity is the causal mechanism.
The only
You have to
alternative.
demonstrate the causal mechanism for the formation of the Earth, right? That's what you're trying to prove. That's you're trying to demonstrate by the experiment.
Yeah. If we already assume that we've already established that the gravity exists, then the only alternative for the Earth forming besides gravity.
You're just saying that.
Would be.
You're throwing out your own bullshit that you just said earlier that that you can never isolate the cause in the first place. That it always could be some other cause, and now you're saying it could only be gravity. Dude, you're dishonest as fuck, bro.
This is what I was arguing yesterday. I was trying to tell people that because they, like, for instance, AI was like, Apocryphon's wrong because the distance to the stars is falsifiable. But in that same sentence, I was like, I don't agree with him because the only reason why they're labeling it as falsifiable is to make it now a valid science position. But the reality is you cannot falsify it because nobody can go to that distance. So then it's no longer under those same guidelines. But I guess AI is smarter than me, so I guess he's correct. But I'm just saying, if you cannot falsify something, come on.
The question
it's
is
no
even
longer science.
independent of whether the Earth is a globe or not. I mean, the Earth could be a globe, but how it formed, right? That's another question. And this dude is saying Earth formed from gravity.
Exactly.
That's the cause of the formation. That can't be falsified.
Exactly.
Period. End story.
My point exactly. Because you cannot falsify that, because there's no way to do that, it's unfalsifiable. So it would technically take the whole heliocentric model into a realm of it's unfalsifiable, which doesn't make it science at this point. And these globers don't get it. It's weird, bro. It's weird.
Oh God, this dude Renee is a fucking buffoon.
Yeah, he had an argument one time. He said, "Oh, Eratosthenes was within 2%," and we're saying within 2% of what? He said, "Well, the globe size." I was like, "Okay, well, who measured the globe size to get whether it was in 2%?" And he said, "Well, it's just the size of it. It's the size."
That's funny, man.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what do you you need to compare it to something to say it's within 2%.
You know, they do the same thing with the maps too. Like, where's the accurate flat Earth map? I go, okay, what's the reference map? How do we know if it's accurate or inaccurate? What are we going to compare it to? And they know where that's going, right? Then they won't answer. Well, it has to be distorted. Why? Well, because the projection of the globe. Well, how do we know the globe is accurate? Like, you know, they just go into their loop, right? Like, you have to know the true value to know what the error is. You need to know what the true value is.
Yeah, exactly.
The sad part is that you alluded that I was about to pin him down and hold him to it, and he couldn't see the chess moves coming. and didn't realize that it was.
There were no chess moves there, Larry. I don't think you really got him.
When I asked him, "Is the globe science?" he said yes.
That's why Jekyll jumped in, because he saw it. You had to jump in and save him, didn't you, Jekyll?
Oh, I am Captain Savaho after all.
Oh, well, that's Karl Popper, if you didn't know, Larry.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, Ambo, that even if refraction was magic, and we couldn't attribute it to specific conditions, it wouldn't mean the globe's unfalsifiable. There's other ways you can falsify a globe.
Go.
No, it makes observations of the horizon or freaking any like terrestrial observation. It just makes the globe unfalsifiable unless you have some experiment where you can't even claim refraction.
I guess if you
Not even possible. There are situations where it wouldn't be possible. I guess you could use electromagnetic radiation, which is not which the air has literally no effect on its propagation path. Use a terahertz radiation or something.
isn't light a part of the spectrum of electromagnetic radiation?
Yeah, but you know, what determines refraction is how that electromagnetic radiation interacts with the matter, and whether it like polarizes it. I mean, I don't want to get like super technical into this shit. So when electromagnetic radiation passes through a medium, the atoms and molecules become polarized, right? So they actually have an orientation, and when they become polarized, they actually emit their own electromagnetic field. And that electromagnetic field interferes with the electromagnetic field that's the electromagnetic radiation that's passing through it. So it has a resulting field, right? And that resulting field ends up being the electromagnetic radiation is still propagating through the medium, but it's propagating at a slower rate. It kind of like can't get ahead of itself.
Yes, it basically changes the speed of light.
Yeah, it changes the speed of
Outside
light,
of the medium.
there's like a counter propagating wave, kind of like canceling it out. I could actually post the video. I mean, there's actually a long video on 3 Brown 1 Blue about it, how the polarization changes the speed of electromagnetic radiation. But all that shit's also related to the absorption, because there's a lot of different factors in that. So if you know the absorption of a medium, how much that absorption, the absorption absorbs, or the absorption of a material has toward a particular wavelength, you can actually deduce the refractive index just from that. So when you use things like infrared, has very low absorption in air, you get less refraction. Which is why we use it for targeting and lasers and shit like that. And you know what? And long range observation.
You get less scattering, but I don't know that the refraction is that much less.
Well, refraction is wavelength dependent, the refractive index.
Yeah. But the gradient of the refraction as seen by infrared light is not much different to the gradient as seen by other wavelengths, so that you don't actually get all that much shift in position.
Yeah, well, but what I'm saying is, say you have a 1 degree temperature difference between 2 mediums, right? How much that will affect the direction of one wavelength versus another wavelength. Okay, it'll have less of an effect on infrared. If you look at the atmospheric window diagram for infrared radiation, you'll see that the infrared radiation has the most transparency.
Yeah, but that's not refraction, that's scattering and other effects.
No, it's absorption. It's absorption and
Yeah.
attenuation. But you can actually pull the refractive index out of the absorption and attenuation and directly related to something called the Kramer-Kronig relation, which is a bunch of mumbo jumbo probably to you. I mean, you can look it up. Called the Kramer-Kronig relation. So the formula that you can apply to the absorption and attenuation, and it'll spit out the refractive index. all
I
this
think
this
that's the
whole
relationship that Walt Bisland uses in his calculator to establish the refractive index.
Bisland's calculators, because it emits a lot of things. So it emits reflection. It emits like Bisland's calculator is not a simulation. Let's put it that way. There are ray optics simulators that you can check out. I mean,
Yeah, Mick West's one's not bad, the Metabunk one. The video of how he built it's quite interesting, how it works.
yeah, I watched that. I mean, there's problems with that methodology because Snell's law, and I think Bisland's calculator does use the Icono equation, but I'm not sure. Positive right off my head. I don't remember if I looked at his code or. I know Mick West uses like a Snell's law variation where he does the wavefront and then it like does a rotation, goes like some increment, does a rotation, twists the wavefront, goes forward another increment, turns the wavefront, depending on, whether it crossed, because in his calculator, right, so you have layers and you can set however many layers you want. So when it crosses a layer, it applies Snell's law, turns the wavefront at some refraction angle, and then moves it forward some increment. You can set that to some step, some distant step. And that's kind of how his work. I mean, it's an okay approximation. Probably better than I can do. But the problem with these is that it assumes a spherical, it assumes a curved atmosphere. So you can
he can flick a switch to make the atmosphere flat on his.
Really?
And that's the interesting thing.
Did he add
flick the
that
switch
recently
to-
or something? Because I've never seen that.
Yeah. I think he's constantly working on it. So there's a flat mode, and it makes the ground flat so that you get a flat profile, and it completely alters the kind of refraction you need. So to get enough sinking refraction with a flat plane as your baseline, you've got to have some horrendous conditions to make the refraction work. It's quite interesting to see.
Well, have
So
you
the
seen?
curvature is actually
Well, have you seen the Action Labs? So Flat Earth Test actually posted it. That's the website. Anyway, I gotta stop reading the chat. So Action Labs did this test of the sugar water in a fish tank. Shit.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, and like when he lowers the camera, you can see that it just like so you have the spacing between the piece of paper in the bottom of the tank. When he lowers the camera, that spacing like shrinks drastically by something like 75%. I'll post the video. It's very short. It's like 30 seconds, if not less.
I know one guy who has done calculations on one particular observation of how much temperature gradient you would require to make it work on flat Earth, and he came up that you would need the temperature would need to reach the absolute zero at 2 kilometers of altitude.
Whatever.
Never met.
Which is pretty wild.
Okay, prove it. Go.
Okay.
Prove that that is.
You prove it. He says okay.
Yeah.
What dress should I answer it with?
Prove that is the case.
Look, none of these fucking refraction models work from anybody. They don't work to do anything. They're all post hoc, after the fact. Let's make my little sliders fit the frickin' image. They're not predictions.
Hey, India, what is that called? The Texas shooter? What's that called?
Sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah, is that not what it is? Because they're gonna.
It's like that. It's like a version of that.
Right. It's along those lines, right? Like they just like make up for, right? Like here's what we have. We're gonna slide it, and it's gonna make sense.
Yeah,
right?
it's like
kinda along those lines.
like in Photoshop they have what is it? You can apply like this mesh, and then you can distort it. Right? So I can take a photograph, and then I can distort it and make it look like fucking Adolf Hitler. and then save the image and be like, look, here's the image I made of Adolf Hitler. No, dude, I just moved I just distorted the image until I made it look the way I want. That's basically the same thing they're doing. They're just moving their little refraction sliders like a computer graphics program until it makes the image they want.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what if it lines up with reality? So what if you take a bucket load of measurements?
No
like
matter
every day
what
it's
the reality is, but you can make it match any reality.
But if your prediction is based on measurements of the atmosphere and you see what you predict, then you must begin to have some confidence that your predictions are on track, right?
Well, I mean, I won't hold my breath till someone makes those measurements of the atmosphere.
You could just reverse engineer it too, anyway.
Daza.
So Daza, hold on, let me ask Daza a question real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, but why can't we do this in reverse?
Do what in reverse? Sorry.
So we take a picture. We know where everything is laid out physically, geometrically, right? We know that object's 10 miles away. We know how high it is. We know the orientation of our camera. We know where everything is geometrically, right? Physically, geometrically. We take a picture. Then based upon the picture, where everything is positioned in the image, we calculate how much refraction must be in this image, and then we feed it backwards into the formula, and it'll spit out the pressure, temperature gradient, and all that shit, right? We should be able to do that, right? We should be able to do everything in reverse. Instead of putting the temperature, pressure, and all that stuff on one side, right, and spitting out the refraction on the other side, we do it the other way. So, do you think you can take a picture? Think you can take a picture and tell what the temperature gradient is?
Yeah, so if you had the geometry of the scene, the actual true measured geometry, and an image, and the model, you could
geometry.
Hey.
All I'm asking is, do you
geometry?
Well, this is hypothetical, man. It's just a hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetical. So if you were able to physically measure where everything was, so you had I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, but do you think that you could get the weather out of it?
You could get some information out of it. You could probably get a temperature gradient, that kind of thing, but that's about it, probably.
You think that would actually pan out? Do you think that would actually work in reality?
No. No way.
There's no way you actually think that we can do that as human beings. There's no way.
There's probably more. It might be a bit
way more complicated than that. Just say it's way more complicated than that. But it's simplified for his calculator, and we'll accept that, right? But when we have to do it the other way, right, and actually then we're going to apply some standard to. We need to know what the temperature was that day. Now it's all out the window. Now it's complicated. Maybe I know I put the words into your mouth that it's complicated, but I recognize that it's complicated. I'm not going to lie to myself and say, hey, this is too complex to model and make predictions. I know it is. So I don't fucking make claims about it.
There's a lot of things that we model that are very complex, even in our everyday lives. You know, like the way that our voices are being modeled now and transmitted. The whole
that's using Fourier transforms. You can't Fourier transform a chaotic system.
Yeah, so you can model physical systems and get very high fidelity results. So I'm sure if somebody sat down, but if a photograph is a one-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional space, and plus you've got all these other variables that are not physically visible as well. So it'd be pretty difficult to go backwards, but to go forwards is easy, relatively easy.
Easy.
I was.
But, I mean,
well,
to predict
easy,
an
but
image,
not
so
accurate.
if you know the geometry and the weather conditions, you can predict the image. That's relatively straightforward. But to go the other way and predict the weather from an image.
Okay, but Daza, hold on though, real quick though, Daza. If there's an observation, Daza, and let's say before we took the observation, there's a prediction, okay? And now you're seeing 10 times further than the actual predicted observation, but then all you do is slide your refraction bar to make it make sense. How are you, like, honestly saying...
So you're talking about the black swan at Agrafon, right? There's no point beating around the bush, right?
Just in general, bro. You can say that, that's fine. But the point being is that you have a prediction, then we show you an optical, captured photo or video, and then when it doesn't comport to the prediction, if you have a tool that you just slide it over to the right, and then you say, it makes sense when I slid my bar, and now all of a sudden it comports to how we understand it to be. How are you honestly saying that was the original prediction when absolutely it was?
Oh no,
it
yeah,
was
no.
debunked?
Yeah. So to truly predict something, so this is clearly the scenario of a refracted horizon versus the geometric horizon, right? So if you wanted to predict where the horizon would be, you would say, okay, here's the geometric underpinnings, here's the atmospheric conditions, here's our model, let's predict what we would see. But if you don't have all that information, all you can do is say, right, here's what the geometric model predicted, here's what the visual result was. Is it within the realm of possibility that our understanding of the physics of the atmosphere could produce that result under these kind of conditions? And that's all you can say, right? So that's not predicting, that's just seeing whether it's feasible that your model could explain it.
You're just going, because the Earth is the size of 3,959 mile radius, we should see this much, but we see this much, so therefore there must be this much refraction. And then you turn it into a scale.
Exactly.
No. We know how refraction behaves, right? We can actually measure that independently of the shape of the Earth.
But Daza, you are literally taking an end result and then tweaking the numbers for to be.
I'm not.
You're not denying
that, right?
that. Okay, good. At least we're somewhere right now. Okay, good.
That if you take an image,
Thank you for your honesty. Okay, great.
If you tweak the slider till it matches the image, all you can say is that the image can be explained within the realms of the model, right?
Yeah, within the realms of the model. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you did then, Daza, is that you took the actual original prediction that was falsified, but then all you did was plug in a wedge to then now make it what your conclusion would be under these other conditions, yet that wasn't reality. That you are literally, what do they call that? Cooking the books, I think. You're literally cooking the books for it to make sense for your scheme, for your agenda, for your position. But that is not reality, because we already captured reality in the original photo and video based upon the distance and all that stuff. But if you cook the books to make it, that's just dishonest. That is disingenuous. Do you understand that?
It's not disingenuous. It's investigating, right? You're checking out what's going on, how it might work. Because you can go the other way around, right? That we can say, right.
Where's the experiment to get your refractive rates based on conditions?
So some guys at Lecture have done that. They've set up their automatic machines tracking the refractive index versus the amount of refraction they get and things like that. So there's a fair amount of laboratory measurement. What are they using? What do you mean?
What conditions are they using?
Oh, they did it through a whole bunch of conditions, so they were able to track these kind of things. But so the model is incomplete. There's no doubt about that.
In nature, how are they judging different refractive rates all together, all in one observation?
So they were measuring the refractive characteristics across a piece of air with different conditions and measuring the conditions accurately and recording the refractive properties at the same time. So they build up a good map of conditions versus refraction.
Okay, and then you go into reality and you've got temperature conditions that are different and moisture conditions that are different across the observation site. So you pick all of them up and then you chuck them all in together. And how do you get a result out of that?
So when you go into reality and it doesn't match your observations, you mean, or
no? So you've got a refractive rate. Yeah, how many temperature and moisture conditions are you taking over an observation?
I don't know how many of these guys took, but they took a lot. So they had a quite detailed profile measurement.
I'm saying you go into reality And then you take an observation in reality, right? And then you've got your
Hmm.
refractive rates from the lab. And you go,
Yep.
so how many temperature change conditions are they taking over the length of the observation to say this supports our model?
Yeah, well, that's a good point, right? That you need to potentially account for that. And one of the things that people observe with this is two things. So first of all, that there's a really high correlation between time of day and the amount of the strength of the
Yeah, but that's-
refraction. So
It's not
you
even
need
the
to avoid
point, right?
making
Like,
measurements at particular times a day.
So Dazza, like I surf, right? So I can have a stage where I have not moved position, but yet the water comes across and gets warmer, and then 10 seconds later the water gets freezing cold, right? In the space of a couple of minutes, right?
Yeah.
So we're doing
yeah.
observations
Which is why,
over
yeah.
water. We've got changing water temperatures and all this stuff. They're not taking any of these measurements.
No, and you're right that. So a couple of important things are that, yeah, so being close to the surface is highly unreliable, right? It's not. Whereas I think you've seen the Skunk Bay one where the the waterline goes up and down, but the tree line doesn't move. So if you want to actually measure the shape, you've got to get away from the surface because then at least it's consistent.
So you go,
right?
all right. So you go away from the surface. You measure a mountaintop to a mountaintop. Through that gap, you've got plenty of valleys and hills and stuff like that. So in valleys, you've got updrafts, temperature variations of updrafts.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
how
They've got to measure it a lot.
How are you saying that when you get to a certain height, you have a consistent refraction? Because that's not true. You got moisture updrafts, you got humidity at the bottom of the valleys.
Yep.
You've got dry at the bottom of the valleys. So you got dry updrafts, humid updrafts, temperature variations of sometimes 15 degrees. Just across that.
You're right.
So when you say you move up to a higher elevation, that's not the case.
Well, it tends to be more consistent, right? You get less, even though you've got all these things you described.
More consistent compared to what?
The conditions overall are more predictable and steady, I guess.
And where is your gauge for that?
So you have to do lots. So anything in science, right? You just don't go out and you measure once and say, here's the result.
Right. All right. So you're going to go down in the valley and you're going to measure the temperature down in the valley. Who's going to measure the temperature and the updrafts and the moisture between the two mountains? Because you that's what you're viewing through, right? So you can't get those temperature variations, can you?
No. So what you might do there, probably, this is how I do it, is I do some small incremental measurement. Yeah. So if you wanted to verify this, right? So you do a measurement, lots of small surveying across the ground, right, where refraction isn't a problem, and you'd accurately measure where the 2 points are. So you had a really strong
where it isn't
detail.
a problem? What does that mean?
Sorry?
Where refraction isn't a problem.
So if you do short distances, refraction has almost negligible impact, right? So if you did a survey run from one peak of the mountain across the valley up to the other, right, really accurately, and backtracked and did all the things surveyors do to measure
How
things.
do you get that accurately, and how do you know it wasn't affected by refraction?
So refraction is working at the order of magnitude of the curvature of the Earth, right? So over hundreds or thousands of meters, you're getting a few fractions of arc second or whatever the deviation is.
Well, you don't know that because you haven't.
But over 10 or 20 meters, you get fractions of millimeters, right?
How are you going to do sections of 20 meters from a valley, from a mountaintop to a mountaintop?
But what I'm trying to get to is that you can establish patterns, right? You can learn that, okay, we know. So we've done this measurement. We've measured precisely where these 2 points are.
You can infer it, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But you can never confirm it.
Yeah, no, that's right. But you can be very confident, right? You can have a high level of confidence in your measurement.
You can be confident in the model, but you can't be confident in the outcome that is what you're getting.
No, you can be if you've got a good enough data and good enough model. Yeah, and enough testing of
You
it.
can't get air temperatures and moisture levels from peak to
But you
peak.
might determine that you can, under certain circumstances or using a particular protocol, you can eliminate that as a variable somehow. I'm not a surveyor.
I disagree.
I don't.
Yeah, I disagree. Because
It's
you can do.
but the
I
other thing you
agree.
can do.
You can get refractive rates in the lab. Yeah, but you can't confirm those refractive rates out in nature. So you're working with a model in a lab and then taking them out into nature and just taking a couple of little increments across the way, and then you're adding in your refractive rate across the way. But you don't actually know what's going on
No, you
between
don't.
those two places, so you can never confirm it.
Yeah, but you can sort of get a reasonable handle on things, and you can do a couple of things. Like, for example, you can know
That's when
conditions
you
that can
say,
never
look,
occur, right?
I don't like that reasonable handle, because you can't have a reasonable handle on something that you've got no outcome of.
Well, but by reasonable handle, I can say, for instance, you can determine that conditions required for what you see can never occur on a flat Earth, for example. That's easy to establish. You can say we can never get enough refraction for this to be consistently the view of the world, because the lapse rate has to be so high, and you can measure that and prove that with beyond reasonable doubt that the surface cannot be flat, that you have to have some inbuilt